Jiang Wang stood on the awakening platform of beginner's village number 10086, staring at the information displayed before him. Lord's Space, summoning type insect lord, with Lord's power at tier 1 dust level. At long last, he could stand on his own 2 feet again, freed from his paralyzed body, but his heart remained clouded with uncertainty. An elderly guide, Uncle Su, noticed his unease and approached him with a kind smile. Young man, don't lose hope. While the insect lord might not seem strong now, it has great potential for growth later on. It's a lord that thrives on steady progress. Nearby, a few other lords waiting in the area overheard the words and whispered among themselves, "Doesn't this old man say the same thing to everyone?" They had come here hoping to connect with powerful lords, only to find themselves surrounded by mediocrity. As Jiang Wang stepped down from the awakening platform, his steps were unsteady not from disappointment, but because just an hour ago, he had been a terminally ill, paralyzed patient. A sudden burst of blue light had transported all humans from Earth to this place, and he had miraculously been healed in an instant. Such drastic twists of fate left him overwhelmed. At that moment, a prompt appeared before his eyes, offering him the chance to draw his innate talents. Due to his shrank mental strength, he was granted an extra draw. However, the results were almost laughable. Both draws yielded frank talents, cultivation 0-100 and evolution 0-100. Just as Jiang Wang was processing this outcome, the system chimed in, double frank talents detected. Activating the primordial realm's fairness protocol. Compensatory gift pack awarded. Red Flame Star and Consolation gift pack, including a tier 1 insect nest and an imminent hatching of the tier 1 insect queen, Anna. Red Flame Star, though massive like Saturn, was dominated by volcanoes and toxic gases, with forests and freshwater accounting for only one of its surface. Despite this, its rich mineral resources brought Jiang Wang some comfort. He placed the insect nest in one of the rare forested areas and found Anna quietly curled up in a translucent egg sac. She resembled a 12-year-old human girl with 2 small antennae atop her head. Suddenly, a soft, affectionate voice echoed in Jiang Wang's mind. "Master." Startled, he glanced at the egg before turning away to face the wall. Anna called out anxiously, worried he might not find her. Jiang Wang, however, responded briefly before withdrawing his focus. At this time, a notification appeared before all the lords who had completed their assessments. A 7-day beginner's protection period had been granted. During this time, the village would be shielded from exploration and attacks. However, after the 7 days, an invasion challenge would commence. If the village fell, death would follow. The announcement had barely concluded when Uncle Su erupted in fury, accusing the Star Chamber of treachery as towering trees manifested behind him, striking at the void with immense force. Faced with such a dire situation, most lords hurriedly left the village to strengthen themselves. Jiang Wang, still adjusting to his newfound body, lingered behind. Overhearing a conversation between 2 young guides, he learned that this village had only 4 rank talent holders, one of whom was a plant-type lordotype known for its slow start. Jiang Wang confidently approached the guides, greeted them, and cleverly inquired about the influence of the Ard's family. After receiving an answer, he walked away, deep in thought, processing the new information. After hesitating for a moment, he turned back and stepped into the tailor's shop. Inside the tailor's shop, Jiang Wang held a floral pattern dress in his hands, facing the beaming shop owner with an awkward expression. As someone with social anxiety, he found himself in one of the most uncomfortable situations imaginable. He had no money to pay. The shopkeeper, Carrie, was a charming woman of mature elegance. It seemed she could see right through Jiang Wang's predicament. With a warm smile, she said, "All right, consider this dress a gift from me." She handed him a sleek black card that shimmered like the night sky. "This is my card. If you manage to make it out alive, don't forget to come find me." Though there was no deliberate flirtation in her tone, her every gesture carried an irresistible allure. Jiang Wang silently accepted the card, secretly pleased by this unexpected kindness. Carrie, noticing his reaction, smiled even brighter and enthusiastically brought out more clothes. "I just adore young people like you. Here, take these too." When Jiang Wang returned to the square, he took inventory of his haul in his lord's storage space. 9 dresses, 12 outfits, and even 8 sets of undergarments. Carrie's generosity overwhelmed this socially anxious young man. It felt as if she'd almost given him her entire shop. He looked down at the black card from the Starsea Alliance, lost in thought. Despite visiting every other shop afterward, he never received a second card. Suddenly, a childlike voice echoed in his mind. "Master, Master, I've hatched." When Jiang Wang returned to the hive, the sight before him left him stunned. The fungal mat had spread 5 meters outward, and the hive interior had developed numerous chamber-like spaces. The pulsating flesh walls were dotted with various incubation pools. At the core of the hive, he saw Anna, busily eating. Hearing his footsteps, Anna turned around. She had large, expressive eyes and pale, flawless skin. Two antennae atop her head twitched occasionally, and her vital areas were protected by elegant violet gold chitin plates. Wearing the floral dress, if not for her insectoid features, she could easily be mistaken for a middle school girl from Earth. Master Anna called out affectionately in Jiang Wang's mind. "Don't call me master. Just call me Lord," Jiang Wang said, shivering at her words. Anna tilted her head, pondering for a moment, then her eyes lit up. "Got it, sovereign." Jiang Wang sighed helplessly, thinking that as long as she didn't call him master, anything else was fine. Anna resumed gnawing on her eggshell vital starter fund for every Zerg queen. The shell provided protection during her early stages and served as a source of energy after hatching. As she ate, the chitin plates on her body grew brighter and more regal in appearance. At that moment, a genetic selection interface for initial troop types appeared before Jiang Wang. Ant, beetle, mantis, flea, and cockroach choose 3 out of 5. Without hesitation, he selected flea, cockroach, and ant. From a genetic perspective, these 3 insects were the pinnacle of their kind. Ants were renowned for their reproduction and immense strength, fleas for their unparalleled jumping ability, and cockroaches for their resilience and defensive capabilities. Once the selection was made, countless gene points, resembling twinkling stars, unfolded in front of Jiang Wang. Anna stood up, closed her eyes, and emitted a radiant gold and purple light. Her genetic sequences fused, shattered, and recombined repeatedly. Using his exceptional memory and analytical skills, Jiang Wang personally guided the gene fusion and evolution based on the functionality annotated by Anna. Finally, 3 troop types were born. Leap bugs, a fusion of ant and flea genes. These creatures activated the ant's hidden wing genes, allowing for short-distance flight during combat. Cockroach soldiers, combining the ant's chitin armor and immense strength. These units excelled in defense and transportation. Tank roaches, infused with flea genes, they boasted powerful jumping abilities and robust defenses, capable of breaking through enemy formations with ease. The system announced, gene fusion and troop creation complete. Evolution points 50. Jiang Wang promptly allocated resources, 40 to leap bugs, 20 to cockroach soldiers, 20 to tank roaches, and the remaining 20 to hive reserves. The hive immediately began operating at full efficiency. After 30 minutes, Jiang Wang and Anna stood before the newly hatched leap bugs. Their sleek black exoskeletons were covered in sharp spines, their scythe-like claws and razor-sharp teeth ready to tear enemies apart. Their powerful hind legs and concealed wings hinted at their exceptional mobility. As he gazed at these perfect killing machines, Jiang Wang couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the Zerg in StarCraft II were so formidable. For now, he restrained his excitement and chose not to immediately hatch the tank roaches and cockroach soldiers. The energy required to sustain 2 hatcheries far exceeded that needed for Zerglings, and at this moment, the hive was critically short on energy. After an hour of full operation, the 2 hatcheries produced a squad of 12 Zerglings, which swiftly vanished into the dense forest. Jiang Wang watched the backs of this killing machine as it disappeared into the distance, letting out a deep breath. As the master of this territory, he knew all too well that on this planet, nothing could stand in the way of this squad's carnage. After arranging the follow-up tasks concerning Anna, Jiang Wang began to adjust himself. The earlier selection and fusion of genes had placed immense strain on his mind and mental strength, leaving him with a splitting headache. He returned to the resting area of the novice village and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep instantly. During his rest, the guide continued broadcasting foundational knowledge about this world through the public channel. The information covered the traits of alien beasts, territory rules, and unit upgrades, sparking a wave of enthusiasm among the people to explore the forest, especially under the pressure of limited lifespans. Amid the murmurs of conversations around him, Jiang Wang woke up, rubbing his temples. The headache hadn't completely receded, but was now within a tolerable range. He began his routine meditation, a technique he always used to cope with his headaches. An hour later, as his mental strength gradually recovered, the pain not only disappeared, but he also felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. When he returned to the Lord's space, the developments before him left Jiang Wang stunned. In just one night, the creep outside the hive had spread to a radius of 30 meters. The Zergling population had skyrocketed from 12 to over 400, and 2 additional forces, each consisting of 100 roaches and tanks, had emerged, busily gathering and transporting minerals. The Lord's information panel displayed the following. Lord, Jiang Wang. Strength, Dust Tier 0 Mental Power. Territory, S-Class, Red Flame Star. Zerg Units, Zerglings, Roaches, Tanks. Zerg Structures, Hive. Zerg Queen, Anna. Zergling Attributes Panel. Reproduction, 720 LV1. Attack, 1020 LV1. Devour, 320 LV1. Defense, 420 LV1. Remaining evolution points, 50. With the impending battle in 6 days, Jiang Wang decisively upgraded Devour, Attack, and Reproduction to LV2. resetting their values to 0.50 and reserving 10 evolution points for emergencies. As for defense, with the Zerg's astonishing reproduction speed, death was of little consequence. Out of curiosity, Jiang Wang clicked on Anna's profile. The data for the Zerg Queen Anna was strikingly simple: combat power 10100, intelligence 64100. This skewed distribution of stats instantly clarified her role to Jiang Wang. Without her assistance in genetic selection and evolutionary simulations, he wouldn't have been able to handle such complex calculations on his own. With some dry rations in hand, Jiang Wang resolutely stepped out of the novice village. Although he could have chosen to safely develop his army within the village, the fact that the primordial world still operated under fair rules indicated that the challenges posed by the beasts outside were within an acceptable range. For a Zerg species that relied on devouring to evolve, these wild zones, which others feared and avoided, seemed more like gourmet restaurants in Jiang Wang's eyes. Quickly scanning through the public chat, pack of 812 giant wolves spotted to the east and west. Come grab a share. Forget it. They're impossible to deal with in packs. Looking for 4 strong players on the outskirts. We've got a support girl. Do not enter the central region lightly. Xiao Yinlu is too hard to defeat. Me troll units are starving. Aside from the pinned monster guide and an unrelated photo, none of the information was of any use to Jiang Wang. He moved swiftly toward the forest, summoning 6 Zerglings along the way, 3 to scout ahead and 3 to guard the rear. As he focused on using the Zerglings to survey the surroundings, a sweet, flirtatious voice suddenly called out, "Hey there, handsome, want to join our team?" Without even turning his head, Jiang Wang continued on his path. This reaction left the girl on the verge of tears. The muscular man beside her, Li Hao, immediately stepped in front of Jiang Wang, his face full of anger as he demanded, "What's your problem? Can't hear someone talking to you?" "Li Hao, don't be like that. Maybe he's really in a hurry." The girl, named Wei Wei, said pitifully, her expression only further igniting Li Hao's protective instincts. Jiang Wang looked at them with confusion. "Why should I apologize? You made my girlfriend cry." Li Hao snapped aggressively. Jiang Wang let out a cold laugh. "So you're saying I should apologize because I was in a hurry and didn't hear your girlfriend talking, which made her feel embarrassed? Is your girlfriend so special that even Diao Chan would bow down to her?" This remark completely enraged Li Hao. Without another word, he swung a deadly iron fist glowing red straight at Jiang Wang. But before it could land, one of the nearby Zerglings struck swiftly, its sharp blade piercing through Li Hao's shoulder blade and lifting him off the ground. The other 2 Zerglings immediately moved to shield Jiang Wang. "Ah!" Li Hao's blood-curdling scream echoed through the outskirts of the forest. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Everyone present knew of Li Hao's arrogance, bolstered by his brother's influence and his status as a martial lord. Recently, he'd been acting even more recklessly to impress Wei Wei. But now, he'd finally met his match. Wei Wei cowered behind her teammates, terrified of being dragged into the mess. Jiang Wang still couldn't wrap his head around the absurdity of the conflict. As time passed, Li Hao's blood loss became severe, his face growing pale as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. A group of friends gathered at the scene of the incident, a tense atmosphere hanging heavily in the air. A boy reluctantly stepped forward, his concern evident as he feared Li Ong's situation might provoke his brother's wrath. "Come on, this is unnecessary," he said, trying to sound calm. "We're all from the same place. There's no need to go this hard on someone. Are you kidding me? Did you skip breakfast? Or is your brain just not getting enough nutrients?" Someone sneered. "Li Hao's the one who's always ready to beat someone half to death over nothing, and now you're calling other people ruthless?" Wang Qi's face darkened as he kept nudging Wei Wei with his elbow. When she didn't react, he pressed harder, his eyes flashing a silent warning. Reluctantly, Wei Wei stepped forward. After all, she owed her current status entirely to Li Hao's backing. "I admit Li Hao can be a bit impulsive," Wei Wei began, feigning innocence as her voice grew louder. "But are you really blameless here? If you hadn't ignored him and acted all high and mighty, he wouldn't have reacted like that. I'm a girl, you know? Do you really have to push me like this?" The scene fell into an uneasy silence. Jiang Wang let out a cold laugh. "I shouldn't even be here. I should be under the car, right? If you're going to ignore the facts, what's the point of saying anything?" His expression was calm as he continued, "Sorry, I overestimated your level of education. I'm not great with people. So we'll keep this simple: either apologize, or we settle this with a fight." Just then, a scout Zerg burst out of the forest, its crimson eyes locking onto Wei Wei and her group. The crowd began murmuring in hushed tones. Some whispered, "Serves her right," while others muttered, "Simping never ends well," or dismissed Jiang Wang as crazy. When a girl tried to defend Wei Wei, the onlookers immediately stepped away from her, as though she were carrying some kind of plague. The nearest person brushed off imaginary dust from their clothes, cursing under their breath as they left. Wei Wei ignored the insults flying around her, drawing strength from the one voice of support. She lifted her chin and declared, "Fine, we're partly at fault too. Let's compromise. You apologize to me, and I'll apologize to you. Wang Qi's face grew even darker. His intention had been for Wei Wei to apologize, but clearly, Li Hao had spoiled her to the point of complete obliviousness. Jiang Wang calmly rubbed his fingers together, his eyes fixed on Wei Wei. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. For a moment, his handsome face seemed angelic, and Wei Wei couldn't help but stare, momentarily entranced. Then, the Zerg moved. With a powerful swing, it hurled Li Hao against a tree. He collapsed immediately, coughing up blood before losing consciousness. 3 Zergs assumed a battle formation, charging straight at Wang Qi and his group. Damn it, let's do this. Someone shouted as the fight erupted. Various units were summoned: winged tigers, scorpions, and centaur archers. Wang Qi unleashed a frost storm, revealing his identity as a frost lord. Jiang Wang's expression remained unchanged as he willed another Zergling to charge onto the battlefield. At this moment, over 400 Zerglings lay silently in wait within the Lord's space, ready to heed their master's command and annihilate any obstacles. Anna, too, kept her eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. The fight was over in an instant. Of the 4 Zerglings, only one succumbed after being trapped by a frost storm, while the other 3 unleashed their full bloodthirsty potential. The enemy's summoned units were slaughtered in the blink of an eye, their blood staining the ground. Even the scorpion's sturdy armor crumpled like paper under the Zergling's razor-sharp claws, showcasing an overwhelming dominance. After dispatching the feeble enemy units, a Zergling pressed its blade against Wei Wei's neck. "No, you can't do this. I'm a girl." Wei Wei screamed hysterically, tears streaming down her face, completely ignoring the fact that her actions had left her teammates gravely injured and unconscious. At that moment, a muscular man emerged from the forest. "Wait, hold on, brother. I'm with the Shadow Group. Let me say something. They were in the wrong, sure, but do they really deserve to lose their lives? We still need to stand together against the invasion." Jiang Wang recognized the Shadow Group as a team led by an individual with steer talent. However, at this moment, he had no intention of saving face for anyone. His icy gaze locked onto the man, sending a chill down the spine of everyone in Liang's squad, as if an apex predator had marked them as prey. "If I didn't have some strength of my own, the one lying here on the brink of death would have been me. I'm just a passerby who would have spoken up for me then." Jiang Wang's voice was calm yet cutting. Though socially anxious, he was far from a fool. To be unfairly attacked without even a chance to explain himself, and now to be painted as ruthless? The irony was infuriating. A flash of blue light erupted as 400 Zerglings materialized in an instant. "Let's see who here wants to play the saint or the moral arbiter today," Jiang Wang declared in the calmest tone, delivering the most domineering words. "When accused of abusing power, you might as well show them what true power looks like." Sensing their master's anger, the swarm let out piercing screeches, their crimson eyes fixed on everyone present. The muscular man gulped in shock, his composure shattered. Without another word, he turned and fled into the forest. The crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed as well. "Whoa, that many? Who even is this guy? Social anxiety? More like society's biggest fear. Damn, that was satisfying. Someone needed to deal with those posers." At that moment, unconsciousness seemed like a blessing. Surrounded by over 400 ferocious Zerglings, one's sanity might break even if their body remained intact. Just like Wei Wei, who now sat dazed, muttering incoherently, "I'm a girl, you can't do this." She was unharmed physically but mentally shattered. Seeing this, Jiang Wang decided not to push further. Killing them wasn't beyond him, but it wasn't necessary either. Reflecting on the farce, he concluded with a smirk, "Simps never prosper, and feminist posturing leads nowhere." The overarching thought? Don't waste my time leveling up. Glancing at the menacing spines on the Zerglings' backs, Jiang Wang abandoned the idea of using one as a mount. Instead, he marched into the forest, flanked by the vast swarm. Anna observed everything quietly, setting aside the eggshell in her hand to focus on her designs. After the swarm disappeared into the forest, the muscular man returned to the scene, striding toward Li Hao. As he passed Wei Wei, he struck her on the back of the head with a force that deformed her skull. "Oomph. Dispose of the body." Without hesitation, he hoisted Li Hao onto his shoulder and dashed toward the novice village. Though disappointed in his brother, he couldn't abandon him. He already understood the events that had transpired, and Wei Wei had paid the price with her life. Glancing at his brother's pale face, a flicker of cold determination crossed his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, escorted by the swarm, had reached the central region of the forest. After losing over a dozen Zerglings in battle, he claimed his first base of operations. Standing over the mangled corpse of a two-headed black tiger, he finally understood why veterans warned newcomers to avoid the central area. A beast so fearsome that even 400 fearless Zerglings had suffered losses to bring it down was truly intimidating. What he didn't know, however, was that the two-headed tiger was one of the apex predators of this region. After a moment of thought, Jiang Wang retrieved a brood nest. Only on the fungal mat could the swarm achieve its true invincibility. Anna cautiously peeked out, her violet gold eyes gleaming with curiosity about this world. Dressed in a white hoodie and jeans, she looked just like an ordinary human, drawing a rare smile from Jiang Wang. So, this is the world of the master? Yeah. Do you like it? Jiang Wang asked Anna, watching her intently. At that moment, Anna stood at the entrance of the hive, curiously observing her surroundings but hesitating to take a single step forward. After tilting her head in thought for a moment, Anna replied innocently, "Wherever the master is, that's where Anna likes to be." As a Zerg, her loyalty to the master was absolute, but she could sense that the master seemed displeased, deliberately turning away and avoiding her gaze. This realization made Anna nervous, fearing she might have said something wrong. Her manner of speaking had been learned through observing human society via the master's perspective. At Anna's command, the hive immediately activated its strategic expansion mode. The creep carpet surged outward by 50 meters, while Zerglings tirelessly dragged captured alien creatures back onto the creep. These prey were swiftly broken down, with valuable genetic material stored in the gene pool for the queen and master to utilize in future creations. The swarm's expansion was nothing short of astonishing. Within just 3 days, they had swept across a third of the central region with overwhelming force. The Zerglings' operational range extended from the initial 10 kilometers to a staggering 80 kilometers. Meanwhile, Roach units transported all valuable resources, whether biological or mineral, back to the hive in a steady stream. Jiang Wang, for his part, was lounging leisurely on a custom-made recliner crafted by Anna, casually browsing messages on the public chat. Damn, Jiang Wang is unstoppable. Took down 12 giant wolves finally. I can survive another day. Jiang Wang, can you spare some alien corpses? My troll is starving to death. Brother Wang, carry me, please. I promise I won't be clingy. Also, I'm great at following orders. The message was accompanied by a photo of a glamorous high street queen. Don't fall for it, Jiang Wang. It's a catfish. Jiang Wang, our Shadow Guild, Flame Legion, and Dandelion Alliance would like to form an alliance with you to tackle the core area. Looking forward to your response. After a moment of thought, Jiang Wang replied, thanks for the invitation, but my units aren't suited for collaboration. I'll share useful information on the public chat. Faced with an onslaught of carry requests, Jiang Wang simply logged off the public chat. He had tried working with others before, but their units always disrupted the Zerg swarm's attack rhythm. It turned out that fighting independently was the optimal strategy. Rubbing his aching temples, Jiang Wang lay back on the sofa specially crafted for him by Anna, closing his eyes to relax. Silently, Anna approached him and gently pressed her slender fingers against his temples, massaging them with delicate care. No need. Jiang Wang began to protest but sighed in resignation. Fine, do as you wish. As the individual most deeply connected to Jiang Wang's mind, Anna could feel his pain whenever he suffered from headaches, the excruciating sensation of needles piercing through his brain. Even experiencing just a fraction of it was unbearable. This massage technique was something she'd learned from the public forum. Despite Jiang Wang's repeated refusals, Anna persistently insisted on easing his pain, marking the first time she had ever disobeyed one of his commands. Under the cool touch of Anna's hands, the furrow in Jiang Wang's brow gradually smoothed out. This headache was worse than any he'd experienced before. It stemmed from the recent Zerg expansion, which brought back not just alien genes but an overwhelming variety of insect genes. For 3 days, he had been working tirelessly to understand and combine these genes in hopes of creating more powerful units. Yet, to his frustration, he had only managed to produce 2 units, one of which was derived from a failed experiment. After about an hour, the pain began to subside. Suddenly, a notification flashed before his eyes. Hatching complete. Jiang Wang immediately sprang up from the sofa, grabbing Anna and hastily heading toward the incubation pool. Accompanied by the sounds of creak, crunch, the system notifications followed one after another. Larva defective unit, composed of 1 billion genes, capable of continuously integrating additional genes. Possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities. Can release genes when necessary, transforming into any form within the hive. Evolution points 100. Worker B, equipped with massive, durable blades capable of cutting through any known mineral. Oval-shaped stabilizers ensure balance during rapid movement. Evolution points 30. Jiang Wang stared in astonishment at the descriptions of the 2 units. Though they were not combat units, they were crucial to constructing and expanding the hive. The larva, in particular, could replicate new hives and numerous incubation pools in a short time, provided there was sufficient energy. It also brought a whopping 100 evolution points. As for the worker bee, it was the perfect resource transporter. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang ordered mass production. The newborn larva, less than 10 minutes old, received the command and immediately began transforming into an incubation pool. Its body rapidly expanded, extruding a crystalline structure before burrowing into it. Its form then dissolved, filling the crystal. About 10 minutes later, the crystal began to melt. With the continuous infusion of energy from the creep, a 5-meter-wide incubation pool gradually took shape, its size adjustable based on the energy supplied by the creep. This unexpected discovery completely redefined Jiang Wang's understanding of biology. A failed product that recklessly fused countless genes had turned out to be a versatile, key unit. Back at the hive, Jiang Wang stared at the evolution options displayed on the leader panel, deep in thought. F-level cultivation 0-100, ready to evolve. F-level evolution 0-100, ready to evolve. Units ready to evolve. Anna ready to evolve. After careful consideration, he decided to invest the 100 evolution points in talent evolution. Strengthening this skill would enable him to enhance more Zerg units in the future. Evolution complete. Talent upgraded to E level. Evolution 0-1000. Mental power 100 points. Current mental power 174 points. This result thrilled Jiang Wang. His mental power had never been displayed on the leader panel before, but by comparing himself to Anna, he knew his was slightly higher. Now, it had exceeded hers by a full 10 points. With the remaining 40 evolution points, Jiang Wang allocated all of them to Anna's intelligence. The higher Anna's intelligence, the better she could command the Zerg units and support him more effectively. After gaining her evolution, Anna immediately requested permission for a short evolution process, temporarily transferring control of the Zerg to Jiang Wang. Upon receiving his approval, she cocooned herself on the spot, her crystalline shell rapidly enveloping her under the constant energy supply from the creep. While Jiang Wang initially found commanding the swarm unfamiliar, his 174 points of mental power allowed him to quickly adapt. Compared to Jiang Wang's calm and composed progress, the Defender Alliance was in a state of chaos and panic. Bang! A captain from the Shadow Corps slammed his fist on the table in anger. This is outrageous. If we fail to resist, we're all doomed. Xiao Yin, the leader of the Flame Demon Corps, cast a disdainful glance at the all-talk, no-action Shadow Corps captain and scoffed. Bold words require bold strength. If you can conquer even a third of the central region, I won't stop you from slamming the table. Hell, you can flip the whole thing over if you want. He had long been dissatisfied with the Shadow Legion's oppressive ways. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. A Shadow Legion member was just about to lash out when Tang Si, the leader of the Dandelion Alliance, stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, calm down. They said they wouldn't join us in the raid, but they didn't say they wouldn't cooperate altogether. We can still share intel when the time comes. Or do you guys want to fight side by side with the bugs? Tang Si then turned to Liang, the Shadow Legion representative. As for your leader, well, you know how it is. Their unique lordship traits mean they've already gone ahead to scout the core area. So, in the one meeting you big shots today. Liang immediately flashed a smooth smile. Tang Si, who had initially intended to exploit the situation, found himself reluctantly nodding in approval at this seamless explanation. All right, let's get to the point, Xiao Yan said, standing up and fixing his gaze on the map spread out before them. Since Jiang Wang insists on handling things himself, let's leave the southern core zone to him. The rest of the regions, we'll divide among ourselves. Who's picking first? Under Xiao Yan's watchful gaze, Tang Si hesitated for a moment before choosing the western region. Liang maintained his polite smile but refrained from making an immediate decision. Seeing this, Xiao Yan decisively claimed the northern region for himself. Before leaving, Xiao Yan added, one last thing, resources belong to whoever gets their hands on them first. The invasion is imminent, so let's set aside any grievances until afterward. I trust you two can keep your subordinates in check. He was well aware of the lingering feud between Jiang Wang and Li Hao. As Xiao Yan and his team exited the conference room, Tang Si's eyes briefly flashed with a cold glint. As a natural-born leader, he couldn't tolerate being addressed in such a tone. This subtle shift in his expression did not escape the keen observation of Liang, who had been quietly watching. As a series of battle directives and rules were published on the public channel, Jiang Wang also received details of his assigned area. Well, they've got some skills, he remarked with a satisfied smile, reviewing the well-structured battle plan. Relieved that no one was bothering him, he began preparing his own strategy for the upcoming campaign. In the alley outside the conference room, Liang pulled out a treasured pack of Chinese cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Tang Si. When the latter didn't respond, Liang simply smiled, lit one for himself, and took a leisurely drag. Smoke swirled in the air before gradually dissipating. Liang closed his eyes, savoring the rush of nicotine. Slowly, he opened them and glanced at Tang Si. Based on the guide's instructions, once the core area is cleared, resisting the invasion shouldn't be an issue. What are your plans after that? Tang Si's gaze hardened, and his tone turned cold. I don't think our relationship is close enough to discuss that. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. As he watched Tang Xi's retreating figure, Liang took a deep drag of his cigarette. I heard that after resisting the invasion, the plunder mode can be activated, also known as the slaughter mode. You're not interested in that either? Tang Xi paused mid-step. Liang continued, fire counters grass, but taking down a fire element lord yields higher rewards. Especially with class talent, it not only grants units fire resistance, but could even turn them into dual attribute lords. Tang Xi abruptly spun around, glaring at Liang. Where did you hear that? Was it Wang Tian? Wang Tian. Liang recalled his team leader and let out a dismissive laugh. He crushed the smoldering cigarette underfoot. That's none of your concern. You can verify it with the guide. I have some unresolved matters with Jiang Wang. If you agree, the fire element is yours, and the insect element is mine. With that, Liang turned and walked away. Just as he was about to leave the alley, Tang Xi's voice rang out behind him. How many people can you command? 70%. After a long silence, Tang Xi's voice came, resolute. Deal. Forces from all sides began to gather, preparing to launch an assault on the core area. On the battlefield, a massive giant ape collapsed under a barrage of piercing blades. Worker drones swiftly secured its body with their powerful mandibles and transported it back to the hive. Under Jiang Wang's immense mental control, the hive operated with precision and efficiency. He could simultaneously direct multiple squads in coordinated attacks, showcasing exceptional micromanagement skills. However, this real-time command battle also revealed a weakness of the insect swarm limited vision. Even during large-scale offensives, small blind spots remained. If an enemy utilized a lord's spatial abilities to hide within these gaps, they could deploy an army directly in the heart of the battlefield, posing a significant threat to the hive. Unfortunately, the current gene pool lacked any genetic traits capable of providing omnidirectional surveillance. Jiang Wang temporarily halted the offensive, opting instead to send small scout units of zerglings to probe the core area. Thanks to the worker drone's high efficiency, the hive's resources were abundant, allowing them to shift to a troop-building strategy. Under his command, incubation pools rose one after another. Every 10 minutes, a new batch of zerglings hatched. 40 minutes later, a system notification chimed. Ding, mutant zergling 1. Jiang Wang immediately opened his eyes, extending his mental presence across the hive. He quickly located a distinctive zergling. It had more muscular hind legs and unique webbed feet, with a much sturdier body overall. Unlike ordinary zerglings, which conserved energy while awaiting orders, this mutant specimen continuously slashed its claws and paced, ready for battle at any moment. When Jiang Wang's will descended, the entire swarm grew restless, but the mutant zergling went further. It suppressed the surrounding zerglings with a commanding presence, letting out a menacing roar. Let's call it the berserker zergling for now, Jiang Wang muttered as he ordered the ordinary zerglings to attack the mutant. The berserker zergling demonstrated extraordinary strength. Its leaps, attacks, and speed were nearly 3 times that of a regular zergling. Ultimately, it took the lives of 36 ordinary zerglings to bring the formidable mutant down. The ferocious zergling, even in its final moments, demonstrated an astonishing level of combat prowess. Its sharp claws pierced through the body of one zergling, while its razor-sharp fangs tore another apart. Witnessing this brutal scene, Jiang Wang felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. If such a unit could be mass-produced, its destructive potential would be unimaginable. The creep carpet swiftly began breaking down and absorbing the corpses of the fallen zerglings. Before long, complex genetic information was displayed before Jiang Wang. However, without Anna's annotations and explanations, these dense chains of genetic codes were as incomprehensible to him as an ancient script. He could only reassure himself, no rush, Anna would be back soon. Deciding to relax a bit, Jiang Wang opened the public chat screen. The conversations unfolding there brought a chuckle to his lips. Grilled lamb chops. Fresh off the fire. Where'd you get lamb? Share the location. Willing to pay big. I'm an animal type lord. This is my unit grows fast. No attack power, 100 organic. You're ruthless. Haha, this is killing me. I'm a plant type lord. How about I grow some veggies, and we start a restaurant together? 1. Count me in. My family's been grilling for 3 generations. Amused by the banter, an idea suddenly struck Jiang Wang. He had already collected most of the alien genetic material from the central region, and the energy extracted from the remains of dead creatures was far less efficient than mining minerals. Since many lords had units that couldn't participate in battles or earn points, why not trade alien carcasses for their units? In this village, the number of lords was immense, roughly estimated to be close to 100,000. Excluding the 20 who were self-sufficient combatants, there were still about 80,000 units available for trade. With this in mind, Jiang Wang immediately posted a message in the public chat. Everyone, this is Jiang Wang. If your units are unable to earn points normally, you can trade your units with me for points. I promise fair pricing, no tricks. The trade will take place tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the southern outskirts of the forest. The chat fell silent. Just as Jiang Wang began to think his offer might face resistance, someone hesitantly spoke up. Big boss, my lamb. Would you take it? Can I trade it for points? Of course. As long as it's a unit, they'll take it. Jiang Wang replied decisively. With the young shepherd's successful sale of his flock, a surge of non-combatants began flooding the public channel, offering their own units for trade. The entire marketplace buzzed with activity. This phenomenon caught Jiang Wang off guard, as he had been solely focused on farming monsters and amassing troops in the forest. Until now, everyone he'd encountered either possessed combat-ready units or owned battle-oriented lord spaces, leading him to believe that no one would willingly sell their units. The lamb chop guy's successful transaction was a wake-up call for Jiang Wang. True strength is always a rarity. If not for his extraordinary fortune of having dual-level talents, which made his starting territory's resources dozens of times more abundant than others, combined with the blessing of the Zerg Queen, he might have been relegated to watching from the sidelines. He could easily have ended up as one of those pitiable individuals earning meager points by hauling exotic beast corpses. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound broke through his thoughts. Jiang Wang turned to see fissures spreading across the crystalline shell. With the call of Master, Anna emerged from her cocoon, an overwhelming wave of psychic pressure radiating from her. This mid-tier juvenile Anna displayed intelligence at 30,100 and combat power at 120,500. Clumsily waving her antennae, she quickly withdrew her psychic pressure, her face a mix of shame and panic. In the Zerg genetic hierarchy, the Master was the supreme being. Any perceived disrespect could be seen as betrayal. Not bad. The quality and intensity of your psychic power are impressive, but you'll need more practice. Jiang Wang spoke gently, patting Anna on the head. This humanoid Anna, apart from her increasingly elegant chitin plates and antennae, could almost pass for a human girl. After settling her down, the two got straight to work. The Zerg seemed inherently designed for relentless efficiency, their focus on tasks erasing any unnecessary emotions. With Anna's assistance, Jiang Wang quickly deconstructed the genes of the Berserker Zerglings, uncovering their secret, a potent combination of adrenaline and corresponding enzymes. These substances kept the Zerglings in a perpetual state of frenzy, accelerating their physiological functions. While this reduced their lifespan, it posed no issue for the Zerg, whose reproduction rates far outpaced their mortality. Armed with sufficient data, Jiang Wang began mass-producing the Berserker Zerglings. He then turned his attention to evolving roaches and tanks. The system notifications came one after another. Evolution points 200. Evolution points 100. Evolution points 100. Evolution points 50. It was an unexpected windfall. Simply developing the corresponding enzymes and regulating adrenaline earned him 450 evolution points. Jiang Wang immediately allocated 100 points to upgrade his level talent, advancing it to a level 01000 and boosting unit training speed by 60. He distributed another 150 points to enhance the Zergling's reproduction LV30100, attack LV30100, devouring LV30100, and defense LV1420 capabilities. The remaining 200 points were invested in improving the worker drone's collection and transport abilities, raising both skills to LV3. By the time all this was done, night had fallen. Facing the next day's trade, Jiang Wang realized he had no exotic beasts to offer. Just as he was mulling over this dilemma, Anna stepped forward. Master, leave it to Anna. Anna is really strong now. Her courage was evident as her amethyst gold eyes stared at him with a mix of shyness and determination, her antennae quivering with excitement. Jiang Wang felt conflicted about Anna. Though the Zerg hierarchy dictated that everything existed as tools for the Master, the mental bond they shared made him think of this humanoid little queen more as a younger sister. He hesitated, unwilling to send her on such a task. Sensing her master's uncertainty, a wave of disappointment and despair rippled through Anna's psychic link. In her simple mind, his hesitation signified her inadequacy, her unworthiness to serve as his tool of fate, more terrifying than death for any Zerg. All right, I believe you can handle this task perfectly, right Anna? Jiang Wang finally relented. Anna brightened instantly, clinging to his approval like a lifeline. Her dim eyes sparkled with renewed determination. Master can absolutely trust Anna. Jiang Wang sighed, ruffling her hair affectionately. He couldn't help but wonder why the Zerg were so innately obsessed with work. Was this the birth of the ultimate workaholic? Shaking his head, he retreated to the comfort of his sofa. Despite his enhanced mental strength, the day's intense workload had left him drained. Meanwhile, with her master's trust and an indomitable will, Anna drove the entire Zerg hive into overdrive while Jiang Wang slept. Under the cover of night, squads of glowing orange-eyed creatures swept through the forest with astonishing speed. It wasn't until the next morning that Jiang Wang woke up, rubbing his aching temples as he slowly came to his senses. Originally, Jiang Wang had planned to wake up in the middle of the night to check on Anna's progress at work. However, Exhausted from the previous day, he unexpectedly fell into a rare deep sleep. Upon waking, he retrieved a prepared beef leg from his lord's space and began to devour it. Replenishing energy was key to restoring his mental strength. As he ate, Jiang Wang casually opened the public screen, only to be stunned by what he saw. The screen was flooded with comments from players. Jiang Wang is amazing, accompanied by an image of a mountain of exotic beast corpses. Wow, trading creatures from the core area? That's insane. Comparing myself to him is pointless. Sorry, giant demon. Can you believe it? I traded 2 sheep, 3 pigs, and 7 chickens for a flame demon tiger, with a screenshot of the trade. Me too. I exchanged various mushrooms and plants for 2 giant wolves, also with photo evidence. This little girl is way too adorable, followed by a screenshot. Jiang Wang stared at the screen in confusion. Wait, I haven't even left the nest. Who are you all trading with? Suddenly, he recognized the figure in the images. Isn't that Anna? Only then did he notice the time. 11:20 a.m. Anna, always attentive to his well-being, had maintained the perfect temperature and humidity in the core area of the insect nest, ensuring he had an exceptional sleep that lasted almost until noon. Master, Anna's voice called out from nearby. Jiang Wang glanced at Anna standing before him, then back at the images on the public screen. Puzzled, he asked, "Did you go out?" "No, that was the larvae," Anna replied, a glimmer of amusement in her large eyes. Watching her usually composed and powerful master look so flustered was unexpectedly entertaining for her. After confirming through their mental link, Jiang Wang let out a sigh of relief. Thinking back, it was funny Anna, the reclusive workaholic, whose greatest leisure activity was watching animated shows stored in his memory through their mental connection, would never voluntarily leave the insect nest. He quickly took over control of the larvae and began managing the trades remotely. At the same time, he posted a clarification on the public screen. If you like different appearances, she can change into other forms too. Before he could finish speaking, Anna's appearance began shifting to resemble Jiang Wang. In this unfamiliar world, he didn't want Anna to be exposed to the public eye. Who knew how others might react upon seeing her? Jiang Wang's recent sales event brought him an astonishing variety of troop genes, ranging from the most basic spores and elemental types to rare advanced units far surpassing his gains from the forest. This move caused an uproar on the public channel. What the heck? Did Jiang Wang just wipe out the entire forest? From the outskirts to the core, there's not a single beast in sight. Every trace of Zerg activity within a 10-mile radius has been completely wiped clean. Unbelievable. He didn't even leave us scraps to pick up. The channel was flooded with complaints, and soon, people began questioning Jiang Wang's motives for collecting others' troop genes. Conspiracy theories quickly took root. After we fend off the invasion, won't we be forced to exchange troop genes for points? Insect overlord? More like a parasite. By the time this is over, we might all just become his food supply. Amid the escalating negativity, Anna lowered her head in guilt. To prove her worth to her master, she had led a relentless assault the previous night with her swarm jumpers, evolved roaches, and tank units, decimating almost all the beasts in the mid-outer and parts of the core regions. Her antennae drooped weakly under the weight of her remorse. Seeing Anna's dejected state, Jiang Wang spoke softly to reassure her. These conspiracies and insults don't matter. He recalled his bedridden years, witnessing firsthand the complexities of human nature. He had seen devoted children who cared for their ailing parents for years, but also those who demanded bank account passwords on their deathbeds. When he was first diagnosed with his terminal illness, many scholars pitied him. Yet, as he achieved groundbreaking success even from his sickbed, those same people turned to envy and resentment. His very existence had cost many their reputations, wealth, and career opportunities. Anna, this is just how the world works, Jiang Wang continued. When you're weak, people may not pity you, but there will always be those who trample on you. When you're strong, not everyone will like you, but they will respect or fear you. Especially for us Zerg. He let out a wry chuckle. The sales event lasted until evening, drawing the attention of the guides. Did I hear correctly? This was orchestrated by an insect overlord? Yes, sir. Send someone to deliver him a business card. Make sure to leave a good impression. Meanwhile, Su Bo, the plant-type lord, was growing increasingly anxious. He had yet to locate Wang Tian or another's class talent. With only 2 days left until the invasion, every faction was scrambling to recruit top-tier talents. Despite the intensifying chatter on the public channel, Jiang Wang stayed focused on his plan. He continued transferring resources and troops to his lord's space as a contingency measure. It was then that Xiao Yan reached out to him via the private message function, which required point-based exchanges. Xiao Yan's message was straightforward. What's your plan after the invasion? Jiang Wang replied briefly, protect myself. Wait for extraction. I want to form an alliance with you, Xiao Yan said, locking eyes with Jiang Wang. If anything unexpected happens after the invasion is over, We stick together. What do you say? You're not afraid I'll double-cross you? Jiang Wang chuckled. Haha, give me a break. Xiaoyan waved dismissively. I have a good eye for people. Setting aside whether you even have the ability to pull something like that off, you're not the type to stoop to such low tactics. So, come on, just one word. Yes or no?
Yes.
Hearing Jiang Wang's concise and resolute response, Xiaoyan felt a bit of the tension in his chest ease. Though his elemental affinity was fire, it didn't mean he was rash or simple-minded. Quite the opposite, he prided himself on his sharp intuition, which rarely failed him. Lately, though, the persistent twitching of his right eyelid had left him restless. How's the progress? We're about to push into the central core region, Xiaoyan said as he strode out of the war room with purposeful steps. We need to speed up the campaign and secure the resources before anyone else does. Xiaoyan had never been the type of commander who gave orders from the safety of the rear. If someone had to charge forward, it might as well be him. Leading from the front was his style. Back in the war room, Tang Si stared intently at the battle monitor, his brows furrowed. Despite deploying a variety of troops, their advance was still painstakingly slow. Don't hold back on troop losses, he ordered. Anything that can be regenerated or recruited, throw it all into the front lines. We must pick up the pace. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, Liang stood alone, gazing at the neatly arranged ranks of shadow soldiers before him. A cruel smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The storm was brewing. Even the skies above the starter village had taken on an ominous blood-red hue. Everyone could feel the suffocating tension in the air. Crunch! Anna bit into a potato chip, her face lighting up as she looked at Jiang Wang. Delicious, right? Seeing Anna practically drooling over the snack, Jiang Wang chuckled and handed her the remaining chips along with 2 bottles of cola. These were products he had developed after acquiring numerous genetic enhancements. Thanks to the accelerated growth and genetic optimization provided by the hive, everything from the spicy, human-flavored chips made from potatoes to the fruit-flavored cola and crispy fried chicken was entirely organic and free of harmful additives. They didn't rely on hextech at all. What seemed like simple snacks actually granted him 1 evolution point per unit produced. While the individual gain was small, the sheer volume made it worthwhile. The two of them lounged on a plush sofa, savoring the rare moment of leisure. But suddenly, they both grew alert, turning their heads sharply toward a specific direction outside the hive. Anna's antennae twitched violently, and the entire hive instantly shifted into combat readiness. Jiang Wang's mental energy, amplified by the hive, expanded outward like a web, as if searching for something unseen. The ferocious zerglings swiftly formed a fan-shaped array in the direction Jiang Wang was observing, occupying a third of the entire region. Just moments ago, both Jiang Wang and Anna had simultaneously sensed a fleeting yet intense feeling of danger. Although this threat wasn't directly aimed at Jiang Wang, his very presence had heightened the entire hive's state of alert. About 500 meters outside the hive, 2 figures were engaged in conversation. That sensory capability is off the charts. The mental power must be at least 120, right? The combat strength of this unit is insane. I'd say it could easily reach dust tier level 6. Level 6? Look at the sheer numbers and their movement speed. These things are built for slaughter. It's got to be higher. How about we capture him? Maybe it'll get us a promotion? Forget it. Did you already forget what happened with Yi-chun? Thinking of that ruthless individual, the two involuntarily shuddered. They quickly deactivated their cloaking devices. The moment they appeared, the ferocious zerglings immediately surrounded them in a tight circle. Under the moonlight, the sharp blades of the zerglings glinted coldly. TCH, these are definitely dust tier level 7, Wang Wu muttered under his breath, staring at the menacing creatures. Li Qing pulled down his hood and called out loudly in the direction of the hive. Li Qing and Wang Wu, guides, here to meet brother Jiang Wang for an important discussion. Inside the hive, Jiang Wang was momentarily stunned when he recognized the familiar faces. It was highly unusual for guides to show up uninvited. Weren't they only responsible for guiding newcomers? After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Wang commanded the zerglings to open a path while the rest of the hive's inhabitants became increasingly active. At this moment, nearly all of Jiang Wang's strength was focused on controlling the hive. Aside from mental attacks, his physical capabilities were only marginally above those of an average person. Li Qing and Wang Wu, seeing the path leading directly into the hive, smiled and walked forward confidently. With their bronze tier level 5 strength, they could have infiltrated the hive undetected if they wanted to. Revealing their presence was merely a way of testing Jiang Wang. Under the moonlight, flanked by rows of zerglings, Jiang Wang awaited them at the end of the path, seated at a table he had prepared. Good to see you again, brother Jiang Wang, Li Qing greeted warmly, as if they were old friends reunited. To what do I owe the honor of your visit, esteemed guides? Jiang Wang asked directly, cutting to the chase. Li Qing and Wang Wu, feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity and ease in Jiang Wang's straightforwardness, exchanged a glance. It's nothing major. Judging by the setup of your hive, you should have no problem with the trial in the starter village. We're just curious, what are your plans after the trial? The two spoke in turns, revealing the purpose of their visit. Hearing this, Jiang Wang gestured for Anna to temporarily halt the process of transferring the hive to the Lord's space. What exactly are you suggesting? He asked. Li Qing slid a business card and a document across the table to Jiang Wang. This is the business card of the AIDS family. It can withstand one attack from anything below bronze tier level 9, which could significantly increase your survival rate during the trial. We've come here to invite you to join the AIDS family. Jiang Wang glanced at the card, recalling a similar card given to him by Aunt Li Shui in the Lord's space. Seeing him lost in thought, Li Qing added a small booklet to the pile. Our family values mutual consent. Even if you choose not to join us, we believe it's better to make friends than enemies. Take your time to consider. All we ask is that you give us an answer before leaving the starter village. This booklet contains an introduction to the Tianyuan world, which could give you an informational edge and help you better understand our family. Having delivered their message, the two prepare to leave. After all, with Yi Chen's incident as a cautionary tale, most factions now adhere to a better safe than sorry approach when recruiting new lords. Wait, Jiang Wang called out, stopping them in their tracks. Since you've come such a long way, I couldn't possibly let you leave empty-handed. Here are some snacks I've been experimenting with, please take them back and give them a try. As he spoke, he retrieved potato chips, cola, and fried chicken from his lord's space. Li Qing and Wang Wu exchanged a knowing smile and, after a bit of polite refusal, accepted the gifts. Haha, well, we can't take these without giving you something in return. Here's a little insider tip. The intensity of this invasion might be different from usual. Strengthen your hive's defenses, and make sure to secure the core area resources. As the two departed, Jiang Wang stood outside the hive, lost in thought. It wasn't until a cool night breeze brushed against his face that he finally snapped out of his reverie. Ever since Jiang Wang transmigrated to this world and became the ruler of the Zerg hive, he had been in a constant state of daze. It felt like living in a dream, vivid yet surreal, fragmented and disjointed. Because of this, he confined himself within the hive, rarely stepping outside. He feared that if he opened his eyes, he would once again find himself staring at the familiar white bedsheets and the sterile, medicine-scented hospital room. But this moment was different. For the first time, when he truly interacted with the people of this world, the tangible sense of reality filled him with both excitement and comfort. In that brief exchange just now, he felt, for the first time, that he had truly integrated into this world, as if all his thoughts suddenly became clear and unburdened. He took a deep breath, letting the fresh air fill his lungs, and then held it for a full minute. When he finally exhaled, his heartbeat sped up from the lack of oxygen pounded in his chest with striking clarity. Turning around, he noticed Anna standing beside him, though he hadn't realized when she had approached. Jiang Wang smiled and gently pulled her back toward the hive. Moments later, a series of commands rippled outward from the hive, spreading to every Zerg unit. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Meanwhile, the public channel buzzed with activity. Breaking news. The Zerg have started moving. The accompanying image showed a massive army of Zerglings marching in formation. They're acting now? Our Flame Demon Corps has already taken 2/3 of the territory. One post was accompanied by a picture of Xiao Yin, blazing with fire, his movements bold and commanding. Our Dandelion faction is also nearing 2/3 completion. Another commented, followed by someone wistfully adding, so envious of Dandelion. So many girls. It was true, plant and support-based lords were predominantly female for some reason, and Dandelion boasted a gender ratio of 3:7. Tang Si, their leader, was constantly surrounded by beautiful women. Suddenly, a video began circulating on the public channel, further tarnishing Jiang Wang's reputation. The footage showed a brutal clash between the Zerg and a pack of giant wolves. In mere moments, the Zerg tore through the wolves' defenses. Even under the leadership of their alpha, over 30 wolves fought valiantly, but were ultimately no match for the overwhelming force of the swarm. It was like an ant trying to stop a cart, utterly futile. Within seconds, the entire pack was annihilated by the Zerg's relentless charge. Worker drones swiftly collected the corpses of the Wolf King and the fallen Zerglings. The entire confrontation lasted no more than 30 seconds, and the 30+ wolves didn't even make a ripple in the tide of the Zerg. Watching this scene, the expressions of Xiao Yin and Tang Si darkened. Jiang Wang's display of power far exceeded their expectations. Meanwhile, Li Ong's eyes lit up, a glint of desire flickering within them. Jiang Wang was fully focused on commanding the swarm of Zerg, paying no attention to the chaos erupting on the public chat. His orders were simple and precise. Breach the core area with maximum efficiency and secure the resources. The guide's cryptic words hinted that this invasion was far from ordinary. Jiang Wang neither wanted nor could afford failure here. Meanwhile, Anna had already returned to the Lord's space, where she swiftly replicated a Zerg hive using larval power, activating a dual development strategy to maximize resource utilization. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the forest. The 7th Division of the Dandelion Unit went on high alert. Their captain, Jiang Wang, scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowed. The ground trembled with increasing intensity, accompanied by a blood-curdling roar. Several female team members crouched on the ground, pale with fear. The faint vibrations of dust on the ground hinted at the immense scale of the approaching beast horde, likely a massive counterattack from the core area. We're doomed. Someone cried out in panic. Then, the sound shifted to their rear. Jiang Wang spun around, only to witness a scene that would haunt him forever. Countless glowing, orange, lantern-like creatures hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Enemy attack, he shouted, but it was already too late. Fear consumed the entire squad, leaving them nearly paralyzed. The swarm of leaping Zerg closed in, their leaders gliding above the squad with hidden wings, while the rest split into two groups, bypassing the collapsed 7th Division instead of directly colliding with them. One panicked team member swung her staff wildly, unleashing water-based abilities in a desperate attempt to fight back. Jiang Wang acted quickly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the hysterical teammate flying several meters away, knocking her unconscious. Jiang Wang, controlling the swarm from afar, breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a breach of the strategic zone, but rather an unfortunate accident where the squad had strayed into his army's path. This scene, captured on video, caused an uproar on the public chat. The sight of the swarm, an overwhelming tide of Zerg filling the mountains and skies, left spectators in awe and terror. Comments poured in. If I were there, I'd lose my mind too. Captain Zhang's kick was brutal, but effective. If not for that kick, the entire squad might have been wiped out. Meanwhile, reports flooded in. The Zerg had reached the core perimeter and begun infiltrating the core area. Various factions scrambled to deploy scouts to monitor Jiang Wang's movements. Within the core area, the battlefield was littered with the bodies of leaping Zerg. A massive black rhinoceros stood in their path, its armored hide rendering the Zerg's sharp claws ineffective. Snorting aggressively, its blood-red eyes glared down at the swarm of insects. Jiang Wang ordered the Zerg to halt their assault. This colossal beast, with its thick armor, was impervious to their attacks. Suddenly, the swarm parted, creating 3 open lanes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 tank-like Zerg charged forward under Jiang Wang's command, ramming into the black rhinoceros with earth-shaking force. The beast staggered and eventually toppled over with a thunderous crash. 10 or so modified roaches dubbed Spitter Warriors, or toxic roaches, immediately unleashed streams of corrosive acid. These were Jiang Wang's latest innovation, an amalgamation of various genetic traits, equipped with enhanced glands to store and spray potent acid. The black rhinoceros writhed in agony, overwhelmed by the tank's relentless battering and the toxic roach's corrosive attacks. As its armor began to disintegrate, the leaping Zerg swarmed past, continuing their advance toward the core area. A small group of Zerg remained behind to finish off the beast, while worker drones moved in to disassemble and transport its remains. Back in the Zerg hive, Jiang Wang sat on a sofa, massaging his aching temples. He could have delegated the command, but doing so would have likely resulted in higher casualties and unacceptable cost, with a major battle looming just 2 days away. After a brief rest, the battle resumed. The Zerg displayed unparalleled efficiency. The black rhinoceros was dismembered in 10 minutes. A twin-headed tiger was slain shortly after. Several other formidable beasts fell in rapid succession. For most, these creatures, ranked dust tier 8 or 9, were terrifying enemies that demanded immense sacrifices to defeat. But Jiang Wang shattered those expectations, eliminating one after another with astonishing speed. To him, these beasts were more than obstacles. They were prime genetic material, life energy, and a means of survival. The 3 major raiding factions received simultaneous reports. Jiang Wang had surpassed their progress, and the gap was only widening. The man they once mocked now appeared unstoppable, capable of outpacing them all. The public chat exploded. With Jiang Wang, who cares about the invasion? This is insane. He needs to hand over 2/3 of his Zerg army. The Zerg are unbeatable. Jiang Wang is a legend. But what if he turns on us? Admiration and fear coexisted. Some sought Jiang Wang's protection against the invasion, while others feared his power, scheming to control him. Yet their hopes were destined to be futile. Like a swarm of locusts, the Zerg devoured everything of value. In just 2 hours, Jiang Wang had carved through the core area. Whether it was the swamp-dwelling crocodiles or the venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, all became nutrients for the Zerg's fungal mats. Finally, Jiang Wang located the target resources. Among the high-tech defense materials and coveted treasures sought by every lord, a glowing, jade-like rectangular tablet floated into the air, drifting toward Jiang Wang's position. He reached out instinctively to touch it. The tablet radiated a gentle warmth. It was a silver-tier artifact known as a fragmented primal stone. Its function was both simple and invaluable, nourishing the mind and accelerating mental recovery. As an item that directly enhanced spiritual power, it was nothing short of a priceless treasure. According to the guidebook, the current world of Tianyuan was divided into 9 levels: dust, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, and voidbreaker. Rumors spoke of realms beyond voidbreaker, but those lay far beyond Jiang Wang's reach for now. 2 hours later, the scene in the core area was suffocating. Teams of raiders arrived one after another, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the mountain of supplies piled on the ground. According to the original alliance agreement, the distribution ratio of resources was supposed to be 4 to 3 to 2 to 1, intended to motivate everyone to give their all in conquering the core region. But now, faced with the actual supplies, an eerie silence hung in the air. The Dandelion Alliance was the first to break the silence. Jiang Wang is undoubtedly strong, but we also gave it everything we had to get here. Could we get a little more? Their team, primarily composed of plant-type and support-type players, had the largest numbers but, arriving last, were entitled to the smallest share. Exactly, others chimed in. It's not fair for you to take such a huge portion by yourself. We have a lot of women on our team, shouldn't we split things more evenly? You only lost a few Zerg, but we lost so many people. Jiang Wang is already so powerful. He doesn't even need these supplies, does he? I can't even take on a tier 4 dust beast right now. The chat was flooded with similar sentiments. What started as calls for Jiang Wang to give up 10 of his share quickly escalated to demands for 20, and eventually, they insisted he forfeit all his rewards. The sheer audacity left even Jiang Wang, who had seen the worst of human nature, stunned. If not for the mysterious energy shielding the supplies, he would have already taken his rightful share and avoided this pointless bickering. As everyone arrived, the protective barrier slowly dissipated. Standing in the midst of the insect hive, Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes. The scene reminded him of corporate sponsorships back on Earth. The design of this protective shield was intriguing. It ensured that the supplies were preserved for the leaders, but it also seemed to deliberately sow discord. Its true purpose hinged on the leader's humanity. In the attic of the novice village, Elder Su and mid-level guides were observing everything through a virtual screen, with Li Qing and others standing in the corner. What will you do? This test wasn't just a measure of strength. It was a gauge of how leaders handled schemes, overt manipulation, and even despair. Jiang Wang was the focal point of their attention. Back in the core area, Tang Xi's vice captain suggested, how about this? We distribute the supplies equally among all the teams. After all, it's all for fighting the invasion, so it doesn't really matter how it's divided. Though seemingly reasonable, the proposal was a subtle manipulation of the situation. The vice captain of the Flame Demon squad immediately countered, why not just give everything to me then? Once I become invincible, I can protect all of you. Isn't that also fighting the invasion? His arm, still fractured from the final battle, was a testament to the effort it took for his team to claim second place. This sparked an explosion of arguments in the chat, with curses flying in every direction. Liang stepped in with a smile to mediate. Let's not lose our tempers. We didn't fight our way here just to argue, did we? Where's Wang Tian? Xiao Yin shot a cold glare at Liang. While others saw Liang as flawless, Xiao Yin couldn't stand his pretense. Hearing this, Liang's eyes reddened. Wang Tian, when we pushed deeper into the core region, he was surrounded by beasts. He was bitten by a venomous snake, and he didn't make it. He's dead? An S-class soldier with S-class talent, killed by a snake bite. Xiao Yin and Tang Xi frowned. Beneath Tang Xi's shock and sorrow lay a hint of suspicion. Liang now held almost complete control over the Shadow Squad's forces, powerful, loyal, and seemingly perfect, except for his incompetent younger brother. Yet, just days after striking a deal with him, Wang Tian was dead. Even Jiang Wang, still in the insect hive, sensed something was off. While casualties were inevitable in conquering the core area, the middle and upper ranks of the 3 raiding teams had mostly sustained injuries rather than fatalities. Yet, at this critical moment of resource distribution, such a significant death was announced, conveniently drowned out by the swirling emotions. Our boss gave his life for us. I failed him. I failed my brothers. A stocky man, standing at 510, broke down into uncontrollable sobs, stirring the suppressed grief in many hearts. After all, who among them hadn't lost comrades in battle? As soon as Tang Xi finished speaking, the female group members behind him burst into tears, their emotions overflowing uncontrollably. Even the tough, battle-hardened men from the Yinma group had reddened eyes. Jiang Wang, while deeply saddened by the loss of lives on an emotional level, was rational enough to realize that Li Ang's words had placed him squarely in the crosshairs of everyone's scrutiny. Why? Someone suddenly shouted. Jiang Wang didn't lose a single person, so why does he get to take 40% of the supplies? This outburst was like a spark igniting a powder keg, unleashing the suppressed emotions of everyone present. They didn't blame the deadly beasts responsible for the casualties. Nor did they care about the sacrifices and losses Jiang Wang's Zerg had endured. They even ignored his contributions during the battle. In this moment, Jiang Wang became the target of everyone's anger and resentment. If he has so many Zerg, why can't he share them with the team? Can't he at least think about the group? Amid the rising tide of accusations, Anna forcibly emerged from the Lord's space. Her adorable face was now filled with anger, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance, clearly unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. Looking at the aggrieved Zerg queen and sensing the wave of anger radiating from all his Zerg, Jiang Wang suddenly realized something. It wasn't that he was opposing these people. It was that they had chosen to stand against him. First of all, Jiang Wang's voice echoed through the core area via a signal receiver temporarily adapted from a larva. The noisy crowd began to quiet down, eventually falling into complete silence. I deeply mourn the loss of every life in this campaign, he began, his tone calm yet resolute. But their deaths were not caused by me. The strategy for this operation was jointly decided by all 4 factions, and everyone made their own choices. His voice carried a steady firmness as he continued. Secondly, I personally conquered the southern region and completed it first. According to the alliance agreement, I am entitled to 40% of the supplies. Out of my own will and to honor the fallen, I am willing to give 10% of my share to the families of the deceased. His tone then turned icy. But how I distribute my supplies is entirely my decision. I can choose to give, but you cannot take. Threatens will remain with me, and I will make the first selection. That's final. Who agrees? Who objects? As Jiang Wang's final words rang out, the Zerglings swiftly formed into battle-ready formations. Their glowing orange-eyed eyes radiated a bloodthirsty menace, locking onto every person present with an unyielding and predatory gaze. A heavy silence engulfed the vast core area. Thousands of people were intimidated by Jiang Wang's resolute stance, their breathing becoming cautious and subdued. Several squad leaders squinted, observing the restless Zerg army, lost deep in thought. I agree. Xiao Yan's voice pierced through the night. It wasn't just because of the secret alliance he had formed with Jiang Wang, but also for the comrades who had fallen on the day of the invasion. Although he had personally led the charge, his men were just ordinary people who had recently crossed over, unlike Tang Xi's team, which primarily consisted of support and healing specialists. The Yanma squad had paid a heavy price in their fight for second place. The 10% of resources Jiang Wang offered was just enough to ease his predicament. Tang Xi and Liang stared at Xiao Yan, who had just spoken, their expressions grave. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. I disagree. Li Hao stepped forward from behind Liang. Although we signed an agreement, you weren't present at the time. To be precise, the agreement was meant for the 3 factions, and you weren't one of them. Considering your contributions, I think allocating you 10% of the resources personally is sufficient. Only when everyone grows stronger can we truly be strong. Li Hao's face flushed with fervor as his impassioned speech struck at Jiang Wang's perceived weakness. Is this your stance? The anthropomorphic larva representing Jiang Wang stared into the darkness, directly addressing the silent Liang. After a brief pause, Jiang Wang spoke expressionlessly. Understood. He then turned to Tang Xi. And you? Tang Xi pondered for a moment before flashing his signature smile. I think we should transport the resources back to the novice village first, then sit down and discuss this slowly. Wait. Step back. Liang suddenly shouted at Li Hao, who was closest to the Zerg swarm. With a sharp sound, a Zergling's blade-like appendage pierced through Li Hao's barely healed shoulder blade in an instant. His agonized scream echoed through the night. In that case, let's fight. Jiang Wang's voice resonated across the battlefield. From within the Zerg hive, he severed his connection to the larva and fully immersed himself in commanding the swarm. The Zerg had no need for compromise. Their master had no need for compromise either. As the will of the hive descended, the entire swarm became frenzied. In the blink of an eye, Zerglings charged toward Liang, Tang Xi, and their teams. Their crimson compound eyes glinted with bloodlust under the moonlight. Tanks crashed down from the sky, shaking the ground with their impact. The anthropomorphic larva stood at the center of the Zerg army, locking eyes with Xiao Yan, who was caught in a dilemma. Xiao Yan clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly before finally letting them fall in defeat. Couldn't risk the lives of his brothers, nor could he bring himself to raise his blade against humanity. The battlefield was filled with the dull thuds of blades tearing into flesh, the dying shrieks of Zerglings, and the anguished cries of humans. Blood soaked every inch of the forest floor. Back in the novice village, Su Ba's subordinates were stunned by Jiang Wang's uncompromising Demianorno discussions, no hesitation, and absolutely no concessions. Doesn't he remind you of someone? Su Bo said, a trace of excitement in his voice. You mean, Yi Chun? Send word outside. Do whatever it takes to win him over and maintain good relations with him. And make sure everyone here keeps their mouths shut. Meanwhile, the battle in the core area raged on. Li Hao lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. The The crowd's initial reactions of shock and disdain had turned into fear and panic. Facing the Zerg, this relentless killing machine, they finally came to terms with reality. When the strong are no longer bound by morality, they become even more terrifying. Days of battle experience seemed feeble and insignificant against the carefully selected combat genes of Jiang Wang's swarm, as fragile as infants facing a beast. Stop. We can negotiate. Tang Si shouted toward the larva, releasing a wave of glowing green grass to hold off the Zerg. His hidden weapons were useless in this situation. Continuing the fight would result in nothing but heavy losses. From within the hive, Jiang Wang coldly observed everything. Worker drones busily transported the resources, leaving 30% in front of Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin looked at the resources before him, then at the larva representing Jiang Wang across the battlefield. His expression conflicted. He had underestimated Jiang Wang's determination. Initially, he had planned to join and assist Jiang Wang after securing 20% of the resources. But now, seeing the suffering around him, he could only shake his head in resignation. He led his men to collect their share and retreated swiftly. After confirming that the resources had been transported, Jiang Wang began an orderly withdrawal as well. At Jiang Wang's command, the swarm of cockroaches in the rear unleashed a synchronized spray of venom and corrosive acid, forming a lethal barrier before Liang and Tang Si. This was not only a move to cover their retreat, but also a silent warning any reckless action would result in the venom targeting their backs without hesitation. The battlefield was filled with the harrowing sounds of screams, tearing through the air. "Help me! I beg you!" Desperate cries echoed endlessly. This was the brutal reality of war. Casualties were inevitable. The insect swarm had begun its journey back, and the strategic arrangements around the hive were complete. Inside the hive, Jiang Wang lowered his gaze, burdened with a heavy heart. Despite his efforts to minimize large-scale casualties, too many lives had still been lost to the swarm lives taken under his command. Anna could feel Jiang Wang's inner turmoil and struggle, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a long silence, a heavy sigh escaped Jiang Wang's lips, as though releasing all his suppressed emotions. As a human, his actions might seem merciless, but as the ruler of the insect swarm, his decisions were not wrong. If there was fault, it lay in the cruel reality of this survival-of-thefitist world. Liang and Tang Si looked back at the scene of wailing survivors and the plundered supplies, their eyes filled with fear but, above all, seething rage. "Jiang Wang, you dare slaughter your own kind for resources. You're a butcher despised by both gods and men. You will meet a miserable end." The Shadow Guild immediately declared a complete severance with Jiang Wang, branding him as an enemy and an outsider. All members of the Shadow Guild shall regard Jiang Wang as a mortal foe. This enmity will not go unavenged. The Dandelion Alliance quickly followed with their own statement. "Due to Jiang Wang's ruthless slaughter of his own people, devoid of humanity, we hereby declare him a blood enemy. This grudge is irreconcilable. Jiang Wang, you will pay the ultimate price for this." As the news spread, public channels erupted with outrage. Yet, those who had survived the battle remained eerily silent. When the swarm's scythes sliced through their chests, they had come to understand a grim truth. This was not Earth. In this world, strength was the only foundation for survival. Liang stood over Li Hao's lifeless body, expressionless. Despite having dispatched shadow soldiers for reinforcements, they had arrived too late. Jiang Wang may not have cared about Li Hao's fate, but Anna, acting as his advisor, had etched the man's face into her memory with disdain. She sent 3 Zerglings to finish him off, one to sever his head, another to pierce his heart, ensuring that Li Hao was utterly devoid of life. Liang gently placed his hand on Li Hao's cold, lifeless body. A faint glow emanated from his palm, and soon, he gained his second ability, a martial arts lordship of grade A. At that moment, he finally faced a harrowing truth. Wang Tian's death was not caused by the venomous snake. Instead, it was Liang himself who had pierced Wang Tian's heart from behind in his relentless pursuit of an Scrade unit. He was the one Su Bo had been tirelessly searching for, the last Scrade talent holder, known as the Devourer. This ability granted him the power to devour the units or talents of others up to 3 times. As Liang gazed at his brother's lifeless body before him, memories surged like an unstoppable tide. The two had relied on each other since childhood, surviving through murder, theft, and kidnappings together. His brother, who was always loud and protective, never allowing anyone to bully him, now lay silently before him. Liang had the opportunity to gain a more powerful talent, yet he chose to devour his brother's abilities instead. Though his brother was reckless and naive, the moment death became real, Liang's ambitions dissolved into an overwhelming loneliness. Absorbing his brother's power felt like the only way to slightly ease that solitude. After carefully laying his brother's body to rest, Liang led the remaining injured and deceased back to the novice village. Tang Si, having reassured everyone, also started his journey back, but he kept a cautious distance from Liang's shadow group. Xiao Yin had returned earlier and used the remaining resources to construct defensive fortifications. He was acutely aware that his inaction had tied him irrevocably to Jiang Wang's camp, leaving any explanation meaningless. Supplies from various factions quickly arrived. The cutting-edge technology of the mechanical empire, the runes and charms of the elemental empire, and even fruits that could enhance power were all provided without delay. Once everything was in place, Leon and Tang Si finally appeared in the distance. Xiao Yin clenched his fists tightly, and the entire Flame Demon group was on high alert, ready for any potential conflict. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Leon simply carried his brother's remains into the village without a word, his expression blank. There was no rage, no accusations, only an eerie silence that hung in the air. The villagers, though already aware of the situation, were still moved to tears when they saw the injured and the fallen in person. They erupted in anger, condemning Jiang Wang's actions. But amidst the clamor of curses, a different voice suddenly emerged. Someone quietly asked, if everyone had followed the established rules for distribution, could this outcome have been avoided? Though soft, the question struck like a needle, piercing the hearts of those consumed by anger. Arguments broke out instantly. Are you kidding me? Have you sold your conscience along with your skewers? Can't you see all this death and destruction? If it weren't for your selfish greed, would we even be in this mess? Yeah, I agree. 1. The skewer trio refused to back down. Oh, please? Who isn't a keyboard warrior these days? I bet you're just Jiang Wang's lackey. You're not even worthy of being his lackey's flea. Yeah, sure. I sell skewers, and you get slaughtered. For trade. Huh? In the midst of the chaos, voices supporting Jiang Wang began to surface. A furious logistics worker finally snapped, shouting, what did Jiang Wang do wrong? Do any of you combatants treat us like human beings? The Shadow Group forced us into dangerous scouting missions, costing us 12 support teams. The Dandelion faction sacrificed us just to protect their units. Jiang Wang is the only one who treated us as equals. His words plunged everyone into silence. The pain in the logistics workers' eyes was unmistakable, a deep, sorrowful truth. Yes, combatants' lives were valued, but did that mean the lives of support personnel were worthless? Memories of past injustices replayed in everyone's minds like a film, each instance now starkly illuminated in their collective consciousness. On the public chat screen, a heated debate about Jiang Wang was in full swing. Jiang Wang's decision to exchange the corpses of exotic beasts for points had sparked intense discussions. Some support personnel stepped forward with firm arguments. Without these point exchanges, many people might have starved to death or fallen victim to exploitation by major teams. The simple yet powerful phrase, remember the hand that feeds you, kept flashing across the screen, gradually drowning out the previously overwhelming voices of condemnation. As the supportive messages continued to refresh, Jiang Wang felt a ripple in his heart. Once a prominent figure in Earth's scientific and business circles, he deeply understood the survival rule that only the ruthless can preserve their assets and lives. Now, as the ruler of the Zerg, he knew even more keenly that cold indifference was the key to a species' survival. Yet at this moment, those usually light-hearted and often dependent support personnel seemed like a ray of warm sunlight piercing his solitary heart. Xiao Yin spoke up in a timely manner to mediate. Leave past disputes for after we've driven out the invaders. The urgent task now is to unite and overcome this crisis together. He was well aware that if tensions between combatants and support personnel were left unchecked, resisting the myriad races would become a futile dream, tantamount to surrendering without a fight. In the village chief's attic, Su Bo watched the ongoing argument on the public screen and asked those around him, what do you think? The group, shaped by their experiences in a survival-off-theftist world, fell into silence. It wasn't until Li Qing spoke up from the back of the crowd that the quiet was broken. The justice and kindness of the weak are meaningless. Oh, go on, Su Bo said with interest. Under the gaze of the many influential figures present, Li Qing straightened his clothes and stood tall. But if they can resonate with the strong, they become the best weapon and investment. Ha, well said. Su Bo's sharp eyes scanned everyone in the room. So, choosing the right side is crucial. Taking this opportunity, he reiterated his warning to those present. Do not betray, do not harbor dissent, and above all, do not leak anything about what happens here. In the suffocating tension, the moment of departure for the guide finally arrived. As a pillar of light flared, Li Qing waved goodbye to Jiang Wang. See you in the Tianyuan world. With a blinding flash, his figure dissolved into the fabric of the primal world. See you in the Tianyuan world, Jiang Wang murmured softly, watching as the last glimmer of light faded away. Beneath a crimson sunset, the day of invasion officially began. Dark clouds loomed over the horizon, and the storm threatened to break. Raindrops pattered against the blackened barrels of cannons, dampening the crowd standing ready for battle. Deep within the forest, the fabric of space was violently torn apart by countless ebony claws, unleashing a swarm of monstrous creatures. This was not only a catastrophe for the human lords, but also a feast for the myriad races. The primal world, in granting humans their dominion, had secretly marked its price. The myriad races themselves were that price. Those unworthy of their power would inevitably become fodder for the swarm. Jiang Wang chose to station himself in the southern forest rather than return to the novice village. It wasn't out of disdain, but because he had declined Liang and Xiao Yan's offer to join forces. A wise man avoids standing under a crumbling wall, and Jiang Wang trusted his own judgment above all else. Here, Jiang Wang, stationed on the outskirts of the novice village, was the first to sense the impending threat. He immediately issued a warning, aiming to safeguard the support personnel. Lord, the scouts report that the myriad races have breached the core regions and are advancing simultaneously toward both the novice village and the insect hive, Anna reported with a grave expression. It seems they know the exact locations of all our forces. Even before the retreat to the novice village, Jiang Wang had instructed the worker drones to set up various traps around the insect hive. Combining modern weaponry knowledge with the unique characteristics of the Zerg, he had developed defensive measures such as corrosive mushrooms, spike traps, and toxic mist sacs. When the army of the myriad races arrived, a dozen beasts triggered the traps first, becoming engulfed in green slime. The horrifying aspect of this substance lay in its spores, which spread through the bloodstream and ultimately transformed the host into a massive, grotesque fungal creature. Scatter! Roared a massive black tiger, one of the leaders of the invading forces. The beast horde quickly dispersed, but not before nearly 10,000 creatures succumbed to Jiang Wang's traps. On the walls of the novice village, hundreds of cannons unleashed a deafening barrage. However, the myriad races had anticipated this. They deployed a dozen colossal tortoises, each projecting a shimmering blue barrier to shield against the assault. Watching this unfold, Tang Si clenched his fists tightly. Reload. Ready. Fire. Xiao Yan barked orders as he noticed fractures forming in the barriers. The relentless cannon fire eventually claimed 8 of the giant tortoises before the myriad races seized their opportunity to counterattack. Charge. For evolution and awakening. The black tiger's roar echoed like thunder as it surged forward, a streak of shadow hurtling toward the novice village. The battle had only just begun. The azure Shin bird and the crimson giant ape stared in shock at the overwhelming swarm of Zerg forces before them. According to the map displayed in their minds, this area was supposed to contain only a single human target. They had assumed that dispatching a small squad would suffice for the hunt. Yet, without even a ripple of resistance, the entire squad vanished silently. Soon after, an entire team met the same fate, culminating in the catastrophe that now unfolded before their eyes. Shin bird glanced around, her gaze falling on the battle-worn beasts behind her. Her expression grew increasingly grim. She dared not dwell on the ordeal they had just endured. The hardship of this journey rivaled if not surpassed that of the Black Tiger's trek to the novice village. Along the way, they had encountered a massive pit filled with corrosive mushrooms, traversed a canyon shrouded in toxic mist and swollen sacs, and constantly evaded ambushes from burrowing spine crawlers. By the time the 20 million-strong allied forces reached the Zerg stronghold, half their numbers had been lost, and they had yet to face the true enemy. Though reinforcements were still arriving, the current casualty rate and speed of deaths had already pushed the allied forces to their breaking point. Shin Bird's heart pounded uneasily as she looked toward the Zerg hive and the swarming insects in the distance. Tentatively, she suggested to the giant ape, "Perhaps we should wait for more reinforcements?" The giant ape, however, was beyond reason, his mind clouded by the torment of relentless traps. Ignoring her words, he turned to the remaining allied warriors and let out a thunderous roar. The allied races never fear. Warriors charge. With a deafening battle cry, countless beast warriors surged forward in a furious charge, following their leader into the fray. The giant ape, with his formidable defenses, crushed every spine crawler in his path, his massive frame carving out a safe passage for the beast forces behind him. Together, they successfully broke through the spike defenses. Inside the Zerg hive, Jiang Wang observed the scene with calm detachment, meticulously noting the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents. He remained composed, for the true battle was only just beginning. At the command of their overlord, countless frenzied Zerglings unsheathed their razor-sharp blades and launched a ferocious counterattack against the invaders. Shin Bird soared into the air, surveying the battlefield below. The diverse allied forces clashed violently with the dark tide of Zerglings, like two raging torrents colliding in the heart of the battlefield. Severed limbs flew, and blood splattered in all directions, as the tide of battle swayed back and forth. Though the allied forces charged with unrelenting momentum and morale, the Zerg relied on their deadly weaponry and fearless resolve to halt the advance. From the rear, corrosive roaches spewed waves of acidic liquid, while the allied forces retaliated with equal ferocity. Giant fire-spewing centipedes and frost-wielding water serpents launched successive assaults. Suddenly, A thunderous rumble echoed across the battlefield as massive figures descended from the sky. The arrival of the tank units was like unleashing a horde of rampaging beasts into the fray, instantly disrupting the enemy's formation. With their exceptional defensive capabilities and powerful hind legs, the tanks threw the allied forces into disarray, leaving them momentarily at a loss. A crimson-furred giant ape let out a thunderous roar as it rose to its full height, pounding its massive arms against its chest and bellowing at the tank ahead. All around it lay the twisted, mangled corpses of zerglings it had crushed or smashed with its own hands, forming a grotesque mountain of insectoid remains. The ape's body was covered in wounds, blood streaming down its fur, a clear testament that the battle was far from effortless despite appearances. With long, powerful strides, the giant ape charged toward the tank, which braced itself for the impending clash. Boom! Bang! The two forces collided, but to everyone's shock, the tank was sent flying through the air by a single devastating punch from the ape, tracing a wide arc before crashing down. From within the insect hive, Jiang Wang stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief as he witnessed the scene. Boom! The tank landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Struggling to rise from the massive crater it had created, the tank barely moved before the giant ape pounced onto its back. With fists raining down like a torrential storm, the ape hammered the tank's head repeatedly until blood splattered everywhere, and the machine lay motionless, completely destroyed. Victorious, the giant ape stood tall and unleashed an earth-shaking roar toward the insect hive. The surrounding beasts echoed the cry in unison, their collective voices forming a deafening chorus that seemed to proclaim their strength and fearlessness to their enemies. From within the hive, Jiang Wang listened to the deafening roars, his eyes narrowing coldly. "Show off," he muttered dismissively. But the insect swarm was not so easily intimidated. Under the command of their overmind, they surged forward with unwavering resolve, ready to fight to the last. Venomous bugs, blade-wielding insects, and tank-like creatures swarmed toward the giant ape, giving it no chance to catch its breath. At that moment, a Xian bird descended from the heavens, diving with precision. A blast of icy breath froze the mountainous swarm of insects in place, followed swiftly by a searing jet of flames. The combined forces of ice and fire reduced the armored tanks and frenzied zerglings alike to shattered fragments. At the center of the destruction, the giant ape stood enveloped in blazing demonic flames, a testament to its perfect synchronization with the Xian bird. However, Jiang Wang noticed something amiss. The Xian bird, having completed its attack, seemed fatigued as it ascended, its movements less fluid than before. Watching the ape, now resembling a demonic god, Jiang Wang sneered. "Fine, so you think you're indestructible, huh?" Rows of massive artillery barrels were rolled into position. Jiang Wang, controlling half of the resource reserves, unleashed them all at once. Boom, 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 boom. The artillery fire blanketed the battlefield, targeting not just the giant ape but also the beasts rallying behind it. High above, the Xian bird watched the devastation below, filled with both concern and helplessness. She knew the giant ape was already at its limit, its fiery aura a desperate attempt to boost morale. Given just a few minutes of respite, it could recover quickly thanks to the demonic flames. But Jiang Wang's relentless assault left no room for reprieve. After 3 rounds of bombardment, toxic cockroaches surged forth, releasing deadly spore clouds. A green mist quickly engulfed half the battlefield. The Xian bird let out a piercing cry of warning from above. "No! Scatter now!" But it was too late. Retreat. The Xian bird had no choice but to abandon the encircled giant ape, leading the remaining beasts not caught in the toxic clouds to a hasty retreat. Within the poison-laden mist, anguished and furious cries rang out, but the outcome was inevitable death. When the toxic fog finally dissipated, the battlefield was littered with grotesque fungal growths made of flesh and blood. The giant ape, having burned away the surrounding spores with its demonic flames, had miraculously survived, but its fate was sealed. Its limbs were severed by zerglings, and its incapacitated body carried back to the hive by worker drones. According to Li Qing's intelligence, this invasion of the myriad races was unlike any before, and the fate of the giant ape had become critically important. The worker drones tirelessly transported corpses and flesh fungus back to the hive. Despite the creep spreading over a kilometer wide, it was still insufficient to accommodate the sheer number of bodies, on the horrific scale of the battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, with Anna's assistance, continued his work of genetic restructuring and fusion. Elsewhere, near the novice village, a black tiger broke through the elemental zone, charging toward the city walls. Li Ang's hands glowed red, while Tang Xi's green luminescent herbs attempted to hinder its advance. Faced with the ferocious tiger, chaos erupted atop the walls. Xiaoyan acted decisively, his body engulfed in flames as he leapt from the battlements. Fire danced in his palms, transforming into a massive phoenix that streaked toward the black tiger. The black tiger's entire body emanated a dark, eerie glow as it forcefully endured the attack. Amidst the sizzling sounds, even with the glow as a barrier, the scorching flames still managed to sear its fur. It shook its body vigorously, trying to extinguish the clinging fire, its piercing gaze fixed on the human lord before it. Xiao Yin watched as the deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest gradually healed under the restorative power of the flames, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. If it weren't for his strength talent, the fire god's blessing, and his immediate activation of the strongest fire god form, he would have likely met his end just moments ago. Seeing its attack fail, the black tiger's body shimmered with the eerie glow and vanished in an instant. As the leader, it had charged ahead, intending to use its racial abilities to swiftly eliminate a human lord and create chaos on the city walls. Once the city defenses fell into disarray, the myriad races could seize the opportunity to overrun the novice village. However, things didn't go as planned. It hadn't anticipated encountering a rare elemental-type lord who had already activated their elemental form. If it had faced Liang or Tangxi instead, its scheme might have succeeded. Back among the beast horde, the black tiger panted heavily. Activating its spectral glow twice in a single day, even for just an instant, was already an overwhelming burden for its juvenile form. Attack the city. Test their strength. Retreat if necessary, the black tiger commanded with a deep growl. At its order, the beast horde surged forward, charging toward the city walls in waves. As the vanguard force, their mission wasn't necessarily to capture the city, but to probe the enemy's capabilities and gather critical intelligence for subsequent attacks. The siege lasted only an hour before coming to an end. It was clear that continuing the assault without making progress would only increase their casualties, inadvertently giving the defenders an opportunity to train and strengthen their forces. Back at the myriad races encampment deep in the forest, the black tiger's expression darkened as it received a report from Suanio. The news was grim. The giant ape, a creature so powerful that even the black tiger itself would struggle to defeat it, was now missing its fate unknown. And this was despite Zuanio's assistance. The duo, renowned for their combined strength, could even hold their own against a bronze-tier lord. The first day's battle had been shocking. Nearly 15,000 troops from the myriad races were lost, along with a leader. And all of this devastation had been caused by a single human insect lord? Including the losses suffered en route, such casualties were virtually unheard of in the history of invasions into the primal realm. Typically, on invasion days, the myriad races would suppress humanity, forcing them to retreat and cower within their novice villages for 3 days until the invasion concluded. This time, however, the situation was completely reversed. The overall strength of the novice village was average aside from the elemental body user. Their firepower and other defenses were relatively weak. The real variable was the insect lord in the southern forest. The black tiger pondered briefly before pinpointing the critical issue. If not for a specific strategy, the two sides were likely at odds with each other. As for other possibilities, it had no time to dwell on them. A glint of cunning flashed in its eyes. It had already devised a brilliant plan. On his first hunt, his mentor had imparted a crucial lesson. To capture the mighty bull, one must first toy with the calf, provoking the bull into an enraged charge, thus creating the perfect opportunity to subdue it. At present, the myriad beasts of the enemy had pulled back entirely, regrouping as they awaited reinforcements. The number of beasts entering this time had reached a staggering 120,000, a 20 increase from previous incursions. Among them, the vanguard consisted of 50,000, with an additional 70,000 troops en route. For commanders were expected to arrive in full force by the early hours of the next day. Back at the novice village, the tension had noticeably eased. Xiao Yan's astonishing display of strength earlier in the day, coupled with the less aggressive assault from the beasts, had brought a rare moment of relief to everyone. The public chat was filled with accolades for Xiao Yan. Captain Xiao is something else. You should have seen him today, standing atop the city walls, engulfed in flames, facing down that massive black tiger. It was like witnessing a god descend to the mortal realm. I wish I could have seen it myself. Captain Xiao, I want to have your babies. To the person above, Captain Xiao likes people, not monkeys. The cheerful chatter was abruptly interrupted by a question. What do you think is happening on Jiang Wang's side? The fighters wasted no time in voicing their disdain for Jiang Wang. If he's dead, all the better. It's just a shame about all the resources wasted on him. I'd rather he stay alive. At least he can keep drawing the beast's fire away from us. From the prefixes attached to the speaker's usernames, it was clear that most of these sharp remarks came from combat personnel. Even though the logistics team generally supported Jiang Wang, during such intense times, they had no choice but to bow to the fighters' dominance. This imbalance of power was evident everywhere. Li Jin, a munitions loader, was berating Zhao Lu, a logistics worker massaging his shoulders. Damn it, we risk our lives out there, and we still have to protect you useless scum. You all love Jiang Wang so much, why doesn't he come and save you? With that, Li Jin kicked Zhao Lu and spat on him. As Li Jin raised his hand, ready to strike Zhao Lu, Xiao Yan's voice rang out from the city wall, halting him in his tracks. That's enough. Watching Zhao Lu walk away with a defeated expression, Xiao Yan could only sigh in frustration. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Jiang Wang was engrossed in his own tasks. After confirming that the novice village was safe, he immediately focused on gene fusion and interrogating the giant ape. Using 3,000 evolution points, he upgraded both of his dual talents to level. Proliferation level, 0 points. Increases cultivation, construction, and hatching speeds by 100. Evolution level, 0 points. Enhances the host's physical evolution, deepens troop evolution, provides a chance to foresee evolutionary pathways, and boosts the acquisition of evolution points. He then upgraded his Zerglings to level 5 and allocated the remaining points to the roaches. To his surprise, the roaches, as ranged units, required 50 evolution points per level 30 more than the Zerglings. Shifting his focus to the interrogation, Jiang Wang's mental energy turned into fine needles, piercing into the giant ape's mind. The creature initially feigned ignorance, responding only with roars, but under the relentless mental torment, it soon revealed its ability to speak human language. Eventually, under Jiang Wang's gentle and compassionate questioning, it divulged all the information it knew before Jiang Wang ended its life decisively. By absorbing the ape's genes, Jiang Wang unlocked a significant ability: demonic flame. This power could be used as a weapon to incinerate enemies, or as a means of rapidly regenerating his own injuries and stamina, with a limit of 2 uses per day. However, when he attempted to integrate the demonic flame into the Zergling's genes, an unprecedented phenomenon occurred: the Zergling's genetic structure completely collapsed, leaving no trace behind. As Jiang Wang pondered this unexpected failure, Anna, seeing that her master had not issued any new commands for some time, took the initiative to organize the troops and set up traps. The research on the demon flame gene had plunged Jiang Wang into a predicament. He divided the demon flame into 100 portions, experimenting with injecting them into different genetic chains one by one. The results, however, were disappointing. The worker bee gene collapsed instantly, the cockroach gene could only withstand 3 portions before breaking, and the tank gene barely held up to 8 portions before failing. Turning to the larva gene, Jiang Wang maintained his patience. 1 portion, 2 portions, 3 portions. It remained relatively stable even up to the 99th portion. However, at the instant the 100th portion was injected, the seemingly endless genetic chain collapsed entirely. This outcome left him deeply frustrated, rendering 6 hours of effort completely in vain. The daily operations of the hive had already been handed over to Anna. Previously, Jiang Wang had personally commanded battles, but it was solely to set a benchmark for Anna. Watch closely. This is the minimum standard, he had said. This nearly impossible standard almost drove Anna to her breaking point. Fortunately, her exceptional learning ability allowed her to now reach 80% of Jiang Wang's level. Exhausted, Jiang Wang lay on the couch with a cooling primal stone on his forehead. Habitually, he scanned the hive, ambush points, and trap locations in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed something intriguing. A damaged tank was rapidly recovering under the treatment of a larva. The larva's healing method was simple and direct. Minor injuries were sealed with silk, while major ones necessitated the larva's self-sacrifice. This particular larva burrowed into the tank's body, and within just 10 seconds, aided by the energy from the creep, the heavily damaged tank was restored to its original state. This discovery lit up Jiang Wang's eyes. If larvae could withstand genetic modifications, could they carry and transfer the genes into other insect forms when they merged? The highly efficient hive immediately prepared everything needed for experimentation. The results showed that when a larva carrying the demon flame merged with a crippled tank, the tank's tolerance for the demon flame increased from 8 portions to 28. However, exceeding this dose caused an immediate collapse, reducing the tank to a lifeless mass of flesh. This limit of 28 portions remained constant regardless of the severity of the tank's injuries. Although all insect types displayed increased demon flame tolerance through larva integration, Jiang Wang ultimately decided to seal away the demon flame gene. The reason was simple: it was too resource-intensive. The resources required to produce a single larva carrying the demon flame could instead hatch 32 Zerglings, 8 cockroaches, or 4 tanks. For the marginal benefits of regeneration and burning capabilities, it simply wasn't worth the cost. However, this didn't mean Jiang Wang had given up on advanced gene research, just lacked the necessary conditions for now. As Jiang Wang drifted into sleep, the core area of the hive had already gathered a dense swarm of beasts. The colossal hands capable of tearing through space slowly withdrew. The beast horde had reached the primal realm's capacity limit. Deploying any more would result in catastrophic losses. As the spatial rift sealed shut, 4 distinct beast leaders emerged at the forefront of the horde: the twin-headed dog, the gale wolf, the blazing bull, and the earth-shaking elephant. If a guide were present, they would undoubtedly be stunned by the lineup for this invasion. These leaders were all from the upper-tier races of the myriad clans, with the earth-shaking elephant standing among the very pinnacle. Though still in their juvenile forms, this configuration rivaled the strongest in history. I heard the giant ape's fate remains uncertain, the twin-headed dog asked indifferently, gazing at the Suanio legion in the distance. Useless, the earth-shaking elephant sneered. Hiss, why hasn't that person been dealt with yet? The blazing bull questioned, pointing out a yellow, beyond the novice village in their mental map. At that moment, a charred black tiger emerged from the shadows, its once sleek fur now curled and deformed from Xiao Yan's fiery phoenix flames. Did you get a perm? The Gale Wolf, known for its rivalry with the black tiger, couldn't resist mocking. There's a fire element lord with an awakened elemental body in the novice village. I'm sure he'd enjoy roasted wolf, the black tiger retorted angrily. Seems like this time, quite a few humans have awakened high-quality lord spaces. Whether we can snatch their awakening talents depends on our capabilities, the black tiger said before striding back to the main camp. Though the other leaders harbored mutual disdain, they begrudgingly followed suit. After all, the opportunity to come to the primordial realm, plunder talents, and gain a chance for advancement and awakening happens only once in a lifetime. From here on out, they would have to fight to the death on the battlefield of myriad races. As soon as Black Tiger finished speaking, the 6 leaders fell into silence. Xian Yao's eyes burned with a flicker of hatred as she broke the quiet first. I say we should eliminate that Zerg Lord first. She had always worked seamlessly with Giant Ape, and now, with his fate uncertain, she naturally sought revenge for him. What are your thoughts? Black Tiger's gaze swept across the other leaders. Swift Wind Wolf analyzed calmly, going after that bug isn't worth it. Based on what you've said, it's well prepared. Even if we take it down, our losses would be catastrophic. Black Tiger nodded subtly. Despite his animosity towards Swift Wind Wolf, he never underestimated his rival's judgment. Shaking Sky, Elephant rumbled in his deep voice, attacking the rookie village? If one person takes it, how do we split the spoils? Fight it yourself if you want. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Black Tiger's amber vertical pupils. Attacking the Zerg isn't a viable option. The losses would be too great. If that creature is lying in wait, hoping for us to take the bait, why not turn the tables and make it walk into our trap instead? Well, looks like your brain still works even after getting burned. Swift Wind Wolf quipped, instantly grasping Black Tiger's plan. Black Tiger explained confidently, we attack the rookie village. If that Zerg is just a decoy, it will definitely come to reinforce, and we can ambush it. If their relationship is genuinely fractured, even better can attack with no worries. Once we take the rookie village, we can deal with the Zerg afterwards. Apart from the silent Xian Yao, the other leaders quickly voiced their agreement. Xian Yao's expression darkened. Without Giant Ape, a middle-tier race like hers had no chance of competing with these top-tier races for superior talents. Black Tiger paid no attention to Xian Yao's silence and immediately began outlining the battle plan. Time was running out, they had only 2 days left. As dawn broke, faint sunlight pierced through the dense cloud cover, bringing a shred of light to this world. Through the Tyndall effect, the rays refracted into ethereal shapes. A fine drizzle, like strands of ox hair, mingled with the dim light, sprinkling sparsely over the leaders and their beast armies. Fire the cannons! Boom, boom, boom. The smoke of cannon fire coiled into the air, heralding the start of a new battle. The Black Tiger set up ambushes along key routes, while the mysterious bird patrolled high above, keeping a close watch on the movements of the insect nest. The tactical deployment was complete. The earth-shaking elephant and the blazing bull were assigned to the frontal assault. The 2-headed hound and the swift wind wolf flanked from the sides, and the mysterious bird and Black Tiger lay in wait along Jiang Wang's potential path of retreat. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang was in a deep slumber, the primal stone on his forehead glowing with an increasingly intense milky white light. Thanks to Black Tiger's arrangements, the pressure on the nest had significantly decreased, allowing Anna a rare moment of quiet contemplation in Jiang Wang's presence. By piecing together information from the public chat and the reconnaissance larvae, she had gained a full understanding of the dire situation in the novice village. Anna was well aware of the master's complex feelings toward those people, especially after someone had spoken up for him on the public chat last time. While the master had remained silent, Anna could clearly feel his joy. Making the master happy had always been one of her primary objectives. But the reconnaissance larvae brought back troubling news. Those who had once spoken up for Jiang Wang were now in dire straits. The trio known as Skewer Squad was being bullied, and the girls who supported Jiang Wang were facing constant mockery and humiliation. This left Anna with a dilemma. Should she send troops to aid them? She glanced at the master before her, his pain seemingly eased, his demeanor now gentle and scholarly. Clenching her fists tightly, Anna rose with determination and headed toward the central hub. She could not risk the master's safety, but she also knew that once Jiang Wang awoke, he would undoubtedly stand up for those worth saving. And so, she made her decision. to mass-produce troops at all costs, even if it meant depleting resources, exhausting her own genetic code, or sacrificing her life force. As the queen poured her immense life energy into the insect nest, all Zerg units entered an overdrive extinction mode. This pushed the swarm to an unprecedented crisis, with every unit's combat and production capabilities pushed to their absolute limits. On the battlefield, the earth-shaking elephant charged through a storm of artillery fire and elemental attacks, finally breaking through to the enemy's front line. Its massive frame and razor-sharp tusks struck fear into the hearts of every novice lord. "Can we really stop that thing?" one lord muttered nervously atop the city wall. Noticing the flagging morale among the lords on the wall, Xiao Yin gritted his teeth, flames erupting around his body as he leapt into the fray. His bold action seemed to ignite a spark of hope in the others. With a furious roar, he unleashed a blazing lotus, slamming it into the earth-shaking elephant and forcing the unstoppable behemoth to stagger backward. Ah! A thunderous cheer erupted from the lords as their spirits began to lift. The earth-shaking elephant fixed its gaze on Xiao Yin, its voice deep and rumbling. "Are you the strongest one here?" When Xiao Yin remained silent, its massive, glowing eyes brightened. "You're mine." The battle erupted in full force. Liang, his fists glowing red, clashed fiercely with the blazing bull. Tang Si led his elite fighters into the fray, activating his plant domain. The glowing green vines of his grass blade lash whipped and ensnared the swift wind wolf and the two-headed hound. The swift wind wolf, agile as a breeze, dodged the vine's traps with ease and in a flash, sent Tang Si flying with a single strike. Tang Si, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, smiled at the swift wind wolf now surrounded by a swarm of units. "Idiot," he murmured. In an instant, countless green vines burst from the ground, wrapping the wolf and its allies into a massive sphere. This was his steer talent, fusion, which combined the properties of various plants, including the devouring capabilities of carnivorous flowers. The battle raged on for the entire morning. By the end, Xiao Yin and the others stood panting, face-to-face with the four enemy leaders. The earth-shaking elephant's body was charred, emitting a distinct smell of roasted meat. The blazing bull had lost a horn, and Liang sported a gaping wound in his side. Tang Si was in the worst condition, his hair disheveled and his body covered in burn marks. But the enemy fared no better, their forces worn and battered. The battlefield had become a crucible, testing the resolve and strength of all who dared to fight. The Gale Wolf managed to tear open a path and escape using its bloodline power, but it was severely injured, barely qualifying to participate in the grand feast. The two-headed dog fared even worse, with one of its heads gravely wounded and unconscious. The heaven-shaking elephant scanned its surroundings and, faced with numerous rank-gifted lords still capable of fighting, ultimately chose to retreat. Although the strongest among their opponents were now weakened, their own forces were nearly depleted. They had come for awakening, not to throw their lives away. Sacrificing themselves in exchange for the awakening of the myriad races was meaningless. With the leaders retreating, the beast army withdrew like a receding tide. The city walls were left in ruins, littered with a staggering number of corpses, humans, soldiers, and beasts alike. 3 times, the beast forces had breached the walls. Logistics and support personnel had taken up spears and swords, grabbing whatever they could find, and charged onto the walls with the resolve to die fighting. Though their strength was meager, with the soldiers nearly wiped out, countless individuals were forced into hand-to-hand combat with the beasts, even resorting to unleashing elemental attacks directly onto the walls. Cries of anguish and calls for help echoed across the ramparts. Some broke down in tears. Others, gravely injured, cried out for aid. Countless lives were lost to the beast's claws or fell to friendly fire. A heavy silence and despair hung over everyone. Blood trickled down the walls, while a light rain washed over the grim battlefield. In the distance, larvae observed the carnage and slowly retreated underground. Within the hive, Jiang Wang gazed up at the drizzle falling onto him. He had dispatched nearly 30,000 Zerglings in 3 waves to reinforce the novice village, but they had arrived too late. The 3 waves of Zerglings clashed fiercely with the ambushing Black Tiger army. Caught off guard, they endured a barrage of traps and ranged attacks. In their frenzied state, the Zerglings fought their way through 30,000 beast soldiers. Faced with the combined assault of over 10 tanks and hundreds of Zerglings, the Black Tigers left behind more than 10,000 corpses before retreating. The Zerglings, having lost nearly half their numbers, consumed the beast corpses on the spot to recover their strength and immediately set off again toward the novice village. Rain-drenched Jiang Wang to the bone. He had once believed he was in control, that he had made all the necessary preparations, and that the hive was an impenetrable fortress. But when he awoke from his slumber, he saw Anna, who had chosen to sacrifice herself so he could gain the strength to protect those he cared about. He saw the people who had recognized him, trusted him, and even sent him private messages of comfort, now throwing themselves onto the walls without regard for their own lives, only to fall to the beasts or elemental attacks. In that moment, he realized just how weak he truly was. The atmosphere in the novice village was thick with despair. Jiang Wang, we beg you to come back. This plea echoed through the air, leaving both combatants and support personnel in somber silence. No one knew if Jiang Wang was still alive. It was estimated that during the recent siege, he had faced at least 40,000 beastmen alone. Damn it! Still thinking about Jiang Wang at a time like this? Li Jin suddenly erupted in fury, delivering a heavy slap across the face of the woman in front of him. If it weren't for him, if he had fought with us instead of vanishing, would so many people have died? As a lord with only the talent of brute strength, his role was limited to that of a loader. Yet, even so, he often vented his frustrations by bullying those with weaker combat capabilities or minor healing abilities. The woman before him, barely clothed, had tears welling up in her eyes. Please, I beg you, let me go. Bang! The door burst open with a loud crash. You beast! Let go of my wife. A man, filthy and bloodshotted, stormed in. It was Wang Ho. However, he was swiftly pinned to the ground by two guards at the door and dragged aside. You'll pay for this, Wang Ho cried out. Huh, is that so? Li Jin sneered with a laugh. Fine. Since you're so eager to watch, I'll make sure you get a good view. Grabbing Wang Ho by the hair, he slammed his face onto the table, forcing him to face the bed. At that moment, a strange, piercing sound came from the doorway. A milky white larva emerged from the ground, slowly morphing into the figure of Jiang Wang. Everyone froze in place, including Li Jin, who had already removed his pants. Jiang Wang's icy gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on each person before finally settling on the late arrivals, Liang, Tang Si, and Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin immediately understood the gravity of what had transpired here. Do you know something? Jiang Wang asked, his eyes locking onto the silent Xiao Yin. His voice carried a cold, mocking tone. What gives you the right to treat these people like this? Today, nearly 10,000 support personnel died or were injured. They were braver than you so-called warriors. Enough! Tang Si suddenly shouted, his voice filled with anger. And what have you done for them? At least we've been protecting them. What have you done? Hiding away in the forest. Zerg! The alarm from the city walls blared through the speakers. The Zerg army is here. Jiang Wang took slow, deliberate steps toward Tang Si. You want to know what I've done? First battle. I held off 20,000 Zerg, killed 15,000, and took down one of their leaders. Second battle. I survived an ambush by 30,000 beastmen and killed half of them. Third battle. I wiped out an entire army of mixed races. Countless Zerg swarmed the camp. Larvae emerged from underground, while Zerglings, armed with scythe-like blades, restrained the combatants one by one, forcing them toward the central square. Jiang Wang, at a time like this, you're still turning against your own kind? Liang shouted in fury, his voice sharp with disbelief. Many of the captured fighters were his men. Jiang Wang didn't respond. Instead, he quietly stepped into the room. After breaking free from his bonds, Wang Ho immediately embraced his wife tightly, as if pouring all his longing and worry from the past days into that single hug. Jiang Wang lowered his gaze, a wave of guilt surging within him. Wang Ho was not only the first person to sell him sheep, but also the first to stand up for him. Now, this burly man was weeping uncontrollably in his wife's arms, and the sight pierced Jiang Wang's heart deeply. On that usually expressionless larva-like face, a flicker of human-like anger finally appeared. Such an emotion had no place on a larva, but Jiang Wang's fury was now beyond restraint. In an instant, he unleashed an overwhelming surge of mental power, pinning Li Jin to the ground. He wanted nothing more than to crush this man on the spot, but doing so would be too merciful. Jiang Wang swept his cold gaze over everyone present, his tone icy as he spoke. If you believe that protecting others grants you the right to kill and spare as you please, then open your eyes and witness this. Before his words fully settled, a dozen larvae quickly formed a massive screen. On it, an endless swarm of Zerg forces was marching forward, their target unmistakably the Beast Clan's territory. This army of nearly 200,000 Zerg needed no elaborate tactics or traps. They advanced with sheer momentum and overwhelming dominance. This was Anna's masterpiece, the very force that gave Jiang Wang the confidence to no longer endure humiliation. Inside the Zerg hive, Jiang Wang gazed at the sleeping Anna, his eyes filled with tenderness. At this moment, Anna was undergoing a comprehensive evolution. Her combat power, intelligence, and abilities were all transforming. Everyone's attention was drawn to the screen. The Beast Clan had naturally detected this massive army and had mobilized their entire tribe in preparation. The clan leaders were filled with shock, each silently asking themselves, where the hell did all these Zerg come from? Black Tiger, a leader who had once confronted the Zerg in battle, quickly noticed the unusual nature of this swarm and quietly retreated to the back of the group. Every unit in this Zerg army was a killing machine born from a mode of total annihilation. They carried the Queen's will, her expectations, and her unyielding rage, making them a true superforce. The battle erupted in an instant. Swarms of jumpers leapt into the air, carving elegant arcs before diving straight into the beast clan's ranks. Toxic roaches spewed corrosive acid, wreaking havoc among the enemy lines. Tank beetles, like cannonballs, slammed heavily into the blue energy shields set up by the giant turtles. After repeated impacts from a dozen tanks, the shield finally gave way, shattering with a deafening crash. The rain intensified. Under the watchful eyes of all, and amidst the terror of the Beast Clan's army, the Queen's Garden elite force destined to strike fear into their enemies for years to come launched its first massacre. On the battlefield, a breathtakingly intense scene was unfolding. A swift and nimble Zergling darted like lightning, its razor-sharp blade slicing through the proud armored hide of a massive bear in an instant. The bear barely had time to process what had happened before its head was sent flying into the air. Across the battlefield, similar brutal clashes were playing out. A two-headed hound, wielding the dual powers of ice and fire, relentlessly cut down Zerglings. However, one clever Zergling slid close to the ground, narrowly evading a jet of flames, and in a flash, slashed through one of the hound's eyes. Though it was reduced to ashes in the fire, its sacrifice created an opening for its comrades. Three Zerglings immediately seized the opportunity, charging through the breach and encircling the two-headed hound. Despite its fierce ice and fire attacks, the endless waves of Zerglings overwhelmed it, and eventually, the hound fell. The Thunder Elephant faced an even grimmer fate. Though the Zergling's attacks left only faint white marks on its massive body, and each of its strikes annihilated swathes of the swarm, the unending tide of insects and the corrosive venom of the banlings gradually wore it down. As exhaustion set in and the thought of retreat crossed its mind, the vast sea of insects stretched endlessly before its eyes. With a final bellow of despair and defiance, the Thunder Elephant succumbed, collapsing into the relentless swarm. Other leaders, such as the Flameox, met similar fates. Only the Black Tiger and the Swift Wolf managed to escape the battlefield early on with their keen instincts. Within a mere 3 hours, they sensed the shattering of the stars that symbolized the Thunder Elephant, Flameox, and the two-headed hound, confirming the wisdom of their retreat. This Zerg swarm is nothing like the ones we've faced before, the Black Tiger remarked with lingering fear. They are no longer mere tools of slaughter. They possess emotions, anger, defiance, and even intelligence. High above the battlefield, the celestial bird, spared due to Jiang Wang's lack of aerial capabilities, watched her comrades fall one by one. Heart heavy, she chose to ascend into the clouds, intending to wait out the invasion's time limit. On the ground, the ordinary beast clans continued their desperate struggle against the Zerg swarm, lives being lost with every passing moment. Many were already contemplating retreat, but the impenetrable sea of insects left them with no escape. Only those capable of sustained flight had a slim chance of survival. In the novice village, under a steady drizzle, people watched the massacre with complex emotions. Once ferocious beast clans were now being devoured like helpless prey by the Zerg swarm. Even the mighty Thunder Elephant had fallen. Countless support personnel knelt in grief, weeping for their fallen comrades and mourning years of pent-up grievances. As the first light of dawn touched the blood-soaked land, Jiang Wang stood tall like a king. Through the mouths of every larva, his voice rang out, a question that shook all who heard it. Now, do I have the right to judge your lives? Liang and Tang Si trembled uncontrollably under the suffocating pressure, while Xiao Yan's expression darkened, fully aware that Jiang Wang's blade would not be easily stayed. In the Beast Clan's camp, Jiang Wang stood atop the Thunder Elephant's corpse. For the first time, he had left the Zerg nest, driven by his resolve for Anna, and for the swarm he commanded. Faced with the sprawling swarm of Zerg bowing low to the ground, Jiang Wang swept his immense mental power across the battlefield like an overwhelming tide. Under the weight of this formidable force, every Zerg lowered its head, as if performing the most devout act of reverence to a supreme monarch. The vast battlefield descended into a haunting silence. Carefully, Jiang Wang retrieved the evolving Anna from his lordship's space. In an instant, a peculiar resonance rippled through every Zerg. Jiang Wang's voice echoed within their minds. I, the master of the Zerg, hereby name you the Queen's Guard. With your defiance, fury, and mercilessness, annihilate anyone who dares to stand in the way of the Queen. Hissus. The Queen's Guard vibrated their antennae in unison, letting out a deafening, resonant cry. It was their cheer, their oath, their gratitude to their master. With Jiang Wang's decree, they shed their identity as ordinary Zerg, assuming an exclusive title to honor Anna's sacrifice. Now march. At Jiang Wang's command, the vanguard of nearly 100,000 Zerg surged forward, advancing in an unstoppable tide toward the novice village. High above the skies, a mysterious black bird hesitated for a long time but ultimately chose to retreat far away, wary of the immense psychic force that had been locking onto it. Watching the bird's fading silhouette, Jiang Wang sighed softly. He had hoped to use it as a test of his mental abilities. The Zerg swarm moved forward under the dim light of dawn, their master at the helm, shielded by the steady downpour. This time, the storm looming over the novice village was not the threat of beasts, but the tempest that Jiang Wang had brought with him. The guards atop the village walls were quick to notice the tide of Zerg flooding the horizon. In a coordinated assault, large numbers of Zerg leapt onto the walls, brushing aside the furious defenders and taking control of the fortifications. Excess Zerglings poured into the village, their orange-eyed compound eyes fixed on every combatant. Rainwater slid off their blade-like limbs, dripping onto the muddy ground. Yet it was the chill at their necks that made every human feel a deep, paralyzing fear. This was the Queen's first command. The Master had left the hive for the first time, and any threat to the Master's safety was to be eradicated, obliterated, and destroyed. Suddenly, a powerful tremor rippled through the ground. Everyone turned to the massive screens, witnessing the Zerg swarm and their Master approaching. Outside the novice village, Jiang Wang glanced at the two pristine rows of ceremonial Zerglings and couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, this was a command issued by Anna, still encased in her crystalline shell. Abruptly, the Zerg on both sides shifted quickly, and under the stunned gazes of all onlookers, a towering staircase constructed entirely of Zerg bodies emerged. The awe-inspiring spectacle wiped the smile from Jiang Wang's face. Since this was a ceremony Anna had prepared for him, he wouldn't let her down. With a resolute step, Jiang Wang placed his foot onto the back of the first Zergling. He ascended the organic staircase, step by step, like a solitary and regal sovereign. Next time you plan something like this, he murmured softly, I hope you'll walk it with me. As you wish, Master, came the reply. When Jiang Wang appeared atop the village walls, everyone understood the moment of reckoning had finally arrived. Jiang Wang stood silently atop the city wall, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below. He saw those who had once slandered and insulted him, as well as those who had been bullied for speaking up on his behalf. When his eyes fell upon the wretched state of the first nobleman who had dared to defend him, a surge of grief and fury overwhelmed him. The blade of a Zergling mercilessly pierced through Li Jin's body, his agonized screams tearing through the sky. He dared not struggle, for every movement only deepened the excruciating tear of his wounds. One by one, the once arrogant warriors were now reduced to lifeless forms, impaled like discarded prey on the Zerglings' blades. Zhao Xian frantically unleashed water-based attacks on the Zerglings, only to have both his hands severed in one swift strike. Blood gushed forth as his screams echoed in despair. Jiang Wang, are you insane? Liang roared from below, his eyes filled with rage as he glared up at the man on the wall. Nearly half of his shadow squad had their shoulder blades punctured by the Zerglings. Feeling desperate now, are you? Jiang Wang's expression remained cold and unmoved as he watched Liang's theatrics. He knew all too well the atrocities Liang had allowed his men to commit, especially Zhao Xin's vile act. Without Liang's tacit approval, how could Zhao Xian have brazenly dragged a young girl into his room to violate her? Jiang Wang's voice rang out, sharp and icy as he scanned the crowd. I eradicated the Beast Clan to protect all of you. Doesn't that give me the right to decide your fate? Who among you dares to claim you've never mistreated the support staff? Perhaps there are a few, but those true warriors, the ones who fought with honor, have already fallen. They died on these walls, protecting you so-called fighters. No, it's all because of you, Jiang Wang. Zhao Xian, eyes bloodshot and filled with rage, endured the searing pain as he bellowed, if you hadn't turned against everyone, if you had killed the Beast Clan earlier, none of this would have happened. We wouldn't have been driven to despair and made mistakes. It's all your fault. You're the one who killed them all. Suddenly, a delicate-looking woman broke through the crowd, collapsing to her knees as she wept bitterly. Senseless slaughter? Li Shui was driven to her death by that beast. Jiang Wang, please, I beg you, kill them. They conspired together. Li Shui cannot rest in peace. It turned out that Li Shui was the young woman Zhao Xian had assaulted. By the time Jiang Wang learned of her fate, it was too late. Humiliated and broken, Li Shui had tried to throw herself off the city wall, only to be stopped by her best friend. But shortly after, she was further tormented by a group of others. In the end, she took her own life, consumed by unrelenting despair and sorrow. Tang Si, Liang, and Xiao Yin had all been aware of what happened, yet they chose to remain silent, valuing the status of an A-grade talent combatant over the life of a nobody. Only the support staff had dared to speak out, but their voices were met with harsher oppression and humiliation. At the time, Jiang Wang lacked the strength to intervene. He was far away in the forest, and could do nothing but implore Xiao Yin to stop it. You blame me for your mistakes? Jiang Wang raised his head sharply, and a massive wave of spiritual pressure crashed down on the crowd like a hammer. He would never forget the despair, resentment, and overwhelming hatred in Li Shui's unclosed eyes. A brave man, when angered, draws his blade against the strong. A coward, when angered, draws his blade against the weak. Cowards. His words cut deep, striking a nerve in Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan had once resisted, but over time, he chose to turn a blind eye, all in the name of survival. A zergling flung Li Xin's mangled body before Li Shui's best friend. "I'm sorry I was too late," Jiang Wang said softly. Those words shattered the victim's composure, and they broke down, crying and pouring out their grievances. A pristine white blade, the very dagger Li Shui had used to end her life, was plunged into Li Xin's body, not with a single, swift strike, but over and over again, until his screams faded into silence. Wang Wu, too, showed no hesitation as he drove the dagger into Li Jin's heart, ignoring the man's tearful pleas for mercy. None of them had ever imagined that these weak, support staff would dare to strike back so ruthlessly. The reckoning had begun. Every perpetrator Jiang Wang had documented was crippled and then released, left to face the wrath of those they had wronged. The novice village descended into chaos, transforming into a living hell. "I refuse to accept this. Killing them, how does that make you any different from them?" Tang Si and Liang protested. Jiang Wang's voice was calm, yet resolute. "That reminds me of something I once heard. As long as I abandon morality, you can't use morality to condemn me, can you? I don't care about being different from those who do evil. I only care about having no regrets." Meanwhile, outside the virtual world, several high-ranking officials responsible for recruitment had noticed the anomaly unfolding in Village 10086. On the virtual map, the light representing the Beast Clan was nearly extinguished, while the human population continued to dwindle, not due to mass slaughter, but rather in a methodical, 1v1 manner, like the blade of justice falling repeatedly. "How many villages have eradicated the Beast Clan so far?" "This is the 23rd. The official's eyes lit up. In the past, the eradication of the Beast Clan by even a single novice village was enough to signal the emergence of a prodigy among humanity. But this time, there were 23 such villages? Behind them, Elder Su whispered continuously into the ear of a wealthy young man, while Li Shui's aunt gazed intently at the familiar village on the screen, her eyes flickering with emotion. The amicable exchanges carried on until noon. The Zerg tirelessly cleaned up the battlefield, meticulously stacking the corpses in neat piles. Jiang Wang surveyed the bodies of those despicable individuals and nodded in satisfaction, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his lips. The fighters present couldn't suppress a shiver. It was only now that they truly realized this former socially anxious individual was, in fact, someone who could make society itself tremble in fear. Yet, there were others who viewed Jiang Wang as a beacon of justice, a benevolent figure, believing that someone like him was a rare beauty in the human world. Jiang Wang, however, couldn't care less about their opinions. As the Zerg swarm regrouped, Jiang Wang's gaze fell upon Liang, one of the 3 groups of survivors. His tone carried a hint of mockery as he spoke. "To be honest, I didn't plan on dealing with you. But you're just too flashy. You kill someone, gain some benefits, and still can't keep a low profile. So, how useful are Wang Tian's shadow troops to you?" Liang felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his ears. Xiaoyan looked on in shock at the scene unfolding before him, and Tang Si's face turned ashen. Liang, however, quickly switched into an Oscar-worthy performance mode. "What are you talking about?" "Don't pretend," Jiang Wang said casually, as though reminiscing with an old friend. "When I killed Li Hao, I distinctly saw shadow troops emerging from you." Liang feigned calmness. "That was a contingency plan the captain handed to me before he died." Suddenly, 3 Zerglings lunged forward, their blades gleaming. Liang's entire body emitted a crimson glow as he easily deflected the attack. "What are you doing?" "Oh, nothing," Jiang Wang replied nonchalantly. "Just thought about either killing you or letting you kill me." More Zerglings joined the fray. Tang Si, uncharacteristically, stayed silent. It was Xiaoyan who stepped forward to mediate. "Jiang Wang, I know there's bad blood between you two, but..." Before he could finish, Liang unleashed a burst of martial energy, repelling the surrounding Zerglings and launching himself like a cannonball toward Jiang Wang. Yet Jiang Wang remained unperturbed. His immense mental power descended like a colossal fly swatter, slamming Liang into the ground with brutal force. "Stubborn, aren't you?" Jiang Wang remarked lightly, effortlessly dragging the hidden shadow troops into the open for everyone to see. Liang spat blood, his voice filled with resentment. "That was something Boss Wang entrusted to me before he died." In a sudden move, Liang teleported behind Tang Si and delivered a fatal strike. Tang Si stared in disbelief at his still-beating heart in Liang's hand. As he collapsed to the ground, he mumbled for help, clinging to the hope that his class abilities and talents could save him. But it was too late. Using the shadow troops as decoys, Liang managed to escape. Jiang Wang immediately ordered the Zerglings to conduct a thorough search while simultaneously unleashing his mental power in a sweeping hunt. Xiao Yin, still reeling from the shock, realized that had Liang targeted him instead, he too would likely be dead. All his dreams of greatness, all his aspirations to become a powerful figure, now seemed like childish fantasies. Fear and helplessness consumed him. Meanwhile, Liang had taken refuge in a secure underground shelter, buried dozens of meters below the starting village. Gasping for breath and coughing up blood, he assessed his condition. Losing 2 shadow troop decoys and enduring Jiang Wang's devastating blow had left him gravely injured. This shelter had originally been prepared as a fallback against a potential beast invasion, but it now served as his sanctuary. However, this was not his only hiding place. His lifelong habit of planning multiple escape routes had made him one of the most cunning and ruthless criminals. Even in such a dire state, Liang dared not let his guard down for a moment. Leon gripped the still-beating heart tightly, focusing all his attention on sensing Tang Xi's innate talent. As the heartbeat gradually weakened, a panel suddenly materialized before his eyes. Detected level talent. Fusion. Detected level unit. Verdant glow grass. Choose one of the 2 options. Seeing these choices, Leon's face lit up with uncontrollable joy. This was it. Without hesitation, he chose fusion. In truth, Jiang Wang had always been his primary target. Through long-term observation, Leon had deduced that Jiang Wang likely possessed a level or higher talent for accelerating unit development, something that would perfectly complement his shadow troops. Because of this, Leon had been saving his final devouring opportunity, waiting for the perfect moment. Originally, he had planned to strike on the day of passage, when vigilance was at its lowest, catching Jiang Wang completely off guard. However, things didn't go as planned. Jiang Wang had made the first move. The moment Jiang Wang spoke, Leon knew he had been exposed. Forced into a corner, he sacrificed one of his shadow troop substitutes to get close to Jiang Wang, but he hadn't anticipated the sheer strength of Jiang Wang's mental power. In an instant, Jiang Wang had taken control of the shadow troop. Left with no other choice, Leon settled for Tang Xi instead. As for Xiao Yin, that was clearly level talent tied to fire, which was of no use to him. The moment Tang Xi's talent was integrated into his personal profile, Leon felt a surge of energy course through him. Lord, Leon. Units. Level shadow troops, regular soldiers, a level martial domain. Talent. Devouring complete. Level fusion. The fusion talent activated immediately, merging the martial domain with the level shadow troops and the regular soldiers. Ding fusion complete. S-level martial shadow army. At that moment, Leon knew that even if he faced Jiang Wang again, while victory might not be guaranteed, he now at least stood a fighting chance. He was still a martial lord, but the fusion had raised the upper limit of his martial shadow army, making it far more formidable. Ha ha ha. Leon laughed maniacally, ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the faintly glowing red martial shadow army before him. This was the power left to him by his brother, the strongest unit he had meticulously forged through fusion. Jiang Wang. His feral roar echoed through the safe house, reverberating like the haunting wail of a vengeful spirit, lingering long after the sound had died. Jiang Wang waved his hand, unleashing a swarm of leaping insects. This act was not out of pity for Wang Tian, but rather due to the faint yet unmistakable aura of greed and murderous intent emanating from Liang as he watched him. Liang's actions had already marked him as a sworn enemy in Jiang Wang's eyes, one that must be eliminated at all costs. Even with meticulous preparation, Liang had managed to kill a squad leader right under Jiang Wang's nose, which only solidified Jiang Wang's resolve to eradicate him completely. A large number of sensory support personnel joined the search operation, but their abilities were too weak to make a difference. If any of them had reached the rank of Black Iron Tier 1, they might have been able to detect Liang, who was likely hidden deep underground. The search continued until dusk, at which point Jiang Wang reluctantly returned to the insect nest. Witnessing Tang Xi's instantaneous death right before his eyes had left him on high alert. There was no room for carelessness. If Liang had another lethal move hidden up his sleeve and struck under the cover of darkness, it could prove fatal. For Jiang Wang, the insect nest was the safest refuge. Meanwhile, Black Tiger and Swift Wind Wolf had braved countless dangers to arrive just a kilometer away from the insect nest. Though their kin had been nearly wiped out by a single individual, this only confirmed the insect lord's immense power and unique abilities, possibly reaching the legendary S tier or even higher. It was precisely this allure that had drawn the two beasts to risk everything if they could kill him and absorb his essence. Their bloodline abilities could potentially rise to the pinnacle of their respective clans. "You're really fearless, aren't you?" Swift Wind Wolf remarked, glancing at Black Tiger's stern expression. "Not worried about dying before you can enjoy the spoils? Then why don't you leave? What are you following me for?" Black Tiger replied in a low voice without turning his head. To let you take the hits while I swoop in to reap the rewards, of course, Swift Wind Wolf quipped with a sly grin. As night fell, Black Tiger observed swarms of leaping insects returning to the nest. Jiang Wang moved slowly, surrounded by layers of insect protection. His mental power extended across a radius of nearly a kilometer, ensuring he remained vigilant. He feared no direct confrontation with Liang but was wary of a potential ambush. His caution proved justified. A three-man military shadow team lurked just outside the kilometer safety zone. Far away in his safe room, Liang watched Jiang Wang's heightened vigilance with a cold smirk. He was well-versed in the art of turning the darkest place under the lamp to his advantage, a strategy that had led to the downfall of numerous notorious underworld figures. If Jiang Wang were to let his guard down, assuming Liang was incapacitated, it would only hasten his demise. All right then, let's play, Liang murmured, licking his lips with excitement as a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. The moment Jiang Wang entered the insect nest, his mentally enhanced senses amplified by the nest immediately detected at least 3 groups lying in ambush. 3 shadow operatives, a black tiger, a swift wind wolf, and even a Xian bird concealed in the clouds, ready to dive at any moment. His earlier sense of triumph vanished instantly. The superiority born of strength was the most perilous of temptations. If not for his habitual caution, the coordinated attack from 3 different parties might have given him only a 20% chance of survival. An 80% chance of survival is no better than death, Jiang Wang sternly reminded himself. If I can't project the aura of a king, they'll settle for the patience of a turtle. Survival comes first. Having narrowly escaped his first brush with death, he even began contemplating writing a guidebook titled 3,000 Ways to Stay Alive. As Jiang Wang drafted the outline in his mind, the heavily injured black tiger and swift wind wolf were dragged into the nest. If not for the timely retreat of the shadow team, they too would have become nutrients for the fungal mat. This is all your fault. Moving so slow. You got your dad stuck in this mess. Always acting so high and mighty. Look at you now in 4. Aren't you? Despite having his body pierced by the insects, Swift Wind Wolf continued to berate the silent black tiger. Jiang Wang watched the scene unfold, fully aware that Swift Wind Wolf's anger stemmed from Black Tiger's mistake, which had forced him to turn back and use his wind blades to save him. Of course, this was merely Swift Wind Wolf's one-sided perspective. Even if he had fled alone, he would have run straight into a swarm of waiting insects. See? I knew it. You're bad luck black all over, just like a walking curse. Following you was a mistake. And now I, the charming and dashing one, have to die alongside you. You coal-faced disaster. Ugh. Trapped in the same nest, Swift Wind Wolf continued his tirade. In truth, their rivalry was a facade. Their constant bickering was rooted in their clan's similar bloodline powers. One excelled in speed with the wind, the other in instantaneous shadow movements. Their races had been competing for the title of fastest for countless generations. As part of the new generation's leading ranks, the relationship between Black Tiger and Swift Wind Wolf is rather complicated. From their initial disdain for each other and constant competition, to a mutual respect that emerged later, and now pretending to still look down on one another deep down, they have already acknowledged each other. They are both rivals and inseparable comrades. Must be nice to be bold wolves like you, cursing and swearing even in someone else's home. Jiang Wang's voice came from the doorway. The 2 beasts looked up, their eyes flashing with astonishment as they gazed at the human who had single-handedly slaughtered an entire invading beast tribe. In their minds, such a ruthless and ferocious figure must surely look the part, if not burly and imposing, then at least with a menacing face. Yet, Jiang Wang surprised them with his youthful and refined appearance. Had they not encountered him in the insect nest, they might have mistaken him for the legendary scholar lord from the multiracial battlefield. Do whatever you want, kill me or torture me, I don't care. Black Tiger huffed arrogantly, turning his head away. Oh. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. Wait, boss, don't listen to this tiger's nonsense. Swift Wind Wolf quickly interrupted. Tell us what you want to know, or what you need us to do, just say the word. As long as it doesn't mean our deaths, we'll do anything. Being an exceptionally perceptive wolf when it came to emotions, he could sense that Jiang Wang might not actually intend to kill them. This was their last chance. You. Black Tiger glared at Swift Wind Wolf, his eyes wide with fury. In his mind, while Swift Wind was often unserious, he had always been someone with unyielding integrity. All right, Jiang Wang unexpectedly agreed easily. If you help me with 3 tasks, they'll spare your lives. How about that? This wasn't because he found Swift Wind Wolf's husky-like antics amusing, but because he believed there was little meaning in simply killing them. Really? Black Tiger, who had just been putting on a tough front, was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe that this merciless man, who had shown no hesitation in slaughtering their kind, could be so reasonable. I always keep my word, Jiang Wang said seriously. Let me explain the tasks first, and then you can decide. First, Help me find someone. I know you two have a kind of tracking system in your minds, so this shouldn't be too hard for you. Second, you'll need 1,000 milliliters of your blood and some of your fur. Third, act as my informants within the beast tribe. Without betraying your own race, you'll ensure my safety and pass information to me. He paused before continuing. Of course, words alone mean nothing. If you agree to these terms, I will plant 2 of my mental seeds in your minds. If I die, you'll join me in leaving this world. However, as I grow stronger, these seeds will also nourish your spirits. Having said his piece, Jiang Wang stood silently, watching as the 2 beasts fell into deep thought. The Gale Wolf and the Black Tiger exchanged uneasy glances. It wasn't that the conditions were too harsh, in the contrary, they were so lenient that it aroused suspicion. Find 1 person? They could find 10 if needed. 1,000 milliliters of blood and some fur? They'd give up a leg if it came to that. The only stipulation that gave them pause was the last one. No betrayal of their species. But even that seemed reasonable, given how explicitly the terms had been laid out. Refusing now would make them seem ungrateful. My great beast ancestor, the Gale Wolf thought with a mix of disbelief and awe. The situation felt like a starving job seeker bracing for grueling 247 shifts, only to be offered a cushy position. A 4-day workweek, 6-hour days, a 30,000 monthly salary, housing included, comprehensive benefits, 30 days of paid vacation, and best of all no overtime. It was almost dizzying. Deal. No takebacks, exclaimed the Gale Wolf, whose demeanor was more akin to an excitable husky. Without hesitation, he agreed. The Black Tiger, still caught in a daze, was nudged into action by the wolf. Together, they signed a soul contract with Jiang Wang, their minds implanted with spiritual seeds. The process went so smoothly that both parties were left momentarily stunned. As Jiang Wang observed the now enthusiastic Gale Wolf, he impulsively reached out and ruffled what he couldn't help but see as a dog-like head. The air froze for a moment. The Gale Wolf, fearing he had somehow offended this formidable figure, braced himself only to realize that Jiang Wang was merely stroking his head. The young man even gave his self-proclaimed handsome wolf-dog face a playful squeeze. When Jiang Wang turned his gaze to the Black Tiger, his expression bore a faint resemblance to someone reminiscing about a chubby orange tabby that could never seem to eat its fill. After withdrawing his hand, Jiang Wang retrieved a set of clothing from his storage space and placed it before the Gale Wolf. Find this person for me. The wolf sniffed at the items, then glanced at Jiang Wang. Under the human's expectant gaze, he finally gave them a thorough whiff. Take these with you, Jiang Wang instructed. The person shouldn't be moving around too much. If necessary, I can mobilize the villagers to assist you. Tomorrow is the deadline. I expect you to find him before the extradition. For the first time, the Black Tiger and Gale Wolf sensed a heavy, almost suffocating killing intent emanating from this otherwise cultured young man. They solemnly agreed and watched as Jiang Wang left the cell. The fleshy walls that had restrained them began channeling energy, accelerating their recovery. When they finally emerged from the labyrinth of Zerg-like tunnels into the open wilderness, it all felt surreal, like waking from a dream. Oh, by the way, Jiang Wang's voice echoed directly in their minds. A little bird saw everything you capture and release. You might want to deal with that yourselves. Both beasts scowled at the reminder. As for their names, survival mattered far more than such trivialities. Having finished his business with the wolf and tiger, Jiang Wang was in high spirits. He returned to his quarters, ignoring Anna's pouty glare, and began the process of genetic fusion and reorganization. The recent battle had yielded an impressive haul. Nearly 100,000 beast genes and 3 leader-class genetic samples now awaited his attention. Through the spiritual seeds, he could monitor the progress of his new recruits, the so-called Humha duo. Anna, observing her master's transformation, felt a mixture of awe and devotion. She had undergone her own evolution during their journey back, but had refrained from revealing it for safety's sake. Encased in her crystalline shell, she had kept a close eye on Jiang Wang's every move. From his memories, she uncovered something peculiar. An overwhelming indifference. While such detachment was an asset for the insectoid hive mind, it was unusual for someone who had once been human. As a child, Jiang Wang's extraordinary intellect had made him either revered or envied. Coupled with his orphan status, he was often exploited, used for his brilliance to fulfill the ambitions of others, like a cold, unfeeling machine. Rarely did he have true friends. That changed when he took in a stray orange tabby and a scruffy mutt. They became his only emotional anchors. Even after experiencing humanity's darker side following a debilitating injury, Jiang Wang built a business empire not for fame or fortune, but to ensure the cat and dog lived comfortably. When the tabby passed away on his bed and the dog breathed its last in the same reed field where they first met, Jiang Wang finally grasped the weight of mortality. Since being transported to this strange new world, Jiang Wang had dealt with threats and moral dilemmas using the same cold logic he always had. But when Anna sacrificed her life energy and precious genetic material for his happiness and freedom, something shifted. For the first time in years, Jiang Wang felt humanity's warmth. The insectoid hive began to feel like a home. Like a bird that had spent its entire life in flight, he had finally found a place to rest. Anna, sensing her master's happiness, silently vowed to dedicate herself entirely to ensuring his well-being. Anna, what are you daydreaming about? Get to work, Jiang Wang called, glancing back at her. He wondered if her evolution had made her lazy, or if she hadn't fully recovered. But when she suddenly leapt into his arms, he realized with surprise that she had grown taller. Spoiling won't get you out of work, he teased. We've got tons of genes to process, and we'll need plenty of evolution points. Lounging on the sofa, he watched as Anna diligently cataloged the genetic samples. The once sterile hive was gradually taking on the warmth of a home, thanks to the additions she had made: sofas, beds, snack bins, and other cozy touches. Meanwhile, the Humha duo had reached the novice village. Their minds were alight with countless glowing points, a unique benefit granted to the beast folk by the primordial realm system akin to the human chat interface. Determined to complete their mission, the two began systematically investigating each lead. True to Jiang Wang's orders, the villagers remained in place, while swarms of Zerg drones maintained order. The Gale Wolf darted through the village, his keen nose locked onto the scent from the clothing. If their target was still here, there would be no escape. But within the novice village, unseen forces were already stirring. The search dragged on through the entire night. The two gatekeepers, Hong and Ha, leaned wearily against the wall, their energy clearly drained. Gale Wolf furrowed his brow, mentally reviewing the map over and over again. Xiao He shot him a skeptical look, but Gale Wolf stood firm, his voice resolute. It's definitely here. Jiang Wang had mobilized nearly 30,000 of his insect swarm, encircling the designated area completely. He chose to oversee the operation remotely from within the Hivia precaution born of experience. The last shadow warrior he encountered had been far stronger than the one he had previously defeated. If he could overwhelm his opponent with sheer numbers, there was no need to risk a direct confrontation. Inside the safe house, Liang realized he had been exposed. Yet, he did not panic or flee. For one, the number of his shadow doppelgangers was limited. Even with his upgraded units, he only had 5 available, and each loss required a month to regenerate. At the moment, only 3 remained. More importantly, he wanted to know how Jiang Wang had managed to locate him. The burrowing insects dug relentlessly, reducing the thick, 10-meter layer of earth to a thin half-meter barrier in no time. With a loud crack, Liang decisively broke through the surface. In the distance, he spotted Jiang Wang. A surge of killing intent rose within him, but he quickly calmed himself. It was merely a larval projection. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a burrowing insect's blade grazed his calf. Liang immediately activated his martial domain, enveloping a 3-meter radius around him. He weaved and dodged effortlessly, evading the relentless strikes while his eyes darted around, searching for something. The larval Jiang Wang noticed this detail, seizing the opportunity to unleash nearly half of his mental energy in a concentrated attack on Liang. Trapped, Liang ceased his resistance and instead proposed, Jiang Wang, there's no need for this. The Kaiyuan world is coming soon. Why don't we put aside our differences and work together? Sure. Just stay where you are. So, there's no deal then? Before Liang could finish his sentence, a burrowing insect's blade pierced through one of his shadow doppelgangers. The humanoid shadow dissolved like water, and the larva disintegrated along with it. Jiang Wang immediately issued new orders. Gale Wolf led a large contingent of larval units, charging toward the novice village. In the brief moment when Liang switched locations, a new signal suddenly appeared among the many lights in the village. Inside the hive, Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers together, reflecting on Liang's final proposal. He admitted to a moment of hesitation: who wouldn't want to avoid making an enemy of someone as cunning and powerful as Liang? But then he thought, if someone had killed your brother, forced you to kill a commander in front of countless witnesses, and hunted you relentlessly, only to suddenly suggest a truce and partnership when you were at your most vulnerable, could you trust them? This line of thought only reinforced Jiang Wang's resolve. He was now more determined than ever to eliminate Liang in the primordial realm. Meanwhile, according to the Shadow's reports, countless insect troops were closing in. Liang swiftly moved toward the denser parts of the crowd. Before switching locations, he had noticed traces of beastfolk that didn't belong to the insect swarm. There was no escaping this. His only option was to blend into the crowd and disrupt the beastfolk's tracking. The countdown to the transfer stood at just 3 hours. Under heavy protection from the burrowing insects, Jiang Wang advanced toward the novice village. Liang, on the other hand, opted for the logistics camp. Even though he suspected that Jiang Wang's shadow doppelgangers were nearly depleted, taking him down within 3 hours using only the burrowing insects would be nearly impossible. His best chance was to use himself as bait, gambling that Liang also wanted him dead. Within the novice village, Gale Wolf led the insect swarm to surround the logistics camp, conducting a thorough search of every individual. Onlookers whispered among themselves, "What's going on? I heard they're hunting Liang. Could he have disguised himself and slipped in? Who knows? By the way, you are?" Standing outside the camp, Gale Wolf carefully scrutinized the area. Each time he tried to approach, an inexplicable unease crept over him. Suddenly, the sharp stench of blood filled the air. "Help! Liang is behind me." A bloodied figure staggered toward the insect swarm, chaos trailing in his wake. The burrowing insects immediately swarmed to intercept. Gale Wolf fixed his gaze on the bloodied man, while Liang, upon seeing this, retreated 2 steps. "Beast folk, prepare for battle." The moment Gale Wolf let down his guard at Liang's shout, he realized something was wrong. Instantly, he activated his innate ability, dodging backward. Bang! Liang, drenched in blood, lunged at him when his initial strike missed, activating his martial domain for close-quarters combat. Seriously, man? Gale Wolf, though bloodied, narrowly avoided fatal blows. As insect reinforcements closed in, Liang's attacks grew fiercer. Realizing that help wouldn't arrive in time, Gale Wolf glared at Liang before activating his bloodline ability, retreating into the swarm. Seeing his assassination attempt about to fail, Liang gritted his teeth, eyes locked on the weakened Gale Wolf amid the insects. "Damn it! If they don't die, then I will." With that, he charged into the swarm, blade in hand. What the hell? How deep is this grudge? Watching his relentless pursuer, Gale Wolf threw caution to the wind and staggered deeper into the swarm. "I refuse to believe you can take me down through 100 meters of insects." Surrounded on all sides, Liang unleashed all his shadow doppelgangers, each one cutting through the swarm like an arrow. From above, it looked as though a lone warrior was carving a bloody path through the insect horde. Gale Wolf, watching Liang close the distance, felt a chill run down his spine. This guy was insane. Liang pressed on, teeth clenched. Though his shadows were far stronger than the insects, they were vastly outnumbered. He knew that if he failed now, he might never get another chance to take down this wolf. 20 meters. Liang's body flared with a crimson light as he swung his blade, killing every insect within 15 meters. 10 meters. The shadow warriors sacrificed themselves to open a path. 5 meters. Locking onto the immobilized Gale Wolf, Liang hurled his blade with all his might. Die. Wait. Thud. Despite rushing as fast as he could, Jiang Wang was still a step too late. Before him, Liang's long blade had already pierced straight through the heart of the Gale Wolf, pinning it to the ground. Blood gushed out from the wolf's mouth and wounds, its eyes filled with disbelief, unable to fathom that its life had ended this way. At the same time, the shadow substitute was slapped to death on the ground. The black tiger quickly rushed to the Gale Wolf's side, feeling its life force gradually fade away. This formidable warrior, who had emerged victorious among countless geniuses within his clan, had not fallen to Jiang Wang but instead perished at the very last moment. Jiang Wang knelt down slowly, gazing into the Gale Wolf's defiant eyes. The long blade in Liang's hand had been coated with a potent toxin, which had already spread from the wolf's heart throughout its body. Death was inevitable. However, Jiang Wang knew there was still a chance to transform the Gale Wolf into a Zerg. All it needed to do was blink as a sign of agreement. Using the last of its strength, the Gale Wolf closed its eyes but lacked the energy to open them again. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang followed Anna's guidance and injected the modified Zerg genes into the Gale Wolf's body. Under the suppression of the Dominator bloodline, countless genes began fusing with the wolf's flesh and blood, a process that drained Jiang Wang, leaving his face pale. "That's enough." Anna's voice, anxious and on the verge of breaking out from the Lord's space, rang out. Jiang Wang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. After a brief recovery, he turned to the black tiger and asked, "What's the matter? Such a good opportunity, why not kill me?" The black tiger's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise before replying calmly, "I thought about it, but it's unnecessary. If you die, he dies too." Indeed, the thought had crossed his mind to kill Jiang Wang in order to elevate his bloodline. But ultimately, he dismissed it. He didn't believe Jiang Wang would be unprepared, and the mental seed in Jiang Wang's mind ensured that killing him would result in the black tiger's own death, rendering the effort futile. As a thin membrane began to form over the Gale Wolf's body, a trace of tenderness appeared in the black tiger's eyes. "Beast romance." Jiang Wang barely finished his sentence before the black tiger's claws shot out. "All right, got it. I want to ask." Jiang Wang immediately straightened his expression. In truth, he had already noticed when capturing the black tiger that it was a female, though the Gale Wolf seemed unaware. After transferring the Gale Wolf into the Lord's space, Jiang Wang began discussing the next steps with the black tiger. With less than 2 hours remaining on the mental countdown, he instructed the black tiger, "Keep an eye on all the light points for me." Before he finished speaking, the surrounding Zerglings had already begun charging toward the various encampments. Jiang Wang decided to take a gamble. The sensation when striking the substitute earlier had felt off was certain he had hit and seriously injured Liang. Since Liang dared not show himself in the camp, he was undoubtedly hiding in a safe house. Finding him would be simple, just force everyone out of the city. While moving tens of thousands of people might seem like a daunting task, doing so with an equal number of Zerglings made it far easier. Under the Zerglings' watchful eyes, the crowd was forced out of their tents and slowly began moving toward the city walls. Standing atop the wall, Jiang Wang scanned each individual with his mental energy. Jiang Wang, do you really intend to kill everyone? Have you truly become a bug, treating all humans as nothing more than fodder? Liang's taunting appeared on the public chat. Jiang Wang's smirkety's gamble had paid off. Inside his safe house, Liang's expression shifted unpredictably as he sensed the changes outside. He hadn't expected Jiang Wang to be so ruthlessly determined. If not for the memories in his mind, he might have believed Jiang Wang to be a relative or lover of someone he had once tortured or killed. Worse yet, he was now out of options, with only 3 severely injured shadows remaining. The rest had died in the earlier battle. If Jiang Wang continued evacuating the crowd, it was only a matter of time before Liang was exposed. Panicking, Jiang Wang responded coolly on the public chat. While he remained unmoved by Liang's psychological tactics, the same could not be said for the others. Human nature was predictable, though most believed Jiang Wang wouldn't indiscriminately kill innocents. The sight of the Zergling's cold, multifaceted eyes and sharp claws, combined with the memory of Jiang Wang's treatment of illegal combatants, filled them with dread. How are you planning to kill them? Slash them? Poison them? Go ahead, it's not like it would be your first time, right? Liang continued to sow discord. Jiang Wang, noticing the growing unrest among the crowd and the fact that nearly half the people had yet to leave the city, pulled out a map and said to the Black Tiger, mark the locations of the light points in your mind. Since everyone was gathered near the city gate, the marking process was quick. Looking at the densely packed light points near the gate, Jiang Wang announced from the city wall, you have 20 minutes to leave the city in an orderly fashion. Anyone still inside after that will die. He wasted no time explaining, instead adopting the firmest stance possible. The Black Tiger looked at Jiang Wang in surprise. He had always thought of Jiang Wang as a merciful yet foolish lord. In his view, Jiang Wang could have simply slaughtered everyone, leaving Liang with nowhere to hide. After all, it had taken Jiang Wang less than 10 hours to decimate the Zerg forces. Now, the people no longer doubted Jiang Wang's willingness to commit mass slaughter. When someone suspects you're capable of killing them, it's best to make sure you truly are. Jiang Wang's tyrannical words instantly ignited a desperate survival instinct among the crowd. With only 9 minutes left, he calmly scanned each person, his gaze suddenly freezing on the ground beneath him. Bang! 3 shadowy figures burst out of the ground. Instead of targeting Jiang Wang directly, they began slaughtering the innocent people around them. Taking advantage of the chaos, Liang dashed towards the crowd outside the city. Though struck by Jiang Wang's attack and coughing up blood, he managed to blend into the fleeing masses. Jiang Wang, drained from overusing his mental energy, surprisingly failed to kill him on the spot. Liang weaved swiftly through the panicked crowd, leaving destruction in his wake. Grabbing a young girl, he used her as a shield while laughing maniacally, taunting Jiang Wang, come on, kill us both. Blood streamed from his body, and his eyes burned with madness. The girl, nearly suffocating under his grip, used the last of her strength to cast a pleading look at Jiang Wang. The crowd erupted into chaos. Those on the outer edges were clueless, while those closer to the scene scrambled to distance themselves from the deranged man. Liang's bloodshot eyes locked onto Jiang Wang with a cruel grin. He was gambling on Jiang Wang's hesitation to unleash violence amidst the crowd, a tactic that had worked for him many times before. But Jiang Wang was no hero. He was a cold, unfeeling tool honed by years of ruthless battles. Gazing at the girl on the brink of death, he made his decision in an instant. Hesitation would only lead to more casualties. Without warning, a swarm of Zerglings surged into the crowd, closing in on Liang. 7 minutes remained. The unleashed Zerglings moved with terrifying speed, their advance marked by screams and wails. Xiao Yin glared furiously at Jiang Wang, unable to accept his willingness to harm innocents in order to capture Liang. Jiang Wang merely glanced at him, his eyes as indifferent as if he were looking at an inanimate object. Xiao Yin froze. In that moment, Jiang Wang seemed like a completely different person, as if he had switched into a cold, mechanical combat mode. Meanwhile, Liang darted and dodged through the swarm, using bystanders as human shields without hesitation. It was then he realized that Jiang Wang was just like him, a man who regarded human lives as expendable. Jiang Wang tightly gripped the primordial stone, replenishing his mental energy. He had enough power left for only one attack and waited for the perfect opportunity to end this once and for all. With 1 minute remaining, the area around Liang was a scene of utter carnage. Gasping for air, his body covered in blood, he fought on instinct alone, mechanically fending off the endless onslaught of Zerg. Poison cockroaches sprayed spores and venom, and Liang barely clung to life within his martial arts domain. The scene had taken on an ironic twist. Liang now resembled a lone hero, while Jiang Wang seemed like the sinister villain. But Jiang Wang cared nothing for these shifting roles. Suddenly, a black tiger appeared behind Liang. He could only summon a shadow to take the fatal blow for him. The shadow was instantly destroyed, and Liang was sent flying. As the countdown hit 3, 2, 1, Liang erupted into maniacal laughter in midair, believing he had survived. Then, beams of light rained down from the sky. It was in that brief moment when Liang let his guard down that Jiang Wang struck. His immense mental energy surged like an invisible hand, crushing Liang's mental world. Liang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Exhausted from the effort, Jiang Wang also collapsed into unconsciousness. In the reception hall, exclamations of surprise echoed continuously. I survived. I actually survived. One survivor cried out in joy, tears streaming down their face. My leg. My leg. Another person screamed, only to suddenly realize the pain had vanished without a trace. At the far end of the hall, Jiang Wang sat quietly against the wall, as if lost in slumber. The primordial stone in his hand emitted a faint glow, illuminating his serene expression. Around him, laughter and tears of reunion filled the air, a mixture of joy and sorrow intertwined. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended, causing everyone present to momentarily hold their breath. Lords and ladies, a deep voice resonated through the hall. I am Feng Tianqing, president of the Lotus Merchant Guild. Congratulations on successfully fending off the beast invasion and arriving in the Kaiyuan world. Please proceed to the resting area, where everything has been prepared for you. As the crowd dispersed, Feng Tianqing approached Jiang Wang. He had already taken note of this extraordinary young man. Jiang Wang's breathing was steady, but his mental energy was vast and intricate, a clear sign of progression to a higher level. When Feng Tianqing noticed the primordial stone in Jiang Wang's hand, he couldn't hide his astonishment. This was no ordinary treasure that any faction could bestow. It required direct recognition from the primordial realm itself. Just as he was about to arrange for Jiang Wang to be taken to a safe place for advancement, two cards suddenly materialized in the air. Starsea Alliance Li Shui, Arno's family Su Bo. Feng Tianqing was momentarily stunned before breaking into a delighted smile. Quick! Take him to the VIP room and use my treasured soul-calming elixir. Although Su Ba's status was notable, Li Shui was a legendary figure, known even for refusing to teach the youngest son of the Elemental Union's leader. To encounter such an opportunity was nothing short of a miracle. Even if Li Shui came looking for Jiang Wang, it would be a perfect chance to establish goodwill. Elsewhere, Li Shui sensed the activation of her card and smiled faintly. She looked quite different from her days in the primordial realm, still stunningly beautiful, but with an aura that had grown even more refined. Her unintentional smile was enough to leave the noble youths around her silently captivated. Master Wang, I have some matters to attend to. Will take my leave for now, Li Shui said playfully, her voice sweet and coquettish. Go if you must. Spare me the theatrics, Master Wang replied with a roll of his eyes. Li Shui giggled mischievously and took off into the distance, her departure eliciting sighs of regret from the gathered noble heirs. Haha, Master Wang, Zuria's charm remains as irresistible as ever, teased Li Yulin, who stood beside Wang Tianfeng. Charm or not, she's still single, isn't she? That's not entirely fair. If Shui so much as nodded, her suitors could line up from the primordial realm to the myriad territories. Disguised and traveling swiftly, Li Shui headed toward the direction of Jiang Wang. This trip to the primordial realm had been a spontaneous decision, but discovering Jiang Wang's card was an unexpected delight. Though his troops and talents might be unremarkable, the warmth and resilience of his mental energy had deeply moved her. Before long, Li Shui arrived at the Lotus Merchant Guild's reception area, where Feng Tianqing was already waiting at the entrance. Assistantly, Feng Tianqing greeted with a slight bow. You know me? Li Shui raised an eyebrow. I triggered the card's protective mechanism earlier and arranged for the young man's care. I've been waiting here since. A smart man. No wonder you're the president, Li Shui remarked with a light laugh. The two entered the VIP room, where Jiang Wang's mental energy had noticeably strengthened. Sensing the lingering traces of spiritual energy and the aroma of the soul-calming elixir in the air, Li Shui couldn't help but genuinely praise. Impressive. Truly a clever man. This compliment carried far more sincerity than her earlier, somewhat sarcastic remark. And it was no small thing for her to offer such praise after all. Countless people sought opportunities to curry favor with someone of her status. When news came that the business card from Su Bo of Arnis had been activated, Li Shui responded with a faint "oh." Feng Tianqing, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly exited the room and gently closed the door behind him. It wasn't until he had walked some distance away that he allowed himself to breathe deeply, his face lighting up with irrepressible joy. For a third-rate merchant guild that could only manage the reception area, he had taken a desperate gamble by offering his treasured soul-calming elixir. To his astonishment, it had successfully connected him to Li Shuai. Inside the VIP lounge, Li Shuai gazed at Jiang Wang's spiritual core. Within the milky white sphere, strands of black gold spiritual energy drifted like seaweed, causing her to fall into deep thought. When he arrived, it had been pure white. The sudden appearance of this black gold hue was puzzling. Jiang Wang slowly regained consciousness, his spiritual energy momentarily surging out of control before he quickly subdued it. Seeing the unfamiliar woman in front of him, he blurted out, "Li Jie? Call me Aunt Shui." The 28-year-old Li Shui replied with a smile. Calling me Li Jie just sounds odd. She was already accustomed to being called Aunt due to her name, even by those older than herself. Noticing the instability in Jiang Wang's spiritual energy, she asked, "Your spiritual energy seems a bit unstable. Did you just come out of a battle?" "Yeah, ran into a strong opponent. Not sure if I managed to finish them off," Jiang Wang replied nonchalantly, as if discussing something as trivial as drinking water. Li Shui narrowed her eyes. The detached, almost indifferent tone in which Jiang Wang spoke about life and death stood in stark contrast to the purity of his milky white spiritual energy. Could it have something to do with that strand of black gold? "Want me to take care of them for you?" Li Shui asked softly, her tone laced with subtle probing. Those who knew her well would recognize this as her setting a trap. Jiang Wang's next words would determine his fate. "No need. It's between me and them," Jiang Wang replied. Jiang Wang's words were measured and neutral, neither offensive nor particularly pleasing. However, his mental energy betrayed his true emotions. A fleeting shock, a hint of confusion, and a resolute rejection. It was clear he had no intention of letting Li Shui get involved in anything dangerous. Li Shui studied the rookie with satisfaction, a newcomer who had yet to learn how to conceal his mental energy. In a soft voice, she asked, "So, where are you planning to go next?" "The Starcy Alliance," Jiang Wang replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. It was as if the decision had long been made. "Why not Arnos? Is it because of me?" Li Shui prodded with curiosity. It had been a long time since she'd met someone whose mental energy remained so untainted in her presence aside from the venerable elders, of course. Faced with the poised yet enigmatic Li Shui, Jiang Wang deliberated for a moment before responding, "Based on the handbook, the policies of the Starcy Alliance seem most suitable for outsiders like me. The Arnos family has treated me well, but I'm not fond of the family-style service structure." At the mention of the final point, he paused briefly, meeting Li Shui's prideful gaze before calmly adding, "Besides, wasn't it you who gave me the business card?" Li Shui froze in place. What stunned her even more was the lack of fluctuation in Jiang Wang's mental energy, confirming that his choice of Starcy was genuinely a matter of practicality. This was the first time, since awakening her succubus domain, that someone had so candidly rejected her aside from seniors like Elder Wang. "You're good. You're really something," Li Shui exclaimed before storming out, slamming the door behind her. Outside, Steward Su had been waiting patiently. Noticing her sour mood, he cautiously inquired about the situation. Li Shui replied indifferently, "Let him go. Didn't you all give him a card too? Whoever gives the card gets the first shot at recruiting. I stick to the rules." Though Su Bo couldn't quite decipher the thoughts of this enigmatic woman, he considered Jiang Wang's potential and decided to step in. Entering the room with a genial smile, he found Jiang Wang watching him with mild surprise, marveling at the apparent camaraderie of this strange new world. Just as Su Bo was about to speak, Li Shui barged back in. She faced Jiang Wang directly and declared, "Kid, if you're going to Starcy, I'm taking you as my disciple." With that, she shot a brief apologetic smile at Su Bo before leaving again. Jiang Wang calmly reaffirmed his decision to join the Starcy Alliance. Su Bo sighed, warning him of the challenges that came with being Li Shui's apprentice. However, seeing Jiang Wang's unwavering determination, he reluctantly handed over a business card from the third young master and took his leave. Before Su Bo departed, Jiang Wang inquired about Liang's situation. Upon learning that Su Bo hadn't given Liang a business card, Jiang Wang expressed concern for his friend. Meanwhile, Liang had already succumbed to Jiang Wang's decisive mental strike. His spiritual world shattered. Now, he was little more than an empty shell, treated like a frightened servant and left in the reception area. News of the incident spread quickly, causing ripples across various factions. The Li family's young master, Li Tian, flew into a rage upon hearing of it, while Wang Tianfeng issued orders to suppress the information and summon Li Shui. Aboard the aircraft en route to the teleportation array, Li Shui handed Jiang Wang a terminal device and warned him not to enter the rest area or tamper with anything. When Jiang Wang brought up the issue of a password, a slight crack appeared in her composed demeanor. Her voice trembled faintly as she authorized access. Jiang Wang immersed himself in the terminal's files, delving into the history of the Kaiyuan Empire's battles against myriad races across the vast expanse of its intergalactic territory. Yet, With his keen perception, he noticed a deliberate omission in the record's an elusive name left conspicuously unmentioned. Yichon. Jiang Wang's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. His long, slender fingers glided swiftly across the terminal screen. Searching for Yichon yielded results that made him frown apart from titles like Male, Founder of the Starsea Alliance, Destroyer of the Myriad Races, Pioneer of the Void. The detailed information about this man seemed deliberately erased. But for a determined man, the pursuit of answers is akin to an endless quest. Jiang Wang's fingers danced over the keyboard until he unearthed a treasure trove of information in the obscure corners of a remote forum. Yichon also hailed from the primordial realm, born into a world of cultivation, and later became a martial lord. Back then, the Kaiyuan world was far from welcoming to newcomers from the primordial realm. Although these lords arrived with innate talents and unique troops, initially contributing fresh blood to the empire, they eventually grew powerful enough to encroach on the interests of established factions. In response, the Kaiyuan world began covert resistance, even resorting to assassinating lords who reached a certain threshold of power. Yet, Yichun managed to rise against all odds in such a hostile environment. With an unparalleled speed of progression and a series of fortuitous encounters, he not only fended off all assassins but also broke through his limits during battles. In just 300 years, he struck down the old aristocracy, challenged the central royal family, and even humbled the Elemental Alliance. Through his cordial exchanges, major factions reached agreements one after another. His actions paved the way for countless powerful lords to emerge, ensuring the Starsea Alliance's enduring prosperity even after Yi Qian transcended the void and departed. These fragmented pieces of information were enough for Jiang Wang to understand. The Kaiyuan world's hospitality toward otherworldly lords was merely a facade. He turned to glance at the tightly shut door of the resting room, his expression contemplative, before typing Li Shuilian into the virtual screen. Instantly, the screen was flooded with information, accompanied by floating virtual petals. At the center, large, glittering words appeared. May my angel always be happy, love, your Rong. Jiang Wang's expression became exaggerated, resembling an old man encountering something utterly bizarre. The data revealed Li Shuilian, known as the Alliance's flower, with her age a closely guarded secret. She had an uncle, Wang Tianfeng, who served as a platinum lord in the Myriad Races battlefield, the youngest to hold such a title. Pursued by countless admirers, she had gracefully declined the Elemental Alliance heir's request to be her apprentice and the central royal family's third prince's marriage proposal. Her accolades and achievements were as numerous as the digits of pi. After reading this, Jiang Wang once again looked toward the tightly closed door of the resting room, inwardly lamenting. I'm doomed. While he might be socially awkward, he wasn't foolish. Back in the primordial realm, even someone like Wei Wei had devoted admirers willing to risk their lives for her. If not for Wei Wei, he wouldn't have had a falling out with Liang. And now, this was no ordinary girl. This was the Alliance's flower, the dream girl of trillions, perhaps even tens of trillions, of young men. Who knew how many admirers she had? Jiang Wang's handsome face instantly fell, and he muttered regretfully, if I'd known, I would have gone to Arnos. Beautiful women really are like roses with thorns, destined to bring disaster like falling meteors. The storm outside was developing even faster and more ferociously than Jiang Wang's worries. Fortunately, under Wang Tianfeng's protection, very few people knew about Jiang Wang's appearance or abilities. However, this air of mystery only made the gossiping masses more restless. In the cafeteria of the Starsea Alliance Advanced Academy, Maran, with his chubby face, exclaimed to his friend in shock, Did you hear? Assistant Professor Li has taken on a disciple. I don't believe it. The tall, skinny man across from him scoffed. There's no way the goddess would take a male disciple. It must be fake news from some idiotic blog. You never know. Assistant Professor Li is at that age, after all. What did you just say? Say it again. A group of people suddenly stood up behind Man, glaring at him with fury. The scene descended into chaos, with trays flying through the air. Meanwhile, the academy gates were already crowded with people eagerly awaiting Assistant Professor Li's return. Back in the resting room, Jiang Wang stared at his vibrating terminal, the contact name glaringly labeled idiot. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether to answer or decline. Hey, your phone is ringing, Jiang Wang called out, standing at the doorway and addressing Li Shuilian, who seemed lost in thought. Who are you calling an idiot? Li Shuilian snapped, glaring at him. Her fiery gaze was only matched by the figure-hugging silk robe that accentuated her striking curves. Jiang Wang awkwardly averted his gaze and held out the terminal. No, I meant this, he clarified, pointing to the screen. Realizing the misunderstanding, Li Shuilian's face flushed with embarrassment. She snatched the terminal from his hand and slammed the door shut with a force that left Jiang Wang momentarily stunned by its intensity. Li Shuilian wasn't intentionally trying to seduce anyone or act provocatively. Despite living in the realm of succubi, she was incredibly conservative at heart. Wearing pajamas was simply a part of her daily routine. After all, aside from her apprentice and her uncle, no one else had ever been allowed aboard her hyper shuttle. Wang, hit your mom. Are you trying to die? Li Shuai shouted at Li Rong, berating him furiously. Clearly, she had lost her composure due to her anger over Jiang Wang's situation. Oh my dear Shuai, it's such a delight to hear your voice. Li Rong's tone carried genuine joy. It was the first time he had heard such an animated side of Li Shuai. Get to the point, Li Shuai replied coldly, having regained her composure. My dear Shuai, I heard you've taken on a male apprentice? None of your business. Hey. Li Rong stared blankly at the terminal as the busy tone echoed back at him. A second later, he slammed the terminal onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. On the other side, Li Shuai glanced at the terminal she had casually tossed onto her bed, still fuming with anger. According to the Alliance's regulations, assistant instructors must train at least one A-grade apprentice to qualify for promotion to professor. This rule was designed to ensure the Alliance's long-term prosperity. Initially, she had carefully selected several exceptionally talented female apprentices, but Jiang Wang's unique spiritual power had made her change her plans. If she had chosen a female apprentice, everything would have gone smoothly, and those seeking her favor would have extended their benefits to her apprentice as well. Yet, in a moment of capriciousness, she had placed Jiang Wang in the center of the storm. Wang. The terminal rang again. Seeing that it was a video call from her uncle, Li Shuai instantly felt a headache coming on. She quickly changed her clothes and answered the call. Hello dear uncle, what's up? Li Shuai put on a sweet and innocent act, a demeanor that usually earned her others' sympathy and affection. Where are you? Wang Tianfeng's face was stern, clearly not falling for her antics. I'm on my way back to the academy. Where's Jiang Wang? On my hyper shuttle. Bang. A loud crash came through the video. It was the sound of Wang Tianfeng's desk collapsing under the pressure of his anger. I've already docked with your hyper shuttle, Wang Tianfeng said, his expression dark as storm clouds. Li Shuai could only respond in a pitiful voice, her frustration barely concealed. Wang Tianfeng exercised his privilege to grant Li Shuai access to a special route. What would have taken 2 hours was reduced to just 20 minutes thanks to the hyper shuttle. The portal opened directly to her doorstep, and the hyper shuttle stopped in front of Wang Tianfeng's small loft. The cabin door slowly opened, and a shadow darted out. Uncle Li Shuai, standing at 5 feet 7 inches, appeared petite and adorable next to the towering 6 feet 3 inches Wang Tianfeng. Wang Tianfeng shot her a stern look, dismissing her attempt to act cute. Jiang Wang followed closely behind, stepping out of the hyper shuttle. The moment Jiang Wang set foot on the ground, he felt an overwhelming mental force, like a mountain pressing down on him. He immediately mobilized his own mental strength to resist, sweat forming on his forehead as cracks spread across the stone tiles beneath him. Each time Jiang Wang adapted to the pressure, Wang Tianfeng increased its intensity. Gradually, a hint of surprise flickered in Wang Tianfeng's eyes. This level of mental suppression would have already brought even a bronze-tier warrior to their knees, let alone Jiang Wang, who was only at the black iron level. As seconds turned into minutes, Li Shuai watched Jiang Wang anxiously. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shattered, and Jiang Wang collapsed, unconscious. Not bad, kid. You've got guts. Wang Tianfeng remarked approvingly. He then carried the unconscious Jiang Wang inside, with Li Shuai following closely. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Tianfeng said to her, this boy has remarkable resilience and outstanding potential, but for now, he can only be a registered disciple. Hearing this, Li Shuai let out a sigh of relief. In the Starsea Alliance, the master-disciple relationship was taken extremely seriously. If a disciple committed a transgression, the master was obligated to take action. If the disciple betrayed the master, they would face universal condemnation. Conversely, if the disciple achieved great success and grew stronger, the master would also benefit. The Inspection Bureau oversaw these relationships to ensure that masters did not suppress their disciples, and to maintain the alliance's steady growth and strength. After their discussion, Jiang Wang was carried away. As a gentle breeze brushed against his face, he slowly opened his eyes. The clean room and simple desk gave him a fleeting sense of being back on Earth. However, the sharp pain from his overexerted mental strength quickly brought him back to reality. Jiang Wang got up and changed into the light blue uniform and terminal bracelet placed on the desk. A virtual screen popped up. Starsea Alliance. Crank student. Name, Jiang Wang. Lord type, insect. Notifications, 2. The first notification was about the Academy's opening ceremony, requiring all lords from other realms to gather in the auditorium at 7 p.m. The second was from Li Shuai. Starsea Survival Guide for Beginners. Don't say your master doesn't help you. Oh, and by the way, you're officially my registered disciple now. Don't embarrass me during the novice trial. Thinking of the eccentric Li Shuai, Jiang Wang shook his head and sighed. What kind of people am I dealing with? On his way to the auditorium, Jiang Wang noticed that he had become the center of attention. Before long, 3 senior students in dark blue uniforms blocked his path. Hey, you're Jiang Wang, right? I am, Jiang Wang replied calmly, already guessing that news of him becoming Li Shui's registered disciple had spread. The leader, Buck, unleashed his mental energy, directing it toward Jiang Wang, only to find the latter completely unaffected. This left Buck, a bronze tier 3, incredulous. Frustrated, he intensified his mental attacks, piercing like needles, slashing like blades, hammering like sledgehammers, but these only caused Jiang Wang mild discomfort. Realizing their mental attacks were ineffective, the other two prepared to physically subdue Jiang Wang. But in that instant, Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming surge of mental energy swept over the trio. Buck coughed up blood and passed out immediately, while the other two collapsed from the intense pain. Though Jiang Wang was still recovering from the earlier trial with Wang Tianfeng, he easily resolved this confrontation. After confirming that the 3 were not in any life-threatening condition, he quickly made his way to the auditorium. Troublesome, Jiang Wang muttered to himself. He knew these 3 were merely pawns sent to test Li Shui. And sure enough, news of the incident quickly reached certain individuals. In a private lounge, dim lighting illuminated a virtual screen replaying the scene of Jiang Wang taking down the 3 seniors. A waitress in a black bunny costume set down a wine glass, and Ethan, while fondling her curves, remarked, "Interesting. For someone who just reached black iron to defeat 3 bronze ranks, he's got some talent." No matter how strong an ant is, it's still an ant. A shadowy figure in the center scoffed. Deal with him during the novice trial. Don't let him interfere with the master's plans. With that, the figure in a pure black mask stood and left. TCH, such boring people. Lewis, care to join me for some fun? Another figure, golden-haired and angelic in appearance, said with a smile. Haha, Ethan, as much as I'd love to, I have some business to attend to. Maybe next time, Lewis replied as he departed, leaving behind an air heavy with intrigue and tension. Jiang Wang stood within the grand hall, awestruck by the magnificent scene before him. This was the gathering place for humanity's survivors from the primordial realm. Among the nearly 40% who had endured, 30% chose to join the Starsea Alliance, enrolling in the Starsea Academy for foundational training to better adapt to the Kaiyuan world. The academy was divided into 4 tiers: S, A, B, and based on strength. Those with dust to bronze level abilities were categorized into Class C, silver into Class B, gold into Class A, and those who reached the platinum level entered the highest tier, Class S, becoming revered figures of immense power. The hall buzzed with noise as voices filled the air. Everywhere, people were enthusiastically exchanging words. What's your class? I'm a dwarf. I'm a demon wolf. Wow. And a class unit impressive. Conversations like these reflected the instinctive need to group together for safety and support. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed from the center of the hall. Silence. Jiang Wang shook his head quietly, thinking to himself how people always seemed eager to display their sense of dominance. A virtual screen lit up, revealing a man's face. He began, "Greetings, everyone. I am Wang Tianfeng. Welcome to the Starsea Alliance." After a 3-hour meeting, Wang Tianfeng announced a significant piece of news. The 143 students who received in STEER evaluation will be awarded a 3-star Starsea badge, granting privileges such as free meals in the cafeteria, private accommodations, and free participation in Starsea trials. Golden badges flew out from the center, hovering before the recipients. Simultaneously, the virtual screen displayed the faces of the winners, including Marcus, Xiaobinbaga, and Jiang Wang. As envious, jealous, and even greedy gazes surrounded him, Jiang Wang calmly grasped his badge. Wang Tianfeng concluded with a stern warning. In the Kaiyuan world, strength reigns supreme. No matter how high your status or how vast your influence was in your previous world, here, everything resets to 0. Only through power can you gain everything. His words ignited a burning desire for power and wealth in everyone present. When the meeting ended, the badge recipients instantly became the center of attention. Having anticipated this, Jiang Wang discreetly masked himself and slipped away, returning to his private quarters. There, he began studying the meeting notes and the documents provided by Li Shui. The next day, Jiang Wang arrived at class on time. The young senior leading the lesson used an outdated PowerPoint presentation, monotonously recounting the history of the empire. Although Jiang Wang was already familiar with the content, he listened attentively, picking up key insights from the subtle changes in the lecturer's tone. Suddenly, the screen displayed a mythic image, and the lights dimmed. Fragmented stars appeared in the air, while colossal warships loomed across the cosmos. The senior began narrating the story. In Kaiyuan year 1,289,327, the myriad races invaded the border, plundering 273 star systems and 1,723 star clusters, leaving countless casualties. During this crisis, the Alliance founder, Yi Chun, single-handedly killed 3 ancestor beasts, severely injuring 2 others, and saved the Alliance. This was the famed Battle of Nations Salvation. The classroom environment transformed, immersing everyone into the battlefield. Jiang Wang noticed his classmates had vanished, replaced by warships spanning thousands of meters and terrifying units from various races. Opposite them stood colossal beasts the size of planets and an overwhelming army of the myriad races. A massive beam of light shot over Jiang Wang's head, striking the enemy ranks. A figure radiating the glow of universal laws charged through the ranks of the myriad races. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Jiang Wang attempted to summon the Zerg, only to find his lord's space sealed by a mysterious force. As he prepared to unleash his mental energy, the scene abruptly froze. This is a segment from the Battle of Nation Establishment. A voice echoed from the podium as the surrounding light screens gradually faded, leaving the classroom in complete silence. The students were still immersed in the grandeur of the epic battle they had just witnessed. Some were visibly frustrated at their inability to deploy their troops, while others were on the verge of breaking down. Calm down, everyone. Lin Shang's steady voice resonated from the podium. To prevent any of you from losing control over your troops, I activated the anti-magic formation earlier. He paused briefly before continuing. The Battle of Nation Establishment, even as mere footage, already contains traces of the power of laws. Considering that the strength of your lordship abilities is still relatively low, we'll conclude today's demonstration here. Class dismissed. With that, Lin Sheng swiftly packed up his teaching materials and walked out of the classroom. This footage of the Battle of Nation Establishment was a mandatory lesson for all novice lords, serving as the most direct way to broaden their horizons. Jiang Wang remained seated, replaying the scenes from earlier in his mind. When he saw Yi Chen charging toward the myriad races, only one thought filled his mind: certain death. He repeatedly reflected on how he would survive in such a battle if he were in Yi Chen's place. However, his conclusions only brought a wry smile no matter how he analyzed it. Neither he nor his Zerg troops could withstand even the aftermath of such a conflict. A reality check? Huh? He muttered to himself with a bitter chuckle. Elsewhere in the teaching building, various reactions unfolded. Some fled in embarrassment, clutching their injuries. Others cried helplessly in the corners. Yet, in the eyes of many, there burned a fervent desire for power. Jiang Wang, however, walked calmly toward the cafeteria. A week flew by. The first session of the Battle of Nation Establishment had ignited a fierce determination in everyone to grow stronger. However, the subsequent lessons mostly covered basic knowledge and history, rarely touching on battles again. Today's lesson ends here. Lin Sheng's voice rang out once more. Tomorrow marks your novice trial. I urge all of you to take it seriously. As your substitute teacher for this first week, I'll offer you a friendly reminder. The novice trial is not only an opportunity to earn points, grow stronger, and determine your class placement, it also serves a critical purpose: to make you face the harsh reality of this world. Remember, behind every great success lies countless sacrifices. Take it seriously. Class dismissed. The next day, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the training field. All the new students stood in neat rows, waiting for the start of the novice trial. A vice dean, dressed in a black robe adorned with 5 stars, stood before them. His voice was steady and commanding. I trust you've all familiarized yourselves with the details of the novice trial over the past week. Now, let it begin. As soon as his words fell, a deep blue light curtain slowly unfolded behind him. The new students passed through the curtain one by one, entering the trial space. The moment Jiang Wang stepped through, an overwhelming force gripped his mind, and a suffocating pressure swept over him. In the next instant, he found himself standing in a vast expanse of land. Around him, a crowd had already gathered. Some of the earlier arrivals had begun forming small groups. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang moved toward the back of the crowd. Suddenly, a few groups who had already summoned their units began intimidating the Yeto Recover Lords. Everyone, listen up. If you don't want to die, report your unit types and talents now. The brutal nature of the novice trial immediately became apparent. Lords not only had to guard against the myriad races, but also remain wary of their peers. Killing members of other races earned points, while defeating other lords allowed one to seize 10 points from the opponent, as well as all their accumulated points. A personal terminal tracked each lord's actions and points in real time, and it would automatically transport them out in near-death situations. However, ordinary injuries wouldn't trigger the transport unless one chose to end it themselves. The sound of fierce combat erupted behind him, but Jiang Wang remained expressionless and quickened his pace. Once he was far from the crowd, he immediately summoned 500 Zerglings as his vanguard, positioning elite Zerglings to patrol the surroundings. Though his lord's space contained a vast reserve of Zerg units, deploying them in large numbers before the hive was fully developed would only attract the attention of powerful beast clans. A howl pierced the air as a Zergified Gale Wolf dashed excitedly at the forefront. This creature, which had gradually evolved into a husky-like appearance during its transformation, had clearly been itching for action. Its attributes were displayed as follows. Name: Alps Gale Demon King, Master of Speed, King of Support, Chatterbox. Health: 100. Combat Power: 100. Intelligence: 150. Skill: Can you see my taillights? Increases ally speed by 100. Due to its incessant chatter, Jiang Wang simply named it Talkative Dog, despite its protests and the excessive prefixes it added to its name. Relaxing on a zergling specially crafted by Anna, Jiang Wang leisurely snacked on chips while directing the swarm to search for a suitable territory. Before long, with the help of numerous zerglings, he identified an ideal location to establish a hive. As large numbers of larvae transformed, the hive base rose rapidly from the ground. Meanwhile, the Academy's senior staff closely monitored the trial. According to statistics, this trial included 84,936 doubles rank lords and 3,894,823 singles rank lords. In the conference room, Wang Tianfeng and Li Shuai were among those present. Watching the live feed of Jiang Wang on the virtual screen, Principal Zhou turned to Li Shuai and remarked, "I heard your registered disciple is participating in this trial?" "Yes, Principal Zhou," Li Shuai replied. On the screen, Jiang Wang's swarm operated with impeccable organization. Worker bees transported various resources, while zergling units patrolled diligently. Observing the live data, Principal Zhou praised, "To utilize an insect lord to this extent is truly rare. This registered disciple of yours shows great promise." Inside the trial grounds, Jiang Wang was engrossed in a genetic recombination experiment. While the Queen's Guard, his trump card, remained in the Lord's space, all other units were actively deployed. He was unfazed by the Academy's observation, as the true strength of the Zerg lay in their relentless evolution. When a worker bee brought back a special oviparous insect, Jiang Wang's excitement was palpable. This insect could produce up to 3 broods at a time. Integrating this gene into his current units would significantly enhance the swarm's expansion capabilities. After 3,246 failed attempts, the genetic recombination finally succeeded. The system notified him, "Bronze-grade gene sequence oviparous completed. You have gained 10,000 evolution points." Jiang Wang immediately invested 5,000 evolution points into upgrading his evolution talent. Once the talent evolution was complete, he unlocked a Crade talent, evolution, enabling him to modify host genes and enhance his unit's tolerance to genetic sequences. Suddenly, 3 options appeared before him. 1. SS Grade, Divine Mind User Harness Divine, thought to greatly expand mental range, resilience, and other attributes. 2. SS Grade, Reincarnator Undying and Eternal, greatly enhances physical attributes. 3. Grade, Destroyer the Arbiter of Gods, the Savior of all, effects unknown. Faced with 3 vastly different evolutionary paths, Jiang Wang fell into deep contemplation. Jiang Wang carefully analyzed the 2 evolutionary paths, the Spirit Seeker and the Reincarnator. The Spirit Seeker focuses on mental enhancement, while the Reincarnator prioritizes physical reinforcement. These choices likely stem from his current condition. As one's rank advances, the summoned units can in turn empower their host, which explains why many summoning type lords can traverse the void without showing signs of weakness. Faced with a third option, Jiang Wang glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the clone in front of him and the dense swarm of Zerg in the distance. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as gambler's instinct surged in his veins. Without hesitation, he chose the third path. At the moment evolution began, the energy of the entire hive surged toward Jiang Wang like a tidal wave. The immense energy condensed into a crystalline shell that enveloped him, while his cells began to break down and reorganize, forming entirely new genetic chains. The energy consumption was so rapid that the already fragile crystalline shell became increasingly transparent, threatening the hive with an energy crisis. Anna acted decisively, ordering all outer Zerg forces into a berserk state. The swarm surged across the plains and forests like a flood, capturing every non-human life form and even minerals to be hauled back to the hive and converted into pure energy to fuel their master's evolution. This massive plundering operation alarmed the entire region. Players hunting monsters in the wild stared in shock as swarms of Zerg stole their prey. Even players taking a break in remote corners were startled by the swarm's deafening rush overhead. The commotion was so significant that it even caught the attention of the Academy's observation team. Meanwhile, Li Shuai humbly explained Jiang Wang's feat of climbing to the top of District 13's leaderboard within just 2 hours to her uncles and elders. But in her heart, she was full of doubt about his actions. If not for the crystalline shell blocking his personal terminal signal, she would have already demanded to know what he was up to. Inside the hive, as the Zerg's relentless plundering continued and worker drones tirelessly transported resources, Jiang Wang's crystalline shell gradually thickened. To ensure stability, Anna only integrated the egg-laying genetic chain with those of Zerglings and drones. This wasn't due to a lack of capability, but rather a deliberate consideration of energy distribution. Incorporating genes from more powerful units like roaches or siege tanks would inevitably lead to fierce competition for energy, resulting in a brutal internal struggle. When the hive's energy reserves finally reached their peak, a formidable new species began to emerge. At this moment, however, Jiang Wang remained oblivious to the outside world. His consciousness drifted in a vast, star-filled void, surrounded by celestial bodies containing countless genetic codes. Whenever he tried to approach one, the genes within would stir with restless excitement, as if longing to reunite with him, yet they remained separated by an outer barrier of light. The primordial stone stayed by Jiang Wang's side, radiating a soft glow that dispelled the cosmic darkness. After drifting for what felt like an eternity, Jiang Wang arrived at the edge of this starry expanse and discovered a unique gene without the protective light barrier. It was both immense and minuscule, distorting the surrounding space like a black hole. As Jiang Wang drew near, the black gene suddenly came to life. The primordial stone grew agitated as well, orbiting Jiang Wang rapidly. The black gene began to accelerate, eventually transforming into a black meteor that hurtled straight toward him. In the critical moment, the primordial stone adhered to the black gene, and the two fused together as they entered Jiang Wang's body. Space shattered in an instant, scattering countless genes into the void. Jiang Wang seemed to hear a faint sigh before falling into a deep slumber, only to awaken 3 days later. He had acquired the genetic sequence of the destroyer primordial entity, granting him 3 extraordinary abilities. 1. Absolute balance. All attributes align with the highest attribute. 2. Endless vitality. The ability to rapidly absorb various substances from the void, enabling regeneration and creation. 3. Absolute destruction. Every attack deals devastating damage, inflicting true damage and critical hits with every strike. Jiang Wang stared intently at the system panel in front of him. Although the rank of Dust Star 3 stars had slightly declined, the 400 points in stamina and mental strength made him feel unprecedentedly powerful. The enhancements brought by the genetic sequence were astonishing, giving him, for a moment, the illusion of being able to dominate all existence. His mental strength surged outward like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire insect hive. If Li Shui were present at this moment, she would undoubtedly notice that a third of his mental energy had already been consumed by a profound, inky darkness. Suddenly, the system notification chimed, and the leaderboard for Zone 13 unfolded gradually. First place, Jiang Wang, 13,947 points, rewarded with 1 drop of Soul Essence Elixir. Second place, Sanshin Battle Regiment, 3,947 points, rewarded with 24 sets of standard issue specialized combat gear from the Mechanical Empire. Third place, Skyfire Battle Regiment, 3,723 points, rewarded with 1 law reference. As the system announced the rewards for the top 10 and revealed the rankings of the top 100, a massive map was projected onto Jiang Wang's personal terminal. His position was marked in striking gold, while the markers for the 3rd and 7th places were moving rapidly across the map. Sigh. Jiang Wang exhaled softly. The tree desires calm, but the wind will not cease. Releasing such a provocative leaderboard at such a critical moment was clearly an attempt to incite competition. He gazed toward the darkened area that occupied 3/4 of the map and thought to himself, the war of the myriad races isn't even over, and now they're already starting to raise contenders like venomous insects? In the observation room, Jiang Wang's face dominated the virtual screen. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, locking eyes with everyone present. Interesting, the headmaster seated at the center murmured, slightly raising an eyebrow as though intrigued by something. This kind of clash between the strong was supposed to unfold in the later stages, but initiating it early was clearly intended to raise the stakes. While this decision disrupted the original plans of the other 29 zones, the headmaster silenced all dissent with a single remark. Kaizhou and the Alliance need leaders capable of turning the tide and guiding humanity toward glory. With the assurance provided by the terminal system, all zone leaders ceased their objections. After all, what awaited the strong was not only the myriad races but also humanity itself. Around Jiang Wang, the closer the members of the various battle groups got to his location, the more unsettled they felt. The swarm left nothing alive in its Wakeno blades of grass, not even a single dry twig. Every living thing was dragged back to their hive, converted into energy. Not far away, a scout team of 300 zerglings was vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Whenever anyone attempted to approach, these creatures would retreat with lightning speed, adding to Li Wang's growing frustration. Xiao Yin, you claim to come from the same primordial realm as him. Why don't you tell everyone what you know about him first? Li Wang turned to his vice-captain, Xiao Yin. As a fire element lord, Li Wang commanded an army of strength fire demons. Xiao Yin, also an expert in fire elements and an elemental lord, had been promoted to vice-captain upon his arrival, earning both admiration and envy from many. My advice? Don't provoke him, Xiaoyan said gravely. Oh, are you suggesting that all of us combined are no match for a few bugs? Zhang San, who had long been at odds with Xiaoyan, sneered. Strictly speaking, yes. Xiaoyan remained indifferent to Zhang San's incredulous and angry expression and continued. I know that Boss Li has taken down multiple lords from the myriad races in the primordial realm, but Jiang Wang is different. Li Wang's large eyes narrowed slightly. How so? Let me ask you this, Boss Li, when you defeated those lords, were you relying on the distraction provided by other equally powerful leaders? Yes. If it weren't for the help of a few strong allies at the time, I wouldn't have been able to break through their ranks. That's the difference. Jiang Wang, on his own, wiped out all the myriad races in his region within hours and took control of every single lord in Zone 10086. Xiaoyan, stop spouting nonsense. Zhang San suddenly yelled. One man wiping out the myriad races? Why not say he can crush the entire primordial realm with a flick of his finger? Xiaoyan cast a cold glance at Zhang San, but chose to ignore the troublemaker. Instead, he turned to Li Wang. Boss Li, if you insist on robbing Jiang Wang's points, I won't be joining you. I'll return all resources I've received, except for those I've rightfully earned. Li Wang studied Xiaoyan's serious expression, his face dark and foreboding. But the next moment, he suddenly burst into laughter, clapping Xiaoyan on the shoulder. Brother Xiao, what are you saying? You've shared such valuable intel with me, how could I not believe you? Since you've made your stance so clear, I wouldn't risk the futures of my brothers. There's still plenty of time, and the map has only been explored a quarter of the way. There are more points to be had. But Zhang San tried to interject. Enough. I'm the leader of the Skyfire battle group. Li Wang cut him off sharply. Xiaoyan sighed inwardly. Damn it. Why are people so hard to deal with? First, there's Leon, ruthless and merciless. And now there's Li Wang, who uses both fear and favor to masterfully control his men. Has the primordial realm gained sentience? Thanks to Xiaoyan's warning and Li Wang's leadership, the Skyfire battle group successfully avoided disaster. However, not far from them, the 7th-ranked Nightshade squad wasn't so fortunate. The squad's members were battered and desperate, facing an endless sea of Zerg. Their original plan of a direct decapitation strike had been thwarted by the sudden appearance of the swarm, leaving the assassination team in a dire situation. Jiang Wang, if you're a man, come out and fight us unknown. Their challenge was met with nothing but the merciless blades of the swarm. Though these would-be robbers were skilled fighters, slicing through Zerglings like cutting through butter, they couldn't overcome the overwhelming numbers. Elementalists and summoners alike were drowned in the relentless tide of insects. Similar scenes were unfolding in other parts of the battlefield. Within the hive, Jiang Wang watched as one team after another was forcefully teleported back due to fatal injuries. He sighed softly. Why bother? As the yellow dots on his map disappeared, Jiang Wang resumed his leisurely slacking off. Meanwhile, his brutal takedowns of the would-be robbers were being closely monitored by observers. The principal frowned slightly, displeased. Old Wang, I admit this kid is a rare talent, but why does he seem so lazy? Ha ha ha, well, it's all thanks to you for recognizing his potential. According to Aunt Shui, this kid is indeed a bit unusual, but I don't know much else about him. Aunt Shui, why don't you give the principal some advice? Wang Tianfeng chuckled, deftly passing the responsibility to Li Shui. Li Shui cursed her uncle inwardly for shirking responsibility, but a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Judging from how this kid had focused on the alliance's advantages during their first meeting, rather than being swayed by her beauty, he was clearly a pragmatic person. Li Shui stood up slowly, a gentle smile on her face. Uncle Zhou, my unofficial disciple is great in every way, except he never acts without incentive. Perhaps you could add that prized bio-warlord from the biological empire to the rewards pool? And let me have a quick word with him, I guarantee it'll work. Zhou Qian was momentarily stunned by her suggestion, but then he burst into laughter, playfully scolding her. Zhou Qian stood there, his gaze fixed on Li Shui, a glimmer of something unreadable flashing in his eyes. As one of the last remaining treasures from the fall of the Bio Empire, the unfinished artifact in his possession was a priceless rarity, coveted across the entire Kaiyuan Empire. It was no secret that Li Shui had long set her sights on this extraordinary item. Sensing Zhou Qian's hesitation, a sharp gleam flickered in Li Shui's eyes. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of persuasion. Uncle Zhou, there's an old saying in the other world. 1,000 gold coins for a horse's bones. Despite the cultural difference, Zhou Qian, having lived for centuries, instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind her words. He locked eyes with her and said in a low, steady tone, all right then, let's see if he has what it takes. But let me make one thing clear, if someone else claims it first, you'll owe me another one, and you'd better train harder. Before Li Shui could even react, her face already beginning to fall, Zhou Qian issued a district-wide announcement. Attention, all participants. Prize updates effective immediately. Platinum tier rewards now include the Bio Warlord. The current Platinum tier prize pool consists of Flame Godseed, S-Class Troop Contract, 100 grams of Calming Elixir, Platinum Class Starship, Martial Harmony Essence, and the Bio Warlord. District champions will receive Gold tier prizes, while the overall champion may select any Platinum tier reward. The announcement sent ripples of confusion through the student ranks, but the other administrators were utterly stunned. The Platinum tier rewards, though not universally applicable, were carefully curated to meet the needs of all the top contenders. Particularly shocking was the sudden addition of the Bio Warlord by the principal himself. Despite its unassuming name, it was a genuine relic of the Empyrean unparalleled asset. After all, the Bio Empire had once stood toe-to-toe with the Kaiyuan Empire, a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang received 2 messages from Li Shuwei. Kid, don't say your master doesn't look out for you. See that Bio Warlord? This is your chance. And then immediately after, damn it, if you don't get that Bio Warlord, you're dead meat. The message was accompanied by a series of ferocious emojis. It was clear that while the first message maintained her authority as a mentor, the second was a frustrated outburst fueled by the thought of her own potential loss. The more she dwelled on it, the angrier she became, resulting in the near roar of her follow-up message. As Jiang Wang stared at his communicator, still unsure how to respond, another message from Li Shui popped up. Bio Warlord Unfinished Relic of the Bio Empire. Contains the most perfect genetic chain of the Bio Empire. Legend says once completed, it can create a Voidbreaker level powerhouse. You've been warned. 3 key phrases in her explanation bio, most perfect, and genetic chain ignited a spark in Jiang Wang's mind. Initially, his only goal had been to lay low, collect some genetic samples, and stay out of trouble. But now, as someone who had personally crafted countless genetic creations, his insatiable curiosity had been awakened. The allure of this artifact, containing the ultimate genetic secret, was irresistible. Jiang Wang immersed himself in genetic research, causing his evolution points to skyrocket. For an entire day, he was deeply engrossed in creation. Unlike others who grew stronger through cultivation or hunting various races, Jiang Wang could rapidly enhance his abilities as long as he accumulated enough evolution points. However, this evolution came at a cost. His rank regressed to Dust Tier 3, and the points required for advancement increased significantly. After a full day of effort, he barely managed to climb back to Dust Tier 5. To prepare for potential threats, Jiang Wang adopted a dual strategy: external expansion and internal fortification. Despite his personal strength improving, the combat effectiveness of his Zerglings lagged behind other lords. Most of the lords, who had undergone short-term training at the academy, could easily fend off dozens or even hundreds of Zerglings. Enhancing the attributes of his Zerglings required an enormous amount of evolution points, a cost Jiang Wang could not currently bear given his resource constraints. Thus, he devised an alternative approach. Exploiting the Zerg's ability to reproduce and multiply rapidly, he achieved an astonishing growth rate in his forces. Over the next 15 days, Jiang Wang focused on expanding his army and researching new genetic chains. From an aerial view, the land below appeared dotted with countless black patches, and that was only the surface. Underground, countless worker drones tirelessly transported minerals to the hive, nearly hollowing out the earth beneath. Above ground, the fungal spread extended outward for 8 kilometers, surrounded by an array of fantastical biological structures. These structures were unlike the grotesque, slimy, pulsating walls often seen in television dramas. Under Jiang Wang's meticulous design, they exhibited a unique organic beauty, clean, orderly, and visually striking. The fungal mats were piled high with supplies delivered by worker drones. Although the energy required to hatch Zerglings was relatively low, Jiang Wang had stockpiled an abundance of energy in preparation for the championship, ready to activate in overdrive mode at any moment. Over the course of these 15 days, every unit in his army underwent dozens of upgrades and iterations. This series of actions left the observers in the control room utterly baffled. Why had Jiang Wang become even more cautious after receiving rewards? Meanwhile, the front lines between humanity and the myriad alien races were in dire straits. The survivors of the Skyfire battle group were on the brink of collapse as they faced an overwhelming tide of enemy forces. Internal strife and looting earlier in the trial had caused 20 of the lords to leave the battlefield prematurely. Now, under the relentless assault of the alien races, humanity was retreating step by step, with only a handful of powerful individuals holding critical positions. One brave warrior charged into the enemy ranks but was ambushed by alien leaders and killed before the terminal could recall him. Frontline at high risk. All forces, regroup immediately. A Frost Element Lord issued an urgent call in the regional channel. This formidable figure had once frozen and obliterated enemies within a several hundred-meter radius and had even slain multiple alien leaders. At the same time, Jiang Wang's hybrid army was already en route to the front lines. Each unit was equipped with 100,000 toxin cockroaches and tanks, along with 200,000 zerglings. He had prepared 30 such units in total. Glancing at the notification panel showing 99 unread messages, Jiang Wang chose not to open it, knew it would be filled with curses and insults. Despite his ranking dropping to 9th place, his presence remained unforgettable. Han Bingyan slammed his desk in fury. That Jiang Wang. Does he just plan to reap the benefits without lifting a finger? The others in the room reacted differently, some with anger, others with disdain. A fraud. Even if he survives longer, his score is bound to plummet. Li Si sneered. Forget it. This place is already lost. We should consider retreating, Xiaoyan said, though he suspected Jiang Wang was likely gathering strength elsewhere. He had no idea when Jiang Wang would make his move. Retreat? Where to? How do we retreat? Han Bingyan glared at Xiaoyan. Faced with Han Bingyan's intense emotions, Xiaoyan hesitated, had no authority to command him. In a world dominated by self-interest, idealists like Han Bingyan were a rarity. His fearless sacrifice for the front lines, and for all the lords, left Xiaoyan feeling both ashamed and awed. Watching Xiaoyan fall silent, Han Bingyan gradually calmed down. The atmosphere in the tent was heavy. Han Bingyan's gaze swept over every strong figure present. The front line is on the verge of collapse. Retreating now would result in massive casualties, so someone must stay behind to cover. His voice was firm and resolute. I won't say much. Just one question: who is willing to stay behind? Please stand. The tent fell into dead silence. Those who usually carried themselves with pride and arrogance now lowered their heads. Though they were equipped with emergency devices for protection, those measures were far from foolproof. If targeted by the concentrated fire of several leaders, they likely wouldn't even have the chance to activate the teleportation device before meeting their end. Why bother? Finally, someone broke the silence, their tone tinged with disdain. We've awakened such powerful abilities. As long as we're alive, we can create immense value. Exactly. Why are you trying to play the hero now? Voices of agreement followed one after another. Han Bingyan calmly regarded their self-righteous expressions. Such was human nature: when someone's light shines too brightly, others instinctively try to extinguish it or tarnish its purity to make themselves feel less inadequate. The screech of a chair scraping against the ground shattered the stalemate. Xiaoyan stood up, a serene smile on his face. Han Bingyan nodded knowingly, and the two walked out of the tent side by side. Any regrets? Han Bingyan asked as he turned his head slightly. Some, but I can live with it, Xiaoyan replied, half jokingly. Yet his eyes carried an unprecedented sense of relief. In that moment, his choice seemed to reconnect him with the person he had once been in the primordial realm. Back then, he was a spirited young man who would risk everything for his friends and brothers. He had once, like the warrior who sacrificed himself yesterday, stood fearlessly against danger, blocking the Black Tiger's attack. But Jiang Wang's actions had shattered his convictions. He knew Jiang Wang was wrong but lacked the courage to confront him. He believed Liang deserved to die. Yet when he saw Tang Si collapse before him, warm blood splattering his face, and felt the icy grip of Tang Si's hand clutching his own, fear consumed him. From that moment on, he was no longer the fearless youth he once was. He joined Li Wang's team, even though he was fully aware of Li Wang's selfishness and deceit. Even as he witnessed the threats, looting, and humiliation within the group, he chose silence. That was, until he met Han Bingyan, a pure idealist. Despite being an ice-wielding ability user, Han Bingyan sought to use his powers to bring warmth to his people. When Xiaoyan and Han Bingyan stood shoulder to shoulder at the forefront of the battlefield, it felt as if time had reversed. Xiaoyan seemed to return to the vibrant days of his youth, reclaiming the fearless spirit of a young warrior. Taking a step forward, a blazing inferno erupted around him, shooting skyward. In an instant, his power surged from black iron directly to bronze tier. As enshranked fire element lord, this was the brilliance he was destined to display. Han Bingyan, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Xiaoyan, let out a hearty laugh. Brother Xiao, it's my honor to fight alongside you. Before his words had fully landed, two figures, one wreathed in fire and the other in frost, charged into the ranks of the myriad clans like a pair of ferocious tigers. The scattered lords witnessing this scene reacted in starkly different ways. Some, moved to tears, turned to retreat. Others, cursing angrily, threw themselves back into the fray. Damn it all, they swore. Under the relentless oppression of the myriad clans, some clutched their heads and wept, others sought refuge in despair. But the Han people carried an indomitable pride. Even in an alien world, they would rather die on the battlefield than live in disgrace. In the observation room, a group of influential figures watched the battle unfold. It was countless heroes like these who had reclaimed inch by inch of land from the ruthless myriad clans in the world of Kaiyuan. Though the warriors on the trial battlefield seemed as insignificant as ants in terms of strength, their spirit deeply moved the alliance's leaders. Zhou Qian was prepared to activate the emergency terminal to rescue these promising young talents, but something made him pause. Behind the battlefield, Zhang San turned to glance at Xiao Yin, who was surrounded by the myriad clans. Muttering idiot, he was just about to retreat when he noticed something unusual in the distance. Hey, boss, what's that black dot over there? Li Wang, irritated by his longtime companion Zhang San's interruption, frowned. But soon, the thunderous sound of distant rumbling grew louder, a noise so overwhelming it even stunned the myriad clans. Zhang San finally discerned the truth through the rising dust. Swarm? It's a swarm. His shrill cry woke everyone from their stupor. The sight of the endless insect swarm was utterly terrifying. This was the first wave of Jiang Wang's forces. A countless number of zerglings poured into the myriad clan's ranks. Though individually weaker than their foes, their sheer numbers created an undeniable advantage. Ha ha ha, looks like we're not dying today. Xiao Yin, battered and bloody, said to Han Bingyan. Knowing Jiang Wang's methods, he was certain that once Jiang Wang acted, it would be with unstoppable force. Han Bingyan coughed weakly, his voice hoarse. Let's just survive first. As a black iron 9-star, he was far outmatched by the newly ascended bronze tier Xiao Yin. Inside the insect hive, Jiang Wang observed the battle with keen focus. Anna, his trusted commander, was in charge, while he oversaw the entire operation. To ensure victory, he deployed 2 additional forces to flank the enemy. Tank beetles leapt high into the air, crashing down with devastating impact, while poison mantises unleashed wide-range attacks to carve paths for the zerglings. The various units operated both independently and in perfect harmony, exhibiting a raw, brutal beauty in their fighting style. Back in the observation room, Li Shuai couldn't contain her pride. That's my disciple. See that? My very first disciple. Her expression resembled that of Wang Yusheng, one of Li Yunlong's men, though her feminine charm lent it a unique touch of endearment. The senior figures around her chuckled warmly, showering Jiang Wang with praise for his exceptional abilities. Yet amidst the laughter, Wang Tianfeng's heavy sigh abruptly shattered the cheerful atmosphere. Everyone knew what weighed on his mind, and the room fell into a somber silence. Even the previously lively Li Shuai quietly took her seat, her demeanor subdued. At that moment, Zhou Qian suddenly stood up, his entire being radiating an intimidating presence. What's all this despair for? So what if it's the royal family? So what if it's a succubus? As long as we deal with the succubus, the royal family is nothing to fear. Uncle Zhou. Li Shuai looked at the usually gentle elder, her gaze filled with conflicting emotions. Aunt Xiaoxue, if you're unwilling, no one will force you. Zhou Qian's smile suddenly returned, and he spoke to Li Shuai in a gentle tone. Li Shuai managed to muster a faint smile, but it lacked the brilliance it once held. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sight. As the most promising talent after Yi Chen to potentially break into the Void Realm, Li Shuai, despite only recently stepping into the Platinum Realm, possessed an exceedingly rare dual SS-level talent and unit. Among billions of people, she was the only one blessed with such a gift. Her SS unit was the Succubus Queen, a mysterious and powerful entity capable of infiltrating an enemy's mental world, using its seductive powers to bring destruction. Moreover, the Succubus Queen could cast enchantment spells in the physical world, turning those under its spell into slaves before draining their life force, leaving behind ephemeral blossoms. Those touched by these blossoms would be marked by the Succubus Queen, forever falling under its control, both in mind and body. However, such immense power came with a heavy cost. The Succubus Queen was no ordinary unit, it was an independent life form, a complete species of its own. This proud existence constantly sought to seize control of Li Zui's body. As her strength grew, so did the power of the succubus, creating an endless vicious cycle. What made matters worse was that every 3 months, Li Shuai would experience a day of overwhelming desire for men. If she were to lose her purity, the succubus would immediately take over her body and soul, while the man involved would gain half of her cultivation. The royal family did have a solution to suppress the succubus threat, but it came at a steep price. Li Shuai would have to marry the emperor. This was one of the reasons the alliance remained wary of the royal family. They suspected the aging emperor might be plotting to use Li Zui's power to ascend to the Void Realm. Her other SS talent was Soul Enchantment, which had 3 effects. The first was a mental aura that significantly boosted her spiritual attributes while granting her the succubus traits. The second allowed her to hear the inner thoughts of anyone who harbored feelings for her, rendering those with affection for her incapable of resisting her commands. And the third enabled her to absorb the spiritual strength and cultivation of those who had fallen for her. Because of this, Wang Tianfeng had meticulously protected Li Shuai from a young age, keeping her away from all men. Yet, despite his efforts, countless individuals across the Kaiyuan world coveted her, willing to go to any lengths to claim her for themselves. Wang Tianfeng was furious upon learning that Li Shuai had spent time alone with Jiang Wang and even accepted him as her disciple. Initially, his intent had not been to test Jiang Wang, but to kill him outright. However, after repeated evaluations conducted with Li Shuai, a startling discovery emerged. Jiang Wang appeared to be almost entirely immune to Li Zui's charm-based psychic powers and the allure of the enchantress. It was as if he had no interest in women whatsoever. Even more puzzling was that whenever Jiang Wang entered Li Zui's psychic range, she perceived a soothing, gentle aura from him rather than the usual heated sensations associated with succubi. This unique trait compelled Li Shuai to break her composure and engage with him, ultimately leading her to take him as her disciple. Meanwhile, the trial battlefield was reaching a fever pitch. The myriad races swiftly adjusted their strategies, concentrating elite forces on the flanks to form a living wall to block the Zerg swarm. Nearly 500,000 warriors from the myriad races clashed head-on with the black tide of the Zerg under the command of their respective leaders. The battlefield was a chaotic mess of blood, flying limbs, and shattered bodies. Though the Zerg fought with reckless abandon, the warriors of the myriad races were no mere pushovers. This trial was not only a test but also a critical confrontation between humanity and the myriad races. The warriors of the myriad races were meticulously trained elites, while humanity's side consisted of rookies from otherworldly realms. The disparity in strength was stark. As the battle progressed, the myriad races began to gain the upper hand. Although they lacked the Zerg's ferocity, their resolve in combat was no less formidable. Their advantage in individual combat prowess, coupled with Jiang Wang's disadvantage in air superiority, left the Zerg forces increasingly at a loss. Swarms of Zerglings and venomous roaches suffered heavy casualties under relentless aerial assaults from flying beasts. Anna, witnessing the dire situation, broke into a cold sweat and momentarily froze in panic. Jiang Wang's voice, calm and steady, reached her ears at the perfect moment. Don't panic. Take it slow. You are the Zerg Queen, above all the swarm. You cannot afford to lose your composure. Bolstered by his soothing psychic presence, Anna regained her focus and began issuing decisive commands. Units of venomous roaches moved into position under the protection of Zerg tanks, ready to strike. Analyzing the battlefield with a clear mind, Anna observed that the enemy's aerial units frequently concentrated their attacks directly above or just ahead of the venomous roach formations to maximize their effectiveness. Her eyes sharpened as she seized the opportunity, issuing an order for all venomous roaches to simultaneously fire at their own positions. The massive griffins in the air let out despairing cries as they faced the overwhelming barrage of venomous projectiles. Even retreating at full speed, they couldn't escape unscathed. In an instant, the myriad race's aerial advantage was obliterated. Though this counterattack inflicted significant damage on her own venomous roaches and Zerglings, Anna maintained a grim expression. Under the tank's cover, the venomous roaches reloaded within a minute, this time preparing to launch deadly spores. Xiao Yin and Han Bingyan confirmed the evacuation of their personnel and retreated at high speed, silently praying for more time. The relentless pong 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 of launching spores echoed across the battlefield, causing Xiao Yan's heart to pound as he quickened his pace. The spores rained down like a deadly barrage, blanketing the battlefield. They narrowly escaped the attack's range. The battlefield transformed into a hellscape for the beasts, as the infected Zerglings fought ferociously until their final moments. Though Jiang Wang had yet to enhance the spore's potency with superior genetic material, the wounded warriors of the myriad races quickly grew fungi from their injuries. Only a few exceptionally strong leaders managed to break through. However, even greater despair awaited them. Jiang Wang's second army had already completed its encirclement. The radiant peacock Kongyu, after leaving behind over 10,000 corpses in its wake, was the last warrior of the myriad races to remain standing. It had no choice but to detonate its bloodline power to send a warning to the rear. In the span of half a day, the 50,000-strong force of the myriad races was completely annihilated, leaving not a single messenger alive. Jiang Wang watched Kongyu's retreating figure with a hint of regret. In the course of the encirclement, many of the more powerful warriors of the myriad races had escaped using similar methods, but he had managed to kill several weaker leaders. The second army quickly moved to clean up the battlefield, with worker bees transporting various corpses to the rear to replenish energy reserves. On the human front, everyone stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold. 50,000 warriors of the myriad races slaughtering such a number of ordinary creatures would have taken days of relentless effort. Yet Jiang Wang had accomplished this massive battle in half a day. Aside from the mushrooms sprouting from the ground and the blood-soaked earth, the battlefield bore no other traces of the carnage. Zhang San swallowed hard as he stared at the orderly Zerg forces. B-boss, he doesn't know we tried to rob him back then, does he? Smack. Li Wang slapped Zhang San across the face. Shut your crow's mouth. Bringing that up now, are you trying to wet your pants? Elsewhere, under the escort of a large number of Zerglings, Jiang Wang began relocating the swarm's hive. Jiang Wang's decision to relocate the base was driven by two primary factors. First, the current location was too far from the battlefield, making resource transportation inefficient. Second, the surrounding surface and subterranean resources were nearly depleted. More importantly, during the second and third corps' detour, they discovered an ideal new city, a vast, resource-rich plain perfectly suited for the Zerg. In a rare moment of respite, Jiang Wang collapsed onto the sofa. To develop biological warlords, he had been pushing himself to the limit, managing only 3 hours of rest each day, a grueling schedule that even a beast of burden would find unbearable. If not for his innate ability to draw energy from the void, he might have gone down in history as the first Zerg overlord to die of exhaustion. Standing beside him, Anna gently massaged his shoulders, a stark contrast to her usual cold and serious demeanor. "How does it feel? Are you getting the hang of it?" Jiang Wang asked with a smile. Anna lowered her head shyly. During the earlier battle, she had indeed experienced the intoxicating sense of control that came with commanding as an overlord. Watching both the multiracial armies and the Zerg fall under her orders, she felt not discomfort, but a strange sense of exhilaration. Seeing her bashful reaction, Jiang Wang decided to stop teasing her and shifted his focus to reviewing the day's battle. Although Anna was initially a bit nervous, once she found her rhythm, her timing on every decision was impeccable. Jiang Wang's mind, however, had already moved on to another pressing question: how to acquire or create an aerial force. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit hall, the trial battlefield overseen by the major family organizations was underway. Li Tian, the young master of the Li family, lounged idly, staring at the virtual screen with a bored expression. The old man insisted I come and keep an eye on this, saying we shouldn't underestimate these people from other realms. Shaoli, what do you think? Aren't these so-called outsiders just a bunch of trash? Young master, you're absolutely right, Liang replied obsequiously. These so-called geniuses from other worlds aren't even worthy to carry your shoes. In truth, Liang's situation was far more precarious than it appeared. Back in the primordial realm, Jiang Wang's devastating strike had shattered his mental world. With sheer force of will fueled by bitterness and resentment, he had managed to piece together his broken psyche, but his talents and combat abilities were now permanently crippled. Realizing that he hadn't been officially registered in this new world, he used his glib tongue to secure a position in this third-rate family. I'm tired. Third brother. You keep an eye on things here, Li Tian said, rising with two alluring women draped over his arms. I'm off to enjoy myself. Once Li Tian left and the other onlookers turned their attention elsewhere, the sycophantic smile on Liang's face disappeared, replaced by a sinister glint in his eyes. He was certain Jiang Wang was somewhere in the novice trial grounds, thinking of their vastly different circumstances, one in the light, the other in the shadows. Liang couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. By this time, Jiang Wang had already completed the relocation of his base, with various structures rising rapidly from the ground. Inside the hive, he ignored the array of genetic options before him and focused entirely on studying flight-related genes. The lack of aerial dominance was a constant thorn in his side. Entrusting all external combat responsibilities to Anna, with strict orders to repel any invaders, he immersed himself fully in his research. Amid the dense catalog of flight-related genes, Jiang Wang discovered many reminiscent of Earth's creatures, ranging from massive pterosaurs to tiny mosquitoes. He began to ponder. What was the most critical factor in aerial combat? Was it attack power, maneuverability, or survivability? Suddenly, inspiration struck giant dragonflies. These creatures, which once thrived during Earth's Carboniferous period, might just hold the key he had been searching for. The ability to hover and fly with precision was exactly what Jiang Wang urgently needed. He decided to use the genetic blueprint of a dragonfly as a foundation to create a new breed of aerial fighters for the future. Jiang Wang quickly identified several species with genetic structures most similar to that of the dragonfly and began meticulous genetic editing. He initially injected genes for regeneration and attack capabilities, but soon discovered that the once harmonious and elegant genetic chain had become bloated and unwieldy. This bloated genetic structure not only caused internal conflicts within the species, but also risked reactivating genes long eliminated by natural selection, ultimately resulting in nothing more than a worthless mass of slime. Frowning in deep thought, a bold idea suddenly struck Jiang Wang. Rather than forcibly injecting genes, why not allow them to fuse naturally, letting the genes self-select and combine organically? He retrieved hundreds of carefully curated high-quality genetic chains from the gene library and embarked on a lengthy experimental process. During this time, command of the battlefield was entirely handed over to Anna. A week later, Jiang Wang stood at his lab table, disheveled and exhausted. Yet his eyes burned with fervent excitement. Damn, I'm a genius, he exclaimed, staring at the spiraling genetic chain and the preliminary simulated image of the finished product before him. A profound sense of accomplishment surged through him. The new species was named Elong, and its data was astonishing. Flight speed, 50. Survivability, 80. Attack capability, 75. Rarity, extremely high. The system immediately rewarded him with 50,000 evolution points. The Elong's physical form was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, measuring nearly 8 meters in length with a wingspan of 12 meters. By integrating genes from pterosaurs, Jiang Wang successfully evolved the dragonfly's delicate, transparent wings into durable, specialized membranous wings. Additionally, it inherited traits from mantises, growing two massive, razor-sharp scythe-like blades on its forelimbs. Even more astonishingly, Jiang Wang incorporated genes from various parasites and bacteria. The Elong could secrete corrosive liquid during flight, releasing it through spray ports along its sides. Its tail hosted parasitic organisms capable of either shooting out piercing blades or delivering crushing blows, and even its blood was corrosive. This made the Elong a perfect airborne killing machine, a dual-threat predator capable of taking on both aerial and ground targets. As Jiang Wang gazed upon this ultimate weapon of destruction, a profound thought crossed his mind as a scholar: creation itself. This is the power reserved for gods. The hatching pool sprang into action, following Jiang Wang's commands with precision. Slowly, the newborn draconic creatures emerged from the pool. However, they were unable to take flight immediately. While this brief delay might have been inconsequential in ordinary circumstances, on the battlefield, every second could dictate the tide of war. Jiang Wang meticulously examined the functionality of the creatures, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. These were the airborne killing machines he had envisioned. As the creatures finally took to the air, he wasted no time, summoning a tank as a test target. The ensuing battle was over in an instant. The creature's tail, equipped with a hammer-like appendage, struck with devastating force, effortlessly piercing the tank's armor. It wasn't sheer brute strength that played. This destructive power stemmed from a sophisticated design. Each swing of the tail hammer released bursts of high-pressure gas from concealed vents, dramatically increasing its speed. The sharpened spikes ensured a lethal impact. Even more astonishing was the tail's parasitic organism, which converted the creature's internal gases into a potent corrosive liquid. This liquid could solidify into acid projectiles, enabling long-range attacks. The creature's regenerative abilities were equally terrifying. By harnessing the synergy of flight-generated gases and biological bacteria, it could swiftly heal non-fatal wounds. A mere 10 minutes of flight was sufficient for it to return to combat, fully recovered. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang returned to the hive and began designing a specialized tower for incubating these creatures. Soon, a new structure called the spire rose from the ground, adding 2,000 evolution points to the hive. Towering into the sky, the spire featured a massive spherical incubation pool at its summit, ensuring the creatures were battle-ready upon birth. The topmost layer was equipped with defensive mechanisms and a resting area. As Jiang Wang admired his creation, a timid voice broke the moment. Anna stood behind him, hesitant. In high spirits, Jiang Wang gently ruffled her hair, thanking her for her dedication during this period. However, Anna's expression was filled with guilt as she confessed her failure to complete the task assigned by the Overmind. Jiang Wang tensed, but a quick glance at the millions of elite Zerglings still standing in formation around them allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the observation chamber was heavy with tension. Aunt Li Shui wore an awkward expression as she explained the rationale for taking Jiang Wang under her wing. The others, however, were too stunned to speak. In just 7 days, Jiang Wang had single-handedly annihilated over 6 million enemy forces. Even more shocking was the revelation of his newly created draconic creatures and the spire technologies eerily reminiscent of the long-extinct Bio Empire's genetic engineering. Finally, Zhou Qian solemnly put an end to the discussion, and the group silently agreed to let the matter rest. Back on Jiang Wang's side, he was busy consoling a tearful Anna. Despite their victory over 6 million enemy beasts, their forces had suffered a loss of 9 million. To make matters worse, the remaining foes had retreated behind an impenetrable barrier, refusing to engage. This left Anna feeling deeply frustrated and defeated. With the help of Jiang Wang's offerings of chips and soda, she eventually managed to smile through her tears. When Jiang Wang checked his terminal, he discovered an overwhelming flood of private messages, notifications, and friend requests. The private messages ranged from requests for assistance to far more personal propositions. Meanwhile, the notifications revealed that the completion rate of the 13th District's rookie trial had reached 99, securing the top spot and sparking heated discussions across other districts. Jiang Wang's name was rapidly spreading far and wide. The notice boards across all districts were abuzz with chatter. District 1 mockingly declared, "Oh, please, solo domination? Why not claim the beasts are lining up to jump into the river?" The exchanges between District 6 and District 13 were even more tense. 99 completion and no points? It's true, we got nothing. All the points ended up with Jiang Wang. Someone from District 13 replied helplessly, "Well, that's it for us. Logging off." Jiang Wang casually browsed these notifications from 3 days ago, a faint smile playing on his lips. The districts were actively sharing strategies and tips for combating the myriad races, except for District 13, which remained silent. This irritated others, but the people of District 13 could only explain with wry smiles. They hadn't even figured out the monster's patterns before Jiang Wang had already swept the field. Reading the praises flooding in, Jiang Wang was in high spirits. He had settled into a laid-back lifestyle, living like a capitalist. Petting his dog, sipping cola, munching on chips, all while commanding his swarm to relentlessly harass the last stronghold of the myriad races in the map's northeast corner. The remnants of the myriad races were forced to huddle together, activating an ancient protective formation with their bloodline essence. A massive, blue-faced fang-bearing ape was on the verge of a breakdown. What's the point of holding on? Those bugs will break in sooner or later and devour every last one of us. The black serpent chimed in. Boss Gene, give the brothers a way out. We're running out of bloodline essence. These were the mightiest of the myriad races, entities that should have dominated the trial grounds. Yet here they were, cornered by ceaseless swarms of insects. The golden lion slowly opened its eyes. Though its golden mane had dimmed from the loss of bloodline essence, its gaze remained imposing. For what purpose? Since the inception of the trial battleground, we of the myriad races have never been driven to such desperation by humans. Even against the legendary Yichun, we never bowed. As the lion's impassioned speech reached its peak, a sudden burst of applause echoed through the air. All the beasts froze in shock. There were only beasts here. Who would clap? Outside the barrier, in the guise of a larva, Jiang Wang grinned mischievously. Well, brother lion, such noble resolve. Truly admirable. The gathered beasts glared at Jiang Wang with murderous intent, as if wishing to devour him on the spot. Pretending to be timid, Jiang Wang said, Now, don't look at me like that. You slaughter humans for your rituals, so isn't it fair for me to snack on a few beasts? This scene drew laughter from the observers in the control room. Even Li Shuai, after chuckling, began to mull over something. Jiang Wang was so composed and sharp in his interactions, clearly not a fool. So, could it be that he genuinely had no interest in her? Jiang Wang, undeterred, continued his taunts. Look, I'm not unreasonable. I'll give you a chance. From now on, my swarm will attack day and night, and I'll make sure people come here to take pictures and post them everywhere. If you don't want to become a laughingstock on every Kaiyuan platform, now's your chance to leave. The golden lion sneered. Pathetic human, do you truly think you've won? The full-scale trial is about to begin, and soon, you will all be nothing more than food and slaves for us. Without a word, Jiang Wang unleashed a mental attack with nearly 1,000 units of spiritual power directly at the barrier. Though it only caused slight ripples, the myriad races inside were visibly shaken. Even at his current Bronze 1 rank, Jiang Wang's spiritual prowess was far beyond the norm. Not long after, a throng of human lords arrived to join the spectacle. They treated the myriad races like zoo exhibits, freely making comments and jeering. Whoa, that lion's head is massive. Bet it'd make a killer lion head stew. You know nothing. Look at that black snake gall soup is the real deal. That gorilla looks so tiny though. While the lords couldn't match the myriad races in combat, their sharp tongues were unparalleled. Even the insect swarm seemed to cringe and retreat, unwilling to listen further. Back in the insect nest, Jiang Wang used a virtual screen to discuss strategies with Li Shuai. Meanwhile, the big shots in the observation room began mobilizing their resources, each trying to uncover a way to dismantle the sacrificial formation. Soon, a detailed operation plan to activate the altar, along with an old video, was sent to Jiang Wang's personal terminal. He opened the video and was instantly transported into the scene. Beneath the blue sky and green mountains, countless members of various races roared and shouted in unison, their cries shaking the heavens. On the altar, the corpses of humans and various types of soldiers were piled high like a mountain. Amid the severed limbs and bloodied remains, a few barely alive humans could still be heard faintly gasping for air. The most harrowing sight was at the forefront of the altar. A dozen humans, mutilated beyond recognition, writhing on the ground. Their empty eye sockets stared unflinchingly at the surrounding crowd of otherworldly beings, as though they were also staring directly into the eyes of anyone watching the video. They struggled to open their mouths, attempting to scream, but all they could manage was to spew streams of blood. The laughter of the surrounding races grew louder and more frenzied. A blood-red light curtain shot into the sky. First, the corpses of the soldiers, then the human bodies, and finally, the mutilated figures were absorbed. Blood seeped from every part of their bodies, slowly drifting upwards into the void. Even in the midst of such agony, those mutilated humans stubbornly gazed into the distance, their silent cries echoing through the scene. When the ritual ended, a few golden droplets of rain fell, inciting a wave of ecstatic cheers from the races pre-sent it was a sign of approval from their ancestors. The video cut off abruptly. Jiang Wang stood motionless, his face expressionless, as he processed the information. He learned that the mutilated figures had once been renowned prodigies, captured while covering the retreat of humanity during a trial battlefield. To flaunt their power, the other races had spread this video across human networks. Though the authorities acted swiftly to suppress it, the damage had already been done. Jiang Wang repeatedly watched those hollow eye sockets, their scorching gaze hotter than the sun. The haunting smile etched on those disfigured faces seemed to convey a message to future generations. Do not fear. I will stand before you. At that moment, Jiang Wang, who had always regarded everything as a tool for progress, was reminded of his past life, of the comrades who had died protecting him, of the exceptional soldier, the warm husband, the compassionate squad leader who had smiled at him and urged him to move forward. With determined strides, Jiang Wang walked out. Behind him, the swarm of Zerg roared thunderously as countless insectoid creatures surged forth like a tidal wave. The hired trolls surrounding the barrier, who had been hurling insults online, began to sense that something was amiss. The Zerg's eyes burned with an unparalleled fury. These so-called keyboard warriors felt a growing unease. The Zerg's low, guttural growls carried an intensity of rage they had never encountered before. In the distance, the sky-darkening silhouettes of alien dragons and Zerg swarms caused panic among the races within the barrier. When Jiang Wang once again stood before the barrier, a gorilla-like figure still shouted provocations. So what if you have a lot of bugs? Come in and kill us if you dare. Jiang Wang chuckled softly and ordered the Zerg to clear a path. He had already uploaded the video to the public channel across the entire region and made an announcement. 100 milliliters of blood would be exchanged for 10 points. Soon, large crowds of people voluntarily gathered, and medical personnel efficiently organized blood collection. The blood of nearly 10,000 individuals seeped into the ground surrounding the barrier, and the terrified races within realized with horror that their bloodline recall abilities had been sealed. Huh. Jiang Wang, do you think this will destroy the barrier? How naive. One of the races forced out a laugh, trying to maintain composure. Jiang Wang smiled faintly. I not only know that the altar is activated using human blood, but I also know that you can no longer be recalled. With that, he turned and walked away, ignoring the curses and shouts from behind. If they hadn't released the video to crush humanity's morale, they wouldn't have inadvertently revealed the secret of the altar to vengeful humans. But Jiang Wang didn't spell this out after all. The dread of awaiting death is far more terrifying than knowing its exact moment. Half a day remained until the server merge, and the blood donation drive had already lasted for 36 hours. On the battlefield, millions of people took turns donating blood. The soil surrounding the barrier was soaked with blood, and the heavy metallic scent of iron filled the air. Jiang Wang had repeatedly urged everyone to donate no more than 100 milliliters of blood. Yet, some ignored his warnings, insisting on donating up to 1,000 milliliters, only to be dragged away for treatment by the lords. By now, the Zerg that had once surrounded the area had retreated, replaced by silent lords standing in their place. Jiang Wang stared coldly at the golden lion inside the barrier, its bloodshot eyes glaring back at him. He spoke icily. Do you think I don't know how to activate the altar? His words sent a shiver down the lion's spine. Before it could respond, Jiang Wang had already turned his attention to the task at hand. Sensing danger, the myriad races erupted into desperate cries. Jiang Wang, you can't do this. It violates the agreement between humanity and the other races. Jiang Wang, please, we are willing to pledge allegiance to you. Release us, and our clans will offer you abundant resources. But their pleas fell on deaf ears. Jiang Wang continued his actions, while the humans present remained silent. The golden lion made one last effort to resist. Jiang Wang, aren't you afraid of the other races declaring war? Aren't you afraid we'll take our wrath out on the rest of humanity? Hearing this, Jiang Wang paused briefly, then raised his head and replied indifferently, what does that have to do with me? A beam of crimson light shot into the sky, and the races within the barrier let out venomous howls. Jiang Wang, you will die a miserable death. All of humanity deserves to perish. Their blood began to seep from their bodies, turning the barrier into a vision of hell. Suddenly, in the blood-soaked void above, a massive crimson eye opened, staring intently at everyone below. A deep, ancient voice echoed across District 13. You shall all pay the price. Boom. Shut up, will you? A second voice abruptly interrupted. The crimson eye seemed to suffer a heavy blow, and quickly vanished. As the ritual concluded, the golden rain turned blood red and was directly absorbed into Jiang Wang's body. This marked him with the seal of the myriad races, a curse that ensured eternal enmity. Yet Jiang Wang remained unfazed. Everything he had done was for the guardians who had been mutilated, for those who smiled to give hope to survivors, and to honor the memory of a friend who had passed. This scene spread rapidly across major platforms. On Goose Goose, the comments section exploded. Wow, that was so satisfying. Absolutely legendary. What are you looking at? Pass the food. I asked my kid if Jiang Wang looked cool, and he hesitated. So I made him cry. Did I do the right thing, guys? On a lush, green planet, a young boy ran hurriedly toward his grandfather, Lin Nansheng, who was sunbathing in a rocking chair. Grandpa, look, look at what? If you bring me another pair of fishnet stockings, I'll break your legs. Lin Nansheng scolded sharply. No, no, it's not that. Look at this. The boy, panting, held up a device playing the video of Jiang Wang's blood ritual against the myriad races. After watching the video, the old man froze for a moment, tears streaming down his face. Good, good. He stood up abruptly from his chair. My son. Finally, someone has avenged you. He then turned to his grandson. Pack your things right now and head to the Starsea Alliance. Meanwhile, in an observation room, the principal and others exchanged glances. The Crimson-I was one of the ancient ancestors of the myriad races, while the voice that interrupted belonged to a powerful human. Should we send this video to Professor Lin? Wang Tianfeng asked, turning to Zhou Qian, who sat at the head of the table. It's already been sent. Consider it a way to honor his second son's memory. At the mention of Lin Nansheng, everyone present sighed in sorrow. Lin Nansheng was the professor who had provided Jiang Wang with the method to operate the altar. 90 years ago, his second child had been mutilated and sacrificed during the novice trials. He had worked tirelessly ever since, witnessing his child's death over and over again. Once the youngest and most talented professor in the Kaiyuan era, his hair turned white overnight. Back on the battlefield, Jiang Wang returned to the Zerg hive, trying to expel the blood sealed within him, only to find it immovable. Well, Jiang Wang smirked with interest. If the gentle approach doesn't work, I'll have to get rough. The bloodline of the destroyer, the primordial, and the Zerg sovereign surrounded the blood-red orb, launching an intense chase. After an exhausting battle, Jiang Wang collapsed onto a sofa, staring at the blood-red orb now encased in a crystalline shell. Gasping for air, he muttered, "Damn it, you're surprisingly slippery." Anna, worried, brought him tea and water. After a long rest, Jiang Wang stood up, pointed at the blood-red orb encased in the shell, and said, "You little bastard, just you wait." He then tossed the shell and orb into a disassembly pool, severing all connections except for the energy supply, personally overseeing the disintegration process to prevent the orb from reverse engineering his information. The disassembly took an entire afternoon and required 3 energy supply replacements, yet only a tenth of the process was completed. Just then, a system notification sounded. Attention all districts, the server merge is about to begin. After the battlefield upgrade, city-states will be introduced. Fight bravely, kill without hesitation, and do not overly rely on city-states. All lords, please recall your units into your lord space. Server merge countdown. 1 hour. Jiang Wang smirked at the announcement. As a war-driven Zerg race, instead of recalling his units, he commanded the majority of his swarm to intensify resource scavenging, leaving only a minimal force to guard the hive. In the observation room, should we remind him? Units won't transfer during the merge, Wang Tianfeng asked, watching Jiang Wang's near-looting spree across the trial battlefield, his expression twitching. I already told him. He said it doesn't matter. Li Shuai replied awkwardly. As the countdown reached the final 10 seconds, Jiang Wang commanded his swarm into his lord space, conducting a mental scan and retrieval. By the 3-second mark, the hive was empty, save for Jiang Wang himself, with all his units and energy securely transferred. 3, 2, 1. Transfer initiated. The teleportation experience was, as always, a headache-inducing ordeal. Jiang Wang rubbed his throbbing temples and opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. What greeted him was a desolate desert landscape, golden sand stretching endlessly, with dust storms swirling in the distance. A system notification floated into view before him. Teleportation complete. Trial battleground, giant rock star. Trial duration, 60 days. Human structure, eternal wall. Multiracial structure, giant wild nest. Victory conditions. Reduce multiracial forces by 80 or destroy the victory crystal within the giant wild nest. A solemn reminder immediately followed. Attention, participants. This novice trial will determine your future. Please approach it with utmost seriousness. Wishing you all boundless martial fortune and unwavering courage. Without wasting a moment, Jiang Wang expanded his mental energy, extending his perception across a 10-kilometer radius. To his surprise, the area was utterly lifeless, no signs of any living creatures. Opening the map, he quickly realized the gravity of his situation was stranded in the largest death desert of Giant Rock Star. Meanwhile, the public communication channel had already become lively. Coordinates, Eternal Forest. Looking for a team to head to the Eternal Wall. Water Spirit Swamp coordinates here. Need a guide. Players flooded the channel with their coordinates, forming teams to converge on the eternal wall. Observing the chatter, Jiang Wang noticed that most human players were located in regions like plains, forests, and swamps, while only a pitiful few, just a few thousand, had been teleported to the Death Desert, like himself. Since I'm here, might as well make the best of it, Jiang Wang muttered to himself. He then summoned a swarm of Zerg units and began searching for a suitable location to establish a hive. In the observation room, Jiang Wang's virtual screen was displayed prominently at the top. Several high-ranking figures watched with puzzled expressions. Why is he in the Death Desert? Isn't that where the multiracial forces usually spawn? One of them asked. Although teleportation was random, the system generally placed players in environments that suited their unit types. Jiang Wang, however, had somehow ended up at the border between human and multiracial territories, which explained the barren surroundings. Before long, Jiang Wang discovered an ideal spot. Hidden beneath the sand was a massive underground river intertwined with several mineral veins. Sacrificing some larvae, the Zerg structures began to rise from the ground, and countless worker drones and Zerglings poured out from the Hive Lord's space. To Jiang Wang's delight, not only could the worker drones easily burrow into the sand, but the Zerglings, with their specialized foot paddles and concealed wings, could move even faster across the sandy terrain than usual. Meanwhile, within the giant wild nest, dozens of multiracial leaders gathered, each exuding a menacing aura. A colossal sky-shaking elephant swung its massive trunk dismissively and sneered. That useless golden lion got himself blood sacrificed by a human. A pure white fox interjected coyly. Well, to be fair, that Jiang Wang did manage to wipe out his opponents entirely after burning through 3 support opportunities. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. A beast resembling the mythical Taodai growled in a deep voice. The blood sacrifice of the golden lion in Zone 13 is a disgrace to our multiracial forces. The ancestors have decreed that this human must be eliminated, and the heavenly pearl reclaimed. Whoever accomplishes this will receive the bloodline baptism of the devouring ancestor. The declaration sent a wave of frenzy through the gathered leaders. Apart from the Taotai, all the multiracial beings had their eyes glowing red. Their breaths quickening. The chance to ascend to master-level power was within reach. The Taotai surveyed the room and added, however, since entering the battlefield, the ancestor has lost all sensing of the heavenly pearl. It is suspected that the humans have tampered with it. Your orders are to locate Jiang Wang immediately and retrieve the heavenly pearl. The multiracial leaders roared in unison and surged out of the nest. Simultaneously, within Eternal City, Sun Xiantian watched a massive virtual screen and addressed his trusted aide. Still no contact with Jiang Wang? He asked. Receiving a negative response, a flicker of irritation crossed Sun Xiantian's face. Keep looking, he commanded. Top-tier fighters from every region gathered around Sun Xiantian, creating a scene strikingly similar to the Nest of Giants. As the wielder of the Sklas unit, the Four-Winged Angel, and the possessor of the Sklas talent, Holy Light Radiance, Sun Xiantian stood out even among this elite group. His region, District 1, boasted one of the lowest battlefield casualty rates, second only to the area commanded by Jiang Wang. Let's set Jiang Wang aside for now, Sun Xiantian said as he turned to face the crowd, his expression grave. At our current pace, we can rally 80 of the lords by the 3rd day. However, resource allocation and troop deployment remain urgent challenges that need immediate attention. Meanwhile, after a full day of exploration, Jiang Wang had mapped out the resource distribution in the surrounding area with precision. He gazed at the 3D terrain map before him with excitement. Beneath the infamous Death Desert lay a wealth of untapped mineral deposits. The underground veins, like slumbering dragons, stretched across the land. Thanks to the tireless efforts of countless drone workers, Jiang Wang had managed to expand his swarm by 2 additional armies in just a day. Swarms of Zerglings guarded the drones as they explored and marked resources in the Death Desert, all of which would become critical strategic reserves for future operations. At the edge of the Sea of Death, several mixed-race teams had come to a halt. A massive lizard, flicking its long tongue in frustration, grumbled. Why are we the ones sent to the Death Desert while the pig mother gets to search the eternal forest? If you had a rear as big as hers, you'd get to go too. A sand snake sneered, casting a sideways glance full of disdain. You, the lizard bristled, ready to retaliate, but a giant beetle armored in a thick carapace quickly intervened to smooth things over. Hey, it's not that bad. We're already well adapted to the desert environment, and at least we don't have to fight constantly. Besides, while the chances of running into Jiang Wang in the Death Desert are slim, that also means our risk of dying is much lower. In the Nest of Giants, where strength and bloodline reigned supreme, efficiency was paramount. While humanity was still deliberating over strategies, the mixed-race forces had already dispatched countless teams into various regions. Their mission was not only to track Jiang Wang's whereabouts, but also to gather reconnaissance for future operations. 3 days later, Jiang Wang observed the figures of the myriad races in the desert through surveillance. They were the only living beings he had encountered in this desolate land. Yet this time, instead of immediately commanding the Zerg to attack, he chose to observe. In the desert, the behavior of several small squads from the myriad races was intriguing. On the first day, they were as jumpy as startled birds, fearing they might encounter Jiang Wang at every turn. By the second day, their tension had begun to ease. By the third day, they had completely let down their guard, even starting to enjoy the tranquility of the desert. Man, this sand is really something else, way better than the stuff back home. One of them remarked lazily, reclining on a sand dune. Absolutely. Look at the way the sunlight shimmers across the sand, it's exquisite. Another chimed in. Nearby, a sand serpent had already burrowed comfortably into the sand, too content to make a sound. For these beings, who were naturally adapted to life in the desert, what humans considered deadly threats, water scarcity, scorching heat, and quicksand, were nothing more than a vacation-like indulgence. Jiang Wang watched the myriad races basking in the sun, flipping over occasionally like they were tanning, and he fell into deep thought. From the information he had gathered from the Kaiyuan world, the myriad races were portrayed as bloodthirsty, frenzied, power-obsessed beings with a strict bloodline hierarchy, fundamentally opposed to humanity. But the scene before him suggested otherwise. They, too, knew how to enjoy life, possessed a complete linguistic system, and had an established societal structure. They seemed like an alternate version of humanity. Meanwhile, within the Everfortress city, the air was filled with the clamor of people. Large numbers of humans were pouring into the city as part of a massive evacuation, which ironically provided the myriad races with an opportunity to search for Jiang Wang more efficiently. In the command room, Sun Xintian stared at the virtual screen covered with dense markers representing the myriad races, his brows furrowed. Although the city had been reorganized into military units by area, order was still chaotic. If the myriad races launched an attack now, the consequences could be catastrophic. At the Great Wild Nest, I convened a meeting with the major leaders to discuss their next move. The humans have completed their assembly. What should our next action be? I, known for valuing collective input, always retained the final decision-making power. Jiang Wang must be in Everfortress City. We should launch an attack immediately. Han Tianxiang declared enthusiastically. Bai Hu, elegantly grooming her claws, shot a disdainful glance at the impulsive white elephant. Have you forgotten the ancestors' command? She proposed a more meticulous plan. Let's launch a fierce assault on Everfortress City for 3 days. If Jiang Wang's Zerg appear, we can either divide and conquer or engage in a decisive battle. If they don't appear, we could negotiate terms with the humans to help us locate him. Tao Tai approved Bai Hu's suggestion and immediately appointed Han Tianxiang, Jin Shihu, Nile Croc, and the seven-colored peacock as the vanguard. Behind the gathered leaders, Black Tiger's amber eyes flickered with a trace of inner conflict. The next day, the myriad races army gathered outside Everfortress City. This fortress, built within a canyon, stood 3,000 meters tall, with walls 100 meters thick, resembling an immense shield rising between heaven and earth. We, the myriad races, are here only for Jiang Wang. Surrender him, and we will coexist peacefully with humanity until the trial concludes. Han Tianxiang's declaration echoed across the city walls. After a brief discussion in the command room, humanity responded with a barrage of overwhelming firepower. Amid the deafening explosions, tens of thousands of unprepared beasts were obliterated in an instant. Damn it, brothers, charge with me. Han Tianxiang roared in fury, leading millions of the myriad races in a tidal surge toward the city walls. Despite suffering heavy casualties under the relentless attacks, they pressed on, using their bodies to pave a path to the walls. In the skies, millions of flying myriad races harassed the city's defenses. The elephant herd led the charge, reaching the base of the walls first, where countless members of the myriad races formed an ever-growing siege ramp with their bodies. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang received news of the attack on Everfortress City through the public channel. Watching the myriad races searching for him on the surveillance feed, he remained unmoved. According to intelligence transmitted by Black Tiger via a psychic seed, the primary goal of this operation was to locate him. Considering that Everfortress City was ill-suited for Zerg combat, and his deep mistrust of human nature, Jiang Wang decided to stay hidden. Building up his strength was the priority. Beneath the tranquil surface of the Death Desert, millions of worker drones tirelessly excavated mineral veins, their numbers continuing to grow. In the Zerg hive, Jiang Wang studied the information extracted from the blood orb. The orb contained tens of thousands of genetic sequences, details about the myriad races' society, and even methods for applying their distinctive markings. Known as heavenly orbs, these mysterious objects could transform humans into members of the myriad races, enhance bloodline power, and expand their potential for advancement. They were treasures to the myriad races, but lethal poison to humans. The sinister intentions behind the Blood Red Eyes plan were glaringly obvious, yet for Jiang Wang, it presented an opportunity. As he examined the array of high-level genetic material from the myriad races before him, a faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corner of his lips. The third day of relentless battle. The dawn over the eternal fortress was shattered by deafening war cries. For 3 days and nights, the relentless assault of the united multiracial army, personally commanded by Cao Tai, showed no signs of abating. Human soldiers, equally resolute, had held their ground without rest. Standing atop the city walls, Sun Xintian gazed solemnly at the seemingly endless waves of the enemy forces. Behind him, a four-winged angel continuously unleashed holy light, providing comprehensive support and blessings to the surrounding defenders. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of battle. Below, the multiracial army surged endlessly, their corpses piling up like mountains. From the ground to the skies, from the cliffs flanking the fortress to the base of its walls, the enemy's presence was everywhere, relentlessly assailing the human defenses. Several sections of the walls had begun to crack. If not for the timely intervention of key leaders, they might have already been breached. Sun Xuantian's heart was heavy with regret despite the presence of numerous lords within the city. The narrow terrain of the walls severely limited their ability to unleash their full power. By noon, exhaustion gripped both sides. Retreat, Cao Tai ordered, his gaze fixed on the towering walls before him. He turned to the white fox at his side. The white fox hesitated. But, even though the battle is at a stalemate now, we could breach the walls with 3 more days of assault. Retreat, Cao Tai commanded coldly. Our primary objective isn't to take this turtle shell of a fortress. Don't forget the billions of humans behind these walls. Breaching them now would mean an all-out war, and the outcome would be uncertain. With the order given, the multiracial army withdrew like an ebbing tide. Cao Tai, invoking the power of his bloodline, issued a warning to humanity. This was merely a lesson. We can shatter your so-called impenetrable walls at any time. But the great ancestors of the multiracial alliance choose peace. Surrender Jiang Wang, that is our only demand. His voice carried the oppressive force of ancestral power, striking fear into all who heard it. On the walls, Sun Xintian glanced down at the mountains of enemy corpses, a flicker of malice in his eyes. No one wanted to find Jiang Wang more than he did. A mysterious figure in a black mask had once promised him endless riches and even a chance to ascend as a 6-winged angel if he eliminated Jiang Wang on the trial battlefield. But Jiang Wang's whereabouts remained an enigma. At that moment, Jiang Wang was deep within an insect hive, meticulously allocating points to enhance himself and his forces. Beneath the Death Desert, nearly 80 million insectoids lay in wait. With the siege of Eternal Fortress lifted, Jiang Wang finally exhaled in relief. If the fortress had fallen, he would have been forced to mobilize his army to aid them, risking entrapment between 2 fronts. In the giant wild nest, Hantian Xiang confronted Cao Tai in anger. You call off the battle just like that? Do the lives of my kin mean nothing? Though the other leaders remained silent, their dissatisfaction was evident. Bang! Cao Tai unleashed a terrifying aura that blanketed the entire gathering. Every beast present felt as if they were being targeted by a natural predator, their bloodlines instinctively succumbing to fear. I make the decisions here, Cao Tai growled, stepping closer to Hantian Xiang. The overwhelming pressure forced the massive creature to its knees. The ancestors tasked us with finding Jiang Wang. Do you understand? Wise, Hantian Xiang stammered through gritted teeth. Cao Tai turned to the white fox. What's your assessment? With an air of elegance, the white fox approached the map. Based on our recent operations, we can rule out Eternal Fortress, Eternal Forest, and the marshlands. Which leaves? She pointed to a specific location on the map. Here. The Death Desert? The leaders gasped in unison. Within the insect hive, Jiang Wang received intelligence from Black Tiger. His gaze sharpened. The inevitable had come. There was no point in hiding anymore. An army of at least 1 million, led by Cao Tai, was already on the move. Jiang Wang ordered the full mobilization of his insectoid forces to prepare for the battle. A specially crafted explosive bug, carrying the mark of the multiracial alliance, began its journey to a preset trap. Countless zerglings were in position, ready to spring the ambush. As the calm before the storm settled, a heated debate erupted among the humans. Some argued for finding Jiang Wang immediately, believing he held extraordinary potential. Others felt his presence would only draw stronger attacks, risking the fall of the fortress. We should bring Jiang Wang back to the city. Only then can we stand against the multiracial forces. Zhang San insisted. If he returns, it will provoke an even fiercer assault. What happens when the city falls then? Li Si countered. You both make valid points, but the real question is, where is Jiang Wang? Wang Wu interjected. Countless attempts to contact Jiang Wang had failed. Ever since learning he was the target of the multiracial alliance, he had severed all communication. But now, he finally appeared. Li Si, it doesn't matter. I'll make my move. Jiang Wang, where are you? The Death Desert. All right, time to hunt. With that, he closed the public channel. What followed would show both the multiracial army and humanity the true meaning of coordinated warfare. Drawn by the marked signal, the multiracial forces surged forward, oblivious to the sudden anomaly. Something's off, the White Fox warned, stopping Han Tianxiang from charging ahead. What's there to hesitate about? The mark has appeared. Han Tianxiang insisted, determined to claim the ancestral reward. Watching the massive yet agile general, the White Fox sneered. Fools rushed to their deaths. The multiracial forces easily breached the token insectoid defenses, only to trigger a massive spore bomb that erupted into the sky, signaling the start of an all-out war. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending a massive mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. In its wake, a chain of detonating explosive bugs and spore bombs followed, creating a cacophony of relentless blasts. Chaos reigned as countless warriors of the myriad races were blown apart, some hurled into the air like scattered birds, others charred into lifeless husks. Even the mighty heaven-shaking elephant, a creature that had withstood 3 days of relentless battle beneath the indomitable fortress of eternity without a scratch, suffered grievous injuries. Tao Dai stood amidst the carnage, his eyes alight with a strange excitement. He felt no sorrow for the devastating losses of the myriad races. Instead, a flicker of satisfaction gleamed in his gaze. At last, he had found the source of their trouble. Damn insects, I've finally got you, he growled, charging headlong toward the swarm of zerglings erupting from beneath the ground. In Tao Tai's path, the zerglings were no more significant than ants easily crushed by the sweep of his hand. Yet, Jiang Wang, ever calculating, had anticipated this. To lure the myriad races into his trap, he had stationed millions of zerglings around the perimeter. Like an unending tide, they poured out of the sandy earth, launching a relentless assault against the scattered factions. The battlefield descended into utter chaos. Though this wave of explosions had annihilated nearly 1 million of the myriad races, the balance of power remained heavily skewed. Under Tao Tai's leadership, the insect horde faced a one-sided slaughter. Deep within the insect hive, Jiang Wang watched the advancing forces coldly, his fingers tracing a slow arc across the surface of his armrest. A glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes. On the battlefield, Tao Tai began to sense something was amiss. While the zerglings fought valiantly, they were far too weak to dominate an entire region. As he prepared to retreat, the ground beneath him suddenly began to quake violently. From beneath the sands, enormous sandworms burst forth, unleashing torrents of toxic flames upon the fray. Their fiery breaths, like the blasts of colossal flamethrowers, incinerated swathes of the myriad races in an instant. One particularly massive sandworm turned its attention to Tao Tai, spewing a stream of fire directly at him. Without hesitation, Tao Tai's abdomen split open to reveal a gaping maw, swallowing the flames whole. He compressed the fire into a blazing sphere and hurled it back at the sandworm. The retaliatory strike was devastating, bringing the once terrifying creature to the ground, grievously injured. Its corrosive blood seeped into the sand, releasing plumes of acrid smoke. Jiang Wang observed the spectacle from his hive, his expression tinged with surprise. What was that? Some kind of spatial manipulation technique? Although Tao Tai had quickly dispatched one sandworm, he had little time to recover. The creature's corpse began to swell ominously. Sensing danger, Tao Tai retreated immediately, but the ensuing explosion was vast, leaving him momentarily disheveled. At the epicenter, the warriors of the myriad races were instantly dissolved by the corrosive liquid unleashed in the blast. At that moment, a seemingly endless wave of insect reinforcements surged from every direction. White Fox, who had been tending to the wounded heaven-shaking elephant, turned pale as she watched the swarm descend upon them like a living tide. Jiang Wang's lips curled into a cold smirk. He had orchestrated this feast with meticulous precision. 3 million zerglings were deployed as bait, while 5 million more, alongside 1 million elite draconic insects, encircled the myriad races. To top it off, he had unleashed his latest creation, the Sandworm Division. These grade, genetically engineered sandworms were fast, heavily armored, and capable of spewing flames. Jiang Wang had discovered their species during one of his hive's subterranean excavations. Initially a thorn in his side, the sandworms were eventually subdued after he personally intervened, allowing him to harness their genetic material. Pressed for time, Jiang Wang had foregone extensive research into their evolutionary potential, opting instead to implant a self-destruction gene sequence. When near death, the sandworms would detonate, adding to the chaos. Now, as they wreaked havoc among the myriad races, Jiang Wang's forces encircled the battlefield, poised to annihilate their enemies in one fell swoop. In a distant observation chamber, a heavy silence filled the air. "This kid, he's got some serious skill," remarked Wang Tianfeng, breaking the quiet. Su Kai, the resource division director, nodded in agreement. "The most terrifying thing is his production speed. In just 3 days, he's built an army of nearly 100 million. If he ever sets foot on the battlefield of the myriad races. Indeed, the world of Kaiyuan had entities more adept at mass production than Jiang Wang, such as the Shrank Slime from Star Alliance Academy, capable of infinite replication. However, in large-scale warfare, none could compare to Jiang Wang. To put it simply, those faster at producing troops lacked his destructive power, and those more destructive couldn't match his speed. This combination gave Jiang Wang an almost insurmountable edge. I think there's something more significant than his army, Zhou Qian said slowly, his tone thoughtful. What concerns me most is his mindset. The group had been monitoring Jiang Wang's every move. Old Wang, what do you make of his temperament? Wang Tianfeng fell into deep contemplation. On the battlefield, the calmness, ruthlessness, and cold precision displayed by Jiang Wang were not his inherent traits. Zhou Qian stared at the screen showing Jiang Wang, and a single word suddenly surfaced in his mind: meticulous. Wang Tianfeng seemed to share the same thought, and they both agreed that meticulous was Jiang Wang's most defining characteristic, making him nearly flawless. Indeed, Jiang Wang proved to have prepared meticulously for every single move. He not only devised countermeasures for scenarios where the myriad tribes avoided the traps, but also anticipated their possible early retreat. He even developed detailed strategies for the aftermath should they manage to break through the encirclement. To this end, he created various specialized units and war equipment. Every aspect of his preparations worked like a perfectly calibrated machine, leaving no room for error. Hearing such high praise for her apprentice from these two esteemed elders, Li Shui's face lit up with a delighted smile. Her expression of pride, as if saying, "That's my apprentice, go ahead, praise me," amused everyone present. On the battlefield, the blood-red setting sun cast its light over the brutal carnage. The air was filled with the relentless sounds of battle cries and roars, while the dismembered limbs of the insectoid and myriad tribes littered the ground. The sandy terrain, soaked with blood, gradually transformed into a crimson swamp. After nearly a full day of intense combat, the leaders of the Taodai forces were all severely wounded, with Titan Elephant in the most precarious situation. Already injured prior to the battle, his massive size made him a prime target for the attacks of wormlings and zerglings. If not for White Fox constantly sustaining his life force, he would have long fallen amidst the swarm. Beneath the sand, the last 3 sandworms continued to swim stealthily, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow to the myriad tribes. As the final rays of sunlight were about to vanish, Tao Tai panted heavily, the massive mouth on his abdomen bleeding from overuse. He glared fiercely at the endless swarm of insects and roared at White Fox. "Has the reinforcement from the giant wild nest arrived yet?" White Fox responded helplessly, "They've been intercepted by the insectoids too." As the only member of the myriad tribes with healing abilities, she barely had a moment to catch her breath, tirelessly rushing between the leaders to administer her healing powers. "Leader, we must break through." Thunder Elephant roared desperately at Tao Tai. His massive body was battered and scarred, drawing the relentless focus of the Zerg's attacks every time he appeared on the battlefield. If this continued, he was likely to become the third fallen leader, following the 2 who had already perished. Tao Ye's eyes flickered with a mix of struggle and resolve. Finally, he clenched his teeth and gave the order. Retreat. The remaining warriors of the myriad races finally heard the command they had been waiting for. Though their spirits had long since been crushed, the pressure of their ancestral bloodline compelled them to keep fighting. Now, with the retreat order issued, the Zerg forces surrounding them suddenly found themselves under increased pressure. Under the direction of several lords, the warriors of the myriad races formed an arrow-shaped formation, breaking out in different directions. Thunder Elephant, with his massive size, drew the most fire from the enemy, and the largest contingent of fighters followed his lead. Meanwhile, White Fox and Taodai discreetly concealed themselves within different breakout groups. Inside the Zerg hive, Jiang Wang noticed the disappearance of Taodai and White Fox's tracks and frowned slightly. He quickly issued new orders, and 3 sandworms erupted from the ground, one to intercept the largest breakout group, while the other 2 targeted what appeared to be an ordinary group of fighters. The sudden shift in this group's chaotic retreat to an organized charge had caught Jiang Wang's attention, raising his suspicions. Tao Tai watched as the 2 sandworms charged toward him, cursing under his breath, "Cunning insects." As the sandworms closed in, he acted decisively. With a deafening roar, his sonic attack obliterated one sandworm and severely injured the other. The powerful strike left Tao Tai bleeding from the corners of his mouth, his bloodline energy nearly depleted. Elsewhere, Thunder Elephant continued to bear the brunt of the Zerg's ferocious assault. His once pristine, unyielding tusk had snapped during the battle, and as exhaustion overtook him, the massive breakout formation he led began to crumble near the edge of the battlefield. In the end, the great elephant leader collapsed heavily at the edge of the escape route, his massive frame trampled by his own comrades in their desperate bid for survival. His enormous eyes widened in despair as the hope of escape drifted further out of reach. Hidden among the fleeing fighters, White Fox glanced back at the fallen thunder elephant. With a sigh of resignation, she turned and disappeared into the chaos. On the outskirts of the Death Desert, the remaining tens of thousands of beasts fled in a frenzy. Spikes erupting from the ground and sudden Zerg ambushes kept the escapees in a state of constant terror. By the time they finally emerged from the Death Desert, their numbers had dwindled from hundreds of thousands to mere thousands. Sensing the dire situation, White Fox slipped into a concealed hiding spot. Awaiting the survivors, however, was the Queen's Guard, freshly returned from their interception mission. Taoye's situation was even more dire. By the time he broke through to the edge of the Death Desert, only a few hundred of his forces remained. Along the way, he endured relentless assaults from explosive bugs, subterranean spikes, and airborne drakes, as if Jiang Wang had singled him out for special attention. Yet, Jiang Wang underestimated the resilience of this leader. Even when faced with 3 near-fatal encounters, Taotai managed to survive by devouring both his own followers and the pursuing Zerg, restoring enough strength to escape. Trusting his instincts, the weakened Taotai avoided heading straight for the Great Wild Nest and instead chose to hide along the flanks. By now, he was on the verge of collapse. His grotesque, gaping maw was severely infected, and his entire body appeared drained and feeble. After a night of relentless searching, only White Fox and Taotai remained alive. All the other myriad warriors who had entered the Death Desert perished there. Jiang Wang paid a steep price for this victory, losing nearly 40 million Zerg in the process. The interception forces commanded by Anna suffered devastating losses while combating 30 million myriad fighters. Without the timely arrival of the Queen's Guard, it was possible that the encircled Taotai could have held out long enough for reinforcements to arrive, potentially turning the tide and breaking through to their stronghold. Jiang Wang sat on a sofa, deep in thought. Despite accounting for the myriad race's bloodline powers and divine abilities, he realized he had still underestimated their unpredictability. With a heavy sigh, he finally spoke. Drag all the bodies of the myriad races back. Prepare for the next battle. If Taotai were truly a visionary leader, the first thing he should have done upon returning to the Great Wild Nest would have been to launch an all-out offensive. The Zerg were in a weakened state at the time, and by mobilizing all his forces for a decisive battle, Taotai had an 80% chance of victory. However, if Jiang Wang were allowed to fully integrate and absorb the over 10 million troops of the myriad races, the outcome would become uncertain. As it turned out, events unfolded exactly as Jiang Wang had predicted. Taoye issued the order for a full-scale assault. But fate had other plans. Shortly after giving the command, Taotai was severely injured and fell into a coma. Although the White Fox took over as the commander-in-chief, he struggled to command respect, leaving the myriad races with wavering resolve for the decisive battle. This unexpected turn of events bought Jiang Wang precious time to prepare. Inside the Zerg nest, Jiang Wang was intently focused on studying the genes of the Colossus Behemoth, a unit capable of charging into battle and drawing heavy fire. It was exactly the kind of soldier he desperately needed. Without hesitation, he invested 120,000 evolution points. He had painstakingly accumulated points that could have been used to upgrade a Clevel talent to Blevel, but he opted for a more immediate boost to his power instead. System notifications flashed before his eyes. Clevel talent, proliferation upgraded. Effect: increases host's troop production speed by 300. Zerglings, toxic roaches, and tanks have all achieved max evolution. Host level advanced consecutively: Black Iron Tier 4, Black Iron Tier 5, Bronze Tier 5. Jiang Wang not only enhanced his existing units, but also elevated his own strength to Bronze Tier 5. Thanks to the combined effects of the Destroyer and Primordial 1 talents, his intelligence and stamina skyrocketed to an astonishing 5,000 points. While this number might not seem particularly high, the compression effect of the Primordial 1 talent had increased the density of his mental power from an initial value of 1 to 10, and it continued to grow. At this moment, his mental power resembled a bottomless ancient pool, brimming with an unending surge of energy that finally gave him a sense of security. This upgrade came at a tremendous cost. Enhancing his units consumed 40,000 evolution points, while advancing himself to Bronze Tier 5 required an additional 80,000. This was due to his extraordinary base attributes where an average Dust Tier 5 individual would possess only around 100 mental power points. Jiang Wang had compressed over 1,000 points into just 400 through his talent. As a result, every level he gained demanded an enormous expenditure of evolution points. As Jiang Wang's mental strength grew, his examination of the gene chain of the sky-shaking elephant became clearer and more precise. Innovative ideas erupted in his mind, and at the same time, the hive ceased its camouflage. From the hive's core, the fungal mat rapidly expanded outward, covering an astonishing radius of 50,000 meters. The surface of the fungal mat was piled high with countless resources, signaling the Zerg's full transition into a state of war. Worker drones buzzed tirelessly back and forth across the sandy terrain, as if fueled by an unending surge of energy. Inside the hive, thousands of incubation pools were continuously producing zerglings and new species. From the main incubation pool, a massive figure gradually emerged. The Zerg had finally created their own version of the sky-shaking elephant. Jiang Wang stepped out of the hive, his gaze fixed on this newly engineered unit based on the sky-shaking elephant's genetic blueprint, the Thunder Beast. This Class A unit retained the basic form of the sky-shaking elephant but was significantly larger. To enhance its defensive capabilities, Jiang Wang integrated the shells of special beetles into its structure, giving its surface a bone-like hardness. The original tusks were re-engineered into scythe-like blades, far sharper than the original design. Most notably, Jiang Wang incorporated diamond into its genetic makeup for the first time, layering its hardened carapace with an even tougher diamond-like material. Just as Jiang Wang was preparing further modifications, Baihu sent an urgent message. The awakened Taodai had quelled the internal strife within its ranks, leaving Baihu to command 80 million members of the myriad races to guard the giant wild nest. Taodai, despite being gravely wounded, led 10 other leaders and 40 million of the myriad races in a direct assault on Jiang Wang. The scale of this massive army was so immense that even the humans in the distant Eternal Fortress took notice. In the command room, someone raised a skeptical question. When Jiang Wang talked about fighting monsters, could he have been referring to the myriad races? Deputy Commander Su Nuo calmly responded. Our observations show that Taodai once led nearly 10 million members of the myriad races into the Death Desert. A day later, only a handful managed to escape. Are you saying Jiang Wang annihilated nearly 10 million myriad races in just one day? Sun Xintian asked in disbelief. That is what the data indicates, Su Nuo replied, maintaining her professional demeanor despite her own astonishment. She then suggested, I believe this is our best opportunity to deploy our forces. With the giant wild nest severely understaffed, we should seize the trial grounds in one decisive strike. Sun Xintian did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned the question to the assembled legion commanders, including Han Bingyan and Xiao Yin. The discussion quickly divided into two camps. The aggressive faction advocated for a full-scale attack, while the cautious faction advised focusing on rescuing Jiang Wang and advancing steadily. In the end, Sun Xintian made the final call. We will deploy, but not to rescue Jiang Wang. Instead, we will have the lords leave the city and establish territories to fully leverage our advantages. He added, Jiang Wang has been acting alone all this time. If he's now facing an ambush, it can be considered his contribution to humanity. Of course, if he manages to escape, we will provide support near the Death Desert. Xiao Yin, visibly moved, volunteered to go alone to rescue Jiang Wang, but Sun Xintian sternly forbade it. Finally, Su Nuo proposed a compromise. If Commander Xiao can assemble enough troops, I will authorize your team to scout the edge of the Death Desert and gather intelligence on the enemy forces. Meeting Sun Xuanyan's skeptical gaze, Su Nuo remained composed and stated, as Deputy Commander, I am within my rights to issue orders that I deem appropriate, as long as they align with the broader strategy. Am I correct, Commander Sun? Sun Xintian studied the usually aloof and efficient Su Nuo, then unexpectedly broke into a smile. Of course. Outside the Eternal Fortress, Xiao Yin gathered nearly 100 loyal followers. These were elite warriors, all willing to stand by his side in battle. Deputy Commander Su, no need for many words. If we make it back alive, you and I will be brothers for life. Xiao Yin declared boldly to Su Nuo and Han Bingyan. Originally, Han Bingyan had also intended to join the mission, but Xiao Yin persuaded him to stay behind, citing the need for someone to lead the troops. Su Nuo's smile froze for a moment, and he simply replied, just don't die. As they watched Xiao Yan's team march off into the distance, the group embarked on a journey filled with uncertainty. In the insect nest within the Desert of Death, Jiang Wang used his innate abilities and egg-laying powers to replenish his swarm of zerglings in just half a day. These newly spawned zerglings had been enhanced faster, stronger, and more enduring than before. Combined with the distant ranks of thunder beasts and the sandworms stirring beneath the ground, Jiang Wang's odds of victory were steadily increasing. To delay the advancing forces of the myriad races, Jiang Wang had set up layer upon layer of defenses, bomb bugs, ground spikes, spore traps, and zergling bait. However, in the face of the overwhelming might of the myriad races army, these obstacles seemed insignificant. In the camp of the myriad races, Taodai, the weakened, remained sharp-eyed and resolute. His bloodline powers were nearly depleted, and if he delayed any longer, he would lose his ability to command the leaders of the myriad races. More crucially, he had to kill Jiang Wang to seize the ancestral bloodline power. Without it, even if he returned to the myriad races, he would no longer be considered a prodigy. This was a battle with no retreat, and he had no other options. The vanguard of the myriad races soon reached the edge of the Desert of Death, advancing like an unstoppable tide. Jiang Wang, however, did not recklessly expend his forces. Instead, he dispersed the thunder beasts among the zerglings, forming a united army stationed in all directions 4 kilometers from the insect nest, leaving a 1-kilometer fungal mat as the final battleground. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang held his breath, waiting. On the virtual screen, first came a rising cloud of dust, then a swarm of flying creatures that darkened the sky, followed by a tidal wave of ground troops. Neither side exchanged words. Battle began the moment they met. The united army launched a charge, with thunder beasts leading the way, their every step shaking the earth. With a thunderous crash, a thunder beast collided head-on with a genetically enhanced skyshaker elephant. The elephant let out a deafening roar, its broken tusks a testament to the thunder beast's strength. The Zerg and the myriad races clashed in a brutal slaughter. Despite the enhanced combat abilities of the evolved Zerglings, they struggled to match their foes, often unable to win even in 3-on-1 confrontations. Within moments, the myriad races had advanced a kilometer. From the command center, Cao Tai observed the battlefield with a furrowed brow. His concern wasn't that their attack was too fast, but rather too slow. During their previous breakout, he had led tens of thousands of the myriad races to break through nearly 1 million Zerg. Now, however, the Zerg's evolution and rapid reproduction were nothing short of terrifying, and they even had beasts capable of rivaling the skyshaker elephants. Watching the fearless Zerg, Cao Tai shuddered. If Jiang Wang wasn't eliminated, the myriad races would face an unimaginable disaster. Without hesitation, Cao Tai summoned 3 commanders from his side, ordering them to annihilate Jiang Wang with maximum speed and overwhelming force. The insect nest was besieged on 3 fronts. In just an hour, the myriad races had advanced another kilometer, leaving only 3 kilometers between them and the insect nest, with no sign of slowing down. In the observation room, tension was palpable. The gap is still too wide. Zhou Qian sighed. Jiang Wang had performed miracles before, but against such overwhelming power, it seemed he could only delay the inevitable. Principal. Li Shui spoke anxiously, unwilling to see her promising protege meet his end so soon. Zhou Qian remained deep in thought as Wang Tianfeng suggested enlisting the help of Elder Qian. While they had the capability to intervene directly, doing so under the watchful eyes of both sides' leadership could lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, they decided to send a master-level figure, provided the opposing side had no ancestral-level powerhouses to counteract. Meanwhile, Anna was drenched in sweat. In just a few short weeks, she had transformed from a queen commanding an army of hundreds of thousands to an even more formidable presence. Jiang Wang stood gazing at the battlefield, the dire situation weighing heavily on him. This time, he was tasked with commanding nearly 1 billion Zerg in a 3-front battle, while the armies of the myriad races were closing in, less than 20 kilometers away from the Zerg hive. Begin. Jiang Wang's voice rang out as he decisively took control of the battlefield. He was determined to show the myriad races just how terrifying the Zerg could be within the domain of the creep. On the battlefield, the creep displayed astonishing efficiency. Within mere minutes, it absorbed and converted all the fallen bodies of both the Zerg and the myriad races, continuously replenishing the energy for the Zerg forces on the front line. Dozens of sandworms erupted from beneath the ground, spewing scorching flames as they charged directly into the enemy's formations. Within the hive, the hatchery pools operated at full capacity, fueled by an abundance of energy. Using the creep as a conduit, new hatching points were rapidly established near the enemy lines. Larvae carrying the genes of thunder beasts and sandworms were transported via the creep to the rear of the myriad races. Under the catalysis of immense energy, these larvae swiftly matured into fully formed combat units. The sudden pincer attack threw the enemy's offensive into disarray. From the rear, Cao Tai, the commander of the myriad races, gazed at the faltering assault with a shadow of frustration in his eyes. The hive was within sight, yet the Zerg's tenacious resistance far exceeded his expectations. In a near-mad frenzy, Cao Tai unleashed his bloodline suppression, forcing the myriad races into suicidal charges. While this inflicted heavy casualties on the Zerg, it was still insufficient to breach the final line of defense. At that moment, Jiang Wang infused his mental energy into the entire Zerg swarm, fully unlocking their psychic thresholds. Amidst this surge of connection, a peculiar wave of consciousness caught his attention. It was from a jump bug, the very first one he had cultivated. Against all odds, it had survived through countless iterations and had even awakened its own independent consciousness. We are the executors of the great overlord's will. The jump bug's mental transmission was resolute and unwavering. Through the creep, an immense influx of advanced genetic material was injected into the jump bug within seconds. The once veteran soldier underwent a rapid transformation, evolving into the most formidable force in the Zerg arsenal. Overlord. The newly awakened consciousness expressed its boundless loyalty in the simplest terms. I'll call you Hellas, Jiang Wang said, naming this loyal warrior. Jiang Wang gazed at the battlefield before him, still completely in the dark about the reasons and implications behind Eros' sudden emergence of consciousness. At this moment, his entire focus was on one critical question: how to annihilate this coalition army of myriad races in one decisive strike. The Zerg, with the aid of the fungal mat, had managed to hold off the assault from the myriad races. However, it didn't take long for the enemy to notice the unusual properties of the fungal mat. They began organized, large-scale efforts to damage it. Although these actions weren't enough to completely destroy the fungal mat, they caused significant trouble for the Zerg. Among the three armies of the myriad races, the nearest one had already advanced to within 10,000 meters of the hive. The battlefield was locked in a strange equilibrium. The myriad races, though frenzied in their attacks, were unable to break through the defensive lines, while the Zerg, despite their fearless resolve, could not push the enemy back. Cao Tai watched this scene with bloodshot eyes. So close, just a little more, he growled. Without hesitation, he issued an order, informed by who to mobilize everything. Jiang Wang's terrifying rate of growth sent chills down Cao Tai's spine. The myriad races could not afford to allow the emergence of another being like Yichun. Cao Tai had previously attempted to organize a decapitation strike with the leaders of the coalition, but they were repelled by a swarm of otherworldly dragons, nearly losing two of their commanders in the process. As the battle reached a stalemate, Cao Tai realized this wasn't a true balance of power. It was Jiang Wang preparing for a counterattack. His face darkened as he scrutinized the myriad races' forces that had already advanced deep into the fungal mat. He knew they had no option to retreat now. Back at the Great Wild Nest, despite Cao Tai's promise to take full responsibility for any failure, the situation remained grim. Bai Hu observed the bickering leaders with a heavy heart. Several agitated leaders roared in frustration. He's from a top-tier race. If he fails, his elders will back him up. But what about us? Finally, Bai Hu could no longer tolerate it. Her sharp voice rang out, enough. Her enchanting fox-like eyes swept across the gathered leaders as a massive fox demon figure emerged behind her. Leave 40 million to guard the heart of the Great Wild. The rest head to the desert of death. This was her final compromise. On the other side, Cao Tai, seeing no way to break through the Zerg's defenses, ultimately issued the order to retreat. Coughing up blood, he explained to the questioning leaders, "You saw it yourselves. That strange fungal network replenishes the Zerg's forces rapidly. Today, we've killed at least 30 million of them. By Hus reinforcements will arrive soon, and when they do, we will kill Jiang Wang." In an effort to placate the leaders, Cao Tai even made a bold promise. "Jiang Wang's fate will be in your hands. I won't interfere." This effectively meant giving up the rewards from the ancestors. Only then did the leaders reluctantly agree. After watching the leaders leave, blood trickled from the corner of Cao Tai's mouth. Learning that Bai Hu was bringing only 40 million reinforcements felt like a dagger to his heart. He despised the leader's short-sightedness and blamed himself for not choosing to break out earlier, instead placing his hopes on these worthless individuals. Back in the hive, as the myriad races orderly withdrew from the fungal mat's territory, the Zerg's pursuit also came to a halt. Jiang Wang observed the myriad races entrenched in defensive formations around the fungal mat, his brows furrowed. While he wasn't afraid of continuing the fight after all, the Zerg grew stronger the longer they fought. The sudden retreat of the myriad races could only mean one thing. They were awaiting reinforcements to launch a thunderous strike. And that was Jiang Wang's greatest vulnerability at the moment. His development time was still too short. Jiang Wang paused his work on the gene sequencing, sinking into deep thought. If he had just 3 more days, forget a mere 40 million troops. Even if the entire myriad races emptied their forces, as long as they clashed on his fungal battlefield, he could handle them with ease. Suddenly, he opened the public channel and spoke with gravity. "This is Jiang Wang. I've currently pinned down roughly 40 million troops of the myriad races. Based on my estimates, reinforcements will continue pouring into the Death Desert, numbering anywhere between 20 and 60 million. Everyone, this is a rare opportunity." To prove his words were no exaggeration, Jiang Wang immediately uploaded several video clips of today's battles between the Zerg and the myriad races. In the command room of Eternal Fortress, everyone held their breath as they watched the footage. A massive, unending army of the myriad races clashing with an equally endless swarm of Zerg. The battlefield resembled a colossal meat grinder, littered with severed limbs and flowing with rivers of blood. Even the most battle-hardened soldiers, who had survived brutal siege wars, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread at such carnage. Could I survive on a battlefield like that? Just how powerful is Jiang Wang? These two questions lingered in everyone's mind. Sun Zuanshan's reaction was the most vivid. In his mind, he cursed the masked man repeatedly. "You want me to kill Jiang Wang? With what?" Watching those ferocious Zerg and the thunder beasts that could topple entire armies of the myriad races with a single charge, he was utterly dumbfounded. Su Nuo was the first to break the silence. "If Jiang Wang has the ability to hold back the myriad races, we should seize this opportunity. Whether it's rescuing Jiang Wang or attacking the giant wild nest, now is the time to act decisively, not to sit idly by. I propose mobilizing the 1st, 3rd, 6th, 9th, 13th, 16th, and 24th Corps, a total force of 50 million soldiers, to head to the Death Desert immediately and rescue Jiang Wang. Her cool and resolute voice reverberated through the command room. After a long pause, Sun Xintian finally spoke. No. Our ultimate goal is victory. If we win, we'll naturally be able to save Jiang Wang. Building on Deputy Commander Zu's plan, I propose adding the 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 15th, 19th, and 26th Corps, raising the total force to 70 million. Well split into 2 fronts and strike at the heart. Everyone, may fortune favor us on the battlefield. May fortune favor us on the battlefield, the officers and soldiers echoed in unison. The mobilization of the human army was far more complex than that of the myriad tribes. At the break of dawn, each unit began to leave the city in a prearranged sequence, with the reconnaissance corps leading the way. The entire assembly process stretched on for nearly the entire morning before it was finally completed. Sun Xintian blended into the ranks, meticulously analyzing the video released by Jiang Wang while devising strategies. To him, commanding a battle involving millions was an enormous challenge for humans. Unlike the beast tribes, who relied on their bloodlines for command and control, humans were limited to ordinary methods of communication, which naturally made them inefficient. But this inefficiency played right into his hands. The longer the delay, the more likely Jiang Wang would fall to the hands of the myriad tribes. When that happened, Sun Xintian could either sweep in to subdue the exhausted tribes or directly claim victory in the trial. As he surveyed the endless sea of soldiers, a surge of ambition welled up in his chest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin, who had already reached the Death Desert, stared at Jiang Wang's video, feeling a sense of uncertainty. One of his subordinates hesitantly asked, "Boss, are we really going to save him?" With just over 100 of them, they stood no chance of mounting a rescue, let alone surviving if they encountered a stray unit of the myriad tribes. Xiao Yin hesitated, eventually replying, "Well, since we're here, we might as well take a look from a distance." Elsewhere, Bai Hu had received news of the human army's mobilization but had no time to dwell on it. She believed that as long as she could achieve a swift victory, the contingency plan she had left in the giant wild nest should buy her enough time until reinforcements arrived. By now, she had reached the edge of the Death Desert. Inside the insect hive, Jiang Wang exhaled deeply upon learning of the human army's movements. He knew full well that these forces were not necessarily coming to save him after all. There was little camaraderie between them. In fact, given his current position at the top of the leaderboard, his demise would be a boon to the others. He shrugged. As long as the human army could tie down the myriad tribes' forces, his goal would be achieved. With his mind at ease, Jiang Wang returned his focus to genetic research. After enhancing all the units he could, he began developing more specialized weapons tailored to the myriad tribes' genetic traits. He engineered spore-based pathogens and bombs specifically designed to exploit their vulnerabilities. Additionally, he managed to produce a single drop of a substance that Anna had dubbed Dominion's blood. This essence not only contained his Dominion powers but also integrated fragments of the Prime Destroyer's genes, a safeguard for future emergencies. In the myriad tribes camp, the situation for Tao Dai was deteriorating rapidly. His overdrawn bloodline, which might have recovered somewhat with rest, had instead been further strained due to his repeated efforts to assert dominance over the tribal leaders. Now, only the old ancestor could save him, but that was a luxury he no longer had. Regret began to weigh heavily on him. If only he had set aside his arrogance, taken time to recover, and then attacked the humans, reporting Jiang Wang's location to the higher-ups, perhaps things would have turned out differently. But it was too late for regrets. His initial hubris had led him to underestimate both Jiang Wang and the rewards promised by the old ancestor, resulting in a cascade of poor decisions. When news of Bai Hu's arrival reached him, Tao Ye's eyes lit up with desperation. He immediately ordered, "Quick, bring her in." Bai Hu soon entered the command tent. Upon seeing Tao Ye's frail state, she couldn't help but empathize. Tao Tai, however, spoke with renewed vigor. "Good. Perfect timing. Together, we will merge our forces and crush the insect horde." After half a day of rest and meticulous planning, the myriad tribes launched their offensive as the sun began to set. On the fungal mats surrounding the hive, the insect horde's rapid reinforcement capabilities from any direction rendered flanking tactics ineffective. A direct assault was deemed the best course of action. Outside the hive, Jiang Wang's newly hatched insect forces stood in strict formation. After continuous expansion, his insect army now numbered 30 million, while the myriad tribes had amassed 70 million troops. The two sides were evenly matched in strength. At Bai Hu's command, the myriad tribes surged forward in a ferocious charge. Despite Jiang Wang's genetic enhancements to his insect forces, they struggled to fully counter the sheer might of the myriad tribes. Poisonous spores expelled by toxic cockroaches incapacitated some of the enemy warriors instantly, though others appeared unaffected. Clear evidence of Jiang Wang's targeted spore bombs developed to exploit the genetic weaknesses of the myriad tribes. Even so, the front lines began to recede rapidly. In just 1 hour, the myriad tribes advanced an entire 10 kilometers, closing the gap from 50 kilometers to 40. The pressure on Jiang Wang mounted. He was forced to rely on the dense network of hatcheries surrounding the hive, continuously sending fresh reinforcements to the front lines. Under the moonlit battlefield, where the light shimmered like flowing water, the Zerglings charged at enemies several times their number with suicidal courage. Their goal was not victory, but to inflict wounds on their foes in their final moments, slowing their advance. The battle was brutal. The tank bugs were torn to shreds within seconds of entering the coalition of myriad races. The fiery arcs spat by sandworms blazed across the night sky, while the enraged roars of ultralisks echoed to the heavens. The vast army of the myriad races surged forward like a tidal wave, trampling over the ruined creep, launching a fierce assault on the Zerg hive. The distance between the two sides dwindled over a day and night of relentless combat. 35 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 25 kilometers. The Zerg had suffered a staggering loss of 50 million lives. Without the constant replenishment of life energy, Jiang Wang would have been defeated long ago. Yet, the casualties among the myriad races were equally shocking. 20 million had fallen. Within the hive, Jiang Wang's eyes were bloodshot, and Anna was utterly exhausted. The battle was far more severe than when they eradicated the Taodai. Jiang Wang had no strength left to spare, even resorting to deploying swift wolves to bolster the Zerg forces. Clenching his fists tightly, he watched the unrelenting offensive of the myriad races. The front line had now advanced to within 20 kilometers of the Zerg hive. Xiao Yin and his group stood under the night sky, witnessing the awe-inspiring battlefield. Under the radiant moonlight, the flames spewed by the sandworms illuminated the dense armies of the myriad races and the Zerg. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burning flesh. This scene left Xiao Yin, an elemental lord with unsclass talent capable of entering the fire god form, in silent contemplation. As one of the first-tier prodigies among humanity in the origin world, he had once possessed the confidence to challenge Sun Shintian and the pride to come to Jiang Wang's rescue. He had hoped to demonstrate to Jiang Wang that he was no longer the same Xiao Yin from the origin world. However, as he witnessed the carnage under the moonlit sky with his own eyes, all his bold proclamations dissolved into silence. Suddenly, he let out a bitter laugh. What a damn monster! In that moment, clarity washed over him. So what if he couldn't measure up? There were countless others who couldn't defeat Jiang Wang. Was just one more among them. As Xiao Yin and the others lay low on the sand dunes, no longer fixated on whether they could save Jiang Wang, Xiao Yin, the highest-ranked individual present, suddenly sensed something amiss. He shot to his feet. His sharp perception had detected the stealthy movements of several powerful leaders of the myriad races approaching nearby. Several stealthy leaders of the myriad races discovered Xiao Yin and his group's movements. After weighing the pros and cons, the White Fox decided to temporarily halt its slaughter of the humans and instead set its sights on Jiang Wang. They swiftly advanced along the edge of the fungal carpet, launching a surprise attack on Jiang Wang's insect nest. The instant the intruders stepped onto the fungal carpet, Jiang Wang sensed their presence. Faced with the threat of these leader-level enemies, he found himself in a dilemma. The front lines were in urgent need of support, leaving no room to divert reinforcements from his swarm. Gently patting Anna on the head, he spoke softly, "Little Anna, I'll leave the main battlefield to you. I need to step out for a bit." Anna suppressed her burning rage to tear apart the myriad races and continued commanding with a calm demeanor. She never forgot her master's teaching. For a commander, anger is always a liability. Jiang Wang stepped out of the insect nest with composure. Though his individual stats were unremarkable, the absolute balance of the destroyer's traits ensured his speed, strength, stamina, and intelligence were perfectly aligned. A cold wind, carrying the scent of blood and grit, brushed against his face, sharpening his thoughts. From the distance, a few dark figures rapidly approached. For the first time, the White Fox and the other leaders saw Jiang Wang in person. Black hair, black robes, and eyes that gleamed under the moonlight. His striking features momentarily left the White Fox dazed. Was this the one who had defeated the gluttonous Taotai and caused the deaths of countless beings from the myriad races? Jiang Wang exuded a unique aura of calm and scholarly elegance. Under the moonlit sky, Jiang Wang's composed demeanor hinted at the presence of a seasoned master, leaving the leaders uncertain of his true strength. A brief silence fell between them. Jiang Wang's lips curved slightly as he spoke. "Honored leaders, you've come a long way. Were you hoping I'd invite you for tea?" Before his words fully landed, a jet-black stinger shot toward him in a surprise attack. But it abruptly halted 10 centimeters from his back. His immense mental power had entirely blocked the Scorpion Lord's strike. Jiang Wang smiled wryly. It seemed the masterly demeanor from martial arts novels wasn't very effective on these beings. "Since you're not here for tea, Jiang Wang's tone shifted as his mental power materialized and crashed down like a tidal wave. The black scorpion hidden beneath the sand was instantly devastated, its exoskeleton shattered, and even its mental strength was riddled with fractures. The white fox, who specialized in mental power, was utterly shocked. It had anticipated that the leader of such a vast insect swarm would possess formidable mental strength, but it hadn't expected Jiang Wang's mental power to be so overwhelmingly tangible and terrifying. No longer hesitating, the leaders charged at him together. Despite his lack of combat experience, Jiang Wang held his own against them using his powerful mental strength. He dodged nimbly, and when avoidance wasn't possible, he met their attacks head-on. The leaders grew increasingly alarmed as the battle went on. They had assumed he was merely a summoner-type leader, but his close combat capabilities were even more fearsome. The two-headed deer's charge only forced Jiang Wang back 2 steps, yet his single palm strike nearly crushed its skull. The massive black bear, watching Jiang Wang move with the agility of an acrobat, began to tremble. Its heavy strikes, which left its own paws numb, failed to penetrate Jiang Wang's defenses. Instead, Jiang Wang landed a blow to the back of its head, knocking it unconscious. Seeing this, Xiaoyan sprinted over. Though he wasn't much help on large-scale battlefields, small skirmishes like this were his specialty. His initial worry upon seeing Jiang Wang facing multiple opponents alone had transformed into astonishment as he witnessed Jiang Wang handle the situation with ease. "Jiang Wang, let me help you." Xiaoyan activated his strongest form, ready to join the fight. "Wait, go deal with that black bear," Jiang Wang called out mid-battle. He wasn't sure of Xiaoyan's strength and feared that his sudden involvement might disrupt the current balance. Misunderstanding Jiang Wang's intentions, Xiaoyan assumed the black bear posed a significant threat. He immediately charged at the bear, which had just regained consciousness. Brimming with confidence, he thought the bear already subdued by Jiang Wang would be an easy target. But the enraged black bear roared to the heavens, its flames and raw power clashing violently with Xiaoyan's assault in midair. Bang! The fiery phoenix that Xiaoyan had meticulously conjured was shattered into fragments by a single slap from the black bear's paw. The residual force of the strike didn't wane as the bear's massive paw slammed directly into Xiaoyan, sending him skidding across the sandy ground like a skipping stone, raising clouds of dust with each impact. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Xiaoyan's heart sank as he thought to himself, how can this black bear be so ferocious? After a brief moment of disorientation, he shook off his underestimation of the beast and charged at the black bear once again. This time, the two engaged in a fierce, evenly matched battle, but as the fight progressed, Xiaoyan grew increasingly alarmed. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang was wielding the broken stinger of a black scorpion's tail as he fought off the other leaders. Though his body was covered in wounds, his battle spirit only grew stronger. His devastating power struck fear into all his opponents. Even the mighty burning ox, known for its formidable defense, crumbled like paper under Jiang Wang's onslaught. Each of Jiang Wang's attacks carried devastating force and critical damage, capable of inflicting severe injuries even with the simplest of strikes. The mental attacks of the white fox were completely ineffective against Jiang Wang, as futile as winking at a blind man. The swift rat's vaunted speed was laughable in comparison to Jiang Wang's agility, like an old man racing a youth. In one instance, the swift rat teleported behind Jiang Wang for a surprise attack, only to find Jiang Wang already behind it in the next moment, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying. As for the black scorpion, its once imposing, pitch-black carapace was now riddled with cracks, leaving it on its last legs. The only one still standing strong was the black bear battling Xiaoyan. Apart from a few singed patches of fur, it remained completely unscathed. At that moment, the white fox, realizing the tide of the battle, launched a mental interference attack on Xiaoyan. Exploiting this critical opening, the black bear seized its chance and delivered a crushing blow, sending Xiaoyan flying dozens of meters through the air. "What's wrong with you?" The white fox furiously yelled at the black bear, clearly enraged that this attack had not been part of their plan. The white fox's plan had completely backfired. She had intended for the massive black bear to abduct Xiaoyan, but instead, the bear's powerful swipe sent Xiaoyan hurtling dozens of meters away. Jiang Wang reacted instantly, dashing forward to shield Xiaoyan, not even sparing a moment to retrieve the precious black scorpion. "Retreat," the white fox commanded decisively. The swift rat immediately dragged the black scorpion away, vanishing into the darkness, while the other members of the myriad races retreated quickly, keeping a wary eye on Jiang Wang in case of a surprise attack. Jiang Wang watched the retreating figures of the myriad races and couldn't help but sigh. What a missed opportunity. If Xiaoyan weren't here, I might have been able to take down 2 of them. If the unconscious Xiaoyan could hear Jiang Wang's thoughts, he would probably cough up another 2 liters of blood. By the time Xiaoyan's companions arrived, the battle was already over. Their enthusiasm and fighting spirit had no outlet, leaving them to take turns carrying the unconscious Xiaoyan away. In the observation room, the gathered elites were stunned. They had been worried that Jiang Wang might fall in close combat, and were even prepared to send reinforcements. To their surprise, not only did Jiang Wang possess extraordinary mental strength, but his other abilities were equally remarkable. What a waste! Wang Tianfeng lamented, his voice filled with regret. With the power Jiang Wang displayed, he could have easily captured at least half of the myriad race leaders. Instead, they all got away. Snow Auntie, Jiang Wang still needs to improve his combat instincts, Zhou Qian remarked with a tinge of disappointment. Li Shuai nodded in agreement, finally identifying an area where Jiang Wang's training could be intensified. Back in the insect hive, Jiang Wang carved out a new dwelling for Xiao Yin and his companions before resuming command of the battlefield. Taking advantage of the absence of the myriad race leaders, he launched an immediate counteroffensive. Thunder beasts led the charge, followed closely by zerglings, who mopped up the remaining enemies. Seizing the moment, Jiang Wang poured his sovereign blood into the incubation pool. He knew that while the myriad race leaders had been driven back, the power disparity remained significant. Without reinforcements, the insect hive would eventually fall. Initially, he had planned to deconstruct his own genes to extract an ultimate destructive ability to enhance the swarm. However, when the deconstruction pool came into contact with his genetic material, it exploded outright, leaving him no choice but to directly infuse the blood into the incubation pool. In the myriad races camp, Tout-I listened to the White Fox's report in shock. You're telling me you found Jiang Wang, and he invited you for tea? And when you refused, you got beaten up? The White Fox lowered her head in shame. Tout-I, exasperated, rubbed his temples before issuing an ultimatum. Either launch an all-out attack and take the insect hive within 3 days, or withdraw immediately and shift focus to attacking humanity. Take Everstead City within the same time frame. He understood the gravity of the situation. If they didn't end this quickly and allowed Jiang Wang's swarm to continue evolving, the consequences would be catastrophic. While the myriad race leaders hesitated, Jiang Wang's first wave of sovereign blades arrived at the front lines 500,000 insects infused with the bloodline of the sovereign. Each attack carried a 10 chance of inflicting true damage and a critical strike. Though the probability seemed low, the sheer numbers made the effect almost inevitable. A colossal skyshaker elephant fell in an instant under the onslaught of thousands of insects. Back in the myriad race's command tent, the White Fox made her final decision: retreat. In her assessment, this trial was already a failure. The myriad races valued results above all else. Sacrificing millions of their kind to kill a single human and still losing the trial would mark her as a complete failure, unworthy of being a leader. Since failure was already a foregone conclusion, a shrewd glimmer flickered in by whose eyes as her thoughts shifted in another direction. The idea of making Jiang Wang overwhelmingly powerful began to take shape in her mind. Not only would this force the high-ranking members of the myriad races to regard him as a significant threat and take early action to eliminate him, but it would also make her own defeat seem more justifiable. Even better, with Tout-I now severely weakened, she might very well become the chief advisor in the effort to deal with Jiang Wang. Tout-I cast a sidelong glance at Bai Hu, who was insisting on retreat, and a subtle, knowing smile curved his lips. He had seen through her schemes entirely, but it no longer mattered. As the retreat order was issued, swarms of myriad race warriors began to fall back. For these low-ranking beasts, the suppression of their bloodlines left them with no right to resist. They could only continue fighting, desperately hunting humans in the hope that killing enough would grant them a chance to advance. Throughout the long history of the myriad races, there had indeed been individuals who rose to power through war, but such cases were exceedingly rare. Most of those who held high positions had gradually gained strength due to the innate advantages of their bloodlines. Those who climbed to the top purely through strength and luck were so few that, in the vast expanse of the myriad races, there was only one such example. The myriad races retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a battlefield littered with the corpses of their own kind. To the leaders of the myriad races, these fallen warriors were nothing more than cold statistics. Yet with their deaths, the hopes of the lower-ranked myriad races were extinguished as well. Meanwhile, the insect race continued its relentless pursuit. At first, Jiang Wang had worried that this might be a trap, but he quickly understood the situation from a broader perspective. In a way, the insect race resembled a more rigid and unforgiving version of human society. Just as humans had aristocratic families, the insect race had a strict hierarchy based on bloodlines. Once Jiang Wang grasped this concept, he confidently directed the insect race to press the attack. Although he lacked extensive combat experience, his mind was always sharp and adaptable. Moments ago, the insect race had been on the brink of annihilation. Now, they seemed to have been reborn. In the end, it always comes down to resources and power, Jiang Wang said slowly. Behind him, Anna tilted her head, gazing at him in puzzlement. This was the man who had once again led them to victory, their undisputed leader. Jiang Wang quickly shared detailed intelligence about the retreat of the myriad races on the public channel, including their current combat capabilities and various specific details. This message caused an uproar on the channel, sparking heated discussions. Jiang Wang is still alive? Isn't this just like an interdimensional Zerg invasion? Stop rambling and look at the message. 50 million troops from the myriad races are heading straight for the coalition. They could find us in less than a day. Jiang Wang managed to repel so many of them on his own. With all of us here, what are we afraid of? Did you participate in the first 3 days of the siege battles against the myriad races? No, but with walls this tall, what casualties could we possibly have? Aren't the myriad races just here to be defeated? Just as Jiang Wang was about to warn everyone on the public channel not to underestimate the power of the myriad races, he received a private message from Sun Xiantian. Jiang Wang, if the myriad races launch an attack on us, can you come to our aid? No. The Zerg have suffered heavy losses and can't conduct long-range raids at the moment. Not even a little. The losses are severe, and deploying troops recklessly would be pointless. If support is needed, the earliest we could arrive would be in 3 days. Although the Zerg could hold their own against the myriad races on their fungal carpets, fighting on plains or in forests would require forces several times larger than those of the myriad races to achieve similar results. In the coalition's command room, the atmosphere was tense. Sun Xiantian relayed Jiang Wang's inability to provide support and then presented 2 pressing issues: how to respond to the potential direct assault of 50 million troops from the myriad races, and how to guard against the forces left behind in the Great Wild Nest. I propose a frontal assault. Those 50 million are already an exhausted army. With flanking units, we can divide and conquer. I object. The myriad races are incredibly disciplined. As long as their leaders remain alive, they won't retreat. If our forces collapse first, we'll be nothing but lambs to the slaughter in the open field. As the debate grew increasingly heated, a legion commander suggested a compromise. I propose we establish a defensive line on the spot. This suggestion sparked a glimmer of hope in Sun Xiantian's anxious eyes. Soon, the various legions reached a consensus and began constructing defensive fortifications in the surrounding area. While some dissatisfaction lingered among the troops, this plan avoided the need to designate vanguard or rearguard units. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang visited Xiao Yan's hospital room, where a lively group was gathered around him. Lu Qinghe was holding up a terminal, animatedly recounting the battle. At that moment, our boss delivered a flying kick that sent the Black Tiger leader flying 100 meters. Surrounded by over a dozen leaders, he fought them off with ease. Jiang Wang's arrival made Xiao Yan's face flush with embarrassment. He slapped Lu Qinghe on the back, cutting him off mid-sentence. Lu Qinghe quickly switched to a friendly tone. Jiang Wang, you're here? After confirming that Xiao Yan's injuries were not serious, Jiang Wang left, glancing back at the cheerful group. He couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth in his heart. At the same time, the White Fox was leading the myriad races forces directly toward the coalition. From the previous siege battles, she had gauged the combat capabilities of the humans aside from the anomaly that was Jiang Wang. The others were within the expected range. In the open wilderness, the myriad races had no fear of ordinary humans. More crucially, the myriad races needed a major victory to restore the morale lost to Jiang Wang. The 50 million troops of the myriad races advanced in 3 separate columns toward the coalition. In the observation room, Zhou Qian frowned deeply as he watched the coalition leaders constructing defensive fortifications. Fools! Before entering the trial, everyone had been sternly warned. Lords, especially summoning type lords, must never engage the myriad races in open field battles before reaching the silver rank. This was the very reason for building the Eternal Fortress. Yet, after Jiang Wang's warning, Sun Xiantian neither retreated nor requested reinforcements, behaving like an arrogant hothead with no sense of danger. A day later, with the assistance of summoned units and elemental lords, the defensive structures began to take shape. Fortresses dotted the landscape, traps were laid everywhere, and an endless army stood ready. This was Sun Xiantian's confidence. He was the strongest lord in Zone 1, commanding a force of 50 million and several legions. On the other side, the White Fox had conducted thorough reconnaissance and fully understood the coalition's defensive arrangements. The delay in launching an attack was due to the need for the myriad races to rest and her increased caution, ever wary of potential ambushes from the Death Desert or the Eternal Fortress. Once she confirmed the area was safe, the snow-white demon fox revealed a cruel smile. Attack! The 3 divisions of the myriad races launched a ferocious assault from different directions. Jiang Wang, if the myriad races truly clash head-on with the allied forces, who do you think has the upper hand? Xiao Yan asked, his expression tense as he watched Jiang Wang carefully maneuver through the intricate process of genetic synthesis. Jiang Wang's hands never faltered, his voice calm and measured. It depends on the resolve of the myriad races. Although I haven't faced humans in battle often, judging by the current situation, the allied forces don't stand much of a chance. So even with so many people, there's no hope of victory? Xiao Yan pressed. disbelief flickering in his eyes. If you think numbers alone guarantee victory, you're gravely mistaken. Jiang Wang paused his work and turned to face Xiao Yin, his tone serious. In battles involving tens of thousands, humans do hold an advantage. Just 3,000 summoners can conjure an army, outnumbering the myriad races by tens of thousands. But once the scale reaches millions, his words trailed off as his mind was flooded with the gruesome images of a large-scale assault by the myriad races. Xiao Yan's confusion lingered. Millions? But human lords, with their summoned forces, can easily outnumber the myriad races by several million. It doesn't work that way when the scale reaches millions, Jiang Wang said gravely. Do you know what happens when an army of 1,000,000 loses its morale and begins to rout? 1,000,000 people can become more chaotic than 1,000,000 pigs. On the battlefield, chaos reigned. On the crumbling city walls, Zhang Chong, his face smeared with blood, let out a desperate roar of kill before a griffin swooped down, tearing him apart midair. Scenes like this unfolded across the battlefield. Mighty fortresses, once thought unbreachable, crumbled under the coordinated assault of the myriad races' beasts. Report. The outermost defense line has been breached. The myriad races are advancing toward the fourth defense line. Report. Commander Zhang Ruoxin is retreating with over 100,000 survivors toward the fourth defense line, requesting reinforcements. Report. The 27th Legion is calling for immediate support. Bang! A deafening slam echoed in the command room as Sun Zuanshan's fist struck the table in fury. What is Zhang Ruoxin doing? As the commander of the 5th defense line, Zhang Ruoxin had been one of the first powerful figures to pledge loyalty to Sun Xiantian. In return, Sun Xiantian had entrusted him with the largest force and even assigned personnel to help lay traps along the outer defenses. Yet, in less than half a day, the outermost defense line had fallen to the myriad races. To be fair, the blame couldn't rest solely on Zhang Ruoxin. Despite commanding a diverse array of troops, including numerous summoners, the iron rule of the Kaiyuan world was clear. Do not engage the myriad races below the silver rank. The reason was simple: summoners below silver could not summon units of equivalent strength. For instance, a bronze-tier summoner could only summon creatures of lower strength, often several levels below their own. Other lords fared no better. When facing the myriad races of the same rank, their abilities were invariably suppressed. Take martial arts lords. For example, they lacked the depth of insight into the laws of nature to contend with the primal instincts of the myriad races' beasts. Although traps and troops inflicted significant losses on the myriad races, the overwhelming bloodlust and innate suppression of the myriad races pushed them forward in a relentless siege. The so-called city walls, hastily constructed, were little more than mounds of earth standing a few dozen meters tall. Once the battle devolved into close combat, the outcome was all but sealed. Spurred by the thrill of evolution, the myriad races mercilessly slaughtered the fleeing human lords. Realizing the futility of resistance, Zhang Ruoxin had no choice but to retreat. On the battlefield, atop the shattered walls, a white fox surveyed the carnage with a faint smirk. Her gaze lingered on the mutilated bodies strewn across the ground. This is the sight that truly befits humanity in the face of the great myriad races, she mused. But Jiang Wang, what kind of monster is he? The mere thought of Jiang Wang sent a shiver through the commanders of the myriad races. How could a bronze-tier summoner fend off millions of their forces alone, not to mention overpower 7 of their leaders in battle? A deafening roar from a passing beast snapped the leaders back to reality. It was clear that breaching fortresses like this was far easier than facing Jiang Wang. Many of the beasts had not only evolved their bloodlines, but had also grown significantly stronger. Follow that retreating force and prepare to strike at any moment, the white fox ordered coolly. She had deliberately allowed Zhang Ruoxin and his men to escape, intending to use their retreat to dismantle the fourth defense line. Tell Golden Rat to hurry up. As the beasts departed to carry out her commands, a glimmer of confidence returned to the white fox's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoxin led his trusted followers toward the fourth defense line, tens of thousands of lords trailing behind. His expression was grim as he glanced back at the relentless pursuit of the myriad races. A seasoned veteran of countless battles, Zhang Ruoxin had immediately sensed something amiss when he realized the myriad races were herding the humans toward his position. But he had no other choice. He wasn't ready to die. At the same time, Sun Xiantian also began to grasp the harsh reality. This time, the myriad races were far more formidable than anticipated. Do not approach the fourth line of defense. Sun Xuantian's cold voice reverberated through the command room. His sharp gaze swept across the room as he continued. I'll have a passage opened in the fourth line of defense. Zhang Ruoxin will establish a defensive position in front of it. If he dares to lead deserters through the line, treat them as enemies and execute them without mercy. The command room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone present understood the truth: the so-called passage was nothing but a facade. The speed of the Wan clan far surpassed that of humans, and the narrow path could never accommodate tens of thousands of people at once. This order was, in essence, a death sentence for the 3 million people stationed at the fifth line of defense. But Sun Xintian had no choice. The area outside the city was littered with meticulously designed traps. Sending reinforcements would mean dismantling these defensive measures, while humanity held the advantage of defending the city. If the Wan clan reached the city walls, it would quickly devolve into brutal hand-to-hand combat. The only viable strategy was to rely on the traps and long-range firepower to wear down the enemy, aiming to eliminate at least 10 million of their forces before they breached the fourth line of defense. Damn you, Sun Xintian! Zhang Ruoxin cursed loudly. He scanned the faces of his loyal guards and the panicked crowd of retreating soldiers behind him, hesitation evident in his expression. As a minor officer who had risen through the ranks thanks to a decent awakening ability and a knack for flattery, he had lucked into becoming the commander of the fifth line of defense. For a fleeting moment, he reveled in the intoxicating power of his position. Then, turning abruptly, he faced the crowd and shouted, "I am Zhang Ruoxin. This is a direct order from the command room. Everyone, establish a defensive line here. Reinforcements will arrive soon to support us." The crowd erupted in chaos. "Are you insane? Fight yourself if you want to die. You're sending us to our deaths. Ignore him. Push through." The scene descended into pandemonium, especially among those at the rear, who were being relentlessly pursued by the Wan clan. Though the Wan clan's orders were to drive the humans toward the fourth line of defense, there was no stipulation about the number of people they needed to herd. Anyone who fell behind or slowed down was immediately slaughtered without hesitation. Driven by the terror of imminent death, the people at the back had already reached their breaking point. Now, they had only one thought: break through and reach the fortress ahead. The routed soldiers staggered desperately toward the positions of the allied races. The commander of the fourth defensive line observed coldly and, with a single command, unleashed a storm of concentrated firepower that blanketed the battlefield. Tens of thousands fell under their own comrades' assault. The wounded who hadn't yet succumbed screamed in agony and cursed in fury, but soon the battlefield descended into a deathly silence. This ruthless decision wiped out tens of thousands of alien beasts, but the cost was staggering several times that number in human lives. Outside the range of the assault, the Allied forces swiftly regrouped. Witnessing humanity's ruthless and decisive tactics, they began mobilizing even more alien species, preparing for the next wave of their offensive. Inside the hive, Xiaoyan was furiously cursing. Jiang Wang, however, sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the scrolling battle reports on the monitor, deep in thought. From a purely military standpoint, Sun Xuantian's decision was flawless, even earning the approval of the observation room. Yet, from a human perspective, it was an act of chilling cruelty. But war has never been a matter of right or wrong, it is a game of survival. The hive had already fully absorbed the genetic material of the fallen Allied forces. Under Jiang Wang's meticulous modifications, the overall combat power of the swarm had increased significantly. Closing his eyes, he delved into strategic contemplation, analyzing the situation from both enemy and ally perspectives. Outside the hive, the swarm expanded at a staggering pace. Suddenly, Jiang Wang's eyes snapped open. He made an immediate decision. He would personally lead 40 million Zerg, including 5 million elite blade dominators, to Yongjian City. At the same time, he ordered Anna to remain in the hive, dispatching 30 million Zerg to defend the giant wild nest as a precaution, leaving only 10 million to guard the hive itself. The war was escalating. The Allied forces launched relentless, no-holds-barred assaults, forcing the coalition forces to stretch themselves thin, continually sending pleas for reinforcements to Yongjian City and Jiang Wang. Even at the giant wild nest, only a scant million defenders remained, as the rest of the forces had been deployed to the front lines. Bai Hu and the other leaders had devised two contingency plans. Either hold out until Jiang Wang's army emerged from the Death Desert in 2 days to turn the tide, or exploit any potential weakness if Yongjian City dispatched reinforcements, striking at the opportunity. After all, with Yongjian City's formidable defenses, even the combined might of the allied races would struggle to breach it within 3 days. Within Yongjian's command center, Su Nuo faced a room full of eager corps commanders urging for action, yet he resolutely refused their pleas. Zhang Ro, her eyes brimming with tears, implored him, "Deputy Commander Su, is victory really worth this much? Aren't we all from the same planet, the same people?" Su Nuo maintained his composure and replied calmly, "Jiang Wang has already contacted me. He'll arrive with reinforcements in 2 days at most." Meanwhile, the Allied forces could launch a surprise attack on Yongjian City at any moment. Sun Xintian still has 50 million troops. There's no need to risk everything. Our goal isn't victory, it's survival. When her words failed to sway him, Zhang Ro suddenly raised her voice, accusing him sharply, "Su Nuo, you're blind to reality, delaying action, and using the Allied forces to eliminate your rivals. You stand idly by as our comrades burn in the flames of war." If you refuse to lead the troops, I will. With that, she stormed out, her fury palpable. Back on the coalition front, Sun Xintian had lost his usual composure. The Allied forces' swift and ferocious attacks were far beyond expectations. The fourth defensive line had already fallen, and the third defensive line was on the verge of collapse. His repeated pleas for reinforcements from Yongjian City were met with Su Nua's refusal, citing the need to guard against ambushes. Su Nua simply assured him that Jiang Wang would arrive with reinforcements in 2 days. This response left Sun Xintian seething with frustration at the current pace of battle. Who could guarantee that his forces would last another 2 days? The Allied forces, for their part, were now fully committed. Even if they faced ultimate defeat, they were determined to slaughter as many of these extraordinarily gifted humans as possible, to strengthen their bloodlines and provide their clans with some measure of compensation. Inside Yongjian City, Han Bingyan stepped in front of Zhang Rou, blocking her path. Deputy Commander Su's command rang out with authority. If Zhang Rou's troops force their way through the gates, kill them on the spot. She doesn't dare to rescue them herself, but she won't let anyone else try either? Let's see if she has the guts to kill all of us. Zhang Rou sneered coldly, her voice dripping with defiance. Behind her, several squad leaders echoed her sentiment, itching to make their move. As tensions rose and conflict seemed inevitable, Su Nua suddenly appeared. Her presence exuded overwhelming power, suffocating everyone around her. You may deploy your troops, she declared, her tone unyielding. But the gates will only open halfway. Otherwise, let's see who comes out on top. Taking into account Zhang Rou's larger forces and the temporary calm outside the city, Su Nua chose to compromise. Zhang Rou's gaze flickered with hesitation before she finally agreed to the terms. The city gates creaked open, and troops began filing out in an orderly fashion. However, not far away, a cunning golden rat lay in wait, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. It seized the perfect moment just as one group of soldiers exited and the next was about to follow, transforming into a streak of golden light and darting forward. In mere moments, the golden rat had breached the gates. The surrounding guards barely registered the sudden flash of gold before its razor-sharp claws slashed across their throats. With shocking speed, one of the gates fell into the golden rat's control. This was the signal for the ambushed Allied races to launch their assault on the remaining gates. Chaos erupted at the gates. In the distance, the allied armies of the myriad races surged forward like a tidal wave. The White Fox Coalition, which had been sieging the city, received the alarming news and quickly regrouped their forces to charge toward Yongjian City. Those unable to regroup in time continued their assault on the walls. Zhang Rou's troops descended into disarray. The advancing forces of the myriad races drove them into a desperate retreat toward the city. But the gates were already clogged with the bodies of both beasts and humans, leaving everyone trapped in a bottleneck, unable to move. Inside the city, Su Nua and Han Bingyan worked swiftly to clear out the invading forces. Yet the golden rat proved exceptionally elusive, never engaging them directly. Instead, it darted between the gates, ruthlessly killing anyone attempting to close them, creating opportunities for the outside forces to flood in. Move aside. Zhang Rou, leveraging her formidable strength, forced her way back into the city. Sensing the dire situation, Su Nua's eyes flashed with icy determination. With a swift motion of her hand, she gestured toward the dense crowd at the gates. Boom! The once clamorous crowd at the gates fell eerily silent in an instant. Close the gates, she commanded. Zhang Rou, who had just squeezed through the city gates, witnessed Su Nua's decisive actions. After a series of complex expressions flitted across his face, he joined the effort to clear out the chaotic crowd. Blood erupted at the gates as the corps commanders swiftly eliminated the weaker members of the myriad races on the spot. In the midst of the melee, the golden rat narrowly avoided death multiple times, enduring several heavy blows in its desperate attempt to prevent the gates from closing. The defenders atop the city walls launched relentless attacks, with deafening explosions echoing without end. A sleek black tiger, none other than Xiao He, the one aiding Jiang Wang, darted nimbly through the barrage of attacks. Several leaders of the myriad races fought valiantly at the forefront, fully aware that this might be their only chance to turn the tide. Inside the city gates, Su Nua's thunderous methods led to the closure of most gates, leaving only 3 still held open by the desperate sacrifice of the alien species. The golden rat, blood dripping from its mouth and its body encased in a layer of frost, faced off against equally battered opponents. Zhang Rou had a gaping wound in his abdomen, while Han Bingyan, despite being gravely injured in a last-ditch effort, remained on the battlefield's edges, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As the footsteps of the myriad races grew closer, Su Nua's long hair suddenly whipped in the air as she manipulated the blood of the fallen, transforming it into countless blood-red blades that hovered menacingly. In a rain-like assault, the blades launched indiscriminately toward the 3 gates, instantly reaping a swath of lives. Beasts and humans alike fell without distinction. The devastating attack left Su Nua pale as a sheet, but it also provided the golden rat with an opportunity. Like a golden flash, it lunged straight for her heart. At the critical moment, Han Bingyin transformed into his elemental state, donning crystalline armor of ice as he shielded Su Nuwa. Even so, his right shoulder was nearly obliterated. Had it not been for his elemental form, he would have perished on the spot. As two gates slammed shut, the last one was on the verge of closing when the golden rat hesitated, its eyes filled with conflict. It made the resolute decision to break out, adhering to its ancestral creed. Better the beasts die than the rat perish. It prepared to abandon the other myriad races to save itself. But just then, a dark blur crashed into the gate. It was the Black Tiger, Xiao He, arriving just in time. The impact shook the gate, buying the myriad races a crucial moment. Sensing the shift in momentum, the golden rat immediately turned and charged back into the city. Meanwhile, the myriad races outside, after enduring several waves of attacks, finally reached the base of the city walls. The nearly closed gate was forced open again under their relentless assault. Exhausted from her earlier all-out strike, Xiao He retreated to recover. Inner turmoil plagued her. On one hand, she was indeed a traitor to the myriad races, partially responsible for Tao Ye's crippling injuries and their dire circumstances. On the other hand, as a member of the myriad races driven by the desire to ascend, she needed to kill to gain strength. In the end, she made the fateful decision to fight for herself. The gates were fully breached. The defenders, despite their numbers, could no longer hold the gap. Corpses piled high at the gates, yet the myriad races surged forward in madness. The golden rat moved through the chaos like a blade, mercilessly harvesting lives. With multiple gates compromised, the battle devolved into brutal close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang was making his way swiftly through the insect horde toward the Eternal Fortress. He had analyzed 3 possible strategies the myriad races might adopt. The most foolish would be to dig in and not advance. The optimal choice would be to gather their forces and assault the Eternal Fortress, as its defenses could hold out until reinforcements arrived. The worst-case scenario would be for them to breach the walls and strike directly at humanity's core. To prepare for the worst, Jiang Wang not only dispatched a 30 million-strong army to the giant wild nest, but also specifically warned Su Nuwa, promising that reinforcements would arrive within 2 days. However, from the live updates, he realized his worst fears had come true, and he was still at least half a day away from reaching the battlefield. On the Allied side, the pressure eased temporarily after the White Fox retreated, but news of the breached gates soon arrived. Sun Xiantian flew into a rage, blaming Su Nuwa entirely and conveniently forgetting his earlier slander against her and his refusal to send reinforcements to the Eternal Fortress. His expression shifted unpredictably before he suddenly issued an order for the entire army to accelerate their assault on the giant wild nest. His goal was clear. If he could capture the nest before humanity's core was breached, he would emerge as the greatest victor of this trial, and even the black-clad figures would have no leverage against him. Within the Eternal Fortress, Han Bingyin escorted an utterly drained Su Nuwa further into the city. Though the outer walls had fallen, thanks to Su Nuwa heeding Jiang Wang's advice to reinforce the inner defenses, the fortress could still hold for 3 days if commanded wisely. Having recovered, Xiao He now roamed with the myriad races, hunting human lords to absorb their energy and strengthen her bloodline. This was the irreconcilable conflict between humanity and the myriad races, especially for human lords from the primordial realm, whose lord spaces made them prime targets for enhancing the myriad races' bloodlines. Among the myriad races, there was a saying: "Greedy humans have plundered the world's final energy, and we are merely reclaiming it." In the observation chamber, Zhou Qian and the others fell into silence, their lack of experience in large-scale warfare painfully evident. Outside, the higher-ups kept a close eye on the battle, their discussions growing increasingly animated. Seriously? Losing even with a flying dragon advantage? SK. What a waste of the Lord's space granted by the primordial realm. Useless, absolutely useless. To be fair, that Jiang Wang is impressive. I've never seen a rookie this fierce. Well, not since Yi. A certain young master abruptly stopped mid-sentence, as if realizing he was treading dangerous ground. An oppressive silence filled the room, as though the unspoken name itself carried the weight of death. Charge! Han Bingyin, drenched in blood, fought relentlessly at the second defensive line. Around him lay mountains of corpses from the myriad races, each lifeless body a testament to the brutality of this battle. The human defenses were on the verge of collapse under the ferocious assault. In this critical moment, despite his severe injuries, Han Bingyin landed a devastating blow on a leading commander of the myriad races and executed the deserter Zhang Rou on the spot, temporarily stabilizing the crumbling front. Meanwhile, the army led by Baihu had already reached the foot of the city walls. With an almost ethereal grace, she leapt over the piles of corpses and pools of blood, her snow-white figure resembling a harbinger of death. The overwhelming aura of resentment and death not only intoxicated her, but also fueled her power. However, the glimmer of triumph in her eyes faded quickly as her expression grew grim. Jiang Wang was on his way. At the nest of the great wilds, Tao Tai was commanding the remnants of the myriad races, using the terrain to hold off the Zerg. Although Tao Tai had anticipated Jiang Wang's arrival, he had not expected it to be so soon, forcing him to abandon his carefully planned retreat to a hidden sanctuary. The Zerg, significantly weakened outside their fungal carpets, struggled to breach the core of the great wilds despite being led by Anna herself. Meanwhile, Sun Xuantian's elite forces were still en route to the nest, but Jiang Wang could already see the distant silhouette of Eternal Fortress. At the second defensive line of Eternal Fortress, the ground was littered with the bodies of humans and the myriad races, and the air was filled with agonized cries. With a single command from Baihu, the army of the myriad races surged forward like a tidal wave. The deafening clash shook the city walls, sending tremors through the defenders. Su Nuo, who had only just regained consciousness, surveyed the endless sea of the myriad races and knew that the second line could no longer hold. She had already prepared for a retreat to the final line of defense. Of the nearly 50 million defenders, an alarming number had fallen in just half a day. 2 legion commanders were dead, and the soldiers on the walls were being mercilessly slaughtered by the unending waves of foes. If not for Han Binjian's heroic efforts to turn the tide, the casualties would have been even more catastrophic. The battle escalated as human soldiers fought desperately to repel the myriad races climbing onto the walls. Despite suffering massive losses, the attackers used the mounds of corpses as stepping stones to push forward. Su Nuo ordered an organized retreat, staying behind with the last group of soldiers to fall back to the final line of defense. At that moment, pre-plant explosives detonated with a thunderous roar, lighting up the battlefield as countless enemies were flung into the air. Yet, more of the myriad races surged through the inferno, like demons emerging from the depths of hell. Several commanders of the myriad races launched a coordinated assault, and Baihu's psychic power seized control of thousands of subordinates, throwing the defenders into chaos. A 2-headed stag rammed the gates, while various human commanders engaged in fierce combat. Elemental attacks and the mechanical lord's artillery fire merged into a cacophony of destruction. In less than 30 minutes, a deafening beastly roar echoed across the walls, signaling the myriad race's victory. By this time, Su Nuo and Han Bingyan were gravely injured, barely clinging to life. As humanity teetered on the brink of despair, standing atop a staircase of corpses laid by countless races, a thunderous rumble echoed from the depths of the canyon. Emerging from the shadows was a colossal thunder beast, its every step causing the earth to quake. Swarming around it was a tide of zerglings, flooding forward like an unstoppable wave. Atop the thunder beast, Jiang Wang unleashed a surge of immense psychic energy, instantly enveloping the entire canyon. The leaders of the myriad races, poised to claim the life of the human lord, froze in shock. The white fox let out a piercing screech, and as if driven mad, the myriad races abandoned their easy prey and instead charged frantically toward the crystal, their final hope. The money rat darted ahead with unmatched speed, forsaking the chance to effortlessly strike down a high-ranking human lord, Su Nuo, as it passed by. It raced straight for the crystal. Just as it was within reach, a familiar figure appeared in a flash. With a powerful aerial kick, Jiang Wang sent the money rat hurtling into the canyon wall, shattering stones and sending debris flying, a testament to the sheer force of his strike. By now, the thunder beast had collapsed in agony, its forehead covered in a web of deep cracks, evidence of the price Jiang Wang paid to arrive in time. Standing before the crystal like a god of war, his icy gaze swept across the battlefield. An eerie silence descended. The myriad race's leaders, who had joined the assassination attempt, stood motionless like corpses, while the black tiger's eyes betrayed a storm of conflicting emotions. Suddenly, the white fox and the other leaders regrouped and launched a desperate charge toward Jiang Wang. "Kill!" roared the black bear as he led the attack. But in the corner of his eye, he noticed that the white fox, who was just at his side, had vanished. The battle erupted in an instant. Jiang Wang stood like an unyielding fortress, not only holding back the assault of the myriad leaders, but also ruthlessly stomping out an opportunistic beast attempting to sneak past him. The battle between the Zerg and the alien beasts had reached a fever pitch, and the defeat of the myriad races was already a foregone conclusion. Amidst the chaos, the once pristine white fur of the fox was now sullied, resembling a lump of coal as it silently slipped toward the outskirts. The golden rat seized the opportunity as well, using its last ounce of strength to dart out of the canyon. While Jiang Wang's mental strength detected the 2 escaping figures, the relentless attacks from the myriad races left him no time to pursue them. The leaders of the myriad races, including the black bear, were now trapped, locked in place by Jiang Wang's psychic power. Escape was impossible. Their only option was to desperately try to shatter the crystal. Meanwhile, the human warriors, having recovered from their initial shock, joined the fray en masse. The battle concluded swiftly. In front of the human core stronghold lay a grisly scene of carnage. The once surrogate leaders of the myriad races were now lifeless corpses. Among the surviving humans, some stared blankly into the distance. Others frantically searched the piles of bodies for loved ones. Some embraced each other in tears, and others wailed in grief. This battle saw the fall of Eternal Fortress, with nearly 40 million humans perishing and countless others injured or maimed. As for the myriad races, apart from 3 leaders and a few alien beasts who managed to escape, the rest were reduced to mere nutrients for the fungal mats. Elsewhere, Sun Xiantian had just arrived at the entrance to the giant wild nest, where he saw Jiang Wang and the Zerg fighting the myriad races. Just as he was about to charge in, shouting to claim the spoils, an announcement echoed across the entire zone. The myriad races have suffered 89 losses. Victory conditions met. Humanity is victorious. It turned out that in its bid to conquer Eternal Fortress, the White Fox had committed the last of the myriad races' forces. Within the giant wild nest, Anna had also decimated the enemy forces. Apart from the escaped leaders and a few scattered remnants, the rest had been annihilated by Jiang Wang. With the myriad races being forcibly withdrawn from the battlefield, a conflict originally expected to last 2 months had come to an abrupt end due to the overconfidence of the myriad races and the orders of their progenitor. Upon learning that Jiang Wang could hold his own against 8 opponents simultaneously, Sun Xiantian abandoned his assassination plans and returned early. Jiang Wang, after declaring victory, led the Zerg back to their hive, where they began consuming the myriad races' corpses and spreading across the battlefield. With ample time left before the 2-month deadline, Jiang Wang was determined to not only fully assimilate the myriad races but also extract every ounce of value from the battlefield. 15 days later, Wang Tianfeng glared at the screen with a dark expression and bellowed, "When is that rascal planning to come back?" Over the past 2 weeks, Jiang Wang had practically hollowed out the entire battleground. He said soon. Li Shui replied softly. How soon? Wang Tianfeng frowned. He said that 12 days ago. He said he's almost done. Li Shui said awkwardly. Bang. Old Wang, don't get worked up. Look at how many people are waiting outside for him to come out. Letting him stay in there might actually be better. Zhou Qian's words trailed off mid-sentence. Due to Jiang Wang's outstanding performance in the novice trial, the gates of the Starsea Alliance were now overwhelmed. Proposals for marriage alliances, sponsorships, and royal audiences flooded in one after another. What troubled the Starsea Alliance even more was the undercurrent of danger. A bounty had even been issued on the black market to capture Jiang Wang alive for a reward of 10 billion gold coins. To put this into perspective, a single gold coin could sustain a middle-class family for an entire year. For the sake of enhancing their descendants' abilities, some people had no qualms about sacrificing others' lives. Inside the Zerg hive, Jiang Wang munched on potato chips and petted his dog while monitoring the screen's continuous simulations of various genetic combinations. Thanks to the evolution points gained from the massive genetic fusions, he had advanced to Silver Rank 1, with his mental power nearing a staggering 10,000. This meant his overall stats were also approaching 10,000, making him a veritable powerhouse even capable of challenging gold-ranked opponents. Glancing at Anna encased in her crystal cocoon not far away, Jiang Wang marveled at how war truly was the fastest path to evolution for the Zerg. His mental power extended outward, surveying the seemingly endless Zerg army. Among them were writhing sandworms, fully evolved thunder beasts, and leaping Zerglings. One particular Zergling, a pale purple in color, stood out. It was Eros, the first Zergling to develop sentience and even possess an independent stat panel. Eros's stats displayed: Strength 1000, Stamina 800, Speed 900. Research indicated that Eros occupied a rank above regular Zerg but below the Queen, making it a general-class special Zerg unique to its kind. In theory, every Zerg species could produce such an entity, though the exact method remained unknown to Jiang Wang. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound came from behind him. Brushing off the chip crumbs from his hands, Jiang Wang tidied his hair and turned to face the emerging Anna. Master, with a soft and endearing call, a purple figure leaped into Jiang Wang's arms. Anna had grown from a pre-teen into a graceful 16-year-old. If not for the antennae on her head, she now stood tall enough to reach Jiang Wang's nose. Her snow-white skin and purple carapace complemented each other, exuding a unique blend of allure and innocence. It was hard to reconcile this young girl with her identity as the ruthless Zerg queen commanding billions of Zerg. Of course, Anna was now properly dressed. The Zerg queen Anna's stats displayed: Combat Power 1000, Intelligence 10,000, Talent, Simulation. Seeing her newly acquired talent, Jiang Wang was astonished Zerg could have talents too. Information about the simulation talent automatically streamed into his mind. With sufficient intelligence, it could simulate strategies to the point of making opponents question their reality. No matter what level his opponent operated on, Anna would always be a step ahead. Jiang Wang could only sum it up in 2 words: utterly broken. With everything settled, Jiang Wang prepared to return. After all, How many people could tolerate being repeatedly asked when they'd be back? And clearly, that person wasn't Li Shuai, because Jiang Wang had never given her a straight answer. Using his mental power, he enveloped the entire Zerg swarm, storing them within his lord's space. With his recent rank up, the space had expanded significantly, leading Jiang Wang to suspect that, with enough strength, it might one day rival the universe itself. A beam of light enveloped him, and that nauseating sensation of teleportation struck again. Jiang Wang had even asked Li Shuai about this before. She had explained that the more uncomfortable it felt, the safer it was comfort was for the dead. To this, Jiang Wang had only replied with one word. Impressive. Jiang Wang forced himself to suppress the nausea, keeping his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted around him. It was a scenario familiar to nearly every student who had ever dozed off in class when you're completely oblivious to what's going on around you, but instinctively start clapping along with everyone else. As he slowly opened his eyes, he realized he was surrounded by a crowd of people. Nearly all the mid and high-ranking leaders of the academy were present, while those of lower status had to stand on the outskirts. Among the unfamiliar faces, Jiang Wang only recognized Wang Tianfeng and Aunt Li Shui. He felt like a child being dragged around by his parents during the Lunar New Year to greet relatives despite not knowing anyone. He still had to politely engage in all the small talk. After finally retreating to his dorm room, Jiang Wang was left with only one thought. If I had known this would happen, I would have rather died on the trial battlefield. The academy had informed him that a full assembly would be held in 3 days to recognize his achievements, and even representatives from other factions would attend. As for the rewards, he wouldn't receive them until the ceremony. All right, got it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving now, Jiang Wang said irritably, thinking to himself how these bureaucratic formalities were utterly exhausting. Wait, Aunt Li Shui called out hastily as he turned to leave. Seeing the clear impatience on Jiang Wang's face, she felt an odd sense of excitement stir within her. I heard you obtained a primordial stone in the origin realm. Well, I happen to acquire one too. Jiang Wang's eyes lit up, his interest immediately piqued. He understood well that a primordial stone, capable of accompanying him into that mysterious space, was no ordinary object. Li Shui smiled knowingly at his reaction. Originally, this was a treasure reserved for platinum tier rewards. I had to pull some serious strings to get it included in the gold tier rewards. While the platinum tier ones can't be handed out early, the gold tier ones can. As she spoke, a pendant appeared in her slender hand, adorned with a primordial stone even larger than the one Jiang Wang had obtained. Jiang Wang reached out to take it, but Li Shui suddenly pulled it back with a mischievous smile. This poised and charming woman was now wearing an expression as playful as a child's. You can have it, but only if you call me master, okay? Her coquettish tone and pleading gaze could melt anyone's heart. But Jiang Wang merely replied flatly, take it or leave it, and turned to walk away. All right, it's yours. Li Shui quickly relented, shoving the primordial stone into his hand. What kind of master takes things from their disciple anyway? She muttered before hurriedly leaving, her cheeks faintly flushed. It was the first time she had ever touched a boy's hand. Since awakening her combat class, Li Shui's presence had become so overwhelming that ordinary people couldn't even hold a normal conversation with her unless they were exceptionally strong-willed or significantly more powerful. Jiang Wang, however, was the exception, the only person who treated her with indifference. Paradoxically, this made her treasure his attitude even more. Good afternoon, Professor Li, Wang Chao greeted her casually as she appeared. Li Shui responded with only a brief glance before walking away. Watching her proud, aloof demeanor and graceful figure, Wang Chao felt a surge of desire but maintained his outward composure. Meanwhile, sensing the malice emanating from behind her, Li Shui's disdain for others deepened. Back in his dorm room, Jiang Wang balanced the primordial stone on his head, trying to uncover its secrets. Yet apart from a faint chill, he discovered nothing. He considered wearing the elegant, faintly fragrant pendant around his neck, but ultimately decided to tuck it into his pocket. History has taught us that beauty often brings calamity. The most stunning roses always come with thorns. Even Zhang Wuji's mother once warned him, never trust women, especially the more beautiful ones. They're the most deceitful. After successfully enrolling in the academy, Jiang Wang's top priority was to keep his distance from Professor Li Shuai. He was well aware that the farther he stayed away from her, the safer he would be. Meanwhile, in her luxurious villa, Li Shuai lay lazily on her bed, reminiscing about the gentle and soothing sensation brought by Jiang Wang's spiritual energy. Even her loose-fitting academic robes couldn't fully conceal her curvaceous figure. Unconsciously, she began to fantasize about what excuse she could use next time to summon Jiang Wang, blushing slightly as she playfully swung her legs. Little did she know, Jiang Wang had already resolved to sever all ties with her for good. 3 days flew by. Jiang Wang changed into the clothes Li Shuai had sent him, quietly wondering to himself, Does an ordinary set of clothes really require a professor to personally deliver them? At Star Union Plaza, the crowd was bustling with activity. Representatives from major media outlets and prominent families had gathered to show their support. Banners hung both on the ground and in the air, highlighting the importance placed on this recognition event. Many families had prepared lavish gifts, with some even planning to recruit the talented individuals they had their eyes on. The awards ceremony proceeded as scheduled. Instead of blending into the general crowd, Jiang Wang was placed in a special group designated for Star Union members. This arrangement not only showcased Star Union's recognition of him, but also served as a protective measure. Standing in the group, Jiang Wang exhaled deeply and politely greeted the professors nearby. Internally, he was relieved. Thank goodness it's not Li Shuwei. As a matter of fact, Li Shuwei had originally intended to stand beside Jiang Wang, both to guide and protect him, and to experience his spiritual energy up close. However, due to her unique constitution, and to prevent embarrassment for the other faculty members, Wang Tianfeng had forcibly kept her by his side. The host's powerful voice echoed across the plaza. Friends, after nearly 2 months of relentless effort, the novice trial has concluded successfully. Together, the people of the Kaiyuan world and Earth overcame countless challenges and hardships, ushering in a new beginning. Among the participants, Jiang Wang displayed extraordinary courage, stabilizing the crumbling foundations and turning the tide. His performance was nothing short of remarkable. We are proud to honor him today. Principal Zhou Qian has personally awarded him the title of Biological Warlord. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd as the host continued to announce the names of other outstanding students. Then, shifting gears, he declared, "And now, let's invite Jiang Wang to deliver a speech." Hearing this, Jiang Wang turned to glare at Wang Tianfeng. "I warn you, don't give me any extra drama." Li Shuwei stood beside Wang Tianfeng, her expression tinged with surprise. This impromptu speech segment had been added at the last minute, disrupting the original schedule despite approval from the leadership. Wang Tianfeng insisted that Jiang Wang deliver an off-the-cuff speech, arguing that only genuine emotions could resonate with the hearts of people from other worlds. Of course, he never mentioned the bitterness that gnawed at him every time he saw Li Shuwei enthusiastically seeking out Jiang Wang, to the point where he felt his molars might crack. Jiang Wang walked slowly toward the stage. Around him, a dozen massive virtual screens simultaneously projected his face. While not conventionally handsome, his calm and gentle demeanor exuded an understated charm, like a refined gentleman. Despite his notoriously ruthless combat style, it did nothing to diminish the waves of admiration rising from the audience. As Jiang Wang remained silent, the venue fell into an uncanny stillness. Though he had already prepared his thoughts, and public speaking was not a challenge for him, every time he considered delivering a perfunctory speech, vivid images would flash through his mind. Comrades who had spoken out for him in the primordial realm, warriors who had bled generously for strangers during the novice trials, and the heroes of the eternal stronghold who faced death with unwavering courage. Throughout his journey, countless blue star people had fallen along the way, confronting death and the unknown. Some chose to surrender, others descended into indulgence, while a few became torches, illuminating the path for others. Jiang Wang understood deeply that he was merely fortunate to have awakened extraordinary talents and abilities, giving him the opportunity to stand here and speak for Blue Star. Just as Zhou Qian and others were preparing to step in and rescue the situation, Jiang Wang's voice suddenly broke the silence. Listen not to the sound of leaves hitting the forest floor. Why not whistle softly and walk at ease? A bamboo staff and straw sandals are lighter than a horsewhite fear? Let the drizzling rain embrace my life. The biting spring breeze sobers me up from wine, slightly cold, but the slanting sunlight atop the mountain welcomes me. Looking back at the desolate place I've passed, I return without fear of wind or rain, without concern for gloom or clarity. This recital of Ding Feng Bo instantly ignited the crowd. Among them, a man named Wang Ho tightly held his wife's hand, his eyes brimming with tears. Once, on Blue Star, he had a comfortable job and a harmonious family, only to lose it all to a flash of blue light. Were it not for Jiang Wang's help, his wife would have nearly fallen victim to Li Jin's cruelty, and had luck not been on their side, they might have perished in the eternal stronghold. Despite his limited strength, Wang Ho had always stood like a pillar, stubbornly protecting his wife and clinging to life. At this moment, every Hua Nation individual present deeply understood the essence of the poem, while foreigners, through the precise translation of the Kaiyuan world system, could also feel its profound power. Many were reminded of the sacrifices of their comrades and the painful memories they dared not confront. Even the typically cold-hearted Jiang Wang found his eyes reddening, his fists clenched as he made a silent vow. If no torch remains in the future, I, Jiang Wang, will become the only light. This was both a declaration and a promise to everyone. If one cannot help the world, let them preserve their own virtue. But if one has the means, they must strive to uplift all. As his final words fell, the expressions of the leaders behind him subtly shifted. From the poem, they heard an unyielding spirit, and from Jiang Wang's concluding statement, they sensed unwavering resolve. He could have chosen to live as a respected powerhouse, enjoying the finest resources, but instead, he opted for a path of hardship. That afternoon, Jiang Wang established the Blue Star Union and invited Wang Ho to become one of its members. Although some voiced discontent over this act of solidarity, opposition quickly subsided under the tacit approval of figures like Zhou Qian and Wang Tianfeng. Late that night, back in his dormitory, Jiang Wang sat on the edge of his bed, reflecting on whether his decision today had been too impulsive. Yet, recalling Wang Hao's tearful gratitude and the appreciative gazes of the crowd, he could only let out a quiet sigh. A week later, Jiang Wang finalized the key affairs of the Union. Watching as Xiao Yin, Han Bingyan, Su Nuo, Wang Ho, and others stood up one after another, he paused and said, "Thank you all for being willing to lend a hand to others." With that, he quickly left, heading to Li Zui's combat training session. Jiang Wang valued not only strength but also other qualities when selecting people. For example, Wang Hao's exceptional management skills had ensured the Union's early operations ran smoothly. On his way to the training room, numerous members greeted him warmly. While the strong were always in the minority, the Union's existence had given many of the weaker individuals a sense of warmth and belonging, earning the organization growing recognition within the Star Alliance Academy. Standing at the door of the training room, Jiang Wang took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and then pushed the door open. The training room was a pristine white, its walls gleaming under the bright lights. Standing in the center, Li Xue, dressed entirely in black, exuded a commanding presence. Her form-fitting training attire hinted at her shapely figure, while her unique, alluring charm seemed to radiate an inexplicable magnetism. 10 seconds. No sooner had the words left her lips than Jiang Wang was teleported to a dense, primeval jungle. Surrounding him were over 30 formidable alien creatures of varying species, all of the same level as him. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang crushed a venomous snake lurking underfoot and unleashed his mental energy in an instant. Moving like a streak of lightning, he weaved through the throng of beasts, each strike of his precise and lethal, each evasion perfectly timed, maximizing damage while conserving effort. Just as the mission was nearing completion, Jiang Wang's senses flared with danger. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his chest. Bang! The next moment, Li Zui's figure materialized, and with a single blow, she sent him hurtling through the air. Jiang Wang twisted mid-flight, skillfully dissipating the force of the attack. After being flung over 10 meters, he managed to steady himself just 2 meters from the wall. "Not bad, kid," Li Xue remarked, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. Without warning, she lunged forward, delivering a sweeping kick. Jiang Wang somersaulted to the ground, narrowly dodging the gust of wind that followed. Reacting swiftly, he launched himself toward her not as a reckless move, but in anticipation of her signature follow-up spinning kick. However, Li Xue caught him off guard with a sudden snap kick, sending him tumbling like a skipping stone before he crashed heavily against the wall. In a flash, Li Xue appeared by his side, her expression betraying a rare hint of concern as she observed him lying motionless with his eyes shut. She realized, with a pang of guilt, that in her momentary panic, she had unintentionally used an advanced combat technique with excessive force. Ugh! Jiang Wang exhaled sharply, coughing violently as though his body were on the verge of collapse. "That last move, how did you pull it off?" Jiang Wang asked hoarsely once he caught his breath. "Well," Li Xue replied, her tone light. "When I saw you trying to grab me, I panicked and instinctively used a higher-level technique. So, let's call this little test a pass for you." Her eyes gleamed with excitement, subtly hinting at her willingness to teach him the move. Watching her playful demeanor, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could such a breathtakingly beautiful woman with her striking figure, impeccable background, and formidable skills seem a little scatterbrained? In truth, her behavior was influenced by Jiang Wang's unique mental energy, which disarmed her entirely, much like catnip to a Qing lion cat. Yet, underestimating Li Xue because of this would be a grave mistake. She was, after all, known as the witch for a reason. But Jiang Wang was unaware of this. To him, she was merely a strict, slightly clingy, yet approachable mentor. "Teach me," Jiang Wang said, rubbing his sore chest. "Sure," Li Xue replied with a cheerful grin. The sound of sparring filled the training room for hours, echoing until evening. Exhausted, Jiang Wang finally prepared to leave. Before he could go, Li Xue handed him a vial of liquid. "Add 2 drops to your bath tonight, no more, or you won't handle it." After a moment's thought, she clarified, "I mean, your body won't absorb it properly. Got it? Don't forget to show up on time tomorrow." With that, she skipped away, her energy seemingly boundless. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Wang clenched his fists and silently vowed, "One day, they'll beat her." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiang Wang dragged his weary body back to the dormitory, moving like an old man held together by sheer willpower. Sinking into the warm bath after adding the prescribed drops of the solution, he soon drifted into a deep sleep, his body greedily absorbing the restorative nutrients. Meanwhile, Li Shuai was reporting Jiang Wang's progress to Wang Tianfeng. "Uncle, Jiang Wang is an absolute martial arts prodigy. I taught him absolute control today, and by the time he left, had already almost mastered it." Her voice brimmed with excitement as she rattled on about Jiang Wang's potential, though Wang Tianfeng's expression grew increasingly impatient. "What are you even talking about?" Aunt Li Shuai scoffed dismissively. "Professor Zhao's disciple mastered absolute control in just 2 days. Why don't you call him a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy? I bet Jiang Wang can do it in 4 days now. Scratch that, 3 days at most." Watching Aunt Li Shuai's smug expression, Wang Tianfeng rubbed his temples, silently cursing to himself. How did this perfectly normal conversation veer so wildly off course? The next day, Jiang Wang was pleasantly surprised to find that his body, which had been nearly wrecked the day before, had completely recovered. In fact, he could faintly sense an improvement in his physical condition, which seemed to have also boosted his mental strength. He glanced at the bio-warrior still soaking in the decomposition pool before heading out. His days had settled into a simple, predictable routine. Attending classes, visiting the Federation, taking a beating, soaking in the bath, and observing the bio-warrior. Nearly 4 days had passed since he acquired the bio-warrior and placed it in the decomposition pool. Strangely enough, the outer layer of mysterious material had only diminished by a single centimeter, and it appeared to be composed of entirely non-genetic substances. Meanwhile, in another location, "I'm telling you, I really can't do it," Sun Xiantian said helplessly to the masked figure before him. "You've seen it yourself surrounded by so many bugs. How am I supposed to make a move?" Noticing the icy glare in the figure's eyes through the video feed, he gulped nervously and quickly added, "But things are different now. Isn't Jiang Wang trying to show off? Acting like he's the big boss of Blue Star? We can totally ruin his reputation. Once everyone turns against him, won't that be our chance?" After receiving the masked figure's approval, Sun Xiantian ended the communication with a long sigh of relief. Originally, he had hoped to leverage his decent performance during the novice trials to find a backer and stand up to the masked figures. But after witnessing their methods, he had no choice but to fall in line. In Li Manor, Liang coldly flipped through the intelligence reports about Jiang Wang delivered by his servants. His strength had already returned to its former state, and with the opportunity for a breakthrough and the resources provided by the Li family, his power had surged to a new height, approaching the silver rank. "Sanner," a voice called out from inside. The vicious expression on Liang's face instantly vanished. He plastered on a fawning smile and hurried toward the inner chamber. At the Starsea Alliance Federation, Jiang Wang curiously studied the unexpected visitor standing before him. "Hello, Jiang Wang," the visitor greeted with a warm smile. "Uncle Su mentioned that a remarkable talent had joined the Starsea Alliance and specifically asked me to come make your acquaintance. I just returned from the battlefield of the myriad races, and I must say, meeting you in person is even more impressive than your reputation suggests. By the way, my name is Arnos Gaia, but you can just call me Gaia." Jiang Wang stood at the entrance of the Union, gazing at the man before him, a striking figure with golden hair, piercing blue eyes, and a tall, commanding presence, as though he had stepped straight out of Greek mythology. This was Gaia, the third son of the prestigious Arnos family, and the very person Uncle Su had once mentioned introducing to him. Jiang Wang was well aware that the eldest son of the Arnos family, Lyle, was also at the academy, though the two brothers seemed to have a strained relationship. "So, it's young Master Gaia. I've heard Uncle Su mention you often. Why don't you come in for some tea?" Jiang Wang extended his hand politely. In truth, Uncle Su had never spoken of Gaia, but as the leader of the Union, Jiang Wang understood the importance of forging connections with influential forces from the Kaiyuan world. Gaia's visit presented an opportunity to establish such a relationship. "Maybe another time. My teammates are waiting for me to submit a mission," Gaia replied, gesturing toward his companions in the distance. With a brief farewell, he left, as if he had only stopped by on a whim to say hello. As Jiang Wang turned to enter the Union, he received a message from Su Nua. "Jiang Wang, someone very powerful has come to thank you." Rubbing his temples, Jiang Wang sighed. This was the kind of social pressure that came with running the Union. When he pushed open the door to the conference room, Xiao Yan's hearty laughter filled the air. "President." Both Su Nua and Wang Ho rose to their feet. Jiang Wang nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze falling on a visitor seated on the sofa, seemingly ordinary person blending seamlessly into Blue Star culture. The visitor wore a red plaid shirt, black-rimmed glasses, and had a slight frame with long hair carrying a faint fragrance. This was Lin Sun, deliberately dressed to fit in. "Hello, I'm Lin Sun. Thank you for avenging my uncle." Lin Sun bowed deeply. Jiang Wang quickly stepped forward to help him up. Wait, may I ask who is your uncle? It turned out that Lin Sun's uncle was Lin Qingyi, the man who had stood at the forefront during the sacrificial battle against the myriad races. Through their conversation, Jiang Wang pieced together the story. The method to open the altar had been passed down by Lin Sun's grandfather, Lin Nansheng. The warrior in the video, who had been tortured beyond recognition yet continued to smile and inspire humanity, was Lin Nansheng's second son. No way. My grandfather said I must join Star Union Academy to protect you, or hell break my legs. Lin Sun declared stubbornly. And how do you plan to prove you're capable of protecting the president? Xiao Yan asked, amused by Lin Sun's determination. As long as I'm strong enough, you'll take me in, right? Lin Sun's eyes lit up when Jiang Wang nodded. Boom. A surge of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted from Lin Sun, so powerful that even Jiang Wang, whose spiritual power had reached 10,000, felt immense pressure. At the same time, a puzzled voice came from Wang Tianfeng's office. Why does it feel like Lin Old Ghost's spiritual energy? After arranging for Lin Sun to stay with Wang Ho, Jiang Wang immediately began researching him. Online information about Lin Sun was scarce, with only rumors suggesting he suffered from dissociative identity disorder and rarely appeared in public. His grandfather, Lin Nansheng, however, was a legendary figure, the former head of the academy and a literary Dao master who had abandoned literature for martial pursuits after the tragic death of his beloved son. Starting from a suspected Grandmaster Tier 2 level, Lin Nansheng had focused on researching alien warships and planet-destroying cannons. His battlefield achievements were extraordinary. He had slain a Tier 7 diamond alien with just 3 words and escaped unscathed from the hands of Grandmaster Tier 3 Ran Senator. Clearly, Lin Old Master's hatred for the myriad races ran deep. Lin Sun's father was a mysterious figure, known only for his long-term stationing at the battlefield of myriad clans. Jiang Wang closed the file in his hands, pondered for a moment, and then got up to head to the training room. On his way, many people cast him peculiar looks. Ever since his speech at the conference, coupled with the backing of his mentor, Auntie Li Shui, being the center of attention had become the norm for him. However, today, there was something unusual hidden within those gazes. Just as Jiang Wang was about to release his mental energy to investigate his surroundings, a petite and graceful woman with delicate features appeared ahead. Her tearful eyes and aggrieved expression made her look pitiful as she staggered toward him. Sensing something was amiss, Jiang Wang immediately turned in another direction to avoid her. However, the woman seemed to have anticipated this, quickly adjusting her path and heading straight for him, her steps becoming increasingly hurried. Narrowing his eyes, Jiang Wang changed direction several more times, but the woman relentlessly followed. At the very moment they were about to collide, Jiang Wang deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding her. Yet the woman was undeterred, attempting to throw herself into his arms. Jiang Wang retreated several steps, and the woman, missing her target, fell to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, she suddenly burst into a loud wail. Jiang Wang, you beast in human clothing. It wasn't enough for you to assault Mui, did you have to target my sister too? Tears streamed down her face as her anguished cries rang out, instantly drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Is it really him? I just heard the rumors and didn't believe it, but now there's a confrontation right here. Unbelievable. Playing around with twins? And he acted so righteous at the conference just days ago. Look, there's even a video. The murmurs and discussions around him grew louder and more chaotic. Just as Jiang Wang was about to leave, a group of over 10 burly men emerged from the crowd, surrounding him completely. Good day. We're with the Inspectorate Division, said the leader, holding up his badge. We've received reports accusing you of assault, murder, and illegal dealings. Please come with us for investigation. As he spoke, they produced a pair of power-restraining handcuffs and moved to place them on Jiang Wang without waiting for his consent. Jiang Wang's eyes were cold and sharp as he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. The scene felt too contrived. Someone had just stopped him moments ago with a tearful plea, and now, out of nowhere, the Bureau of Inspection was here to arrest him? The Bureau of Inspection? On what grounds are you arresting me? Where's your evidence? Jiang Wang swiftly sidestepped, evading the outstretched hand of the man behind him. The leader of the group, a burly man, immediately drew a weapon imbued with psionic energy. You dare resist arrest? The weapon began to hum faintly as it charged. Jiang Wang quickly sent a brief message to Li Shui. Square. Then he raised his hands in a gesture of compliance, though every muscle in his body remained taut, ready to react at a moment's notice. The leader, Cass, observed Jiang Wang's movements and sighed inwardly. Their sudden ambush was meant to provoke resistance, giving them a pretext to kill him on the spot. That way, they could satisfy their hidden benefactor while having a plausible explanation for Li Shui. Still, slapping a suppressor on him would suffice for now. What are you trying to pull? A cold, commanding voice cut through the tension. Li Shui had arrived. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Jiang Wang's lips. He wasn't one to seek protection from others, but the situation was murky, had no idea who his enemies were or what their motives might be. Li Shui's presence visibly unsettled the men around her. Cass swallowed hard, forcing down his unease, and barked out. Jiang Wang is suspected of multiple crimes, including rape, persecuting colleagues, and human trafficking. We're conducting a routine arrest and investigation. Hearing such accusations, Li Shui's previously dangerous gaze faltered, replaced by a flash of disbelief. Jiang Wang? Rape? It was absurd. She had spent enough time around him to know better, barely even glanced at her, to the point where she occasionally doubted whether her succubus-like allure had somehow stopped working. Fine. If there's a formal complaint and evidence, I'll cooperate, Jiang Wang said calmly. With Li Shui present, these men wouldn't dare act recklessly. Besides, he was curious to test the suppressor they'd undoubtedly use on him. As expected, the suppressor immediately dampened his expansive psionic reach by a third, though his speed and physical capabilities remained unaffected. Cass's expression darkened as he watched Jiang Wang being cuffed. If only they'd subdued him earlier, before Li Shui's arrival, they could have fabricated a story about him resisting arrest and being killed in the process. But now, it was too late. News spread quickly through the Academy Union. Its president, Jiang Wang, had been arrested on charges of rape and more. The scandal dealt a heavy blow to the fledgling organization's credibility. Meanwhile, footage of Li Shui intervening to bail out her disciple went viral online. Inside the Bureau of Inspection, Jiang Wang stared at the incriminating video footage of himself, momentarily stunned. The face-swapping technology in the Kaiyuan world was terrifyingly advanced. The footage was repugnant. He was shown brutally abusing women amidst their cries of anguish and his own deranged laughter. Anyone who saw it would instinctively recoil in disgust. Li Shui glanced at the video and immediately flushed red with anger, her face dark as thunder. Stay calm. If I tell you that's not me, will you believe me? Jiang Wang's tone remained steady. Li Shui forced herself to regain her composure. For a moment, she had actually believed the video, even spinning elaborate theories about how Jiang Wang might have been deceiving her all along. Not you. With witnesses and evidence piled up against you, you're still trying to deny it. Cass thundered. Sir, Jiang Wang replied coolly, either you're overly eager to score points, or you're just bad at your job. If you swapped the female lead's face in that video with someone else's, would you arrest every man she was shown with? Though the Jiang Wang in the video was nearly indistinguishable from him, there were inconsistencies like the absence of a scar on his chest. When Jiang Wang revealed his scar, Cass's expression grew even more grim. Undeterred, Cass presented a stack of additional evidence accusing Jiang Wang of coercion, human trafficking, and more. Jiang Wang glanced at the documents, momentarily taken aback. Truly, fabricating lies was easy. Disproving them, however, was an uphill battle. When a stack of meticulously fabricated evidence was presented before the crowd, Jiang Wang's fate seemed all but sealed. Inside the inspection chamber, he sat quietly on the cold metallic chair, his eyes shut in deep concentration. Despite Li Shui's unwavering trust and her efforts to assign joint supervision to ensure his safety, the mountain of incriminating evidence against him still needed to be systematically refuted. Jiang Wang's mental strength had long since surpassed the suppressor's limits, allowing him to access his lord's space at any moment. However, such measures were merely tools for self-preservation. At this moment, his thoughts delved deep, attempting to unravel the true identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. As the highest law enforcement agency in the Kaiyuan world, the Inspectorate was no ordinary force that could be easily swayed. Whoever orchestrated such an elaborate scheme, mobilizing vast resources to fabricate these accusations, must hold significant power. Having returned from the trial battlefield only a short while ago, it was unlikely that he had personally offended anyone. Instead, his very existence seemed to provoke certain individuals, much like blood attracting the sharp instincts of a shark. Jiang Wang began methodically analyzing possible motives in his mind. First, as Li Zui's disciple, he might have become a target of retaliation from those seeking to undermine her. Second, someone might be attempting to sow discord among the interdimensional individuals. Based on the accusations presented by Cass, most of the alleged crimes were directed against Blue Star natives. By now, those shocking videos and fabricated evidence had likely gone viral within the Star Union Academy and the Federation, with sensational headlines such as Federation President exposed as a predator spreading like wildfire. The third possibility was that someone coveted the extraordinary power he had demonstrated on the trial battlefield, particularly his bio-warriors or units. Jiang Wang had once stumbled across information online suggesting that the Empire had eradicated the Bio-Empire precisely to eliminate the possibility of stealing others' innate talents at the source. The final possibility, though slim, could not be overlooked: retaliation for the blood sacrifice of the myriad races. While his enemies had failed to kill him on the trial battlefield, the Kaiyuan world was never short of those willing to act as pawns in the schemes of others. At Xinglian Academy, A storm of public opinion against Jiang Wang was brewing and spreading rapidly. Just days ago, he had been hailed as a star by many, but now he had become the target of widespread condemnation. The hallways and classrooms of the academy buzzed with angry denunciations from the students. How can someone like him become the president of the union? I can't believe I was fooled by him. A wolf in sheep's clothing. The evidence is crystal clear. Why bother with a trial? Just execute him already. Rumors of insider information began to surface. You guys don't get it. I heard from someone in the inspectorate that the academy's leadership is already working to bail him out. Do you really think Jiang Wang is just another ordinary student like you guys from Blue Star? Inside the union's conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. Newly appointed member Sun Shantian stood up and declared firmly, I propose we immediately strip Jiang Wang of all his positions and publicly state that his actions have no connection to the union. His proposal was met with widespread agreement. Han Bingyan, however, hesitated. The nature of this incident hasn't been officially determined yet. Isn't this decision a bit too heartless? Though even he was beginning to doubt Jiang Wang, he still wanted to give him a chance. Xiao Yin opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent, unable to find solid evidence to prove Jiang Wang's innocence. Wang Ho attempted to voice his opinion multiple times, only to sigh in frustration, while Lin Sun maintained a detached and indifferent stance throughout. The silence was broken by Su Nua's voice. I believe we should retain Jiang Wang's position until the matter is resolved. Don't forget, the union only exists because of Jiang Wang. Every one of us here owes him a debt of gratitude. She stood firm in her stance, refusing to follow the crowd. However, the voices supporting Jiang Wang were too faint to turn the tide. After a vote, the union decided to relieve Jiang Wang of all his duties, appointing Su Nua as acting president and Sun Shantian as vice president. In a luxurious villa somewhere, a masked figure skimmed through a report handed to him by a subordinate. His brows furrowed slightly. Proceed with the second phase of the plan. As a shadow guard serving the royal family, his mission was to protect their interests. For Jiang Wang, the moment he became Li Xue's disciple, his fate had already been sealed. At Wang Tianfeng's residence, Li Xue pleaded with her uncle, her voice full of grievance. I know Jiang Wang isn't that kind of person, but where's the evidence? Stay out of this. It's more complicated than you think, Wang Tianfeng replied firmly. Watching Li Xue leave with a dejected expression, Wang Tianfeng began to wonder if he had been too harsh. At that moment, a call from Zhou Qian came through. What do you think? Wang Tianfeng asked. The Shadow Guard, the Li family, the Wang family, and the Zhao family are all involved. What can I think? All I can do is watch, Zhou Qian replied. Jiang Wang cannot die, Zhou Qian added with conviction. This blue star summoning is the largest in 500 years. We've already compromised by allowing newcomers into the trial grounds. We can't afford to compromise further. The next morning, Jiang Wang opened his eyes. After a night of reflection, he had pieced together a general plan. Sigh. I'd rather just head to the battlefield, he muttered with a bitter smile, sensing the battle-hardened resolve transmitted by Anna. At that moment, an even more inflammatory rumor began to circulate wildly within the academy. Jiang Wang had committed murder to cover his tracks. Allegedly, he had used his position of power to threaten Nanako and had even crippled her boyfriend. Now, this key witness, who had just attended a court hearing, had reportedly been silenced. This shocking news left Li Xue and the union members in disbelief. Some among them knew the truth about Nanako and Wang Rong's relationship, that the couple had met in the primordial realm. However, within just a week of arriving in the Kaiyuan world, Nanako had already become involved with a local resident. Wang Rong was determined to grow stronger and protect Nanako, yet he failed to notice the undercurrents brewing around him. During a mission on a trial battlefield, he risked his life to shield Nanako and ended up losing an arm to a mutant's bite. Overwhelmed with grief, Nanako knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face, and swore to stay by his side through life and death. However, that very night, she broke her vow and sought solace in another man's arms. Upon returning to the Kaiyuan world, a sympathetic friend revealed Nanako's betrayal to Wang Rong. Enraged, Wang Rong lashed out at the friend in a heated confrontation. Consumed by anger, he rode for thousands of miles alone, determined to confront Nanako face to face. But what awaited him was an even harsher truth. Witnessed Nanako exiting another man's dormitory, disheveled and clearly intimate. Furious, Wang Rong confronted her, only to be met with a resounding slap and cutting words. You're nothing but a cripple now. How can you protect me? You can't even protect your own woman. What right do you have to ask me to stay with you? Her lovers, alerted by the commotion, emerged and brutally beat Wang Rong, leaving him half dead. Despite his desperate resistance, he was outnumbered and overpowered. To add insult to injury, he was later detained by the authorities, accused of disturbing the peace. When Jiang Wang learned of the incident, he was furious. He sought out Nanako's accomplices and gave them a severe beating. Not stopping there, he spent a fortune to secure Wang Rong's release. The story spread like wildfire within the Confederation, becoming a legendary tale of loyalty and righteousness. Jiang Wang's efforts didn't end with the rescue also meticulously arranged for Wang Rong's future, earning widespread admiration. However, just as Jiang Wang was imprisoned, the situation took a shocking turn. A blood-red headline appeared on everyone's terminals, revealing an unexpected twist. Nanako suddenly recanted her previous statements, claiming that she and Wang Rong had been a loving couple until Jiang Wang coveted her. Tearfully, she accused Jiang Wang of forcing himself on her and, when exposed, framing other righteous individuals for his actions. According to her, this was all part of Jiang Wang's calculated scheme to win public favor and solidify his position, even going so far as to manipulate events to incite hostility against the natives. Overnight, Jiang Wang's reputation as a righteous figure was shattered, replaced by the image of a scheming manipulator. His acts of kindness were reinterpreted as cynical ploys to gain influence. Meanwhile, Wang Rong was recast as a tragic hero consumed by love, while Jiang Wang became the unequivocal villain in the eyes of many. The instant Xiao Yin and the others finished reading the article, their anger surged uncontrollably. This is absolutely impossible. I handled this matter personally. Wang Ho could no longer hold back his fury. It was he who had informed Jiang Wang, hoping for justice to be served. The situation had been clear. Naoko had cheated. Wang Rong had confronted her and was attacked, and Jiang Wang had stepped in to help. Yet, this article, complete with vivid images and videos, twisted the narrative entirely, even including footage of Jiang Wang allegedly threatening others. It felt as though an invisible, ruthless hand was manipulating everyone. When the video of Wang Rong's death was released, public opinion exploded. Several nobles voiced their outrage. Such beings from other worlds are nothing but a threat to the Kaiyuan world. He should be executed immediately. Jiang Wang had the strength on the trial battlefield, but allowed the Eternal Fortress to fall. If he had acted sooner, so many lives would not have been lost. This is murder for power and glory. Ironically, this rhetoric gained significant support from the Union's members. They seem to have forgotten that it was the oppression of these very nobles that forced them into the trial battlefield unprepared. Without Jiang Wang's protection, they would have perished long ago. The other trial battlefields had suffered devastating casualties, some even completely wiped out routes that would likely never come to light. When Antli Shui briefed Jiang Wang on the external situation, his expression remained calm. It was only upon hearing of Wang Rong's death that a flicker of emotion crossed his face. That brave and passionate young man. He's really gone? Antli handed him a video. The footage showed Jiang Wang issuing a command through the Academy's network. Anyone daring to provide evidence to the prison shall be executed without mercy. The video then cut to an image of Wang Rong's lifeless body, his eyes wide open, surrounded by scattered letters of accusation and evidence. Jiang Wang silently watched the footage. Antli, however, detected a faint trace of deep crimson fury in his aura. He had anticipated that someone might target those around him and had specifically instructed Antli to ensure their safety. Yet, he hadn't expected that even a brief acquaintance like Wang Rong would fall victim to these schemes. Is there a way forward? Jiang Wang asked calmly. Antli sighed. We managed to refute the initial evidence, but new accusations keep surfacing. And she hesitated. There are people who want you dead. If the situation can't be resolved, the plan is to revoke your rewards and exile you to the Azura battlefield in the War of the Myriad Races. Seeing Aunt Li's apologetic expression, Jiang Wang's tone softened. It's fine. Staying alive is what matters. This may seem like it's aimed at me, but I believe it's a broader attack on all beings from other worlds, perhaps even a move against the Star Union itself. His sharp insight left Aunt Li stunned. To deduce so much from mere online chatter was nothing short of extraordinary. Jiang Wang continued, if I'm not mistaken, you probably possess something someone covets, or perhaps certain elites want to forge an alliance with the Star Union through you. But none of that matters now. Just focus on your safety. Only by becoming stronger yourself can you truly break free from this predicament. As he rose to leave the monitoring room, Jiang Wang left her with one final instruction. Help me find out who killed Wang Rong. Meanwhile, in a certain dormitory, Kappas was engaged in a physical act, striking Naoko's rounded form as he moved. Naoko pouted, her voice laced with grievance. It's all Wang Rong's fault. If he hadn't insisted on proving Jiang Wang's innocence, he wouldn't have died. He deserved it. Enough. Drop it. What's done is done, said another man lounging on the sofa. The room housed 3 men and 1 woman. Though Naoko's looks were average, her demeanor was anything but modest. Their inability to restrain themselves had embroiled them in this storm. The events of the previous night began to unfold. What do you want? Wang Rong's face was cold and stern, his gaze fixed on his former wife, Nana. Nana stood frozen in place, her hands nervously twisting together as her eyes darted around, avoiding his piercing stare. Seeing her in this state, Wang Rong let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Wait. Nana suddenly rushed forward. wrapping her arms tightly around him from behind, her voice trembling with a sob. I was wrong about everything before. Wang Rong's body stiffened instantly, as if he had been touched by something repulsive. He violently shook off her arms. Don't you dare touch me, he roared, his eyes filled with disgust. Nana winced at his reaction, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. Wang Rong, please, listen to me, she cried desperately. You're planning to help Jiang Wang clear his name tomorrow, aren't you? Don't go. I have evidence here that might help you. At the mention of Jiang Wang's name, Wang Rong halted in his tracks, his expression softening ever so slightly. He reached out to take the documents Nana handed over and quickly skimmed through them. As he finished, his entire body seemed to freeze in shock. Are you out of your mind? Wang Rong's eyes turned bloodshot, and the stump of his arm began to bleed from the intensity of his emotions. You actually want me to join you in framing Jiang Wang? Just hear me out. Nana's eyes gleamed with a kind of manic fervor. If you side with us and help frame him, you'll gain instant wealth and status. They'll even give you a prosthetic arm, not the ordinary kind from Earth, but an advanced one that perfectly replaces your original arm. With that, we can start over together. Wang Rong stared at her crazed expression, and the last shred of hope he had for her evaporated completely. He had once believed that his lack of strength and inability to provide her with security had driven her betrayal. But now, the truth stood stark and clear before him. He tossed the documents to the ground in front of her, his voice eerily calm, almost detached. Jiang Wang is my benefactor. I will never stoop to your level. From this moment on, don't ever come looking for me again. Nana's face twisted with rage, and she screamed hysterically. Wang Rong, you're so selfish. Can't you lie just once for me? Wang Rong ignored her completely, walking away without looking back. In the next moment, in the darkness, three figures suddenly leaped out, seizing Wang Rong with lightning speed. Due to his injury and the loss of an arm, Wang Rong's strength had diminished significantly, leaving him powerless to resist under the trio's grasp. What are you doing? Wang Rong roared angrily. The three held him firmly in place. One of them, with an icy tone, said to Nanako, your turn. He then tossed a thin silk thread in front of her. Huh, why not just kill him yourselves? Nanako forced a nervous laugh, trying to appear composed. If he doesn't die, you will. The cold, unyielding stares of the three made it clear there was no room for negotiation. Bending down, she picked up the silk thread and strode behind Wang Rong. Without hesitation, she wrapped the thread around his neck. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Die. Just die. Nanako screamed hysterically, tightening the thread like someone possessed. Wang Rong's life force quickly ebbed away. His wide-open eyes reflected a mixture of rage, sorrow, and unwillingness. Even in his final moments, he was thinking of Jiang Wang's kindness. After the group hurriedly left, Sun Xintian stepped out from the shadows, sneering. What a mess. How am I supposed to deal with this now? It turned out that, due to conflicts with the Union, Sun Xintian had been keeping tabs on these individuals. Disguised as a masked figure, he had pressured and threatened them, successfully provoking their resentment toward Jiang Wang, leading to this attack. Glancing at Wang Rong's lifeless body, his eyes still open in death, Sun Xintian smirked mockingly. Tisk, pathetic. But what can I do? I was forced into this too. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind enough to trust a woman who'd lead you to your death. Meanwhile, Wang Tianfeng was struggling with the case. Zhou Qian was handling the front lines, while Wang Tianfeng was left to sift through layers of fabricated evidence to uncover the truth. Li Shiwei walked in, her expression dazed. You didn't tell Jiang Wang? What's wrong with you? Wang Tianfeng asked, puzzled. Li Shiwei remained silent for a moment, then shared everything that had transpired in the monitoring room. You're saying he deduced your unique abilities from past information alone? And he even anticipated most of the current situation? Though shocked, Wang Tianfeng, upon reflection, acknowledged that Jiang Wang did possess such capabilities. Uncle, I'm requesting to escort Jiang Wang to the Azura battlefield and to train in the trial grounds for a year. Ridiculous. Wang Tianfeng shot up from his chair. Have you forgotten your condition? Your time of the month is approaching. Clenching her fists tightly, Li Shiwei bit her lip and replied, Uncle, I can't live under your protection forever. She looked up, her gaze firm and resolute. After a long silence, Wang Tianfeng finally said, we'll discuss it later. For now, go rest. No, I still have to help Jiang Wang find out who killed Wang Rong. Enough. Jiang Wang, go rest. I'll investigate. All right, Uncle, but hurry up. Okay, Uncle. Li Shui shot him a sly grin before leaving the office. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Tianfeng dialed Zhou Qian's number. Shui wants to go to the myriad race battlefield. What? Now? Yes. No idea what's gotten into her. She insists on it, saying she doesn't want to live under our protection anymore. What's this? Am I getting old? Am I old? Switching to a more serious tone, Wang Tianfeng continued, send her to Lin Qingjia's territory. Lin Qingya? Yes. Isn't his grandson Lin Sun already enrolled in our academy? And doesn't Lin Nanxing still owe us a favor? When Zhou Qian informed Lin Nanxing, the reply came swiftly. Sun has already agreed. Xu Wei can go, but Jiang Wang must not die. If you can't protect him, I will. If he survives the Azura battlefield, send him to Qingya. In the monitoring room, Jiang Wang stared at the ceiling, his consciousness immersed in the Lord's space. In the decomposition pool, the bio-warrior had been reduced to a thin shell. Through the murky yellow liquid, a slender humanoid form could be faintly seen. As the first crack appeared, the shell shattered instantly. The moment liquid rushed into the decomposition pool, a massive influx of genetic data poured into the gene bank. The sheer volume of information caused both Jiang Wang and Anna to feel a sharp mental strain. The alarm blared suddenly, signaling the intrusion of an unknown genetic sequence. The system began a progressive scan, detecting hundreds, thousands, and ultimately billions of genetic sequences. One by one, the system unlocked the first level, second level, and eventually the 10th level biological locks. These astonishing genetic data perfectly matched the criteria for the Empire's heir. All biological locks disengaged, culminating in the activation of the ultimate weapon Alice. Immediately, the system projected a series of genetic information. A 2-star blue beast gene, granting the ability to breathe freely underwater and swim at high speeds. A 4-star giant shell turtle gene, providing powerful shield capabilities and exceptional regenerative traits, which could fuse with the cloud soft worm gene to form an all-encompassing armor. A 6-star water bear gene. And finally, the most remarkablest semi-finished version of the ultimate weapon, Alice. A 10-star entity embodying the Empire's most flawless genetic composition. She was an artificial immortal and a transcendent being. Then, a message from the Empire appeared. Successor, if you are seeing this message, the Bio-Empire has already fallen. We sought to transform humanity at the genetic level, but our efforts were thwarted under the relentless assault of the Kaiyuan Empire and numerous other factions. These legacies are all that remain of our hope. May you uncover the ultimate secret of the genetic sequence. Jiang Wang massaged his temples, processing the flood of information. He gently placed the primal stone against Anna's forehead, instructing her to recover and later check on Alice's status. Deep within the hive, Alice stood silently, dressed in one of Anna's small dresses. She had absorbed the majority of the hive's energy. The sight made Anna stomp her foot in frustration. This woman not only wore her clothes and drained her energy, but was also taller and had a more enviable figure. Watching Anna's puffed up, indignant expression, Jiang Wang couldn't help but smile faintly. Just then, Alice suddenly turned her gaze toward the void. It had to be said the genetic engineering behind her was nothing short of perfection. Her beauty was flawless. Radiant eyes paired with sharp, defined brows that added a touch of fierceness to her otherwise gentle features. Her high-bridged nose and lips, soft as jade, were captivating. This kind of beauty was distinct from Li Xue's allure and elegancy. It was more like that of a goddess, untouchable and otherworldly. Her tall, statuesque figure and waist-length hair solidified her as the pinnacle of regal grace. Suddenly, this perfect creation parted her ruby lips and uttered two words, the master. When Jiang Wang had finished processing all the information, Alice had already integrated herself into the ranks of the Zerg. Her position and authority were second only to Jiang Wang, on par with Anna. This left Anna feeling discontented. After all, she had undergone meticulous training and bloodline enhancement from Jiang Wang, whereas Alice was directly ranked at the queen level without any additional support. Anna's dissatisfaction was subtly picked up by Jiang Wang through the faint fluctuations in her mental energy. "Little Anna, are you upset?" Jiang Wang asked. "No," Anna replied, turning her head away. "All right then," Jiang Wang said, just as he was about to turn and leave. Seeing Jiang Wang's indifferent response, Anna's large eyes quickly welled up with tears. Noticing this, Jiang Wang immediately comforted her. All right, don't cry. You will always be the queen of the Zerg. Alice is just the consort of the race, all right?" In truth, Alice's status was determined by her genetic sequence. Apart from taking orders from Jiang Wang and the royal guards, she had the authority to command any Zerg forces and owed absolute loyalty to Jiang Wang and the Zerg. In the Zerg hierarchy, such loyalty was ingrained in their very genes. There was no middle ground. Anything less than absolute loyalty was considered absolute betrayal. After pacifying Anna, Jiang Wang shifted his focus to Alice's data. Ultimate weapon, Alice in complete form. Intelligence, 18,000. Stamina, 20,000. Speed, 23,000. Attack, 25,000. Skills, infinite regeneration, beyond limits, absolute calm. Overall combat power, 30,000,070,000. Weakness, unable to reach the void-breaking realm. As Jiang Wang skimmed through the extensive skill list and talents spanning over a dozen pages, He finally understood why an empire would label her as the ultimate weapon. And this was just her data at the silver tier, first rank. As Jiang Wang grew stronger, the genetic restrictions on her would gradually lift, further enhancing her capabilities. This is nothing short of a battlefield annihilator. Jiang Wang quickly identified Alice's role as a goddess of war on the battlefield. He approached Alice and asked, "Do you have emotions?" "Alice will resolutely carry out the master's commands," she replied. Jiang Wang gazed at her, sensing a faint yet undeniable trace of emotional fluctuation. This reminded him of someone Violet. "No special orders for now. I just hope that, like her, you'll also develop your own emotions." "Understood." After arranging the remaining matters, Jiang Wang left the Lord's space, leaving Alice and Anna to stare at each other in silence. In the following days, Jiang Wang focused on digesting the information in the gene library, with Auntie Li Shui visiting him multiple times during this period. 10 days later, under mounting pressure, the Academy finally made its decision. This was no longer a matter of evidence, but a clash between old and new factions. Despite Lin Sun repeatedly inquiring if Jiang Wang should be brought back, the only response he received was, "No need to worry, let him return first." The day after Lin Sun left, the Academy issued a public notice to all. Due to personal issues and external factors, all rewards granted to Jiang Wang were revoked, and he was reassigned to the Shura battle zone on the battlefield of 10,000 races, effective the next day. This announcement caused an uproar within the Star Alliance. The upper echelons wore grim expressions, while the old faction was elated. The Shura battle zone was effectively a death sentence. Under the sunlight, Jiang Wang took a deep breath. The golden rays accentuated the sharp contours of his face, leaving Auntie Li Shui momentarily entranced. Although Jiang Wang's appearance wasn't particularly striking compared to others she had met, there was an unparalleled charisma about him in this moment. After bidding farewell to Wang Ho, Su Nuo, Xiao Yin, Han Bingyan, and others, Jiang Wang noticed an unexpected figure. "Gaia. Looks like our tea session will have to wait," Gaia remarked casually after greeting Auntie Li Shui. "We could still have it now," Jiang Wang replied. "No, I'd rather wait until you return from the battlefield of 10,000 races. Uncle Su has high hopes for you. I represent the new faction, and if you manage to come back alive, forget tea, you can do whatever you like," Gaia said seriously before turning to leave. He didn't know why he had come. Everyone in the new faction regarded this as a complete defeat. Yet, ever since his first encounter with Jiang Wang, Gaia had felt that this young man wasn't someone who would die easily. That was why he had taken the risk to see him one last time. On his way back to the dormitory, Jiang Wang could feel the judgmental stares and whispers directed toward him from all around. Out of respect for Li Zui's presence, everyone reluctantly put away the rotten eggs and wilted vegetables in their hands. In the heavy silence that followed, Jiang Wang was temporarily assigned to stay at Wang Tianfeng's residence. Watching Jiang Wang's nonchalant demeanor, Wang Tianfeng felt a surge of frustration. "I thought you'd lose a few pounds in there," he remarked dryly. "Not really. Thanks to Master, I didn't go hungry," Jiang Wang replied with a faint smile. Hearing this, Wang Tianfeng turned and walked away. As night fell, Jiang Wang quietly snuck toward the main gate. There, leaning against the doorway with a cigarette between his lips, stood Wang Tianfeng, as if he had anticipated this. "What's this? Off to settle a score?" he asked, casting a sideways glance at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang didn't bother to deny it and nodded directly. "Yeah. Not afraid of getting yourself killed? I won't die. And if I do, I'll be in the Shura war zone. Not because of a few nobodies. How about I handle it for you?" Wang Tianfeng suggested, trying to dissuade him from taking action at such a critical time. Jiang Wang's mind flashed to the image of that man, his stubborn, unyielding expression in the face of death, his determination to contribute even in despair, and those unclosing eyes filled with defiance. "No need," Jiang Wang replied softly but resolutely, then turned and walked away. Wang Tianfeng watched Jiang Wang's retreating figure, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. "Not bad," he muttered to himself. Jiang Wang strolled calmly through the campus, walking the path of retribution. When he pushed open the door, the scene before him was revolting. Empty bottles and cigarette butts littered the floor, the stench of alcohol and smoke permeated the air, and the bed was occupied by 4 naked figures, their disheveled appearance silently recounting their wild debauchery. One should not go gentle into that good night, nor should enemies be allowed to die gently. Under the suffocating force of Jiang Wang's mental power, the 4 experienced a harrowing demise of the spirit. While their bodies remained intact, their souls were utterly shattered. As Jiang Wang stepped out of the room, he exhaled slowly. This was the first time he had killed someone with his own hands, but it wouldn't be the last. He needed to get used to this. It didn't feel too bad. Humming a light tune, Jiang Wang leisurely made his way back to the residence. The next morning, Jiang Wang boarded Li Shui's private vessel. This time, the ship was fully equipped not only with multiple rooms, but also a basic training area and an entertainment lounge. Li Zui's words from before echoed in his mind. "The more you train, the better your odds of survival. Sprawled on the sofa, Jiang Wang meticulously studied the data about the Azura War Zone. Known as the Death Zone, it was infamous for its unique composition of participants and its brutal battlefield conditions. While not the most powerful region in terms of raw strength, its sheer density of combat and staggering casualty rates made it stand out. There was a battle involving tens of millions every 3 days, and a confrontation of over 100 million every 7 days. The horrifying 89 mortality rate was enough to chill anyone to the bone. There was an old saying about the Azura War Zone: there are no friends here. Surviving a year in this place earned one the title of Golden Reserve. Making it 3 years meant one was worthy of being called Platinum, and if anyone managed to endure for a full decade, they were undoubtedly a Diamond Elite. But regardless of strength, all who entered had to be ready to pay the ultimate price. Watching the chaotic combat footage on his terminal, even Jiang Wang, who had already experienced wars involving tens of millions, couldn't help but frown. The scenes were a maelstrom of diverse troops, unpredictable abilities, feral beasts from all directions, and countless alien species. The carnage was overwhelming. Well, starting to feel nervous now? Li Shui teased as she appeared with a bottle of fine liquor. The liquid, a shimmering crimson, refracted an alluring glow in her crystal glass. Not nervous, just doing my homework, Jiang Wang replied, setting down the terminal and accepting the glass. Relax. I'm going to the multiverse battlefield too this time. I've got your back, Li Shui said, taking a delicate sip, the alcohol causing her brows to furrow slightly. Jiang Wang sniffed the drink before downing it in one gulp. They'll be fine. I'm not dying anytime soon. Do your thing. Places like this, they suit me. The fiery burn hit his chest before fading into a mellow aftertaste, leaving behind a unique and complex flavor. Beneath his calm exterior, Jiang Wang's mental energy rippled with suppressed rage. The idealism of his youth had been extinguished by betrayal, the deaths of close friends, and his own helplessness in the face of it all. He never pretended to understand human nature, nor did he trust it. Yet, when it came to Li Shui, his gaze remained steady, but his spirit stirred faintly, an almost imperceptible crack in his emotional armor. This woman, his captivatingly beautiful mentor, had shown him a rare, unguarded sincerity. It was hard for anyone not to feel something in return. Li Shui, ever perceptive, caught the subtle shift. Her eyes flickered through a spectrum of emotions: surprise, anger, and finally, a trace of melancholy. After several rounds of drinks, the two retired to their rooms. In the dead of night, Jiang Wang stood by his window, gazing at the distant spectacle of exploding stars, vibrant nebulae, and the all-consuming void of black holes. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Li Shui stood there, clad in a silk nightgown. Her figure, accentuated by the delicate fabric, was nothing short of breathtaking. Her long, alabaster legs graceful as celestial serpents, her curves a perfect harmony of elegance and allure. Most striking of all were her eyes, brimming with a mix of affection and seduction. Jiang Wang, she murmured, her voice laced with the faint scent of alcohol. Her demeanor was far from the composed and calculating Li Shui he knew. Her snowy arm draped over his shoulder, her ample chest pressing against him as her warmth mingled with her faint, intoxicating fragrance. The room grew thick with an unspoken tension. Jiang Wang's mental energy flared violently, but when his gaze met hers, everything froze. Who are you? His voice was cold, brimming with anger, reverberating through the room. This was not the Li Shui he knew. At least, not the one in control of her body. What are you talking about? It's me, your mentor, she purred, her flushed face and fiery red lips brushing against his ear, her breath hot and deliberate. She leaned closer, deliberately exposing the soft curves of her chest. Though her movements were slightly robotic, they were undeniably provocative. I'll ask you one more time. Where's Li Shui? A surge of mental power erupted from Jiang Wang, filling the room with unparalleled intensity. The entity controlling Li Shui, the demon queen of seduction, faltered under the pressure. The strength of his mental force even surpassed that of Wang Tianfeng. Realizing her plan had failed, she let out a coquettish laugh. Li Shui crossed her arms, making her already prominent figure even more eye-catching. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Wang, her gaze filled with allure. Is my body not appealing to you? Not even a little interest? Ah, poor Aunt Shui's sincerity has been misplaced. However, when she saw the cold fury still burning in Jiang Wang's eyes, completely unshaken, she realized her plan had failed once again. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy drained rapidly from Li Shui's body. Jiang Wang seized the fleeting opportunity, his own spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave. He precisely locked onto the remaining trace of energy and crushed it without hesitation. Ah! A piercing scream echoed in the void. Jiang Wang's face instantly turned pale, but when he saw the clarity and familiarity return to Li Shui's gaze, he finally collapsed, unconscious. This scene was transmitted through the screen to Wang Tianfeng and Zhou Qian, leaving them utterly stunned. How could they have made such a catastrophic mistake? They had left Li Shuwei, who was on the verge of entering her peak power phase, alone with Jiang Wang on the spaceship. This meticulously designed vessel was meant to be Jiang Wang's tomb, where any action on his part would lead to his immediate demise. In their eyes, even 100 Jiang Wangs would stand no chance against Li Shuwei. Yet Jiang Wang not only retained his composure as Li Shuwei had predicted, but also inflicted a severe blow on the succubus lord. At this moment, Li Shuwei stood helplessly before the unconscious Jiang Wang. The imminent arrival of her monthly cycle had already put her in a precarious state. To make matters worse, her heart had unexpectedly fluttered today, giving the succubus lord an opening. She had not anticipated the succubus lord's assault to be so fierce this time. Unlike previous attempts to seduce with mere glances, this time the demon had directly taken control of her body. This revealed that the succubus lord had been secretly gathering strength all along, preparing for a decisive liberation, only to be thwarted by Jiang Wang, a monk immune to her charms. Li Shuwei's emotions were a whirlwind of complexity. She felt both shame for her earlier actions and irritation at Jiang Wang's complete lack of response. Yet, in the next moment, a genuine smile tugged at her lips. Her gaze softened as she looked at Jiang Wang. Ah, the heart of a woman is truly an enigma. The next day, Jiang Wang's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as his mental world endured a fierce confrontation. Though he had managed to retain a fragment of the succubus lord's spiritual energy, the battle was far from over. Within his mindscape, two forces clashed head-to-head. On one side, his own spirit, pure white with streaks of black, and on the other, the alluring pink energy of the succubus lord. Under the succubus lord's manipulation, Li Zui's face twisted into a mask of madness. Realizing that her usual methods of erosion were ineffective, the succubus lord resorted to her most potent weapon, seduction. She controlled Li Zui's image, her clothing slipping suggestively, revealing just enough to unsettle even the strongest of wills. Yet, for Jiang Wang, it had no effect. The fire in Jiang Wang's heart burned ever brighter. He vividly recalled that night, slightly tipsy, when his heart had momentarily wavered, and the fleeting hesitation when Li Shuwei had visited. But as he saw through the struggle behind those bewitching eyes, all tenderness in his heart transformed into overwhelming fury. "Are you even a man?" the succubus screamed in a frenzied shriek, moments before her last trace of spiritual energy was devoured. When Jiang Wang awoke, Li Shuwei was sitting by his bedside, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead. Their eyes met briefly before she hastily stammered, "Ah, there's soup on the table. Help yourself." Without waiting for a response, she fled the room in a fluster. Back in her own room, Li Shuwei buried her face into her pillow, her mind replaying the scenes from the previous night and their brief eye contact just now. Embarrassment overwhelmed her, and a faint wisp of spiritual energy seemed to rise from the top of her head. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, who had shown unyielding resolve in the face of temptation, found himself uncharacteristically bashful. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Shuwei began to open up, sharing everything from her innate talents and combat class to the unique way Jiang Wang made her feel, and even the pain caused by malicious rumors. She poured her heart out, sparing no detail. Jiang Wang listened patiently, his gaze soft as he watched her expressions shift from indignation to playful charm. Eventually, Li Shuwei, now thoroughly drunk, slumped over the table, a sweet smile on her lips and a glimmering trail of drool catching the light on her cheek. Meanwhile, in Wang Tianfeng's office, one desk after another shattered under the weight of his fury. When Zhou Qian tried to calm him down, Wang Tianfeng coldly dismissed him with a curt, "Get out," before ending the call. Yet, after his anger subsided, he had to admit to himself that if Jiang Wang could truly protect Li Shuwei, perhaps their relationship wasn't entirely out of the question. Still, the thought of Li Zui's combat class made him sigh like a father reluctant to let go of his daughter. At Starlink Academy, the storm surrounding these events gradually settled. People's attention shifted to other matters, and the bodies of Nanako and her companions were discreetly dealt with by Wang Tianfeng, per Jiang Wang's request. The investigation results were utterly absurd. When the investigators confronted Wang Tianfeng, he feigned complete ignorance, offering ridiculous excuses like a quantum surveillance system short circuit. The investigators, red-faced with anger, snapped, "A short circuit in quantum surveillance? Why not just say it lost power?" Yet Wang Tianfeng, with an air of defiance, stubbornly maintained he knew nothing and even retorted, "Isn't this how your inspection office usually operates?" Meanwhile, under Su Nua's leadership, the Federation gradually regained stability. Although Sun Xiantian managed to survive the conspiracy, he received a potential-enhancing liquid from the masked man, which rapidly elevated his power to Silver Tier 1. He promptly established his own faction, becoming a rival to Su Nua. After Jiang Wang left, the aristocrats began aggressively recruiting and dividing Federation members and other Blue Star inhabitants, offering resources, power, and benefits. People expressed gratitude to the nobles and the Kayuan world, but no one mentioned Jiang Wang, treating him as if he were Che Guevara. Yet, none of this mattered to Jiang Wang. Time flew by, and before long, the spacecraft had arrived at the battlefield of myriad races. Through the porthole, Jiang Wang saw an awe-inspiring scene. An expansive battlefield composed of countless planets, winding asteroid belts, and massive fortresses floating in space. Mechanized armies fought side by side with lords, while elemental and martial lords soared freely through the cosmos. Suddenly, a unit in ornate military uniforms appeared. Leading them was a tall, commanding man exuding charisma. As the hatch opened, the soldiers saluted in unison, shouting, "Greetings, Commander Li." The handsome man stepped forward gracefully, intending to assist Li Shui, only to be coldly ignored. He seemed unfazed, clearly accustomed to such treatment. But in the next moment, his tone turned sharp as he commanded, "Seize them." Outrageous! The sheer force of Li Shui's presence startled everyone in the room. Ever since obtaining additional mental power from the succubus that night, her strength had grown significantly. "My mission is to deliver him to the Azura war zone. I'm here to visit an elder, not to hand him over." Her icy gaze left Carl momentarily stunned as he realized she was furious over this so-called murderer and rapist. Jealous and hostile stares came from all directions, leaving Jiang Wang to respond with a helpless smile. "Seriously, who can I even complain to about this?" Jiang Wang followed Li Shui to the battlefield of the myriad races to visit the elders stationed there. Along the way, he witnessed firsthand the astonishing influence of Li Shui wherever they went. Noble young masters and youthful generals would clamor for her attention, pulling out all the stops to win her favor. In the spacious command room, the battlefield's supreme commander, Sun Mingyuan, was warmly inquiring about Li Shui. The elderly man, with his gray hair and resolute demeanor, looked more like a doting elder at this moment. "Little Shui, let Uncle Sun take a look at you. My, you've grown taller again." Jiang Wang silently observed the renowned commander. As the highest-ranking leader on the front lines of the Starsea Alliance's resistance against the myriad races invasion, Sun Mingyuan had held this critical position firmly for many years. Yet, at this moment, the imposing commander seemed more like a doting father, incessantly asking about Li Shui's well-being. After a while, Sun Mingyuan finally turned his attention to Jiang Wang. "So, you're little Shui's disciple?" A surge of immense spiritual power immediately enveloped Jiang Wang. Though Jiang Wang's expression remained calm, he inwardly sighed it was the same old routine of the Starsea Academy. However, he was no longer the same person as before. Especially after absorbing part of the spiritual power of the Demoness Lord, his spiritual strength had reached an astounding 16,000 units. Though still insignificant compared to Sun Mingyuan's vast, ocean-like spiritual power, he was no longer utterly defenseless. Seeing Jiang Wang's composed demeanor, Sun Mingyuan intensified the pressure of his spiritual power, but Jiang Wang remained unflustered. When Sun Mingyuan suddenly withdrew his spiritual force, Jiang Wang's own spiritual power remained perfectly stable, showcasing a precision and control that earned the elder's approval. "Not bad," Sun Mingyuan remarked. Jiang Wang responded with a polite smile, though inwardly he couldn't help but grumble. "What kind of people are these?" Sun Mingyuan turned to Li Shui and said, "Wait a bit before you leave. There's someone who will be traveling with you, and I need to give you some instructions." With that, Li Shui and Jiang Wang sat side by side in the command room's chairs, waiting. During this time, various officers came in to report on military matters. Without exception, the young officers would sneak glances at Li Shui, and even the female officers were no exception. After a long wait, the door to the command room opened, and the heavy scent of blood filled the air. A middle-aged man, whose boots and coat hem were still stained with blood, strode in. "General Sun." He greeted Sun Mingyuan with a crisp military salute. "All right, go ahead and explain it to them. And remember the promise you made to us," Sun Mingyuan said, his tone clearly indicating some level of dislike for the man, though he didn't elaborate. After giving Li Shui a warm smile, Sun Mingyuan left the command room. The newcomer had a head of white hair, gentle brows, and slightly upturned lips, giving him the appearance of a refined gentleman straight out of a painting. Yet, the military uniform he wore and the blood-stained boots he carried created a stark contrast to his elegance. "Hello, my name is Lin Xingya. You must be Jiang Wang, right?" he said, removing his bloodied white gloves and extending a calloused right hand. At that moment, Jiang Wang immediately realized this was another of Lin Nanqing's children. "That's correct. Lin Nanqing is my father. Thank you for standing up for my younger brother," Lin Xingya said warmly, his gaze soft. Yet Jiang Wang felt as though he were being scrutinized by a deadly serpent. Unlike the mountain-like pressure of Sun Mingyuan, Lin Xingya's presence felt like being locked onto by a venomous predator. The sensation, however, vanished as quickly as it came. After the brief introductions, the three of them boarded Lin Qingya's spacecraft. Compared to the luxurious vessel Li Shuai had arrived in, this one was far more modest. Its dark red exterior was marred with deep claw marks, and the right side prominently displayed a black snake insignia. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Wang realized that the dark red color wasn't a design choice, but the result of bloodstains accumulated over time. The claw marks, some still unrepaired, were particularly jarring. The conditions in the military are basic, so I had to make do with this temporary ship, Lin Qingya said apologetically. No problem at all. It's perfectly fine. Jiang Wang and Li Shuai quickly replied. Both understood the unspoken rule. When someone of Lin Qingya's stature humbly downplays their ship, they're treating you as one of their own. Agreeing too enthusiastically, however, would be seen as tactless. After strapping themselves into the steel seats, the spacecraft roared to life and ascended rapidly. It was only then that Jiang Wang and Li Shuai understood why seatbelts were necessary. With a sudden whoosh, the powerful thrust pinned them firmly to their seats. Once the flight stabilized, Lin Qingya turned to Jiang Wang and spoke. Lin Qingya, Jiang Wang's father, specifically brought up his situation. Like a caring elder from the neighborhood, he gave Jiang Wang a detailed explanation of the battlefield's conditions. Though the battles in the Azura war zone were intense, Lin saw it as a rare and valuable place for honing one's skills. This time, he had gone out of his way to pull some strings and arranged for Jiang Wang to join a squad. The ship eventually hovered above a massive military camp. Through the porthole, Jiang Wang observed the bustling crowd below. Some with faces full of worry, others visibly drunk. Yet, when they noticed the insignia on the ship, they scattered in panic, as if fleeing from a plague, afraid that even a moment's hesitation might bring disaster upon them. The hatch slowly opened, and Jiang Wang finally arrived at his destination, the Azura war zone's military camp. A tall, sharply dressed man with impeccable military bearing quickly stepped forward and saluted Lin Qingya with precision. Surviving this is the fastest way for you to gain strength and freedom, Lin Qingya shouted over the roar of the engine. As the ship prepared to take off, Aunt Li Shui couldn't hold back any longer, yelling after Jiang Wang, "Stay alive. I'll come find you." With a surge of heat, the ship ascended rapidly. Jiang Wang watched as the massive silver beast shrank into a tiny, in the sky, eventually vanishing into the horizon. The soldier beside him suddenly relaxed, transforming into a completely different person. "Damn, brother. You've got some serious connections. Black Snake personally dropped you off? Did you cuckold the Emperor or something?" He joked, casually removing his hat and loosening his belt, instantly turning his once pristine uniform into a disheveled mess. "By the way, my name's Ji Juda. Just call me Jeet." Noticing Jiang Wang's puzzled expression, Ji Wooly flashed a mischievous grin. "Oh, don't play dumb, man. If I'm not mistaken, that woman behind Lin the Venomous Snake was Aunt Li Shui, right? You two seem close. No wonder you ended up in the Azura war zone. You dared to mess with the Emperor's fiancé? Come on, tell me, how does it feel?" Staring at Ji Wooly's shameless grin, Jiang Wang grew increasingly bewildered. Are all the soldiers here like this? He recalled how online searches only revealed the brutal nature of the Azura battlefield, with little else known about it. Jiang Wang's confused expression made Ji Wooly frown slightly before suddenly realizing something. "Wait a second, bro. You're not Jiang Wang, are you?" Jiang Wang nodded helplessly. "So you've been chatting with me this whole time without even knowing who I am?" Ji Wooly's expression turned peculiar. "You're that unlucky guy, huh?" Seeing the mix of pity and schadenfreude on Ji Wooly's face, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Ji Wooly pulled out a piece of dried beef from his pocket, chewing as he spoke. "All right, don't say I didn't warn you. Since you're a newbie, I'll explain the rules. Saves me from getting docked rewards by old Tao." He raised 3 fingers. "First, no harassing medical staff. Second, no deserting. Third, no killing anyone in the barracks. If you want to fight to the death, take it to the duel platform or the battlefield. Other than these 3 rules, as long as you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want here in the Azura war zone," Ji Wooly said seriously. "But if you break these 3 rules, your survival rate will drop from 60 to a solid 0. He pointed to the badge on his chest. "There are no military ranks here, just levels and survival time. 1 star represents 1 month. A crescent moon represents 1 year. When he mentioned the sun badge, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. "The sun badge isn't earned by just surviving, it's awarded for extraordinary military achievements. Like Lin Dushu, the guy who brought you here. In one battle, he led a raid deep into the enemy's rear, killed the grandson of their patriarch, and turned the tide of the war after 7 charges in and out. When they reached the supply depot, several burly men were playing drinking games by the entrance. Seeing Ji Wooly approach with someone in tow, they jeered, 'Hey, bringing in a fledgling?' Ji Wooly took a few steps back and smirked at Jiang Wang. 'Don't say I didn't warn you. If you can't protect your own flower, it might just turn into a man-eating one.' Jiang Wang remained expressionless. Is breaking a few bones allowed? Do whatever you want, just don't kill anyone, Ji Wuli replied. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Wang had already vanished, leaving only a faint afterimage in the air. Bang! Smack! Thud! In the blink of an eye, the burly men were sprawled on the ground in awkward positions, their limbs twisted unnaturally. A few teeth lay scattered around the neat footprints on their faces. Jiang Wang reappeared in front of Ji Wuli, staring coldly at the skinny man. Holy crap! That was awesome, bro! Ji Wuli exclaimed exaggeratedly. Jiang Wang glanced at the moon badge on Ji Wuli's chest and said indifferently, "You're not bad yourself." After registering his information, Jiang Wang headed deeper into the military camp. Around him, some people were training while others indulged in carnal pleasures. This place was both a camp and a semi-prison, housing unruly troublemakers and criminals. The death rate was terrifyingly high, and aside from the three major rules, there were almost no restrictions. Before long, Jiang Wang arrived at a tidy tent. Ji Wuli called out, "Xiongda, Xiong San, your new teammate is here." Then he quickly slipped away. The tent flap lifted, and a towering man nearly 2 meters tall stepped out. Behind him, two identical heads peeked out. "Is this our new member?" A gentle voice came from inside the tent. When all three stepped out, Jiang Wang felt as though he was surrounded by 3 massive bears. They introduced themselves in turn. "Im Xiong Chuntian, but just call me Xiongd. Im Xiong Shatyan, call me Xiong and Im Xiong Chotyan, Xiong San." What surprised Jiang Wang was that aside from Xiong the other two had voices that sounded like children who hadn't gone through puberty. As they chatted, Jiang Wang found that the triplets were easygoing. The 2 crescent moons on their chests indicated they had survived on the battlefield for 2 years. What made them truly unique was that all 3 were lords of light element, sharing the same talent: the ability to connect and transfer energy to heal one another. This synergy made them the dream team of the Azura Warzone. However, history had shown that no one besides the 3 of them could survive in their squad. Teammates either died, were gravely injured, or left missing limbs. The reason was simple: no one else could integrate into their connection system. During battles, the triplets would activate their link, dramatically boosting their combat power. They would charge into enemy hordes like madmen, leaving ordinary teammates unable to keep up or benefit from their full healing capabilities. Over time, their squad earned the nickname Death Squad. Rumors even spread that they absorbed the luck of others, scaring away anyone who might have considered joining them. Until Lin Qingya personally assigned Jiang Wang to this infamous Death Squad. As the group was deep in conversation, a piercing alarm suddenly tore through the air. The expressions of Xiongda and his 2 companions instantly became serious. Xiongda rose to his feet and, in a calm yet commanding tone, said, "Let's go. It's time for battle." Xiong San turned to Jiang Wang and said, "I wanted to give you some tips for the battlefield, but there's no time now. Just remember, stay far away from us and you'll probably be fine." With that, the group briskly left the tent and headed toward a nearby teleportation array. A crowd had already gathered around it. Well, is this the unlucky newbie? Such delicate skin, what a waste," sneered a short, wiry man, his voice dripping with mockery as he looked at Jiang Wang. Xiongda and Xiong San merely glanced at him coldly, but Xiong mimicked Xiongda's tone and aura as he retorted, "Keep talking if you want to die." A flash of light enveloped them, and the nauseating sensation of teleportation followed. In an instant, they found themselves on an unfamiliar battlefield. Before them stretched an endless expanse of yellow sand, and the ground beneath their feet was a dark red, silently bearing witness to the countless souls that had perished here. "Stay with us," Xiongda shouted as he charged out of the teleportation array, leading the way. The others quickly dispersed, each heading in their own direction. Before long, Jiang Wang and his group arrived at a massive fortress. Its sheer size dwarfed even the Eternal Stronghold, which stood over a kilometer tall. However, instead of entering the fortress, they bypassed the nearby battlefield and continued toward the distant horizon. "Keep away from the battlefield and protect yourself," Xiong yelled at Jiang Wang. The battlefield they were approaching was no ordinary night, was the Shura War Zone's primary battleground, the Fallen God's domain. Unlike other battlefields, the Fallen God's domain was a unique, isolated space. Its origins and nature remained shrouded in mystery. When humans and the myriad races first discovered this realm, they were drawn to its abundant resources. Even platinum-ranked powerhouses coveted what it had to offer. Both sides poured nearly 10 billion soldiers into the struggle for control. Yet, after the bloodshed awakened the domain's eerie nature, they realized just how perilous it was. Within this space, daily killing was mandatory. The number of people who entered and exited was never equal. Sometimes, 100 would go in, and only 50 would return. Other times, it was 70, 30, or in the worst case, a 0 survival rate. The domain typically opened once a month, but some chose to stay inside indefinitely, continuing to kill and reap resources. Most of these individuals had undergone 3 or 4 cycles of reincarnation. Attempts to exploit loopholes, such as killing one's own faction members, proved futile, as it only reduced loyalty and strength without yielding any benefit. The fallen god's domain could also open multiple times in quick succession. Each time it opened, those who entered would be trapped for a month from the moment they stepped in. The high-intensity combat resulted in devastatingly high mortality rates. Though some high-ranking officials once considered abandoning the domain, they discovered that if the space opened without anyone entering, it would randomly relocate and consume the population of the area it covered. Furthermore, its reappearance would be delayed by 3 months. In one tragic incident, an entire legion of over 1 billion people was enveloped by the domain. When it reopened, not a single soul had survived. This realm was like a bloodthirsty specter, yet the rewards it offered were incredibly tempting. Beyond its abundant spiritual energy and resources, it held treasures unheard of in the outside world. Fruits that enhanced mental power, fruits that granted elemental abilities, and even miraculous items capable of helping ordinary people create their own dominion space. Ultimately, the Kaiyuan world established the Shura War Zone specifically to deal with the domain's periodic openings. Many warriors at bottlenecks in their cultivation, or those with supreme confidence in their abilities, sought alternative ways to enter. But in the end, only a fortunate few ever emerged alive. At this moment, Jiang Wang was running along the battlefield's edge. Due to the instability surrounding the fallen god's domain, everyone had to use teleportation devices to enter, which meant traversing a battlefield to reach them. Jiang Wang extended his mental energy to its fullest, scanning every inch of the terrain around him. The battlefield was vast and overwhelming, its sheer scale enough to take one's breath away. Billions of troops were only a small fraction of this immense war zone. The elite forces of the Azura battlefront cut through the enemy like a razor-sharp blade, crushing any opposition from the myriad of races without hesitation. These warriors, honed by countless battles, were among the most formidable combatants on the battlefield of the myriad races. After a rapid pursuit lasting just over 10 minutes, Jiang Wang and his companions arrived at an open area outside an ancient barrier. Scattered around were the shattered remnants of teleportation arrays, and amidst the crumbling ruins lay countless skeletal remains, glinting eerily under the wind-swept sand, silent witnesses to the extraordinary lives these powerhouses once led. This desolate wasteland was a grim reminder of the fierce battles fought between humanity and the myriad races over the Godfall grounds. Jiang Wang took a single step forward and immediately felt an invisible force scanning his entire body. In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to the battlefield. A countdown timer appeared on the back of his right hand, while his left hand displayed a kill count. Here, the more one killed, the greater the favor of the Godfall grounds, and the higher the chance of obtaining its treasures. The air was thick with spiritual energy mingled with the metallic tang of blood, forming a crimson mist that shrouded the surroundings. From the distance came deafening battle cries, and the occasional shockwaves of explosions rippled through the air, a forewarning of the perilous nature of this randomly chosen battlefield. Barely had they stepped into the area when a beastly roar erupted. A formidable unit of the myriad races charged toward them with terrifying momentum. Without hesitation, Xiongda hefted his massive iron hammer and charged forward, leading the assault. Close behind him were Xiong Air and Xiong San, faintly connected by a glowing thread of light. Boom! Xiongda's hammer struck the leading creature of the myriad races, sending it flying. Yet, he was immediately surrounded by others, teetering on the edge of life and death. Suddenly, a holy light enveloped him, healing his grievous wounds in an instant. Demacia! Xiongda roared in his native tongue. With Xiong Air and Xiong San joining the fray, Jiang Wang finally understood the meaning of the Mad Dog Trio. These 3 battle-hardened warriors wielded hammers nearly as tall as a person, their seamless coordination and fearsome strength leaving a lasting impression. Jiang Wang's summoned insect swarm, though vast in number, was almost useless in this high-level combat, as they were easily obliterated upon contact. Even Jiang Wang himself found it challenging to contend with these powerful enemies. The battle reached a stalemate, with the myriad races launching ferocious attacks. However, as long as they failed to deliver a fatal blow to any of the Xiong brothers, they were forced to endure the crushing strikes of their heavy hammers, imbued with light-based stun effects. 80, 80, 80. As the Mad Dog Trio fought with increasing intensity, the tide of the battle began to turn in Jiang Wang's favor. Jiang Wang's heightened spiritual sense picked up on a familiar energy fluctuation. The 3 Mad Dogs were not far from the Reaper squad. A group of assassins was rapidly closing in, led by a bald man with a ferocious dragon-shaped scar on his neck and another across his right eye. This group, exuding an aura of banditry, were also mercenaries from the Azura battle zone. To track Jiang Wang and his companions, they had entered the battle zone almost simultaneously and paid 10,000 kill points to the fallen god space to obtain their target's location. Their employer was none other than the Li family, to which Liang belonged. Their objective was clear: either kill Jiang Wang or capture him alive for research on his troops. Among the many families targeting Jiang Wang, Li Eng's efforts had been particularly aggressive, even drawing the attention of the masked man. Meanwhile, on the Reaper squad side, the battle was nearing its end. One by one, the myriad races were being eliminated. Jiang Wang, with his formidable overall strength, had already taken down 3 Silver Deer level 7 enemies, increasing the kill points on his right hand to 30. Just as he was about to assist the Reaper squad, his spiritual sense was suddenly triggered. Due to the presence of the blood-red mist, his spiritual perception was compressed to a range of just 1 kilometer. Alert, he turned to look toward the mist not far away. The Reaper squad also sensed the anomaly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ice spears in a triangular formation pierced through the mist, hurtling toward Jiang Wang. Watch out! Jiang Wang leaned back just in time, the spears narrowly missing his face as their bone-chilling cold swept past him. The bald man and his group charged out of the mist. Spotting the Reaper squad in combat and the isolated Jiang Wang, a cruel and delighted glint flashed in their eyes. Attack! Jiang Wang! Over here! Zhongde shouted, swinging his warhammer as he called out to Jiang Wang. In this fallen god space, where killing and betrayal were commonplace, Zhongde still chose to protect Jiang Wang, a companion head only known for a day. Perhaps this was why Lin Qingya had chosen the Reaper squad. But Jiang Wang merely glanced in their direction before turning and running the opposite way. See you around, he called out. It was clear this group was after him specifically. While Zhongda's willingness to protect him was touching, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel some hesitation. By leaving alone, he could both draw the bald man's group away and create an opportunity to deploy his own strategies. Jiang Wang moved swiftly through the mist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another wave of ice spears came flying at him. He abruptly stopped and changed direction, dodging them with ease. Damn it! Did your legs go weak from sleeping with women? Can you aim properly? The bald man roared in frustration after another failed attempt. The man being berated was indignant. Jiang Wang seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, always managing to evade the ice spears in various ways. Though their speeds were evenly matched due to the presence of absolute balance, the continuous exchanges were gradually closing the gap between them. Seeing the relentless pursuers closing in, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Wang's eyes. Upon reaching an open plain, he stopped abruptly, turning to face his pursuers. Well, kid. You've got some stamina. Why do you stop running? Keep going. A wiry, monkey-like man with a mouth full of gold teeth jeered, panting heavily. Before his words even finished, he teleported to Jiang Wang's side, an ominous crimson dagger aimed straight for Jiang Wang's throat. As seasoned hunters, they understood the cliché of villains talking too much and knew Jiang Wang might summon a massive army of troops at any moment. Their strategy was a swift decapitation. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Alice materialized behind Jiang Wang, wielding her spear. Jiang Wang smirked. Gentlemen, I suggest you tell me who hired you to kill me. As his words fell, a dense swarm of insects began to emerge from the surrounding mist. From a bird's-eye view, the entire plain was now engulfed by a black tide of zerg-like creatures. The bald man's heart sank. While they had known Jiang Wang had a powerful troop summoning ability in the later stages, the assumption was that his personal lord space limited him to storing no more than 10,000 zerg. Yet the sheer scale of the swarm before them far exceeded that number. Charge! The bald man roared, leading the charge. As assassins forged in blood and death, they cared little about the size of the swarm so long as they could kill Jiang Wang. The man with gold teeth vanished into the surrounding space, waiting for an opportunity to strike. A fragrant breeze swept through the battlefield. Though Jiang Wang could have easily overwhelmed his pursuers with the sheer numbers of his Zerg army, Alice's request to fight had piqued his interest, leading to the earlier chase. Clang! Bang! The tall figure of Alice wielded her spear with grace, fending off 7 enemies at once despite being only at Silver Deer level 1. She remained unyielding, holding her ground like a tempest in the eye of the storm. Alice's expression was cold and detached, her spear in hand moving like a dragon in flight. Each strike carried a suffocating precision. As the ultimate weapon meticulously crafted by the Bio Empire, she was not only imbued with every combat technique of the era, but also infused with the fighting will of countless top-tier warriors. This combination granted her not just flawless skills, but also unparalleled combat instincts. In the arena, the group led by Baldhead was already battered and bruised, their labored breathing filling the air. Facing Alice's relentless assaults, Baldhead struggled to hold his ground. After enduring 2 consecutive sweeping strikes, he finally gave in. Switch out, he gasped, retreating to the sidelines while panting heavily, regret clouding his mind. Their original plan had been to hold Alice at bay, while sending reinforcements to eliminate Jiang Wang. However, this notion was quickly proven to be hopelessly naive. Against Alice's gunplay, which alternated seamlessly between light and heavy, fast and slow, merely surviving was a stroke of luck. Her mastery of the spear far surpassed any weapon Master Baldhead had ever encountered, rivaling even the infamous Lin Viper, whose very name struck fear into hearts. At this moment, their only hope rested on Goldtooth, who had gone after Jiang Wang. Yet Goldtooth now found himself in a dilemma. If not for the swarm of Zerg surrounding him, he would have already chosen to retreat. While Jiang Wang's close combat skills were not considered top tier, his uncanny ability to seemingly predict every move left Goldtooth deeply unnerved. On this battlefield shrouded in the mist of the fallen realm, which nullified mental energy, countless stealth-dependent warriors had already fallen to Goldtooth's poisoned dagger. But Jiang Wang was proving to be an entirely different challenge. Jiang Wang, on the other hand, remained composed and at ease. While keeping an eye on Alice's battle, he effortlessly dealt with Goldtooth's erratic maneuvers. Harnessing an immense level of control, he compressed his formidable mental energy into a 10-meter radius around himself. Within this domain, he perceived everything with almost clairvoyant precision. Goldtooth's every breath, the slightest twitch of his muscles, even the faintest sway of a single hair, could not elude Jiang Wang's senses. Even when Goldtooth attempted brief invisibility, the subtle shifts in air currents and the ripples in the surrounding mist betrayed his position with pinpoint accuracy. This was Jiang Wang's absolute domain within 10 meters. He was invincible among those of his level. The poisoned blade sliced through the thin mist, piercing the air with deadly precision. Jinya launched a lethal strike from behind Jiang Wang. This attack was the culmination of his lifetime of training. Its angle, speed, and timing were flawless. Yet, as though he had foreseen it, Jiang Wang instinctively sidestepped with ease, his right hand locking onto Jinya's wrist in one fluid motion. Seizing the moment of Jinya's stunned hesitation, Jiang Wang closed the gap between them, delivering a powerful shoulder slam to his chest. A dull, heavy thud echoed as Jinya's right arm erupted with searing pain. Without pause, Jiang Wang unleashed a technique imparted to him by Li Shuai, sending waves of internal force surging through Jinya's body. Blood seeped from the corner of Jinya's mouth. His face twisted with agony as he staggered backward, desperate to retreat even at the cost of his immobilized right arm. But Jiang Wang was no longer the man he once was. With lightning reflexes, he snatched the dagger that had fallen from Jinya's grasp and hurled it with unerring accuracy. The poisoned blade plunged into Jinya's back, its venom spreading instantaneously. His eyes remained wide in death, forever unable to comprehend how Jiang Wang had so precisely tracked his movements, or how he had met his end by the very dagger he had forged with his own hands. Meanwhile, Alice's battle was nearing its conclusion. Her flawless combat skills overwhelmed de Guangto's group, each of her movements a masterclass in efficiency and precision. As her enemies fell one by one, de Guangto made a desperate attempt to turn the tide, leaping high into the air with his gleaming blade poised to strike. Alice remained unfazed. In a sudden and calculated move, she released her spear. The weapon's tip pierced through de Guangto's skull, the sheer force pinning him to the ground far away. Around her, the battlefield was littered with corpses, each dispatched with surgical precision. Alice stood motionless, her blood-soaked skirt brushing against the ground. A single drop of crimson on her porcelain face bloomed like a petal of the otherworldly Manjasaka flower. Jiang Wang gazed at this girl, who seemed more like a killing machine than a human being, and felt a strange pang of sorrow. Memories of his own past, when he too had been nothing more than a tool, resurfaced. "Alice, you don't need to fight anymore," Jiang Wang said softly. Before his words had fully settled, Alice flicked her foot, sending a blade into her hand. Without hesitation, she raised it toward her neck. The edge of the blade hovered mere millimeters from her pale skin. "Wait, what are you doing?" Jiang Wang shouted, his voice sharp with alarm. "A tool that is no longer needed has no purpose," Alice replied in an emotionless tone, as if her life held no more weight than a blade of grass. For a long moment, silence hung heavy in the air. Finally, Jiang Wang exhaled slowly and said, "Fine. I understand. Put the blade down." "Understood." With that, Jiang Wang turned his focus to establishing a Zerg hive. Larvae began to emerge, and the hive structures rose rapidly from the ground. Alice followed quietly behind him, her gaze fixed on the swarms of Zerglings being summoned. Though Jiang Wang could have instantly called forth all the Zergs from his spatial domain, he chose to keep that trump card in reserve. Within minutes, the hive had taken shape, fully equipped and ready for expansion. Elsewhere, the Reaper squad was at a loss, faced with a vanishing path. Bear 2 paced anxiously. "Big brother, what do we do now? What if Brother Jiang got killed by the one-eyed wolf? What about the mission Commander Lin gave us?" "That probably won't happen, right?" Bear 3 said, though his voice betrayed his uncertainty. Bear 1 pondered for a moment before sighing. "Life and death are ruled by fate, wealth and honor by the heavens. Back in the abyss of the fallen gods, the relentless conflict between the myriad races and humanity continued unabated. Jiang Wang's hive had entered its early development phase, but against the overwhelming power of the factions, most of whom were at least at the 5th tier of the silver rank, his Zerg forces were still inadequate. His gaze drifted to Alice, who stood silently like a lifeless puppet. In the end, he dismissed the thought of sending her into battle. At the same time, at least 3 teams were actively hunting for Jiang Wang. A sudden skirmish erupted, and Jiang Wang reacted swiftly, driving his blade through the chest of an assassin. He barely had time to catch his breath before deflecting a volley of arrows from a distant archer. Before the archer could draw again, Alice moved with deadly grace, dispatching him with a seamless series of strikes. Together, Jiang Wang and Alice took down the final foe, a wind elemental lord. Jiang Wang stood motionless, his body covered in wounds, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Not far away, Alice was in no better condition. A gruesome wound stretched across her waist and abdomen. Though her formidable self-healing ability had stopped the bleeding, it was clear that full recovery would take time. How many assassination attempts is this now? Jiang Wang asked, his voice ragged. He already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear the battle-hardened warrior speak. He couldn't bear to see her reduced to a cold, unfeeling killing machine. 5, Alice replied flatly, her tone laced with a faint weariness. Jiang Wang shook his head helplessly. Ever since he established the hive on this barren land, those hunters who spent their slaughter points to lock onto his location had been descending upon him like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. Despite the layers of protection provided by the swarm, these well-equipped, highly skilled lords were impervious to the swarm's mob tactics. At best, the endless waves of insects could only wear them down. This was the greatest weakness of summoner-type lords, a lack of personal strength and units that weren't powerful enough. If it weren't for Alice by his side, Jiang Wang sighed inwardly. Why does surviving have to be so hard? Nearby, worker drones were busily hauling the invaders' corpses to the decomposition pools. Jiang Wang returned to the hive, his gaze falling on Alice's tattered clothing and the wounds covering her body. Fury ignited in his chest. Goddamn it, you're forcing my hand. Without hesitation, he summoned a massive swarm from his lord's space. In no time, an army of nearly 1 billion Zerg had gathered. Not strong enough? Then I'll bury you with numbers. Evolution is the key. Endless spawning it is. Let's see if your lives last longer than my genes can evolve. The overwhelming sense of danger spurred Jiang Wang to play every card he had. In his mind, as long as he could evolve fast enough, cards didn't matter. Using the Zergling's rapid scouting abilities, he soon located a unit massacring countless beings. Among the slaughtered crowd, he spotted a few familiar faces. Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed, the usual gentleness in his gaze replaced by a sharp, dangerous glint. It's going to be you. Within the canyon, a man clad in a green robe fought while retreating. His figure flickered between the steep cliffs, his exceptional footwork deterring the multitudes of foreign races from daring to approach him recklessly. Retreat! Li Qing shouted as he fended off the relentless waves of enemies, his voice echoing with urgency. We can't, Guardly. We're surrounded. A panicked voice called out from behind him. Li Qing turned sharply, only then realizing that the canyon had been encircled by the enemy forces at some point. In the midst of the guards protecting her, a golden-haired, blue-eyed young woman with a delicate face bit her lip hard. Her eyes brimming with tears she stubbornly refused to shed. She was none other than Lilia, the 3rd daughter of the Arnos family. The trouble had begun when Miss Lilia, in a fit of anger, charged into the Godfall realm. Her guards had followed her, frantically searching. Although they eventually found her, they had the misfortune of crossing paths with a marching army of the foreign races. A smaller squad had discovered them, leading to a relentless pursuit that ended here. Li Qing's gaze swept over the group and briefly landed on Lilia. Suddenly, he raised his voice and commanded, everyone, prepare to take the blood pills and fight to the death. Wang Wu, take 3 men and protect Miss Lilia. Lilia's eyes instantly reddened upon hearing this. Deep regret washed over her, as she realized her impulsiveness had brought her loyal guards into such dire straits. With a flick of his wrist, Li Qing produced a translucent, blood-red pill in his palm. The other guards, seeing this, followed suit and retrieved their own blood pills. Observing them, the leader of the foreign races showed a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. At this critical moment, the enemy leader suddenly looked up. A sharp, zzzt sound pierced the air as countless Zerglings began to materialize around them. Although Li Qing did not know exactly what the figure controlling the Zerglings, Jiang Wang, held in his hands, he understood that it must be a last resort weapon. Realizing the urgency, Jiang Wang decided to reveal himself, summoning even more Zerg forces. As the insects swarmed in overwhelming numbers, Li Qing's mind flashed with the image of a newcomer to the primal realm, Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang, he muttered in disbelief. Piecing together recent events involving Jiang Wang, he quickly connected the dots. Wait, there's still a chance. Li Qing shouted to his companions. The Zerg forces remained motionless, merely observing the foreign races in the canyon like silent spectators. Jiang Wang had intended for Li Qing to hold out a little longer while he completed his encirclement, but seeing the guards preparing to risk everything, he had no choice but to act prematurely. The foreign races hesitated at the sight of the endless sea of insects. The sheer number was enough to paralyze them with fear. An eerie silence descended upon the battlefield. As the swarm continued to grow, the leader of the foreign races grew increasingly uneasy. Realizing the urgency of reporting back to their main force, he roared, "Attack!" The group formed a wedge formation and charged toward the Zerg. Ordinary Zerglings were indeed fragile against this elite squad, falling like paper to their assault. However, hidden within his hive, Jiang Wang smirked coldly. If the foreign races had tried to break through immediately, a few might have escaped. But now, millions of devouring dragons were descending upon them like a tidal wave. The battlefield was soon filled with the sound of wings beating and the furious roars of the foreign races. Amid the overwhelming swarm, they lost all sense of direction. Though they could destroy large numbers of insects in one blow, they resembled tigers trapped in quicksand, struggling futilely against their fate. Meanwhile, the members of the Arnos family found themselves in an odd calm. The Zerg seemed to ignore them entirely, swiftly moving past them. A single larva appeared before Li Qing, its familiar appearance sparking recognition in his eyes. "Long time no see," Jiang Wang said, breaking the silence. He still held a certain respect for this guide from the primal realm. "Indeed. I never thought we'd meet again under these circumstances," Li Qing replied, his tone tinged with emotion. He recalled the regret he had felt upon hearing that Jiang Wang, a rising star, was expected to fall in the Shura war zone, only to meet him here unexpectedly. Amid the deafening chaos, a brief clearing appeared in the swarm, but it was quickly filled again by the relentless insects. The Arnos family guards followed the path that the Zerg had deliberately left for them, gradually distancing themselves from the battlefield. Half an hour later, when they finally emerged from the encirclement, they truly grasped how insignificant even millions of foreign races were against such an overwhelming horde. Arriving at Jiang Wang's hive, Li Qing was stunned by the sight before him. The structures resembled a sprawling city, and every moment, hundreds or thousands of Zerg emerged. Jiang Wang stood at the forefront of the hive, much like he had in the primal realm. But this time, Li Qing felt more than just shock. There was also a hint of something else stirring in his heart. "I can't believe it. Just days ago, I heard you'd been exiled to the Shura war zone, and I was worried for you," Wang Wu exclaimed. The guards had been fully prepared to meet their end. Yet not only had they rescued Miss Lilia, but they had also survived. At that moment, one of Lilia's guards approached Li Qing and whispered something in his ear. Li Qing's expression changed immediately. Jiang Wang noticed but maintained his composure, continuing to chat with Wang Wu and gradually learning about their identities and purpose. "Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, our miss might have." Wang Wu stopped abruptly, realizing he had said too much. Seeing this, Li Qing decided to stop concealing the truth. He stepped forward and addressed Jiang Wang directly. "Jiang Wang, we won't hide it from you. You've saved us, and the Arnos family will never forget this debt of gratitude. If we make it out of the Godfall realm alive, I, Li Qing, swear to reward you handsomely even if it costs me my life." Li Qing had deliberately withheld Lilia's identity, knowing full well that in a place as treacherous as the Godfall realm, even a savior might not resist the allure of immediate gain, especially since Lilia carried numerous precious items on this journey. Jiang Wang saw through Li Qing's concerns but chose not to expose them. Instead, he smiled nonchalantly. "Without your guidance in the primal realm, I wouldn't have survived to this day. I've established a simple shelter nearby if you don't mind." "Not at all," Wang Wu interjected hastily. With half of their time in the Godfall realm already elapsed, they only needed to hold out for another 15 days to return safely. Under the rapid construction efforts of the worker bees, a two-story stone building capable of accommodating over 100 people rose swiftly from the ground. Jiang Wang thoughtfully furnished the entire structure, making the new building feel warm and inviting. While Li Qing was speaking to Jiang Wang about something, Lilia, who stood behind him, bit her lip in deep thought. Suddenly, she raised her head, ignored the objections of the surrounding guards, and strode directly toward Jiang Wang. "Hello. I am Lilia Arnos, the third daughter of the Arnos family. Thank you so much for extending a helping hand to us. You have earned the friendship of the Arnos family." Though Lilia's face flushed with shyness, she still firmly extended her hand. Jiang Wang smiled and gently shook her pale fingers, responding simply, "Hello, I'm Jiang Wang. I heard that you were exiled by Starlink Academy. Would you consider joining the Arnos family? I promise to provide you with the best resources," Lilia said with all her might. Standing nearby, Li Qing looked at his young lady's candid invitation and awkwardly offered Jiang Wang an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, my teacher is Aunt Li Shui, so I won't join any faction, Jiang Wang replied earnestly. Hearing his refusal, Lilia froze for a moment, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. She turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Li Qing sighed softly. At that moment, swarms of worker bees began returning with large quantities of corpses from the Wan tribe. In this operation to eliminate the Wan tribe's elite squad, Jiang Wang had lost nearly 1,000,000 Zerg units, equating to a 1 to 10,000 casualty ratio. Such losses would be unbearable for other forces, but for the Zerg, as long as they could continue evolving, improving their strength was merely a matter of time. Inside the hive, Anna was tasked with monitoring the movements of Li Qing's group. While Jiang Wang reviewed the Wan tribe genes uploaded to the gene pool, he noticed something unusual. Unlike the genetic fragments left by the Bio-Empire, a few of the Wan tribe beasts this time had genes already recorded in his database, such as those of the bronze deer and silver deer green beetles. When he compared the two sets of genes, he discovered that, while they were largely similar, there was a segment in the middle that was entirely different, as if it had been precisely cut and spliced with surgical precision. This discovery left Jiang Wang stunned. Impossible. Could the Wan tribe be capable of selective genetic evolution? Jiang Wang found it hard to believe. Even for someone like him, who frequently studied genetic sequences, performing even the simplest gene editing was incredibly challenging. He conducted tens of thousands of genetic fusion experiments daily, and that was only because the gene pool could autonomously combine sequences. But now, it seemed the Wan tribe could improve their genetic fragments simply through evolution. Jiang Wang quickly retrieved the assassin gene chain he had recently placed in the decomposition pool. After careful comparison, he realized that the Lord's gene chain appeared more like optimization, whereas the Wan tribe seemed like deliberate splicing. During this extensive analysis, he uncovered two critical sets of data, one belonging to human genes from the Bio-Empire and the other to Wan tribe genes. Although arranged differently, a segment in the Wan tribe genes was identical to a part of the Lord's genes. This segment granted the ability to manipulate air fluctuations. This revelation plunged Jiang Wang into deep thought. Could the Wan tribe be acquiring human genetic fragments by slaughtering human lords? Considering the inherent hostility between the Wan tribe and humans, this hypothesis unsettled him. Such an unnatural result couldn't occur through natural evolution, Jiang Wang murmured to himself. If all of this was orchestrated, then the entire Kaiyuan world might be nothing more than a massive gladiatorial arena or experimental lab. The very idea sent chills down his spine. Ultimately, Jiang Wang decided to seal away these findings and classify them as top secret. Just as children shouldn't play with gunpowder, people shouldn't delve into things beyond their capabilities, he reminded himself. He then began extracting the unique genetic fragments from the Wan tribe. Although their exact significance was unclear, they would be enough to slightly enhance the Zerg's abilities. Outside, the Zerg tirelessly transported materials needed for the hive, while newly produced Zerg units emerged with optimized traits. The Zerg's terrifying ability to achieve rebirth through death was on full display. Over the past few days, Li Qing and his group had witnessed firsthand Jiang Wang's astonishing capacity for creating troops and the unwavering loyalty of the Zerg. There exists a unique contractual bond between summoner lords and their units. This bond is built on mutual loyalty. Units are willing to risk their lives for their lord, but the lord must not exploit or mistreat them. If loyalty falls below a critical threshold, units may even choose to sever the contract, though such instances are exceedingly rare. However, Jiang Wang's situation is entirely different. His swarm operates without the concept of loyalty, replacing it with an absolute, unquestionable allegiance. This characteristic is even more terrifying than his astonishing ability to mass-produce troops. The efficiency and fearless combat style displayed by his swarm struck fear into the hearts of individuals like Li Qing and others. During this period, Jiang Wang's achievements have been remarkable. Has hunted nearly 8,000 beings of various races. Each cross-dire kill earned him additional rewards, rapidly driving his slaughter value to nearly 500,000. Yet, behind this impressive record lies the sacrifice of nearly 1 billion of his swarm creatures. A system notification sounded. Acquired modified green fire beast gene. Evolution Point 1. Jiang Wang had accumulated quite a few evolution points from such rewards. Although he had not developed new unit types recently, his evolution points had reached nearly 400,000. Despite this substantial amount, Jiang Wang still felt it was far from sufficient. A list appeared before him. Anna Full Spectrum Evolution, 200,000. Alice Full Spectrum Evolution, 300,000. Talent Propagation level, 10,000. Talent Evolution level, 100,000. Jiang Wang fell into contemplation. He had already abandoned the idea of strengthening ordinary units, believing that investing precious evolution points in genetic modification was a more cost-effective path. Glancing back at Alice, who stood motionless like a wooden stake, he ultimately decided to forego her evolution. The cost of 300,000 points was simply too steep. After careful consideration, Jiang Wang chose to upgrade 2 talents to B level and to perform a full-spectrum evolution on Anna. Watching his evolution points instantly deplete, he couldn't help but lament how quickly they were consumed. Anna immediately entered a crystalline cocoon to begin her evolution process. As Jiang Wang prepared for his own evolution, he realized this time was unlike any of the previous ones. His cells began to explode one by one, releasing immense energy and information he could not comprehend. The explosions rapidly spread throughout his body, making him feel as though he might burst at any moment. To make matters worse, his mental strength was also on the verge of collapse. In his mental realm, the black spiritual energy that had always been surrounded by a milky white spiritual force now resembled a raging dragon. It violently tore through and devoured the surrounding milky white energy. Jiang Wang found himself enduring unprecedented torment, with both his body and mind subjected to excruciating pain simultaneously. Jiang Wang had not anticipated such an intense evolution. Lying on the sofa, his body convulsed in agonizing spasms. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead, his skin beginning to crack as blood seeped through the fissures. Despite the dire situation, the Zerg continued to carry out their previous orders, having already hunted down nearly 10,000 members of the myriad races within just 3 days. The Zerg hive was now in an unprecedentedly weakened state. The Supreme Overlord was caught in a dual torment between life and death. Anna was trapped in her crystalline evolution, and even individuals like Li Qing posed a potential threat to their survival. Not to mention the looming offensive from the myriad races. Jiang Wang forced his eyes open with great effort. Sensing something, Alice quickly approached and knelt before him. By now, Jiang Wang was unable to speak. He could only lift his bloodied arms slightly. Every cell in his body was caught in a relentless cycle of rupture and repair, and the instability of his mental power made his perception unbearably acute. Each second of pain felt worse than 1,000 cuts. Blood dripped to the floor, pooling into small puddles. Jiang Wang's hand trembled as it neared Alice's face, but could no longer move even an inch further. At that moment, Alice leaned forward, allowing his blood-streaked fingers to touch her pristine forehead. The stark crimson stain had barely dried when Jiang Wang's hand fell limp, yet a faint smile appeared on his face. In that instant, a flicker of light passed through Alice's once vacant eyes. She gently placed Jiang Wang's right hand over his chest and slowly stood up. In that moment, she was no longer a cold, unfeeling machine of destruction, but a being of flesh, blood, and genuine emotion. Meanwhile, a Zerg unit was nearly annihilated in battle against the myriad races. The massive rock crocodile turtle turned to its subordinates for a report. Have you confirmed anything? We've identified Zerg presences in 3 locations, eliminated 2, and used a feigned retreat strategy at the last. While we have yet to locate their hive, these Zerg are relatively weak. Continuing the pursuit may only waste time, a subordinate replied. This elite force of 10,000 from the myriad races had been assembled at great cost, entrusted with a critical mission, only to find themselves entangled with the Zerg. After a moment of hesitation, the rock crocodile turtle spoke. Could this Zerg be the Jiang Wang that the ancestor specifically ordered us to hunt down? At these words, a gleam of recognition flashed in the eyes of the higher-ranking beasts nearby. Jiang Wang's name had spread far and wide among the myriad races ever since he activated an altar during the novice trial, severely injuring one of the descendants of the devouring ancestor. The injury had damaged the descendant's bloodline and caused the trial to end in failure. It was said that if not for the timely intervention of a human master-level expert, the devouring ancestor would have killed Jiang Wang on the spot. After deliberation, the commanders decided to remain in the area for another 3 days. Regardless of whether their target was indeed Jiang Wang, they had to complete their mission within the time limit. Any delays to the larger operation would spell certain death for them all. Elsewhere, Alice, now in command of the Zerg hive, quickly scanned through the wealth of information embedded in her mind. Energy reserves, genetic simulation databases, and even records of her own genetic modifications. She focused particularly on the Zerg strategic plans and real-time battle reports, analyzing the scenes of Zerg units being slaughtered. When she came across footage of a Zerg force successfully repelling a myriad races assault, she paused and replayed the scene from multiple angles. Finally, Alice issued 2 orders to all Zerg forces. Those outside the hive were to remain hidden and await further instructions, while those within the hive were to fortify its defenses. Through subtle clues, she easily discerned that this was a baiting tactic by the myriad races, with their true target likely being the hive itself. For someone as enhanced and modified as Alice, seeing through such a ploy was a simple matter. As the ultimate weapon meticulously crafted by the Bio Empire, Alice had never set foot on a battlefield, yet her brain housed an immense database of combat scenarios. This allowed her to instantly transform into a brilliant war strategist. She understood that the true key to victory in war required not only overwhelming strength but also exceptional intelligence and extraordinary strategic foresight. Once Alice assumed command, the entire Zerg swarm underwent a swift and orderly tactical reorganization. Ground forces immediately went into hiding, while the Zerg engaged in combat fought until the very last moment. Under her direction, various units operated with precision, seamlessly coordinating like a finely tuned machine to form a unified combat force encircling the hive. In her hands, what was once an ordinary hive was transformed into an impenetrable fortress. This sudden shift in the Zerg's behavior quickly caught the attention of the giant rock snapper turtle clan. They keenly observed the bizarre transformation in the Zerg's combat style. Every engagement became a fight to the last soldier. This unexpected change threw the leaders of various clans, who had been eager to capture Jiang Wang for glory, into a difficult predicament. Even more perplexing was the Zerg's newfound behavior during their hunts. Instead of bringing prey back to the hive as they usually did, they began eliminating it on the spot, as if under some strange spell. Ground units burrowed deep underground, while aerial creatures soared high above, circling the skies. Even when other clans offered prey to them, the Zerg remained unresponsive. Yet, the moment a battle erupted, they returned to their relentless, allure-nothing combat stance. Within the unique environment of the fallen god space, the sensory abilities of all other species were severely impaired, except for Jiang Wang, whose mental powers were on a near-bug-like level, and his vast intelligence network of billions of Zerg. The perception range of other species was reduced to a mere 100 meters, forcing them to rely on specific communication methods to share information. Beyond these limited zones, everything was shrouded in a thick, impenetrable fog. This compelled the clans to revert to the most primitive methods of searching, plunging their once confident pursuit into unprecedented chaos. Inside the nest, after completing her arrangements, Alice stood quietly before Jiang Wang. The sofa was soaked in blood, and the heavy metallic scent of it filled the core of the hive. She gazed at the blood-covered yet smiling ruler before her, tilting her head slightly as if trying to see through his very essence. Extending her slender fingers, she lightly touched the bloody fingerprint on his forehead, but immediately recoiled as if jolted, as though afraid of wiping away the mark. At this moment, Jiang Wang's body was undergoing intense transformation. The rupturing and repair of surface cells were nearing completion, but deeper within, his genetic sequence was continuously optimizing, akin to a snake shedding its skin. His psychic energy revealed a peculiar phenomenon. Black psychic energy lazily floated within milky white psychic energy, resembling a beast that had eaten its fill. Outside the hive, Li Qing and Lilia noticed the large-scale mobilization of the insectoid creatures. Concerned for the safety of the third miss, Li Qing decided to confront Jiang Wang for an explanation. However, as he reached the entrance of the hive, a figure blocked his path. A long blade was pressed against his neck, the sudden turn of events leaving him momentarily stunned. "We are from the Arnos family," Li Qing cautiously stated. Yet the woman before him, Alice, remained unmoving. In a cold, detached voice, she declared, "The ruler is occupied. No one is allowed to approach." Just as Li Qing prepared to press further, Alice struck without hesitation. A single kick sent Li Qing flying, and in the next instant, her blade sliced through the air, piercing the arm of a guard standing beside Lilia. In a flash, she was at Lilia's side, her blade resting against Lilia's neck. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The surrounding insectoids moved swiftly, encircling Li Qing and his group. This tense and volatile standoff was triggered solely by the guard's motion to ready their crossbow. Lilia, suppressing her terror, locked eyes with Alice's icy gaze. In that moment, memories surged through her mind. She thought of the fall of the Arnos family, of her two brothers who had sacrificed themselves for their kin, and of her own naivety and selfishness over the years. Tears began streaming down her face uncontrollably. Her sudden sobbing caught everyone off guard. At that very moment, Alice seemed to sense something and abruptly retreated into the hive, leaving behind 100-foot-long scar on the ground and 4 chilling words: "Approach and perish. Boy, cast your vote for me." Alice swiftly arrived at the core area, her expression grave. Moments ago, the myriad races not only wiped out the Zerg sentinel stationed near the hive, but also began advancing directly toward it. At their current pace, they would reach within 200 meters of the hive in under an hura far more perilous situation than merely entering the creep-covered territory. Faced with the current crisis, Alice had 3 options. First, immediately deploy the creep and recall billions of Zerg for an all-out battle against the myriad races. Second, remain still and hope the hive's location would remain undiscovered. Or third, relocate the entire hive. She understood that survival always favors those willing to fight, but Jiang Wang's safety made her tread cautiously. While the Zerg's overwhelming numbers could crush the myriad races, if the enemy possessed individuals similar to those lords who could swiftly bypass the swarm's defenses and target the hive directly, could she truly protect it? Glancing back at the still sleeping Jiang Wang, Alice made a decision in an instant. Her gaze turned icy as she began issuing a series of rapid orders. Large groups of Zerg carrying larvae scattered in different directions, while the creep's energy was retracted, causing Zerg structures to shrink rapidly. Before long, the once sprawling Zerg settlement, resembling a small city, was reduced to a solitary main hive. Considering Jiang Wang's current state, Alice directly commanded the swarm to lift the entire hive and relocate it to a safer distance. Meanwhile, in the stone house, Li Qing and the others were discussing Jiang Wang's uncharacteristic outburst when Wang Wu burst in, panicked. "Quick! Come outside!" he shouted. The group stepped out, and the scene before them left them stunned. "What the?" Li Qing blurted out, unable to hold back. "That massive hive just vanished? It packed up faster than a couple after a fight." The group hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to follow the hive. Though Li Qing felt a bit shameless, the safety of the third miss left them with no other choice. Inside the hive, Alice focused intently on directing the dispersed Zerg forces. All swarms deactivated their cloaking, and units carrying larvae began establishing decoy hives at strategic locations. The Zerg, sparing no cost, began assembling en masse. Massive thunder beasts and sky-darkening mutalisks formed an imposing army. From an aerial view, it looked like multiple enormous streams converging into a river. Although these decoy hives couldn't match the main hive's production capabilities, their sheer numbers compensated for the deficiency. As the distance increased, Alice's psychic control range began to wane. The hive's current location was still at risk, but moving it further would cause the scattered swarm to lose coordination, leaving them as isolated, leaderless forces. Just then, orders came from the front lines. On the battlefield of the myriad races, Eros commanded millions of newly assembled Zerg in a ferocious charge. Hundreds of thunder beasts roared as they crashed into enemy formations, but the myriad races responded with remarkable discipline. Tens of thousands of their forces were divided into dozens of battle groups, working in perfect unison. The thunder beasts, with their powerful physiques, managed to break through to the front lines, but their advance was halted. The strongest individuals within the myriad races swiftly eliminated the thunder beasts. This army, with even its lowest ranked members at the silver level, had undergone initial evolution and wielded a variety of skills. Though the swarmers inflicted only limited damage, their sheer numbers allowed them to tear open a breach in the myriad race's defensive line, which continued to widen. Just as the Zerg were about to break through the final line of defense, a reserve force of fully rested, elite fighters emerged from the rear, stabilizing the situation in an instant. The original battle groups retreated in an orderly manner, while the reinforcements used their superior individual strength to gradually seal the breach that the Zerg had created at great cost. This tactical approach was not limited to a single battle group. 5 battle groups formed a massive defensive circle, while another 5 within it operated in a rotational system. Additionally, a team of highly skilled individuals acted as a mobile firefighting unit. Should any part of the rotation falter, this team would intervene immediately, using large-scale attacks to maintain the tactical cycle. Amid the swarm, Eros observed the disciplined myriad races, his compound eyes glowing red with a hint of almost human-like contemplation. Just as Alice was about to issue the retreat order, Eros preemptively sent out a series of commands. Thanks to the unique command abilities of the jumping Zerg commander, the previously chaotic swarm was quickly reorganized into several combat formations. Hundreds of thousands of Zerglings formed an impenetrable encirclement, trapping several Ultralisks at the center. Mutalisks descended to a lower altitude, forming a wall of steel-like defense ahead of the Ultralisks and launching a new, ferocious charge. This coordinated strategy was a stark contrast to the earlier approach of relying solely on the Ultralisks to absorb damage. The combined defensive lines of the Mutalisks and Zerglings made it nearly impossible for the individual warriors of the myriad races to approach the Ultralisks. Although the swarm suffered heavy casualties in the battle, the Ultralisks, leading the remaining Zerglings, managed to break through the defensive lines of multiple battle groups. While a single Zergling was no match for the myriad races, the Ultralisks still held an overwhelming advantage over ordinary warriors. Chaos erupted among the battle groups, and one of them even exposed a critical flaw while operating its rotational formation. At the sound of Eros' piercing screech, the Zerg launched an all-out assault. The leaders of the myriad races were forced to act simultaneously, quickly eliminating the Ultralisks that had broken through and slaughtering the invading swarm. On the surface, the Zerg's assault appeared to have ended in failure. However, the reality was far more complex. If the swarm had continued its disorganized attacks, even with the deployment of hundreds of millions or billions of units, it would have been a futile effort. These battle groups were equipped with basic formations that not only allowed for sustained combat, but also boosted endurance, morale, and combat effectiveness. Within mere minutes, the myriad races had stabilized the situation. The giant rock crocodile turtle scanned the endless swarm with its lantern-like eyes. It was well aware that the sudden shift in Zerg tactics must have stemmed from the presence of a commander. Although it was uncertain whether this commander was hidden among the swarm, locating them could be key. Suddenly, its gaze froze. On the edge of the battlefield, a roaming purple Eros caught its attention. With an earth-shaking roar, the giant rock crocodile turtle hurled its massive body toward Eros. A deafening crash followed, creating a giant crater in the ground as nearby Zerg were flung away by the shockwave. Emerging from the smoke, the turtle charged again, launching another fierce attack on Eros. With a single blow, Eros was sent flying. Despite being greatly strengthened by Jiang Wang, Eros was still no match for the silver tier 9 giant rock crocodile turtle. Just as the turtle prepared to press its advantage, countless Zerg swarmed around it, forming a massive living sphere. Eros quickly severed its shattered right leg, showing no emotional reaction as it charged toward the enormous mass of flesh. In Eros' icy compound eyes, individual life and death were insignificant. The swarm would always give rise to new commanders, whether they were called Heslas or Teslas. The sole purpose of the swarm's existence was to annihilate the enemies of the overmind. At this critical moment, Alice took over command of the war, ordering the sandworms lurking underground to break through the surface. The sandworms spiraled around the massive living sphere, spewing searing flames. Although a flicker of unwillingness flashed in Eros' eyes upon receiving the retreat order, the rigid hierarchy of the Zerg left it no room to resist. The swarm began to retreat, yet they did not relent in their assault on the giant rock crocodile turtle. A thunderous roar erupted from the center of the encirclement, releasing a shockwave so powerful that the sandworms self-destructed one by one. Within a 100-meter radius, no life remained except the giant rock crocodile turtle. Its spiked shell bore only faint scorch marks, showing no significant damage. By this time, Eros had already vanished, with Zerg continuously rushing past where it had been while maintaining a deliberate distance. This was not out of fear of its strength, but because Alice refused to permit any more senseless sacrifices. The massive, snapping turtle swiftly snatched a leaping insect that darted past it. Blades clashed against its body with a crisp, metallic clang, sparks flying with each strike. Yet, even as weapons shattered, the relentless jumping insects continued their frenzied assault. The snapping turtle, expressionless, crushed the insect's head in its powerful grip not out of boredom or frustration, but with deliberate precision. As a silver-tier leader capable of commanding tens of thousands, his strength and intellect were unparalleled among the myriad races. He astutely observed that when he captured one of the insects, the others around it pressed forward without hesitation. This demonstrated their unwavering obedience to orders, prioritizing directives above all else. Even more alarming was their terrifying resolve in combat. They showed no regard for the vast disparity in strength or the severity of their injuries. When he gazed into the compound eyes of the insect, he felt nothing but pure, unfeeling coldness devoid of any trace of emotion. Before long, several blood-soaked commanders gathered behind him. The final assault of the insect swarm had indeed inflicted considerable casualties. Watching the retreating swarm, the snapping turtle turned and issued his order: "Do not pursue. Our priority is to locate Jiang Wang." At that moment, he finally understood why Tao Dai Laozu was so insistent on eradicating Jiang Wang as quickly as possible. If such a race were to grow to rival the strength of the myriad races, the consequences would be unimaginably catastrophic. Realizing they were not being pursued, the insect swarm quickly altered course, heading toward a decoy hive. Meanwhile, Alice seized the opportunity to lead the true hive to its designated safe zone. She had sacrificed a substantial number of her swarm to protect Hellas not because of its strength, but because it could receive and process hive commands without limit, providing her with critical updates on the front lines. However, the pervasive fog severely restricted her command range, even if she were to rebuild the hive. The armies of the myriad races continued advancing toward the original hive's location, unaware that Alice had set up multiple decoy hives for them to discover. At the site of the original hive, several assassination squads were sizing each other up. The Red Widow cast a playful glance at a man not far away and teased, "Well, if it isn't Black Old Ghost. I heard you're aiming for gold tier. What brings you to silver tier territory? Failed your advancement, perhaps?" "Huh. Of course not. I just missed you. You flirtatious little vixen." Black Old Ghost bellowed with laughter. The area was not occupied by just their two teams. Mercenaries and bounty hunters, each with different motives but the same target, were scattered about. Among them, the Red Widow and Black Old Ghost were the most infamous. The Red Widow, with her alluring figure and seductive charm, was often referred to as a lower-tier version of Li Shui. But those who truly knew her were well aware of her deadly nature. It was rumored that a Sunto Platinum-tier powerhouse met his end after a single night with her, earning her nicknames like Fatal Nest and Soul-Stealing Den in the dark underworld. As for Black Old Ghost, his infamy stemmed purely from his brutality. The crippled old man spared no one, with victims ranging from infants to the elderly, regardless of gender. His body count was staggering, and none had ever survived his wrath. His continued existence was owed solely to the protection of certain powerful figures. After their tense encounter, the various groups quickly dispersed, each intending to claim Jiang Wang's head before settling scores with one another. Elsewhere, in the myriad race's army, Black Tiger faintly sensed Jiang Wang's presence but was unable to establish a connection. She, along with White Fox and others, had entered the fallen god space in a later wave, coinciding with Jiang Wang's period of evolution. Their entry into the fallen god space was not just a punishment for failing the novice trial, but also because the Reaper's blessing was imminent. The so-called Reaper's blessing required vast amounts of slaughter to nourish the land, allowing brilliant blooms to flourish amidst the blood-soaked terrain. At that time, both the myriad races and humanity would need to send large populations into the space. If the numbers fell short, the space would randomly draw additional participants, impacting everyone from silver tier to platinum tier. The difference lay in the fact that higher tier individuals could choose whether to enter, while silver tier participants were forced to comply. Gold and platinum tier powerhouses were often the backbone of their respective domains. Unless they were nearing the end of their lifespans or had no hope of further advancement, they would rarely take such risks. As a result, every Reaper's blessing saw an influx of silver tier participants from both humanity and the myriad races. This was also why Jiang Wang had been assigned to the Shura War Zone within a space dominated by silver tier levels 5 through 9. A silver tier level 1 like him was almost certainly doomed. Of course, the fallen god space never shortchanged those brave enough to fight. The massive death toll also meant the emergence of rare treasures. For instance, the blood spirit fruit, coveted by the myriad races, could directly enhance the bloodline of its consumer. Low-tier bloodlines could leap 2 or 3 levels, reaching the status of noble bloodlines, while noble bloodlines had a chance to ascend to supreme bloodlines. This transformation not only brought a qualitative improvement in strength, but also the potential to become a disciple of an elder-level powerhouse. The myriad races affectionately referred to it as the one-step-to-heaven fruit. Meanwhile, humanity also had its share of unheard-of artifacts and treasures. Within the Shura space, a breathtaking battle is unfolding. The assassination squad wasted no time in locking onto Jiang Wang's position again, launching a fierce offensive against him. Meanwhile, when the allied forces of the myriad races arrived at their original location, they were greeted by an overwhelming swarm of insects, but the insect nests were nowhere to be found. By observing the reinforcements' movements, they eventually pinpointed the locations of 3 insect nests. Eros, hidden within the swarm, commanded the endless wave of Zerg to launch relentless attacks on the allied forces. In the previous skirmishes, the Zerg suffered casualties in the millions while inflicting only a few hundred losses on their enemies. Yet for the Zerg, no sacrifice is too great if it achieves their goals. The combined forces of the 3 insect nests had already reached 600 million, with the remaining Zerg surrounding Jiang Wang to protect the nests. 600 million against 10 Thusanda suffocating ratio. Though the Zerg seemed to hold an overwhelming advantage, the cost of victory would be devastating. This stark imbalance in power stemmed partly from Alice's decision not to deploy elite forces like the Queen's Guard or the Blade of Dominion. More critically, it was due to the vast disparity in strength. Jiang Wang, who had only recently ascended to the silver rank, had no time to enhance the combat capabilities of his swarm. It was akin to attempting advanced calculus after just learning quadratic equations. A gap so immense it was despairing. On the plains, the allied forces formed their battle lines, with bursts of energy erupting among the Zerg, creating temporary vacuum zones that were quickly filled by an unending stream of insects. The scene resembled countless ants swarming a lion. While a single ant posed no threat, their sheer numbers would inevitably exploit every gap, overwhelming the beast entirely. Within the allied forces, many urged E-Turtle to request reinforcements, but he refused each time. Staring at the seemingly endless swarm, he wrestled with his thoughts. Their mission was to seize the blood spirit fruit and claim territory. Even if reinforcements were requested, there was no guarantee they would come, nor that they would act in good faith. In the Godfall space, killing one's own kind was commonplace. To cover their tracks, such betrayals were often more ruthless than dealing with humans. At that moment, a scout reported detecting several human presences. This news lit up E-Turtle's eyes. In this Zerg-infested region, these human traces were likely linked to Jiang Wang. Even if they weren't, tracking these signals was a wiser tactic than blindly attacking the 3 nests. These traces were left behind by the assassination squad and Li Qing's group. E-Turtle immediately decided to change tactics, leading his forces to break through in the direction of the nests. However, Eros had already noticed the assassination squad's movements, but chose not to act. Firstly, he couldn't ensure their capture, and secondly, he didn't want to alert the allied forces prematurely, giving away his ambush. Alice's once perfect plan was disrupted by this unexpected twist. News of the allied forces' breakout quickly reached the nests, causing her to frown deeply. Meanwhile, the situation within the nests was far from calm. Both Anna and Jiang Wang had entered the late stages of evolution, drawing heavily on the nest's energy reserves. Despite Jiang Wang's slaughter points enriching the surrounding materials, the newly harvested resources couldn't keep up with the consumption. These two alone had absorbed half of the nest's energy reserves. As Alice stood in the core of the nest, observing the cocoon Jiang Wang and the Suntahatch Anna, a crisp sound of crystal breaking echoed through the air. Another queen of the Zerg had finally returned. Anna's evolution this time was comparable to Jiang Wang's first transformation, with her mental power skyrocketing several times over, surpassing the combined totals of both Jiang Wang and Alice. In an instant, a powerful mental force enveloped everything around the nests. This overwhelming pressure left Li Qing and his group stunned, mistakenly believing that Jiang Wang had broken through to the gold rank. Even Lilia was taken aback. Such an oppressive force was something she had only ever felt from her two gold-ranked brothers. Yet just as they were reeling from the shock, the mental force abruptly vanished. Alice and Anna stood face-to-face at the center of the hive, tension crackling between them. Though Anna was still half a head shorter than Alice, her proud and defiant posture made it clear she would not back down. This latest evolution had allowed Anna to match Alice's strength through her own efforts, no longer reliant on the bloodline power bestowed by Jiang Wang. Wasting no time, Anna connected her mind to the hive network, instantly sensing the crisis at hand. Any lingering thoughts of challenging Alice, while Jiang Wang remained in slumber, were immediately cast aside. While she harbored resentment toward Alice, one fact was indisputable. Neither of them would ever allow any threat to endanger their master. Huh. I knew you couldn't handle it, weakling, Anna taunted, her sharp words cutting through the air. Yet her actions betrayed no hesitation. As a strategic queen, she took direct command of the entire swarm on the front lines. Under her precise coordination, the once confident allied forces of the myriad races found themselves on the defensive. While Alice was also capable of issuing strategic orders, her abilities paled in comparison to Anna's terrifyingly adept battlefield simulations. Anna's command flowed seamlessly, like a masterful symphony. She not only anticipated the movements of the myriad races with uncanny accuracy, but also crafted optimal countermeasures to trap them in an unrelenting grip. Every attack launched by the enemy seemed to fall into pre-laid traps, rendering them utterly immobile. At the same time, Anna deftly reallocated internal hive resources, showcasing an extraordinary ability to multitask with precision. Alice, standing silently to the side, maintained her calm demeanor, though a flicker of surprise crossed her downcast eyes. Since unlocking her emotional restraints, she had regarded all others save for Jiang Wang as insignificant. Even that dog. She had always assumed Anna's position as the first queen under Jiang Wang's command was a stroke of luck. But now, witnessing the sheer brilliance of Anna's abilities, she finally understood why this queen was her equal within the hive hierarchy. The swarm of Zerg quickly formed a tight defensive line around the hive. Members of various assassination teams gazed at the dense mass of insects, feeling a chill run down their spines. "Sis, what should we do now?" A gaunt man standing next to the Red Widow asked in a low voice. Although they weren't exactly afraid of the Zerg, making a reckless move now could provoke other assassination teams. The Red Widow's alluring eyes fixated on the massive hive in the distance. She suddenly noticed He Lao Gue sending a few of his men to scout the hive, while he himself observed from the shadows. Her crimson lips curled into a faint smile as she turned to the gaunt man beside her and said, "Go find He Lao Gue. Tell him we'll work together to take down Jiang Wang can have the bounty for the kill, and he'll take the reward." She knew that with the pressure of He Lao Gue's backing forces, he would surely agree to the proposal. Meanwhile, the forces of the myriad races, despite being hindered by the Zerg, continued to advance steadily. The snapping turtle personally led the charge at the front, and at their current pace, they would reach the hive in no more than an hour. Inside the hive, Anna had already detected nearly 30 assassins, all at silver tier level 7 strength. "Can you handle them?" she asked, turning to Alice. The latter nodded silently. Without hesitation, Anna gave the order, "We'll mobilize the Zerg to assist you." Alice, armed with a long spear and a blade at her waist, began walking step by step toward the hive's entrance. Each step matched her breathing rhythm as her combat state climbed to its peak. Though victory was not guaranteed, she knew there was no choice but to fight to the death. By the time she reached the hive's entrance, her presence had surpassed even that of her first battle. As the Zerg repositioned, Alice moved with them. Facing the advancing forces of the myriad races and the lurking human assassins, retreat had seemed like an option. However, Jiang Wang was at a critical stage of evolution, and moving without the protection of the fungal mat was far too risky. After weighing their options, the two decided to stand their ground. As Anna put it bluntly, "To hell with it, fight." Suddenly, Alice charged out. Seizing the moment when the assassins were off guard, she hurled her spear with ferocious force. The icy gleam tore through the air, instantly killing the leader of one of the assassin teams. The other assassins sprang into action, but the Queen's Guard and the Blade of Domination, who had been lying in ambush, struck simultaneously. Within just 3 seconds, 5 assassins were dead. Watching from a distance, He Lao Gue and the Red Widow exchanged a glance and instinctively dropped their earlier underestimation. They realized how formidable this Zerg force and the woman leading them were, especially Alice, whose deadly spear throw left even them uncertain of their own ability to escape unscathed. The battle intensified. Alice engaged multiple assassins in fierce combat, with Zerglings constantly assisting her by intercepting fatal attacks. This was the terrifying aspect of Anna's evolution, her ability to perfectly control both the big picture and the smallest details. Though Alice began to show signs of fatigue as more assassins joined the fray, she remained relentless. In one swift motion, she swept aside a would-be attacker, sending them flying. The Queen's Guard, already prepared, immediately pounced. Screams and the Zerg screeches intertwined, blood flowing freely over sharp blades. As the assassins continued to pour into the battlefield, Alice's exhaustion became apparent. Yet the truly chilling threat lay in those enemies who had yet to reveal themselves. On the battlefield, He Lao Gue and the Red Widow moved like two deadly vipers, weaving and darting through the chaos. Even with Anna's assistance, Alice struggled to entirely evade their ambushes. Heh, such a pretty little girl. Makes me quite fond of you, He Laogue's sinister voice echoed around her. Before his words fully settled, a streak of black lightning shot between the two assassins. A gash instantly appeared on Alice's shoulder, blood seeping out as He Lao Gue revealed himself, raising the blood-stained dagger to his nose and taking a deep, deliberate breath. Ah, sweet. So sweet, he cackled maniacally, his expression unhinged like a madman. The venom coating his dagger restrained him from licking it clean, a psychological tactic he often employed, blending genuine insanity with grotesque theatrics. Alice's spear swung relentlessly, deflecting the relentless attacks from all directions. Her once pristine white shoulder quickly blackened under the poison's effect, but the toxin went no further. As the ultimate weapon of the Bio-Empire, her body harbored a power that punished any enemy foolish enough to taste her blood. Even the deadliest of poisons would be purged within 3 steps. Thanks to her powerful regenerative abilities and the support of the surrounding Zerg, the battle reached a temporary stalemate. However, Anna's frown deepened with every passing moment. The Allied forces were closing in on the Zerg hive, and in no more than 20 minutes, they would breach the 10-kilometer perimeter. Anna glanced back at Jiang Wang, who remained in a deep slumber. Though Jiang Wang could clearly perceive everything happening in the outside world, he was trapped in an endless void of pure darkness, unable to move. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with surprise, echoed through the darkness. A destroyer? An originator? How intriguing. Are you planning to play both sides, kid? Who are you? How do I get out of here? Jiang Wang snapped, wasting no time on pleasantries. He knew full well that while Alice was powerful, as a silver-tier warrior, she was already nearing the limits of her strength. Who am I, you ask? A mysterious voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, echoed through the void. Jiang Wang felt an intangible presence brush past him. Instinctively, he reached out, but his grasp closed on nothing but air. You are not worthy of knowing my name. The voice continued, cold and unyielding. In this world, there are truths that bring death sometimes. Even just a name is enough. The chilling, chaotic tone reverberated in Jiang Wang's ears, carrying an oppressive weight, as if it held the power of countless hells. It sent a shiver through his very soul. The voice's owner seemed to be scrutinizing the strange, dark spiritual energy within him. Pathetic, the voice sneered. To think evolution and proliferation have fallen to such a sorry state. Then again, if I were in their place, I wouldn't want such an abomination to exist either. Before Jiang Wang could respond, an invisible finger pressed against his forehead. In an instant, a torrent of incomprehensible symbols and fragmented text flooded his mind. Look, but do not speak. Do not even think about it, the voice warned, its tone sharp and commanding. If you do, certain entities will notice. And trust me, they are far less accommodating than I am. Since you've entered the deathmatch space, aim for the best rewards. It's simple, kill more. Don't waste my spiritual power. The voice fell silent, and before Jiang Wang could react, he was unceremoniously expelled from the mysterious realm. As he vanished, the space returned to its eerie stillness, broken only by faint murmurs. This is the one you've chosen? You even gave up Anna for him? He seems so ordinary. Well, no matter. Consider it a pawn in the grand scheme. Hopefully, he grows quickly. I can't hold on much longer. It's so lonely, unbearably lonely. As the voice quieted, the once calm space erupted into chaos, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Jiang Wang felt as though he had traversed countless worlds, witnessing destruction and rebirth, glimpsing beings of unimaginable power and grotesque, unfathomable creatures. A faint cracking sound drew his attention. The white cocoon encasing him began to fracture, the cracks spreading rapidly. With a cascade of shards falling away, the cocoon collapsed entirely. Jiang Wang awoke, as though emerging from an endless dream. His body, now clad only in a pair of shorts, radiated a newfound strength. His muscular frame exuded raw power, his waist-length hair flowed as if stirred by an unseen breeze, and his deep, piercing eyes seemed to hold the passage of time itself. Before he could fully adjust to the changes in his body, Jiang Wang quickly slipped on a tracksuit. Anna, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, threw herself into his arms, her face flushed. Tears welled up in her wide eyes, as though she had endured unspeakable torment. Meanwhile, Alice, locked in a fierce battle, sensed Jiang Wang's transformation. For a fleeting moment, her focus wavered. Her opponents seized the opportunity, launching a deadly assault. The Red Widow's flexible sword, the Black Ghost's poison-laced dagger, and a razor-sharp arrow aimed directly at her face. All three attacks converged simultaneously, each targeting a vital point. Alice barely managed to dodge the arrow, but there was no time to evade the other two strikes. The Black Ghost's face twisted into a maniacal grin, already envisioning the use of his dark arts to control her corpse. But in that critical instant, Jiang Wang appeared like a bolt of lightning. With one swift kick, he sent the Red Widow flying, while his hand intercepted the Black Ghost's dagger. The blade halted mere millimeters from Alice, the edge drawing a thin line of blood along Jiang Wang's palm. The venom spread rapidly up his forearm, but suddenly dissipated as if devoured by an unseen force. The Black Ghost, realizing his poison had failed and unable to wrest his dagger from Jiang Wang's grasp, retreated a step before viciously kicking the weapon's hilt. The tremendous force sent Jiang Wang, still cradling Alice, hurtling sideways through the air for over 10 meters. The dagger in his palm remained completely still, as if caught by an invisible barrier. Alice panicked, shrinking behind Jiang Wang like a frightened quail. But the moment she noticed the blood dripping from his hand, a surge of fury consumed her. Her master had been hurt for her sake. This was utterly unforgivable. Just as she was about to risk everything in a desperate fight, Jiang Wang's calm voice broke the tension. "Go back and rest," he said softly. "Leave the rest to me." His tone was cool yet gentle, imbued with an undeniable authority. Strangely, this only made Alice's anger burn fiercer. As Jiang Wang sent her to the entrance of the insect nest, Alice turned back to look at him. His figure, not particularly tall or imposing, left her momentarily stunned. She watched as he slowly withdrew the dagger from his hand, his dark, profound eyes sweeping over everyone present. "Dozens against one?" he murmured. The Red Widow, who had been sent flying by a kick from Jiang Wang earlier, sensed the danger and quietly withdrew from the battlefield. In the next instant, Jiang Wang appeared like a phantom behind one of the assassins. His battle axe was raised high and came crashing down. The assassin vanished into the swarming mass of insects in the blink of an eye. Then came the next one, and the one after that. Jiang Wang moved with such incredible speed that it defied comprehension. No footsteps, no warning, as though he could traverse space itself. This was the effect of speed taken to its extreme. Having just undergone his evolution, his stats had soared to an astonishing 40,000, far surpassing Alice's peak of 23,000. Coupled with his absolute destruction abilities, these high-damage, low-defense assassins stood no chance. None could withstand even a single blow from him. The assassination squad fell into utter chaos. They had assumed Alice was the Alliance's last line of defense, only to discover that Jiang Wang was the true Demon King. "If you were this strong all along, why not act sooner? Stop pretending to be weak," one of them shouted in fury, as the group scattered in all directions, desperate to escape. Life and death are determined by fate, riches and honor decreed by heaven, but Jiang Wang granted them no such choice. To him, there was only one outcome for these people: death. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air, narrowly missing Jiang Wang. He glanced down with a faint chuckle, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Alice's archery was nothing short of extraordinary. Every shot aimed relentlessly at her target's vital points from the most unpredictable angles. Jiang Wang had witnessed a killer in midair attempt to dodge her arrow by shifting upward by 2 inches, only for the arrow to unnaturally curve and pierce through 2 enemies at once. Even Jiang Wang, who had always remained unfazed in the face of death, instinctively tensed his legs at the sight. For this group of assassins, death was an inevitable conclusion. But the fate of He Laogue was particularly unique. While the others were either torn apart by the swarm or struck down directly by Jiang Wang, He Laogue was beaten into a crippled state and then tossed into the swarm's encircling grip. Ironic as it was, the poisoned dagger he had once prided himself on was now embedded in his own kidney, with the other kidney already punctured. His agonized screams reverberated through the sea of insects. Suddenly, the swarm fell silent. He Lao Gue opened his eyes, only to see Jiang Wang hovering in midair before him. In that instant, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Wang's gaze was neither fierce nor angry. It was as if he were looking at a blade of grass, or perhaps a lifeless corpse. He Lao Gue had lived a life of heinous deeds, finding delight in the suffering of others. During one supposedly straightforward assassination of a political rival, he massacred the entire family of 18. He had slit the man's eyelids, forcing him to watch as his family was brutalized, his children dismembered and fed to dogs. Even when warned by his superiors of the potential consequences, this madman had never known fear. He believed that inflicting torment upon others made him the most terrifying existence. But now, he had lost all control. A foul stench of urine filled the air as He Lao Gue wet himself. Jiang Wang frowned slightly, despite having done nothing yet. "Two can tell you who my superiors are. I can tell you who sent me." He Lao Gue fell to his knees, begging for his life. "I can work for you. I'll do whatever you want. I even have a stash of treasures in the outside world now, right here in the Godfall space." He pleaded desperately, clinging to the hope of survival. When he realized Jiang Wang's icy gaze remained unchanged, He Lao Gue bit down on the poison capsule hidden in his tooth. But his body abruptly froze. His mouth was forced open by Jiang Wang's mental power, and one by one, his teeth were pulled out until the poison capsule lay exposed before him. Jiang Wang had only one reason for such meticulous cruelty: the lustful, malicious glint in He Lao Gue's eyes when he had attempted to backstab Alice. That single moment encapsulated all of He Lao Gue's depravity. For that, Jiang Wang abandoned any thought of maximizing potential benefit. She simply wanted this man to die in agony. The insect swarm descended with surgical precision, shattering He Lao Gue's bones piece by piece and peeling away his flesh layer by layer. Simultaneously, Jiang Wang's mental power rampaged through his mind, leaving no part of his psyche unscathed. By the time the myriad races reached the insect hive, they found He Lao Gue hanging not far from it, reduced to little more than a husk. Only the occasional flicker of his eyes and the faint beat of his heart betrayed that he was still alive. It was a testament to the resilience of life at the silver rank. This gruesome display didn't seem to bother Anna or Alice. On the contrary, Alice passionately advocated for the construction of a biological apparatus to prolong He Lao Gue's suffering as a constant reminder of her failure to protect her master. To them, everyone besides Jiang Wang was no more significant than ants. Meanwhile, the myriad races had finally broken through the relentless layers of defense and approached the insect hive. From a distance, the snapping turtle leader spotted the grotesque, human flag hanging nearby. The surrounding beasts grew restless with anticipation. But just as they were about to charge, the snapping turtle abruptly called for a halt. The thick scent of blood in the air confirmed that a fierce battle had recently taken place. It should have been the perfect moment for a surprise assault. Yet, a deep unease gnawed at the cautious leader. Though the surrounding insects continued their attacks and countless others guarded the hive with menacing vigilance, something about the scene felt profoundly off. "Leader, what are we waiting for?" The impatient beasts around him could barely contain their urge to fight. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the traces of battle were unmistakable. After a careful analysis, the experienced warriors concluded that a sizable skirmish had recently taken place here. Around 30 participants, all highly skilled, had been involved. This discovery not only confirmed Jiang Wang's formidable strength, but also exposed the current instability within the insect hive. The prospect of tempting rewards stirred the ambitions of many warriors who considered themselves powerful. After some hesitation, Gue finally made up his mind. "Damn it, let's do this," he declared decisively. Without wasting any time, he divided the multirace army into 3 groups. 2 units were to directly assault the insect hive, while he himself stayed behind to command the rear, taking on the role of a leader, urging his comrades forward with a resounding "Charge, brothers!" Inside the insect hive, as the multirace army approached, the fungal carpet rapidly expanded, spreading in an instant to the rear of their formation. The insect swarm launched its counterattack immediately. While the ordinary insectoids posed limited threats, the Dominator's blades and the Queen's guards hidden among them were formidable foes not to be underestimated. The clash erupted in an instant. The multirace army, utilizing a wedge formation, easily tore through the defenses of the ordinary insectoids. However, just as they were preparing to capitalize on their momentum, an earth-shaking roar of thunder beasts echoed in the distance. Ordinary thunder beasts and their enhanced counterparts charged together in an unprecedentedly fierce assault, with the Dominator's blades following close behind. It only took a single encounter for the multirace army to realize something was wrong. Although the thunder beast's attack power had increased, it was still within manageable limits. The real shock came from the leaping insects, which could slay a silver-ranked warrior in just over 30 strikes. This horrifying boost in destructive power was the result of an absolute annihilation enhancement. What was once an impenetrable defense quickly crumbled under the overwhelming onslaught of insectoids from all directions. The other unit found itself in similarly dire straits. Without a sturdy defensive line, the multi-race force's combat effectiveness plummeted, and even the swarm of ordinary leaping insects became a deadly threat. As warriors fell one after another, Ague, stationed at the rear, finally understood the source of his persistent unease. Without hesitation, he led the remaining 4,000 soldiers in a swift retreat. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wang emerged from the depths of the insect hive, walking slowly. Just as he began to say, "Anna can handle the command. Alice, you can res," his words were cut short as Alice had already followed closely behind him. Jiang Wang could only shake his head in exasperation. The slaughter showed no signs of stopping. Jiang Wang soared through the chaos below, his figure cutting across the battlefield like a shadow. His presence did not go unnoticed. Leaders of the myriad races, still holding their ground on the outskirts of the insect hive, quickly focused their attention on him. Desperation drove them to unleash their most powerful attacks, but all they could do was watch helplessly as his silhouette vanished into the distance. Before long, Jiang Wang arrived at the battlefield where the crocodile turtle was wreaking havoc. The battlefield commander, Eros, caught sight of him and was seized by a sudden wave of panic. He feared punishment for failing to subdue this faction of the myriad races in time, worried he might be deemed incompetent. To his surprise, Jiang Wang did not reprimand him. Instead, he offered rare words of affirmation and encouragement. Through the hive's records, Jiang Wang had already learned of the contributions made by Eros and Anna during his slumber. Most notably, during the recent skirmish against the assassination squad, it was Eros who led the insect forces in a desperate defense, buying Jiang Wang the time he needed to finish his battle before the myriad races arrived. This recognition seemed to ignite something within Eros. His twin blades whirled with such speed that they seemed to spark with heat, and the surrounding insect soldiers were driven into a frenzy by Jiang Wang's presence. This was no ordinary adrenaline rush. It was the result of a specialized stimulant crafted within the hive. While human adrenaline might enable a dying man to stand, dance, or throw a punch, this concoction of Jiang Wang's design could turn a frail elder into a berserker capable of pummeling Tyson himself. Of course, such power came at a steep cost. Ordinary insect soldiers, though their combat prowess surged dramatically, would succumb to death within half an hour. Yet for a race accustomed to sacrifice, this was hardly a deterrent. Under this relentless assault, cracks began to form in the myriad race's defenses. Cornered, the crocodile turtle launched a ferocious attack on Jiang Wang, its massive armored body bristling with unyielding spikes forcing him to dodge with precision. Suddenly, a glint of cunning flashed in the creature's eyes. Its head, hidden deep within its shell, shot out like a lightning bolt, aiming straight for Jiang Wang's skull. But under the scrutiny of Jiang Wang's immense mental power so vast, it could discern even the filth in the crocodile turtle's pores. Such a sneak attack was doomed to fail. Smack! Not only did Jiang Wang evade the strike, but he countered with a devastating palm strike of his own. Enhanced by the force of absolute annihilation, the blow delivered both true damage and a critical hit. The crocodile turtle was left dazed, its internal bones shattering inch by inch, its head nearly knocked askew. Witnessing this from afar, the myriad races battling Alice mistakenly assumed the crocodile turtle had successfully subdued Jiang Wang. Little did they know, mere moments later, the dazed creature would retreat into its shell, frantically attempting to flee. In its mind it raged, "Let someone else fight this monster. I'm not getting paid enough for this." After all, what hope did a heavily armored turtle have against an opponent who dealt true damage with every strike? But it didn't get far. Before it could escape, Jiang Wang casually picked up a wooden stick and sent the creature hurtling back with a single swing. Splinters and fragments of shell scattered through the air. In mere breaths, Jiang Wang stood aloft, holding the lifeless tail of the crocodile turtle. Seeing their champion fall, the remaining forces of the myriad races quickly surrendered. But the insect race had no use for prisoners. To them, enemies were only meant to be fought until the bitter end. As for extracting intelligence, the hive's intricate facilities could unveil every secret their foes held. Even the most embarrassing childhood memories were not safe from Jiang Wang's probing. With the fall of the last beast, the greatest crisis within the Godfall space was finally averted. Jiang Wang's accumulated slaughter points now approached a staggering 1 million. Hovering in the air, he exuded an aura of unshakable dominance. Behind him, Alice stood not far away. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Wang couldn't help but marvel at how much had changed. Just months ago, these Silverdeer elites could have crushed him with ease. Only days ago, he had been hunted relentlessly by assassins, forced into hiding. Without Alice's aid, the cost of survival would have been far greater. But now, at last, he could proclaim the rise of the insect race within this space. However, the ones most stunned were Li Qing and the others who had been following the hive. As they watched Jiang Wang, now a veritable god of destruction, They were filled with a mix of awe and bewilderment. How had he grown so powerful? How had his strength advanced at such an impossible pace? They assumed he must already be a peak silver tier warrior, yet the truth was far more shocking. Jiang Wang had only recently reached the second tier of silver rank. Standing awkwardly near the hive, they couldn't help but recall how, not long ago, they had chosen to remain on the sidelines while Alice fought countless assassins alone. Now, that decision weighed heavily on their hearts. Although they tried to explain their original plan to safely escort the third miss before assisting Alice, in Jiang Wang's eyes, it was all too late. He ignored their justifications and walked straight back to the hive. Out of gratitude for Li Qing's past help, he still allowed these people to remain nearby until they returned to the Kaiyuan world. However, that was the end of their camaraderie. From now on, there would be no further connections between them. Li Qing watched Jiang Wang's departing figure, a deep sense of regret welling up inside him. They had once had the chance to build a stronger relationship with Jiang Wang, but it slipped through their fingers. The hive erupted into post-battle revelry, with countless genes being uploaded to the gene pool. Through the memories of the alligator turtle and the black ghost, Jiang Wang gradually uncovered the truth behind his persecution and came to understand why the myriad races were so obsessed with him. The Black Ghost's superior was a mysterious masked figure who, as far as he knew, was loyal to the royal family. These individuals not only used him to eliminate the royal family's enemies, but also allowed him to weaken the strength of emerging factions. Under his hand, countless supporters of new powers or rebels against the royal family met tragic ends. As for the alligator turtle's grudge, it stemmed from the devouring ancestor and the glutton incident during the novice trials. It was only then that Jiang Wang realized that his exceptional performance in the novice trials alone was enough to provoke fear among the myriad races. Their reaction was not without reason. They all remembered the lesson from Yi Chen's rise. Back then, no one took him seriously, dismissing him as a minor figure from another world incapable of stirring up trouble. However, the outcome was shocking. In just 20 minutes, the damage from the Q skill of the Doghead champion had dropped by 10,000 points. Yi Chen emerged as a force to be reckoned with, punching down the myriad races and trampling the royal family, nearly overthrowing the dominance of these two great powers. For this reason, Jiang Wang, as a rising star from another world, naturally became a target of caution and suppression from both sides. Under such circumstances, even the Star Alliance was powerless to protect him. Lying on his newly replaced sofa, Jiang Wang absent-mindedly rubbed his fingers together as he sorted through recent developments in the Kaiyuan world and the fallen god's space through the memories he had acquired, contemplating his next move. After a long while, he suddenly sat up, determination flashing in his eyes. Rather than passively waiting for the time limit to expire and returning to the Kaiyuan world to face endless schemes, he decided to stay in the fallen god space and continue to grow. At the very least, here, everyone was at the silver rank, and the competition was relatively fair. His plan was clear. First, advance to silver tier 9, so he could have the strength to protect himself, then he would make his move. As the saying goes, the wealthy rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutation. For Jiang Wang, the Zerg were such a special species, both his greatest asset and the object of his transformation efforts. Within the gene pool, Jiang Wang discovered a critical flaw. The combat power of the Zerg was entirely limited by his own rank. As a silver tier 2 host, his ordinary Zerg could only reach a maximum of silver tier 1, which severely constrained the overall strength of the swarm. To make matters worse, elevating all Zerg to silver tier 1 required an enormous amount of energy. Single silver tier 1 Zergling consumed enough resources to train 2 bronze tier 9 Zerglings, with only a marginal difference in power. This limitation created an awkward dilemma. Although Jiang Wang's personal combat strength far exceeded that of a silver tier 2, the swarm's overall power stagnated. Determined to address the issue at its root, he delved into the Zerg's genetic sequences for a solution. After extensive research, Jiang Wang identified the key: the constraints of a contract-based summoning system. While the Zerg could reproduce rapidly, they were fundamentally bound by summoning contracts, which imposed strict limitations. Taking a bold risk, he decided to modify the contract's terms, shifting the restriction from rank-based to strength-based criteria. Typically, only summoners in the late stages of gold rank, possessing immense spiritual power, dared to tamper with soul contracts. A single misstep could result in spiritual backlash, or worse, cause the summoned creatures to rebel and annihilate their host. But Jiang Wang had no room for hesitation. With meticulous care, he altered the contract, changing "summoned creatures cannot exceed the host's rank" to "summoned creatures cannot exceed the host's strength." This minor adjustment yielded astonishing results. The entire swarm seemed to be rejuvenated. The power of Zerg like Alice began to grow steadily, and Eros even showed signs of self-evolution. Newly hatched Zerg displayed significantly enhanced strength. While the swarm was still far from rivaling the myriad races, they were no longer easily crushed. Exhausted but satisfied, Jiang Wang collapsed onto the couch. Since his evolutionary emergence, He had barely paused for rest, let alone taken the time to examine the new abilities he had gained. Grade talent, enhanced production capabilities, increasing spawning efficiency by 300 and adding a 0.01 mutation chance. Grade talent, advanced genetic mastery, enabling new methods of acquiring genetic points and introducing a 0.01 chance to derive new sequences from discovered genes. These upgrades had immediate and tangible effects. The swarm saw the emergence of numerous mutated individuals, some stronger, others weaker, but Jiang Wang considered these variations an acceptable trade-off. Genetically, each creature contributed 20,000 to 30,000 sequences, and after large-scale battles, the effective gene pool could exceed hundreds of millions. Coupled with derived sequences, this was nothing short of a genetic feast. As for the cryptic information left in his mind by a mysterious being, it remained an indecipherable jumble. His current strength was simply too insufficient to unlock its meaning. Reclining on a meticulously designed 4.3.2 version sofa crafted by Anna, Jiang Wang munched on chips while reviewing the data she had extracted from various life forms. The vivid imagery was more thrilling than any film, a testament to the truth that art imitates life. With the support of accumulated slaughter points, the Zerg hive entered a phase of rapid development. Time flew by, and when the return phase arrived, Jiang Wang resolutely chose to stay behind. As a result, the Godfall space rewarded him with 1,000 slaughter points. Meanwhile, in the military camp on the battlefield of the myriad races, Li Shui repeatedly received news of soldiers returning from the Azura war zone. From Li Qing and his group's return 5 days earlier to the arrival of Berda and the Death Squad, she kept waiting for that familiar name. When the return portal finally closed, rumors began to spread that Jiang Wang had perished. While Berda and others lamented the loss of Jiang Wang and his 3 brothers, Li Shui remained silent, her expression unreadable. On the training ground, Li Shui maintained her intense training routine as always. She pushed herself to the limit during every session, giving her all until she was utterly exhausted. On this particular day, she once again collapsed on the field due to physical overexertion. Not far away, Lin Qingya stood with a faint smile playing on his lips, idly toying with a letter in his hand. It was a letter of reassurance from Jiang Wang to Li Shui, which Lin Qingya had intercepted. He strolled over to the unconscious Li Shui, deliberately raising his voice as he said, "I've received news Jiang Wang is not dead. He's just unable to return for certain reasons." Li Zui's eyes flew open abruptly. "What did you say?" "Calm down." Lin Qingya waved the letter in his hand. "If you can flawlessly complete your training tasks, you'll use my connections to share Jiang Wang's whereabouts with you. Perform exceptionally well, and you might even get to read this letter he wrote for you." He continued, "From what I know, Jiang Wang is not only alive but has also adapted quickly to the environment of the fallen god space. He's about to join the Black Serpent Army and is doing quite well." Li Shui suddenly sprang up, attempting to snatch the letter, but Lin Qingya easily dodged her. "Oh, seems like you still have some strength left. Come on then, if you can touch me, the letter is yours." Although Li Shui knew deep down that even at her peak, it would be nearly impossible to catch Lin Qingya, a diamond tier 7, she didn't stop trying. Lin Qingya, on the other hand, grew more exhilarated. This was his unique training method and the very reason Wang Tianfeng had entrusted him with Li Zui's training. By the time the moon hung high in the sky, Li Shui was covered in mud and collapsed heavily to the ground once more. She was so drained that she couldn't even muster the strength to stand. Trembling, she extended her fingers futilely toward Lin Qingya's pant leg. With a slight step back, he let her hope slip away completely. "That's life," he said, gazing down at Li Shui. "Disappointment and despair are the norm. They'll knock you down again and again, leaving you unable to rise. But the irony is, life always dangles a tiny reward before you, tempting you to keep going, to keep pleasing it." Just as Li Shui was about to succumb to extreme exhaustion and close her eyes, Lin Qingya opened the letter. Deliberately obscuring most of the contents, he held it up so she could see only the opening words. "Dear Li Shui," with respected Li Shui crossed out above it. "The reward ends here. Keep working hard." Lin Qingya's voice echoed through the night. Lin Qingya returned to the barracks, humming a tune while twirling a letter in his hand. He hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to respect the privacy of its owner. After all, one of the individuals involved had shown kindness to his family, and the other had a complicated pa that didn't want to get entangled in their affairs. At first, he tucked the letter into a book, but on second thought, he retrieved it and kept it on him. It seemed far more reliable than Wang Tianfeng's words. In the medical ward, Li Shui was soaking in a tub of medicinal water. The potent concoction coursed through her body like a raging storm, causing intense pain that furrowed her delicate brows. Yet, a faint, contented smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, in the depths of the fallen god space, Jiang Wang and his companions were enjoying a hot pot feast. Fresh slices of lamb swirled in the bubbling red broth, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of chili. Alice ate with impeccable grace, though her chopsticks moved with lightning speed. Anna, on the other hand, was downing cola to combat the heat, only to choke and cough after a misstep. The meat, slaughtered and delivered to the hive just 20 minutes prior, was as fresh as it could get. As Jiang Wang put it, after fighting for so long, don't we deserve a little indulgence? Inside and outside the hive, the scene was a bustling hive of activity. Outside, endless supplies of corpses from the myriad races and various minerals were transported in for decomposition. Inside, thanks to Jiang Wang's tireless efforts, the gene pool had undergone a comprehensive upgrade, and specialized battalions were formed for each unit type. These units were derived from mutated species spawned during production, with the most effective ones assigned to special forces. For instance, the improved bomb units boasted exceptional speed and devastating power, while the poisonous cockroaches had evolved into formidable combatants. They overcame their short-leg disadvantage and enhanced their venom-based ranged attacks, ensuring they were no longer ineffective in battle. Some units even diversified into rapid assault troops, commonly referred to as ADCs and heavy artillery units. The system announced that modifications to the heavy artillery genes were complete, and a massive 3D model appeared before Jiang Wang. These artillery units, second in size only to sandworms and thunder beasts, had a standout capability. They could merge rapidly with the swift assault units, enabling the swarm to unleash overwhelming firepower at any moment. For Jiang Wang, who had endured hardship for so long, this was his first taste of the exhilarating power of saturation strikes. After wiping the grease from his mouth, Jiang Wang grabbed an ice-cold soda and stepped outside the hive. Watching the scene unfold like a bustling military training ground, various swarms, scurrying back and forth, raised his bottle in salute to the hard-working insects. A loud burp later, the swarm collectively returned the gesture. This was Jiang Wang's latest creation, a peerless Zerg empire. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the support of the myriad races and those unfortunate souls. Anyone foolish enough to cross him would be promptly turned into fertilizer. Surveying the vast swarm, a surge of pride swelled in Jiang Wang's chest, only to be interrupted by Era, the husky-like creature. Master, I want your lamb slices. Play all you want, but don't mess around with my meat slices, Jiang Wang retorted. But Jiang Wang's joy was short-lived. As swarms of hives moved out toward distant territories, his real work was only beginning. He was working tirelessly not just for the hive's security, but also to amass resources for the impending Reaper's Blessing. Based on information gathered from the myriad races and humans, during the Reaper's Blessing, the entire fallen god space would be divided into 16 regions arranged in a 4x4 grid, labeled A1 to D4. Jiang Wang's current location, D1, was in the bottom left corner of the map. When the event began, countless humans and beings from the myriad races would scatter across the regions. Each region would generate a core, and whoever claimed it would not only gain access to the region's best resources, but also represent the region in a grand conflict, dividing all inhabitants of the fallen god space into 16 factions. The thought of hundreds of billions, perhaps even trillions, of powerful beings clashing in a brutal war sent a thrill of bloodlust through Jiang Wang. Even Era had undergone significant enhancements during this collective strengthening, though its development took a rather unique path. Speed: 40,000,50,000. Combat power: 500. Survival: 100,100,000. Unique skills: Chase Me, Turn Dumb, Hidden and Seek, Frost Aura, Puppy Charm, and Rogue Dog, among others. If Era was previously just a dispensable mascot of the hive, it could now proudly declare that it was still a mascot, but one that had transformed into a battlefield wolf. Its highly specialized abilities and myriad talents ensured it was no longer merely ornamental. For now, the Zerg had not launched attacks on other regions, instead focusing on solidifying control over the D4 region. Although this area had an advantageous position, its resources were rather average. Nevertheless, it had already attracted a flood of myriad races and human contenders. 3 days remained until the commencement of the Reaper's Blessing. In the forest near the hive, a human squad was fleeing in panic. Regret weighed heavily on them. Why had they dared to provoke the swarm? But regret was meaningless now. Run! Help me! Their desperate cries echoed through the woods. In moments, the swarm tore the group of more than 10 apart. The worker drones swiftly cleaned the battlefield, carrying the remains back to the hive. Inside the hive, Jiang Wang silently observed it all. He knew that with just a slight frown, Anna would spare these ignorant intruders. Yet, he chose to remain silent. He had wrestled with his conscience before. When he founded the Federation, his genuine intention was to aid the weak. He had even considered sparing those who sought to enter or were assigned to D1. However, this was the fallen god's domain, a place where life itself was the currency of survival. He repeatedly questioned himself. Was he being too merciful? He was ruthless to other races, yet he often sought dialogue over slaughter when it came to humans. But reality had shown him time and again that only cold pragmatism could ensure survival in this world. On an isolated island where survival was a zero-sum game, even with a gun in hand, the choice when faced with an armed adversary was always the same: kill or be killed. Jiang Wang was no omnipotent deity, nor was he a bleeding heart saint. When the Swarm began its conquest of the D1 region, he had resolved to protect only what was worth safeguarding. In a realm rife with betrayal, deceit, and bloodshed, mercy was a death sentence. He couldn't afford to show leniency to those who antagonized the Swarm, for the Swarm was his most loyal force. Sacrificing the trust of his subordinates for the gratitude of others was a naive and foolish notion. Elsewhere, Alice wielded her spear as she led the Swarm in a fierce assault. The grand coalition of various races crumbled almost instantly under the barrage of heavy artillery and swift ambushes. Their defensive lines were torn wide open. Alice's presence alone was enough to keep the coalition leaders from appearing to command. Under her command, the Swarm's various units worked in perfect unison, and in less than an hour, they had concluded a battle involving hundreds of thousands. The casualty ratio was an impressive 1-2, far surpassing previous outcomes. As the Reaper's blessing drew near, more humans and beastkind set their sights on the D1 region. Through relentless battles, the Swarm underwent rapid evolution, growing ever stronger under Jiang Wang's guidance. 3 days passed in a blur of ceaseless fighting. Despite the challenges, Jiang Wang managed to hold the D1 region entirely on his own. The trial was about to begin. The system initiated its assessment. Platinum Zone, 27,368 participants. Criteria not met. Increasing Gold Zone participants by 10 million. Gold Zone, 6,373,474 participants. Criteria not met. Increasing Silver Zone participants by 1 billion. Silver Zone, 12,389,273,981 participants. Criteria met. Increase confirmed. Assessment complete. Channels closed. All features enabled. Trial officially begins. Blood red text appeared before everyone. The Reaper's blessing had officially begun. Jiang Wang was stunned by the numbers. The entire population of Blue Star barely exceeded 10 billion. Yet this trial required over 100 billion Silverdeer combatants. But he quickly understood Kaiyuan world was vast, encompassing countless galaxy-like systems. Though his understanding of Kaiyuan world was limited due to being cast into the Shura battle zone, a war involving hundreds of billions was not inconceivable. After all, Silverdeer combatants, while near the threshold of gold, were still considered lower tier. As the blood red text vanished, a series of options replaced it. Public chat region members, 15 million. Trading information. Map. Titles locked. Kill points. Blessing locked. Leaderboard locked. After reviewing the functions, Jiang Wang opened the public chat and was immediately greeted by a flood of provocative messages. First place here. Hello, dear little trash, remember this ID. You're all dead. After skimming the trash talk filling the chat, Jiang Wang decisively switched to the regional chat channel. The public chat in the D1 zone was eerily silent, resembling an uninhabited wasteland. At that moment, 2 novice players had just teleported into the area and were looking for potential teammates. An experienced player quickly issued a warning in the chat. Hey Ray, some sincere advice for you, to run while you can. In stark contrast to the bustling activity in other zones, D1's chat was unusually quiet. Players here had either been permanently kept in the zone by Jiang Wang or had fled in panic. Worse still, some were assigned near the insect hive, only to be eliminated before they could even react, a situation aptly described as landing in a coffin. As the Zerg activity grew more intense, D1's public chat gradually turned into a ghost town. Messages from dying players pleading for help began catching people's attention. Someone tentatively asked, "Who's the big shot in D1? Care to introduce yourself?" Soon after, another message appeared. "I'm in D2, Silverdeer level 9. Anyone interested in teaming up?" When photos of the Zerg were uploaded, the chat erupted with activity. Whoa, why do these Zerg look kind of like Jiang Wang's style? Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Wait, wasn't he killed a while back? Didn't someone even hold a memorial for him? Before long, an information broker calling themselves Fallen Oracle Insider posted an update. Details about the D1 zone are out. It's confirmed to be Jiang Wang. DM me for the full scoop. Price, 1 kill point. Jiang Wang noticed the post and decided to privately message the broker, curious to see how others perceived him. After transferring the 1 kill point, the broker sent over the information but immediately followed up with, "Wait, are you Jiang Wang?" "Am not. You've got the wrong person." Jiang Wang tried to deny it. The broker, however, eagerly began pitching. "Jiang Wang, esteemed player, would you consider working with us? If you can provide useful intel or allow our people access to D1, you'll be upgraded to VIP status, with an 80 discount on future information purchases. Jiang Wang replied curtly, got it, noted, while silently wondering why others could use playful usernames like Rich Lady Love Me Again, yet he was stuck with real name verification. Opening the information he received, Jiang Wang found a detailed dossier. Jiang Wang, summoning type lord, specializing in insectoid troops, Zerg species. Known for an absurdly fast troop production rate and formidable personal combat strength. Weaknesses include limited attack options and average melee abilities. Rumored romantic interest. Master Love Me Again. Fanfiction, 20 kill points. Manga, 60, and censored versions, 100. For additional details, contact Fallen Oracle Insider. Recommended content includes Li Zui's quirks, untold stories between Jiang Wang and Li Shui, Jiang Wang's actions, and the reason for his expulsion from the Star Alliance. After reading the comprehensive report, Jiang Wang couldn't help but marvel, Fallen Oracle Insider. You truly understand information and big data. While Jiang Wang was focused on exploring other functions, a sudden notification appeared before everyone. Region B44 is now full. The regional core will descend in 24 hours. Please strive to claim it. As he pondered the meaning of this announcement, a timely message from the Starry Commerce Guild arrived. Greetings, Jiang Wang. As this is your first time participating in Death's Blessing, we are providing you with complimentary information and exclusive premium guide to the Fallen God survival game. After sending a brief message of thanks, Jiang Wang began carefully reading the detailed rules of the game. The content made his brows furrow. It was evidently a brutal large-scale survival competition. The blessing is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the resource seizure phase. Among the 16 regions, once a region reaches full capacity, the regional core will descend after 24 hours. The individual who claims the core becomes the leader of the region, shifting the battles from individual skirmishes to interregional alliances. The core holder's location will be visible on the map, and the core can only be obtained by killing its current holder. It cannot be traded. If no one successfully claims the core within 7 days, it will descend randomly. Every 10 blessings, the game progresses to the next stage. Although the rewards in this phase are modest, the elimination rate is already significant. The second stage follows the classic Battle Royale format. Regions will randomly turn into black zones, forcing all participants to migrate to safe areas. During this time, various rare treasures will appear randomly and will be marked on the map, including the legendary Heavenly Step Fruit, known in the memories of countless races. While the rewards in this phase are enticing, the casualty rate is extremely high. The third stage is the final deathmatch. Once the number of participants drops to 10,000, this phase begins, offering top-tier treasures as rewards. The ultimate victor will not only claim the pinnacle treasure, but also receive a mysterious reward from the fallen god space. Though the exact nature of this reward remains unknown, the fortunes of past winners suggest it is enough to drive anyone to madness. Notably, the concept of kill value plays a crucial role throughout the game. Kill value can be used for transactions within the fallen god space, or for fast travel. More importantly, accumulating 100,000 kill value allows a participant to exit the fallen god space immediately during non-combat phases. As Jiang Wang strategized on how to lead the Zerg in this merciless game, Region D1 was already under massive invasion. At the region's border, a group of humans confronted the Zerg. Leading them was a yellow-haired man who introduced himself as Jiang Wang, boasting loudly, "Hey, hey, hey, we're all humans here. Why the hostility? Ask around. Everyone in the Kaiyuan world knows I'm a man of loyalty." Unfazed by his bluster, Alice coldly issued an ultimatum: leave or die. When the yellow-haired man tried to continue his tirade, the Zerg launched a ferocious attack. Amid the thunderous roar of heavy artillery, venom and pathogens rained down from above. The invaders immediately deployed their various abilities to defend themselves, but Alice charged directly at Jiang Wang. Her spear shot forward like a dragon, aiming straight for his face. In a panic, Jiang Wang grabbed a lackey nearby to use as a shield, while his body radiated martial law patterns. Remarkably, he picked up a red brick and swung it at Alice in retaliation. Alice's spear trembled as the lifeless body of an enemy hung impaled on its tip. The corpse happened to block Huang Mao's path of attack, but instead of retreating, Huang Mao surged forward, his eyes blazing with the fire of revenge. "Brother, I'll avenge you," Huang Mao bellowed as he charged at Alice. Suddenly, the brick in his hand flew out, smashing into the corpse of his fallen comrade, reducing it to a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Shards of brick mixed with gore shot toward Alice like deadly arrows. Alice frowned slightly and took a quick step back to create some distance. Twisting her waist with agility, she spun her spear like a windmill. The moment the solid brick made contact with the spear's tip, it exploded with a deafening crack, dissipating into an eerie cloud of smoke. From within the smoke, Huang Mao's figure suddenly burst forth, wielding a new brick aimed directly at Alice. The clash of metal and brick rang out with a thunderous clang, sending Alice hurtling backward over 10 meters. The astonishing scene left Jiang Wang utterly dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Even Alice, with her incredible stats, got knocked flying. Yet Huang Mao appeared even more shocked than Jiang Wang. Damn, she blocked that? This woman's something else too fierce for me. I'm out of here. Dropping the brick in his hand, he vanished into a cloud of smoke. The Zerg behind Alice roared as they charged through the dissipating smoke in pursuit, but Huang Mao was already gone. The battle raged on. Aside from Huang Mao, no one could stand against Alice. Under her overwhelming presence, and with the Zerg divisions coordinating seamlessly, the human forces were crushed within half an hour. Though the Zerg, under Anna's command, displayed exceptional tactics whether in flanking maneuvers, support speed, or artillery precision, Jiang Wang remained visibly troubled. Anna, however, seemed unconcerned. Pouting slightly, she thought to herself, the Zerg are already strong enough, and am using every unit to perfection. Wasn't this decisive victory a good thing? It's like that Wang duo fish earning $1 billion, yet still throwing a tantrum. Humph, master. Your name must be Greed. Sensing Anna's delicate emotions, Jiang Wang gently ruffled her hair as a gesture of comfort while offering her encouraging words. However, his brows furrowed involuntarily, and his fingers absent-mindedly rubbed together. The invading humans this time were few in number, but having a formidable leader like Zheng Guanxi made the situation worrisome. Reflecting on the earlier battle, every move Zheng Guanxi made demonstrated exceptional combat proficiency, whether it was the precision of his attack angles, the adaptability of his tactics, or that final brick strike that pierced through the fog. Jiang Wang knew that even if he resorted to using his mental powers, his performance might not surpass Alice's by much. What was even more alarming was Alice's feedback. Had that brick strike landed squarely on her, while it might not have been fatal, severe injuries were inevitable. Even the residual force traveling through the spear had left her arms numb. This led Jiang Wang into deep contemplation. Just how powerful were the dominant fighters in other regions? Although the Zerg had made rapid advancements under his improvements, it was evident they still weren't strong enough to stand unrivaled. If more fighters of Zheng Guanxi's caliber joined forces to attack Alice, the Zerg's strategic focus would inevitably shift toward protecting her. In that case, the D1 region would likely face a large-scale invasion. And if there were ambushes in other regions, wouldn't the Hive be in grave danger? After running simulations, Jiang Wang concluded that the Hive's destruction probability was as high as 40, which, in his eyes, was no different from 100. The imminent threat of losing Alice loomed over him, and the Hive's downfall could very well come tomorrow. At that moment, Jiang Wang's gaze turned sharp and resolute. The memory of Anna using her blood to nurture soldiers, forming the Queen's Guard in the primordial realm, and the slaughter outside the Hive, while glorious in appearance, had always been a source of lingering shame for him. Even the black old ghost, whom Alice had insisted on sparing, was secretly under his watch with over a dozen contingency measures in place. Any sign of betrayal would result in instant death, leaving not even ashes behind. A true master of war achieves no ostentatious victories. Failing to anticipate distant threats invites immediate peril. Jiang Wang's vigilance reached its peak. For Alice, capable of suppressing nearly 30 Silverdeer fighters of level 7 or above, to be knocked back by a single brick strike height made him realize how shallow his understanding of the Kaiyuan world still was. Plans initially reserved for future implementation now needed to be deployed immediately. Swarms of Zerg hidden in various locations surged forth, and the Hive once again entered a state of overdrive combat readiness. Meanwhile, Zheng Guanxi, panting heavily, quickly scanned his surroundings. Damn it! How is this woman so strong? Despite his earlier display of ferocity, he was now visibly fatigued, his arms trembling slightly from the aftereffects of his attack. As a martial lord, Zheng Guanxi possessed a cunning talent. He could freely adjust the power output of his attacks, with higher output yielding even greater amplification. It was like having 100 coins while ordinary people could control up to 10 at a time. He could either throw them one by one or hurl them all at once, with the latter approach nearly doubling the impact. When Alice charged toward him, he knew a direct confrontation would end in his defeat. So, he grabbed a subordinate to block her initial strike. Then, using a specially crafted weapon, he delivered an all-out attack at 80 power, with an additional 80 amplification. Yet, Alice emerged seemingly unscathed. After confirming his surroundings were clear, he opened the public chat interface. Nope, can't do it. Didn't even get to see Jiang Wang, and I was nearly drained dry by some woman. No, not like that. Jiang Wang has this stunning woman under him, who tanked one of my 80 power hits like it was nothing. Got it. Come back, Helian Sun from the B2 region replied, closing the public chat. He pulled his long sword from the corpse in front of him. Around him, the ground was littered with bodies. Helian Sun and his group were part of an infamous adventurer team in the Kaiyuan world, composed of bounty hunters known for their strength, cunning, and ruthless methods. Upon learning that Jiang Wang was still alive, They naturally set their sights on this lucrative target, especially since someone had promised them a hefty reward. After dealing with the enemies in front of him, Hellion Sun reopened the public chat interface. I may not know Jiang Wang personally, but I respect anyone with the courage to establish a faction that shelters people from other worlds. And his strength is truly remarkable. You? Respect someone? That's a first. I respect anyone who deserves it. Oh, so what are you planning? Raise the pay. The shadowy figure on the other end of the chat paused for a moment before replying. Fine, an additional 10, make it 20. He's like family to user dearest brother from another mother. Don't push it. I'm working for those in higher places. Fine, then you can kill him yourself. After sending the message, Hellion soon closed the chat window, whistling as he casually cleaned up the battlefield. After a long silence, these words lingered faintly in the air as Hellion Soon's lips curved into a genuine, childlike smile. All right, 20 it is, he declared cheerfully, shutting off the public chat screen with a sense of satisfaction, as if he had just sealed the perfect deal. Meanwhile, Shadow was seething, his molars nearly grinding to dust at Hellion Soon's opportunistic behavior. The complete annihilation of Black Ghost and Red Widow's crew had only been communicated at the last moment, leaving him caught off guard, and without enough time to mobilize sufficient forces. Among the various factions, his power seemed particularly fragile and isolated. Although Li Shuai had been sent to Linduja, making it impossible to investigate her further, the fact that Jiang Wang had shared a ship with her for over 30 days was enough to make the powerful figures behind the scenes want to tear him apart. At this moment, not only were the masked individuals eyeing Jiang Wang's head, but even some obsessive young nobles from different factions were covetously watching him. Jiang Wang's life was no longer merely tied to monetary value. It had become a symbol of power. Unbeknownst to him, he had already stepped to the very edge of a storm's vortex. Sensing the looming crisis, Jiang Wang threw himself into relentless research, working day and night. As more and more Zerg emerged from their nests, he continued to unlock genetic potentials and develop new units. Among them, the most striking was the watermelon exploder bug, an upgraded version of the standard explosive bug. This creature could curl into a ball and roll swiftly towards enemy lines, detonating upon impact. To enhance its penetration capability, Jiang Wang even extracted ultra-diamond armor from the carapace of thunder beasts. When spinning at high speed, its translucent shell and the glowing green liquid inside created a mesmerizing, gem-like appearance, but any foe admiring it would only get one chance. In addition, Jiang Wang developed a massive beetle resembling a devil ray. This creature boasted thunder beast-level defenses while also possessing the fire-breathing ability of sandworms. Its back was lined with spore-producing organs hidden within the gaps of its carapace. If the nest came under attack, it would release a cloud of spores, plunging invaders into despair. To bolster his defenses, Jiang Wang established over 10 Zerg nests throughout the D1 region, most of them concealed underground with only small mounds visible on the surface. While this layout dispersed his forces and biological energy, it significantly improved the true production efficiency of the nests. The entire D1 region had effectively transformed into a Zerg paradise. As the Zerg's frenzied expansion approached the end of a 24-hour cycle, a sudden red notification appeared before everyone's eyes: the regional core has descended. When the announcement came from the fallen god space that a regional core had descended, the battlefield instantly erupted into chaos. The core's location was clearly marked on the map, and everyone, driven by desperation, surged toward the target. Although anyone who obtained the core was destined to die if defeated within the region, the immense benefits it offered were enough for these reckless daredevils to disregard the fatal risk. When Jiang Wang received the core location information inside the insect nest, he discovered that the nearest Zerg forces had already encircled the target area. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to send the swarm to escort He Laogue to retrieve the core. Considering the core's unique properties, Jiang Wang was unwilling to reveal his own position and had to resort to this temporary measure. As someone focused on genetic research, he cared little about the core's ability to absorb psychic energy and continuously enhance physical fitness. As for the possibility of He Laogue's betrayal, Jiang Wang glanced at the other's remaining brain and spinal nerves, then set up dozens of safety measures in his system. This was one car he would not allow to overturn. Within the border regions, skirmishes broke out one after another. Jiang Wang's tireless research had ignited Anna's frustration. The Zerg's defenses grew increasingly impenetrable, and their proactive strikes wiped out any prying enemies. Alice's bloodstained spear instilled fear in those near the D1 area. Any invaders who managed to break through were swiftly eliminated by Zerg ambushes at the second line of defense. While these brutal tactics drew criticism, they also provoked even more fear and curiosity. No one truly knew what lay within the D1 region. According to informants, 80 of those who had attacked D1 met their end at the hands of the Zerg. As the cores in various regions were gradually claimed, the most brutal territorial wars began. Through information relayed by He Hu, Jiang Wang learned of the plans of the myriad races. to first exterminate humanity before turning on each other. By the time Jiang Wang received this intel, the war was already underway. Erha watched Jiang Wang communicate with He Hu and instinctively howled, "Awu. Don't die, Awu." This familiar sound left He Hu momentarily stunned. Unlike Erha, she hadn't joined the Zerg by accident. From the primordial realm to the trial battlefield, and eventually the fallen god space, she had slaughtered countless foes and endured endless hardships. Her failure in the trial battlefield almost made her a sacrificial lamb for the myriad races to vent their fury. If not for Bai Hu and Tao Dai pleading on her behalf, she would have long since perished. Her own kind resented her for being a female who had risen to prominence, while the cold, strength-obsessed myriad races had pushed her step by step into the fallen god battlefield. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. We still need to atone for our sins. Bai Hu transformed into a white shadow and darted toward the battlefield. Perhaps because she was also female, Bai Hu understood He Hu's struggles and resilience. This was why she had spoken up for her, allowing her to follow into the fallen god battlefield to redeem herself. Now, Bai Hu was no longer the high-ranking commander she once was. Her silver tier 4 strength was just enough to lead a squad of 10. By this point, all regional cores had been claimed, and most regions had ceased fighting to form alliances. Among the 16 regions, the myriad races occupied 8, humanity held 7, and Jiang Wang controlled 1. The public chat scrolled like a waterfall with messages. Bro, awakens is prepping to attack us in C2. Get ready. Crap, wrong chat. This message left Jiang Wang pondering. Was this how high-stakes warfare was supposed to begin with such a crude announcement? Yet, under this absurd opening, war erupted. While Jiang Wang's geographical position temporarily spared him from large-scale attacks, he remained highly vigilant. Under his command, the Zerg's border defenses had expanded to 13 layers, with numerous outposts established within the region to prevent large-scale teleportation. Around the insect nest where He Laogue was stationed, Jiang Wang had openly and covertly deployed an extensive Zerg force. Meanwhile, the myriad races launched an all-out offensive against humanity, sparing no human-occupied region. The C2 region was like a child being ganged up on, facing attacks from both C1 and D2. These two human regions, instigated by Li Tian, had joined forces to assault C2, planning to take it down before turning their sights on Jiang Wang's territory. Since Jiang Wang had maintained tight control over the D1 region, other regions knew little about his situation, making C1 and D2 hesitate to act rashly. As the three-way battle raged on, the tide of the battlefield suddenly shifted in a dramatic turn of events. With a thunderous roar that echoed like a tiger's cry, the legions of the myriad races surged onto the battlefield like an unstoppable wave. Despite being only at the silver tier level 4, Black Tiger maneuvered effortlessly on the battlefield, thanks to her innate abilities. With Jiang Wang's enhanced mental strength, the seed implanted in her spiritual world began to reciprocate, allowing her to repeatedly unleash her innate skills. Even when facing formidable enemies, she could swiftly disengage and move with agility. The sudden involvement of the myriad races completely disrupted C2's offensive rhythm. The border defenses were effortlessly breached under the lightning-fast assault of the myriad races. Though C2 sought to hold them back, it was already beyond their power to reverse the situation. What was once a two-front battle for C2 had now turned into a dire struggle on 3 fronts. Meanwhile, the other 2 zones quickly recognized the threat posed by the myriad races. Li Tian, the shadowy figure controlling the core of C1 through the influence of his powerful family, wore a grim expression. Kill Chao Wu. Don't let the core fall into the hands of the myriad races. Though Li Tian had entered the divine descent space under Li Ang's persuasion, he was shrewd enough not to directly hold the C1 core himself. The all-out assault of the myriad races landed like a hammer blow, shattering the once clear territorial boundaries. Core holders from various zones stepped forward to oppose Li Tian's aggressive intentions, calling for unity to fight the myriad races. Even Jiang Wang received alliance invitations from all zones. Adhering to the principle of forming distant alliances while targeting nearby threats, he agreed to them all. Though Li Tian had resolved to eliminate Chao Wu, he extended an olive branch to him on the surface. The myriad races are attacking. Humanity must stand united. If you trust me, cease your attacks, and together resist the myriad races. Chao Wu stared at the message from Li Tian, his expression shifting unpredictably. He knew he had no choice. Continuing his assault would not grant him any leverage in the current situation. As for the condemnations from other zones, Chao Wu scoffed, dismissing them as nothing more than empty noise, as useless as eunuchs visiting a brothel. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in Chao Wu's eyes. Other zones? The thought had barely formed when Jiang Wang, observing and developing within the insect nest, received a message. Inside the hive, Jiang Wang stared at the communication screen, his brows slightly furrowed as he read the message from Chao Wu. The tone of the C2 core holder carried a sense of urgency. I am Chao Wu. I trust you are aware of my current predicament. If I fall, your side will likely struggle to remain unaffected. Li Tian and the others will undoubtedly encircle you. However, if we join forces, there's still a chance to fight back. I'm willing to offer the greatest concession I can, whether it's the C1 or D2 core. Your side will have priority. Following this, a detailed document arrived, outlining how the Li family had played a significant role in fanning the flames during the time Jiang Wang was framed. Reading through it, Jiang Wang fell into deep thought. He had never had any dealings with the Li family. To gain a thorough understanding of the situation, Jiang Wang spent 1,000 kill points to purchase a detailed dossier on Chao Wu from the all-knowing service. Figures. Not many decent folks in this game, Jiang Wang muttered under his breath. The dossier revealed that Chao Wu came from a wealthy merchant family, but not an influential clan. In his youth, he was betrothed through an arranged marriage. However, due to his inability to cultivate standard techniques and his limited lifespan of a mere century, the bride's family, having climbed the social ladder, paid a hefty sum to annul the engagement. Disheartened, Chao Wu unexpectedly became a disciple of an ancient martial sect, where he demonstrated astonishing talent. By absorbing spiritual energy through a unique technique and tempering his body with secret methods, he quickly reached silver rank 5 upon debut. Later, at rank 7, he fought continuously for 2 months in the Godfall space, earning widespread renown. Now, as a peak-level silver rank 9 powerhouse, few can rival him in single combat. A broken engagement and ancient martial arts training? Quite the double-edged fortune, Jiang Wang mused, rubbing his fingers together. After careful consideration, however, he chose to decline the proposal. When Chao Wu received the response, his confident expression froze. Why? My fall will do you no good. Jiang Wang dismissed him with a perfunctory reply and turned his focus back to expanding the Zerg army. He understood well the principle of build high walls, stockpile grain, and bide your time before claiming the throne. Noticing Anna's curious gaze, Jiang Wang smiled and asked, "You're wondering why I won't join the fight, aren't you?" Anna nodded, her 2 antennae swaying gently. Because it's meaningless. He can promise the core to us, but his subordinates might not comply. Besides, there's no guarantee he'll survive this ordeal, Jiang Wang explained, ruffling Anna's head. The Zerg must learn to fight wisely, only engage in battles where there's something to gain. Understand? Anna's large, glistening eyes reflected innocent confusion, a sight that softened Jiang Wang's otherwise tense expression. In truth, the key to his refusal lay in the information gap. Through Black Tiger, Jiang Wang learned that the multiracial offensive was no mere probing attack. At least 2 regions' forces were converging on C2. Recklessly intervening would not only fail to secure the promised benefits, but might also invite disaster. For now, the best strategy was to steadily amass power and wait for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Meanwhile, in the C2 war zone, Chao Wu couldn't comprehend Jiang Wang's refusal. In his view, cooperation was mutually beneficial with no downsides. He had even spent a fortune on intelligence to demonstrate his sincerity. But with no time to dwell on it, he was left with no choice but to join forces with Li Tian and others to fend off the enemy. On the battlefield, Chao Wu unleashed a devastating punch, killing a flame bull in one blow. But more multiracial enemies surged forward, surrounding the bold core holder. With his immense strength, he tore apart a beast, the blood-soaked spectacle igniting the fighting spirit of the human warriors behind him. Inspired, his troops charged out of the fortress, clashing fiercely with the enemy. This was just one of countless times the multiracial forces had been repelled. Formerly hostile human factions now fought shoulder to shoulder in the same trench, united by a common goal. The battle raged on for 5 days. A carefully orchestrated assassination plan by Li Tian and others was shelved due to the evolving situation. The entire C2 war zone was engulfed in flames of war, with casualties on both sides reaching into the billions. Chao Wu personally led the charge on the front lines, his mastery of ancient martial arts cutting down enemies with unparalleled ferocity. His battle footage was uploaded to public screens, sparking debates. While some questioned the wisdom of a core holder placing himself in such danger, these discussions were quickly overshadowed by the unfolding chaos. Jiang Wang led an army of 30 million troops to the battlefield, ostensibly to support C2 in its fight against the myriad races, but there was more to his mission than met the eye. Anticipating unforeseen events, he deliberately planted Era among the soldiers as a contingency plan. However, the journey was fraught with treacherous ravines and swamps, severely hindering the Zerg army's pace. What should have been an Onadi march stretched into nearly 3 days under Jiang Wang's command. The public chat was flooded with mockery. Look how ferocious the Zerg are when fighting in other regions. But now they're nothing but spineless cowards. Exactly, even turtles move faster. Did you see Chao Wu? He smashed the burning bull to death with just 1 punch. Can Jiang Wang even compare to Chao Wu? He should be glad if his troops don't scatter. Amid the heated discussions, a bombshell announcement shook everyone. The myriad races had retreated. Reports indicated that their failure to capture C2, coupled with poor results on other battlefronts, forced them to withdraw temporarily to regroup. Soon, videos from C2's borders and other areas confirmed the retreat. Some even purchased intelligence from the omnipresent know-it-all network, which corroborated the news. The myriad races had indeed pulled back. While the community reveled in this victory, Li Tian seized the moment to issue an attack order to all of C1. The myriad races have retreated, and C2 is in a weakened state. If we can take it, we'll be the first region to receive divine blessings. This is our chance to make history. Lin Sen's smile froze the instant he saw the message. His C2 comrade, Zhao Lu, noticed his sudden change in demeanor and asked, "What's wrong, brother?" "Nothing. Let me show you something." Before Zhao Lu could react, Lin Sen's blade was already unsheathed. Blood spurted out, hot and fresh, splashing onto Lin Sen's face. Zhao Lu clutched his throat, staring in disbelief at the friend who had fought by his side moments ago. He tried to ask, why, but could only choke out a garbled why, as his fingers futilely reached for Lin Sen's leg in his final moments. Staring at Zhao Lu's lifeless body, Lin Sen's face twisted with a savage grin. "Don't blame me. This is the blessing of the Reaper." Such betrayals unfolded across the battlefield. Some hesitated out of compassion, only to be impaled by the swords of their former allies. In Chao Wu's command tent, a messenger rushed in to report Li Tian's treachery. Before he could finish, he suddenly drew a dagger and lunged for Chao Wu's heart. Although Chao Wu reacted in time, deflecting the blow from a fatal spot, the dagger still pierced his chest. With a single punch, he shattered the assassin's temple, but the danger was far from over. Explosions erupted outside the tent, and elemental attacks blasted Chao Wu out of the tent, leaving him coughing up clotted blood. As he struggled to his feet, he found himself surrounded by dozens of martial lords. In the face of imminent death, Chao Wu roared and unleashed his ancient martial technique, spiritual energy surge, amplifying his power dramatically. Like a ravenous wolf, he tore through the enemy ranks, fighting his way toward escape. Just as he was about to break free, his body suddenly faltered, and he coughed up a mouthful of inky black blood. Staring in disbelief at the dagger embedded in his chest and the venomous blood oozing from the wound, he realized, too late, that even a veteran of the fallen god domain like him had fallen victim to a poison trap. In the split second of his evasive roll, Chao Wu swiftly swallowed an antidote pill and used his psychic energy to seal off the wounded area. Yet, these precautions seemed futile. Blackened blood continued to gush from his 7 orifices, painting a chilling and ghastly scene. He struggled to rise, unwilling to succumb to such a bewildering end. But before he could steady himself, several long blades mercilessly pierced through his body. His bloodshot eyes burned with defiance as he glared at the assassins before him. Even in his final moments, he couldn't fathom why the antidote had failed or why the sealed poison kept spreading. The assassins silently delivered a few more fatal strikes and cruelly gouged out Chao Wu's eyes before vanishing into the shadows, leaving behind a shattered corpse. The system message flashed across the public screen instantly. C2 bearer Chao Wu is fallen. The new C2 core bearer is C1 Li Newer. This abrupt announcement struck like a sledgehammer, shattering the collective joy of everyone watching. Jiang Wang stared at the crimson-framed message in shock. While he had anticipated Chao Wu's possible death, he hadn't expected it to end like this, not in battle against the myriad races, not in the chaos of factional skirmishes, but in such a bizarre and abrupt moment. The entire event felt hauntingly surreal. This was the brutal reality of death's blessing. The apparent unity was nothing more than a temporary alliance under the threat of the myriad races. Their original goal had always been to kill Chao Wu and C2. The speed at which events unfolded left everyone reeling. Just as the public screen basked in the euphoria of victory, the news of Chao Wu's death poured over them like a bucket of ice water. The public chat erupted into a flurry of insults, sarcasm, and contemptuous comments. Yet Li Tian was utterly unfazed. He had already secured the prize he sought. The regional core was being escorted by his men. As long as he was the first to receive the blessing, his region's strength would surpass all others. In the face of absolute power, reputational scorn was trivial. A faint sneer curled Li Tian's lips. As if suddenly remembering something, he turned toward a figure hidden in the shadows and said, "Chao Wu is dead. I even had someone prepare a little gift for you. Now, in the Gui sect, you are the rightful senior brother." Gu Qing immediately dropped to one knee, cupping his hands respectfully. "Thank you, young Master Li." "No need to thank me," Li Tian replied, his gaze as sharp as a vulture's as he bore down on the kneeling man. "If you hadn't betrayed your sect, provided the poison, and disclosed their weaknesses, I wouldn't have taken down that rabid wolf so easily. But you handed over the poison and the secrets so readily. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you next?" Gu Qing lowered his head, hastily pledging his loyalty. "I serve only young Master Li." The Guwu sect is but a minor faction. Only by aligning with the strong can we become stronger. Ah, Sanner. Look at this now, this is what I call a smart man. Li Tian laughed heartily, and the silently Sanner beside him immediately joined in with a knowing chuckle. With that, Li Tian turned and strode toward a grand pavilion, where the sounds of revelry echoed. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, as Jiang Wang's command rang out, the previously lethargic Zerg forces seemed to undergo a sudden transformation. They launched a lightning-fast assault, leaving everyone around them stunned. Within the depths of the Zerg hive, a flicker of enigmatic intent flashed in Jiang Wang's eyes. Within the borderlands, Alice led her mobile forces in a meticulously orchestrated assault on Zone C1. The scene was one of stark contrast. A relaxed and carefree atmosphere enveloped the C1 defenders as they enjoyed steaming hot pot, laughter filling the air, and gossip on the public chat captivating their attention. But this tranquility was violently shattered as Alice commanded her Zerg army to launch a ferocious attack. The group chat for Zone C1 erupted in chaos. The sudden strike felt as shocking as bank robbers being caught mid-heist by a police raid. The defenders quickly rallied, launching a counterattack in the direction of Jiang Wang while simultaneously flooding the public chat with fiery accusations. Jiang Wang, what's the meaning of this? The public chat spectators, munching on their metaphorical popcorn, were bewildered. Wasn't Chao Wu just killed? How did this suddenly involve Jiang Wang? Jiang Wang retorted immediately, I should be asking you that. Why did you kill my ally? Chao Wu had already uncovered your conspiracy, which is why he joined forces with me for self-preservation. But who would have thought you'd strike so ruthlessly just as the myriad races withdrew their troops? He even posted carefully edited screenshots of their chat history, conveniently omitting any mention of dividing spoils. After all, the dead couldn't argue back. This move set the public chat ablaze. The spectators, ever eager for drama, reveled in the spectacle. They had no intention of joining the battle themselves, but were more than happy to fan the flames. To them, this was a classic case of infighting, a dog-eat-dog spectacle that only grew more entertaining the fiercer it became. Jiang Wang successfully seized the moral high ground, transforming in the eyes of the public into a champion of justice. Yet he remained level-headed, never letting the illusion of righteousness cloud his judgment. Would never start a war without a clear gain. Meanwhile, Alice's Zerg army tore through C1's defenses. Reinforcements poured in, and the tide turned in her favor. However, the withdrawal of Hellas and his near-billion-strong Zerg force from the battlefield signaled that the war was far from over. It was only just beginning. Before the battle, Jiang Wang had purchased detailed information about the blessings from a well-informed source. The effects of these blessings were so astonishing that he didn't hesitate to go to war after reading through them. Blessing 1. Increases the speed of all creatures in the area by 30, recorded 630 years ago. Blessing 2. Increases the damage dealt by all creatures in the area by 30, recorded 470 years ago. Blessing 47. Attacks by creatures in the area may restore health equal to the damage dealt. Blessing 98. Attacks by creatures in the area may deal double damage. The sheer power of these blessings left Jiang Wang in awe. Such overwhelming enhancements concentrated in one area would have catastrophic consequences. Even if he couldn't claim these blessings himself, he could not allow them to fall into enemy hands. Elsewhere, under the influence of Era's aura, the Zerg army's marching speed reached an unprecedented level. Li Nuer, carrying the core, found her position constantly exposed on the map, drawing numerous enemies in relentless pursuit. Several factions spared no expense, burning through vast amounts of kill points to teleport in and intercept her. Over the course of a 12-hour chase, Li Nuer faced wave after wave of attackers. Though her pursuers were formidable, consisting entirely of 9th-tier elites, the exorbitant cost of 10,000 kill points per teleport deterred many from joining the hunt. At 12 hours 45 minutes and 37 seconds, the countdown ticked away second by second. Li Nuer sprinted desperately, pouring pills from a porcelain vial into her mouth and chewing them to quickly replenish her energy. In these grueling 12 hours, the number of interceptors only grew, with over 300 9th-tier silver-ranked individuals falling in the pursuit, and countless others injured or killed. As for Li Nuer herself, she had narrowly escaped death time and time again. Li Nuer's legs were already exhausted beyond their limits, but he couldn't afford to stop. The core mission entrusted by the young master weighed on him like an invisible shackle, compelling him to press forward. He understood all too well that stopping meant certain death. Ignoring the potentially fatal effects of repeatedly taking elixirs, he gritted his teeth and pushed on. After all, if he collapsed now, the consequences of those elixirs would be meaningless anyway. As the violent surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body, his speed continued to increase. A flicker of determination flashed in his once clouded eyes. Faster, faster. As long as he could deliver the core to the young master, his sister would have a chance at survival. Meanwhile, the battle within the insect hive raged on. Anna, acting as the war's chief strategist, was employing an overwhelmingly oppressive strategy to put immense pressure on C1. The seamless coordination of various troop types, combined with the covering fire of heavy artillery, made it difficult for Li Tian to discern Jiang Wang's true intentions. He had initially assumed Jiang Wang was merely creating a diversion while secretly dispatching forces to intercept Li Nuer. However, judging by the ferocious combat strength displayed by the insect forces, it was clear that the situation was far more complex. This forced Li Tian to divert additional troops to counter Jiang Wang's offensive. Gu Qing, Li Tian demanded sharply, "Are you certain Xiao Wu has no connection to Jiang Wang?" Reporting to the young master, "Absolutely none." Gu Qing immediately lowered his head and answered, "At least, there's no chance they could have known each other in the outside world. As for the fallen god Space, Jiang Wang has only been here for 2 months, at most they couldn't possibly be acquainted." A flicker of malice crossed Li Tian's face. "Fine. You've brought this upon yourself." He promptly contacted Wang Sun, the de facto ruler of the D2 region and a fellow aristocrat who, like Li Tian, had been forcibly sent into this training ground. It was precisely this shared status that allowed them to quickly form an alliance to eliminate Xiao Wu. "Well, if it isn't young Master Li," Wang Sun greeted with a mocking smile on his round face, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What blessings have you traded for this time? Let's cut to the chase. I want to make a deal you attack Jiang Wang from the flank," Li Tian said bluntly. "A deal, huh?" Wang Sun's smile vanished, replaced by disdain. "And what about the core from Xiao Wu you promised earlier? If you agree, I'll give you a top-tier golden bow along with the complete 36 constellations cultivation technique," Li Tian offered. "I'll keep Jiang Wang's forces occupied in a hidden confrontation, while you launch a surprise attack from the side. The core will be yours." Hearing this, Wang Sun's expression shifted to one of surprise. The bow wasn't particularly enticing as Wang family had no shortage of such resources. But that cultivation technique? Li Tian watched as a sly smile flickered across Wang Sun's plump face, and a wave of disgust welled up inside him. "One more of the 7 fairies, that's it. No more," he snapped, making a sharp motion as if to sever the connection. "Deal." Wang Sun shot to his feet, his flabby cheeks jiggling with the movement. Once the agreement was struck, he immediately dispatched a trusted team to retrieve the bow. Holding back his revulsion, Li Tian reluctantly handed over the radiant longbow to the Wang family's guards. The moment they left, Li Tian could no longer suppress his fury. He slammed his palm into a delicate porcelain cup, shattering it into pieces. "Jiang Wang, Wang Sun," he growled. Though both hailed from noble families, Li Tian had always considered Wang Sun a disgrace to their lineage. This grotesquely obese man was not only greedy and lustful, but had once brazenly abducted a woman Li Tian fancied. Later, he had the audacity to pat Li Tian on the shoulder, feigning ignorance and remark, "She was quite the treat." Yet, bound by the ties between their families, Li Tian could not simply eliminate this loathsome pig. In Region D2, Wang Sun wasted no time after acquiring the bow, launching a large-scale assault on Jiang Wang's territory. At the same time, Li Nuer was running with all her might, driven by sheer determination, though her pace inevitably slowed. With Li Tian's permission, her companion drew his sword without hesitation and decapitated her in one swift motion. To them, curing a sister, emotional ties, or any personal mission were insignificant compared to delivering the core to Li Tian as quickly as possible. Li Nuer's severed head spun through the air, her eyes capturing an upside-down world, while her lifeless body staggered a few more steps before collapsing. Blood gushed from her neck in a crimson spray. She was dead, killed by her own people. From the moment she accepted the mission, she had anticipated this possibility. When she stabbed Xiao Wu, she had briefly envisioned such an end. But she had gambled, relying on her status as a wind element lord and her extraordinary speed, hoping for the best outcome to successfully deliver the core to Li Tian and later trade it for her life and her sister's cure. Alas, she lost the gamble. No matter how fast she ran, she couldn't outrun despair. Her head rolled a few times on the ground before her exhausted eyes finally closed. The others quickly retrieved the core and continued their sprint to the rendezvous point. They too were gambling. Such was the plight of the insignificant. Even those at the silver 8th or 9th rank were mere pawns in the face of power, just like Xiao Wu, just like Li Nuer. A system notification appeared in Zone C2. Li Nuer has died. The core has been transferred to Zone C2, to Li Fon. Her death caused no ripple. Everyone assumed it was part of Li Tian's strategic maneuvering. At that moment, Ha led a swarm of Zerg past Li Nuer's lifeless body. One of the creatures broke formation, carrying away her head and corpse. Before long, Ha caught up with Li Fon and his team. Despite the efforts of the support squad to buy time, Li Fon inexplicably froze in place, grinning foolishly and making bizarre gestures, tracing a circle with one hand while forming a 7 with the other. As Ha let out a piercing howl, the Zerg launched a ferocious attack. It took Li Feng 3 seconds to snap out of his stupor, but by then, the ideal window for escape had already closed, thanks to Erha's interference. The sound of reinforcements grew louder, and Li Feng's group initially felt a surge of hope until they saw who had arrived. Their optimism instantly plummeted. Eros, leading the remaining 80 million Zerg, had joined the fray. Ever since Jiang Wang altered the contract, Eros's power had surged, yet he had remained dormant until now. In this moment, he resembled a fully evolved mantis from a video game, his purple skin blending seamlessly into the environment as he vanished into the shadows. The sharp spikes on his shoulders gleamed in the night as he lunged directly at Li Feng's group. Blades clashed with swords, sparks flying with each strike, but Eros abruptly disappeared. Despite Li Feng's quick reflexes, a sharp gash tore across his back. The swarm descended upon them, and within moments, the 1,000-strong escort team was completely overwhelmed. A new system notification appeared. In Zone C1, Li Feng has died. The core has been transferred to Zone D1, to Hua Wang. Amid the chaos of the swarm, Erha froze in place. The core it had been holding in its mouth had vanished. It had only acted on instinct, grabbing the shiny object, never anticipating such a turn of events. That's enough. Come back now, Jiang Wang's voice echoed calmly in Erha's mind. Bang! A deafening crash echoed through the room. Li Tian, consumed by rage, hurled everything within reach onto the floor. His bloodshot eyes burned with fury, like a beast on the verge of losing control. Despite his best efforts to execute a flawless strategy, the current battlefield situation was nothing short of despairing. Half of his troops were still on their way back, while the remaining forces struggled to fend off Jiang Wang's relentless assault. Where are you, Fatty Wang? Li Tian roared, his voice trembling with an edge of near madness. Almost there, almost there. I've reached the border. Wang's son replied hastily. Hurry up. The two of us together can take out Jiang Wang. Fine, fine. Kill him. Kill him. Li Tian responded manically. As Wang's son echoed his agreement, he couldn't help but mutter internally. Li Tian looked scarier now than the time he saw someone steal the woman he had his eyes on. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang had also noticed unusual activity near the border, but he remained unfazed. He was busy issuing new orders to Erha. Ever since Erha's successful operation, Jiang Wang had separated him from the main Zerg forces. With Erha's speed, staying with the main troops was pointless. Jiang Wang had left him with 10 million Zerg units for support, while the rest were deployed elsewhere. In the public chat, some idle players were still animatedly discussing this sudden turn of events. Unbelievable. They actually managed to steal it. Tell me about it. Did you see how fast those Zerg forces moved? I just coined a new term, the 5 Wang Brotherhood. That's brilliant. No Wang Brotherhood, it's the perfect fake alliance. Exactly. Jiang Wang keeps calling Chao Wu an ally and saying he'll avenge him, but he's slower than a snail when offering support. Yet when it comes to snatching loot, not even a golden tier Gale Wolf can keep up with him. Meanwhile, the true experts were quietly calculating the potential shifts in the balance of power. If Jiang Wang really obtained the blessing, how would the situation evolve? Some were even toying with the idea of defecting. Switching factions only costs 10,000 kill points. After all, as internal strife brewed within the human faction, disaster struck once more. The myriad races launched a sudden counterattack, storming back into Zone C2. The news of the invasion of the C2 region by the myriad races hit like a thunderclap. The residents of C2, who had originally been fighting for the region's core and blessings, were now scattered and disorganized. Some spent a fortune seeking refuge in other regions, while others fought desperately for the last remaining core. This upheaval put immense pressure on the neighboring regions. The territories of Wang's son and Li Tian were the first to bear the brunt, and even Jiang Wang, who was in a slightly better position, wasn't spared. The leaders of other regions were on edge. If the myriad races managed to seize all 4 cores, the game could end prematurely. Stop. Everyone stop. Major players finally dropped their bystander attitudes and jumped into the public chat to mediate. If Jiang Wang hands over his core to me, I'll immediately organize a resistance against the myriad races. Li Tian proposed. Stay calm, Jiang Wang. If there's no other choice, just give it to him. The myriad races are advancing from C2, you can't escape this either. Dream on. Jiang Wang refused to budge and promptly closed the public chat. His conflict with Li Tian wasn't a rash decision but a calculated move. With the rapid reproductive abilities of his insect swarm, securing the blessings first would give him a decisive advantage. To him, the invasion of C2 by the myriad races was actually a blessing in disguise, as it eased the pressure from Wang's son. Though the myriad races had breached C2, they still needed time to push into other regions. Wang's son's forces were under increasing pressure, but the situation remained manageable. His vanguard forces had already pushed into Jiang Wang's territory, heading straight for the core marked on the map. Although they encountered resistance from the insect swarm along the way, the enemy's insufficient numbers made it easy to break through the defenses. This unexpectedly smooth progress greatly boosted Wang Sun's morale. He had hesitated about whether to retreat, but now it seemed success was within reach. The vanguard soon arrived at the target area, where the dense swarm of insects confirmed that this was Jiang Wang's hive. Seeing that Jiang Wang hadn't moved from his position, the vanguard was puzzled but mostly ecstatic. The core was within their grasp. Even if they couldn't capture Jiang Wang, taking the core would be a massive victory. Just as they prepared for the final charge, the ground began to quake, and the surrounding insects scattered rapidly. The earth beneath them started to rise, lifting the vanguard's position higher and higher. Something's wrong. Charge. Wang Sun's loyal servant made a snap decision: better to fight with all they had than retreat in vain. But it was too late. The spores on the fortress surface erupted violently, enveloping everyone in an instant. To make matters worse, the core within the hive, which had been stationary, suddenly began to move. On the backs of worker insects, the core along with the black, ghostly figure guarding it was swiftly transported through underground tracks to another hive. More and more insects poured out from the ground, surrounding the vanguard. They fought desperately, unleashing their various ultimate techniques: elemental storms, martial domains, and mechanical armor, but the corrosive spores only accelerated their demise. The stronger their abilities, the quicker they fell. The night sky lit up with flashes of psionic explosions, but within half an hour, the battlefield fell silent once more, leaving only the faint hissing of the insect swarm. Wang Sun stared at the final footage transmitted by his servant before their death, his face twisted with rage. He finally understood that Jiang Wang's core had been nothing but a blatant trap. Under normal circumstances, he might have been able to rally his forces for a full-scale assault, but now, young master, Wang Sun's expression mirrored the grim look on Li Tian's face. The myriad races had already begun attacking his territory. Continuing to clash with Jiang Wang would be unwise, but mounting a desperate resistance against the myriad races was tantamount to suicide. He had considered selling off the core and summoning other regional forces to eliminate the core holder, but the cores couldn't be teleported. Even if they succeeded, leaving the region alive would be near impossible, and his furious subordinates might turn on him. As he wrestled with this dilemma, a sudden inspiration struck him. He immediately opened the public chat to contact Li Tian. Did you take it? Li Tian had regained his composure. No. Jiang Wang's territory is full of traps, and in being harassed by the myriad races as well. A sly grin crept across Wang Sun's face, his signature mischievous expression. Li Tian's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes. Wang Sun's plump body trembled faintly as he squinted his beady eyes, his tone laced with an eerie excitement. Since we're all going to be attacked by the myriad races anyway, why not join forces and eliminate Jiang Wang first? 2 core fragments, one for you, one for me. Besides, if all of us gather together and get discovered by the myriad races, the others certainly won't sit by and let the cores fall into their hands. By the end, he couldn't suppress a burst of bizarre laughter at what he considered his brilliant idea. Hearing this, Li Tian froze for a moment, his thoughts churning. Both of them had been forcibly sent here by their families to undergo this trial. This time, the death god's blessing had drawn numerous heirs from prominent clans to participate. In the competition between old and new powers, only the most exceptional descendants were deemed worthy of their family's resources. Of course, their families had already prepared contingency plans. Li Tian and his trusted allies had accumulated enough kill points to leave at any time. By Wang Sun's suggestion, their risk was actually minimal. With an ally, they could quickly obtain the blessing and potentially suppress everyone else. Even if the plan failed, it would only cost the lives of a few commoners. Should the myriad races acquire all 4 blessings, the other clan heirs would be swiftly expelled from the fallen god's space, and no one would pursue accountability. This open and calculated scheme brought a cruel smile to Li Tian's lips. All right. On the other side of the battlefield, Alice was retreating while fighting. With Zone C2 breached, a large number of survivors fled toward Li Tian's area, joining the fray. The Zerg had already achieved their strategic objective, and the situation appeared to be in a deadlock. Suddenly, Alice received a message from Anna. Her defensive retreat immediately shifted into an aggressive counterattack, prompting the Zerg to launch a ferocious assault as well. This abrupt tactical shift caught the intercepting forces off guard. Just as they were adjusting to the new combat rhythm, the sound of dense marching erupted behind them. Like a phantom, Eros materialized, cutting down a silver tier 9 captain with a single sword strike. The Zerg forces quickly followed, encircling the intercepting troops completely. Blinding flashes of teleportation light flickered incessantly, but every time someone materialized, Era had already vanished without a trace. The 10 million insects assigned to guard him had been utterly annihilated. If not for his innate talents, he would have perished long ago under the relentless siege. But the wind remained his most loyal companion. A burst of lightning element exploded near him, but with breathtaking agility, Era evaded it effortlessly. The swift breeze caressed his fur like an old friend lending a hand, propelling his speed to new heights. At that moment, Era's tongue lolled out joyfully, and his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This is the true spirit of the Gale Wolf. Run with the wind. I'm the flashiest one here. Oh whoa. A streak of green wind. Era tore through ambushes and traps as if they were mere illusions. Jiang Wang, observing his every move, feared the mischievous creature might overreach and considered dispatching reinforcements. Yet, to his surprise, the fewer the enemies, the more excited Era became. His speed climbing even further. This was a creature who only got serious when there were no allies left to save him. Jiang Wang suddenly recalled that Era's peak speed stat reached an astonishing 100,000, twice his own. Watching the wolf enter a near-mystical state, Jiang Wang wisely held his silence and focused on setting up ambushes along the border. It was no contest. Era crossed the boundary with ease. In the footage captured by Li Tian's forces, he was no more than a fleeting blur, vanishing in an instant. Even pausing the video couldn't clearly show his form. Instead of returning to Jiang Wang's base, Era sped toward He Laogui's decoy insect nest. One trick is all I need. 2 shiny cores right there. How could anyone resist? Meanwhile, Alice, having devoured the intercepting forces, swiftly retreated. Li Tian and Wang Sun rallied their armies, stirring them into action against Jiang Wang. Brothers and sisters, they thundered. This is our moment of life and death. If Jiang Wang gains the blessing, Hell joined forces with the myriad races to crush us. But if we strike first, seize Jiang Wang's blessing, we still have a chance to turn the tide. C1 has allied with Yuzi. If we take Jiang Wang's core, and perhaps even Chao Wu's or Li Tian's, we'll become the strongest in Death's blessing. Sure, we could play it safe, but we'll never rise to greatness. Take Jiang Wang down, claim the cores, and glory will be ours. Their words, though tailored to their own styles, had an electrifying effect. Wang Sun's troops, in particular, were driven to madness. They had no retreat other than teleportation. Fueled by desperation and ambition, tens of billions surged toward Jiang Wang like an unstoppable tide. The myriad races, too, caught wind of the developments through their own channels and began amassing forces to advance on the C2 region. What should have been a climactic battle in the late stages of the conflict was now erupting prematurely in this remote corner. 3 armies converged, their momentum like an avalanche, bearing down on Jiang Wang. Through Black Tiger's intelligence, Jiang Wang learned that the myriad races were still mobilizing, aiming to breach humanity's defenses and expand their advantage. In such a dire moment, Jiang Wang's composure only deepened. With Era and Alice back in formation, he had already laid an intricate web of traps and defenses. Exploiting the temporary seclusion of the D1 region, an enormous swarm of insects had hollowed out the area, constructing not just traps but an extensive network of subterranean tunnels and insectoid architecture. Jiang Wang's gaze was sharp and calculating as he watched Wang Sun's forces arrive at the border. Heavy artillery roared, launching a barrage of projectiles, corrosive bile, and spore-laden shells among them. But those who dared to enter the fallen god's domain were no ordinary fighters. Elemental lords stepped forward, with wind lords summoning gales to disperse the spores. Yet if the insects had only these tricks, Jiang Wang's meticulous preparations would have been in vain. The scattered spores quickly sprouted into mushrooms. At first, no one paid much attention to the sudden fungal growth, but it wasn't long before those mushrooms became a source of dread. The artillery barrage continued, this time with a new type of ammunition. The wind lords again dispersed the spores, but upon contact with the mushrooms, the spores expanded in an instant. Boom, boom. The mushrooms detonated in rapid succession, flames and shrapnel engulfing Wang Sun's vanguard almost entirely. The more powerful lords broke through the chaos, launching a direct assault on the insectoid defenses. Suddenly, a bone spike shot up from the ground, piercing straight through a lord's heart before retracting as swiftly as it emerged. Hidden beneath the battlefield, countless burrowed predators awaited their prey, while the spore-laden mist grew denser and more suffocating by the second. The artillery units in the rear reloaded a new salvo of shells. Amid the deafening roars, green spore bombs rained down like a torrential storm. In an instant, these spores underwent an astonishing transformation, shifting from vibrant green to deep purple, their toxicity escalating dramatically. This was Jiang Wang's meticulously developed Zerg fusion technique, elevating the originally mildly toxic spores to a lethal level comparable to the deadliest poisons. The purple spores spread through the air like a thick mist, blanketing the entire battlefield. The enemy ranks descended into chaos as soldiers scrambled to flee for their lives. In their panic, some misjudged their direction and charged straight into the bone spikes of the impalers, meeting instant death. Those fortunate enough to escape the spore cloud could only watch in horror as mushrooms erupted from their bodies, their agonized screams echoing across the battlefield. A million-strong army was annihilated without so much as a ripple of resistance. The troops under Wang Sun's command witnessed the scene unfold and were immediately demoralized. They did not fear ordinary deaths, but this grotesque and nightmarish end shook them to their core. First, the agonizing wails, then throats consumed by mushrooms, leaving them begging for a swift release from their comrades. Li Tian's forces faced a similar predicament. Realizing a frontal assault was futile, Li Tian decisively changed tactics, ordering his troops to disperse and launch a full-scale invasion from multiple directions. He reasoned that Jiang Wang could not possibly maintain such a powerful defense across the entirety of the border. His judgment proved accurate. Jiang Wang indeed lacked the resources to establish such an extensive, high-quality defensive line. However, this did not mean the borders were completely unguarded. More and more enemy forces poured into Zone D1 from various directions, and Wang Sun's troops began implementing their own invasion plans. At one section of the border, a million-strong army managed to breach the defenses and advance deep into enemy territory. Just as they confirmed their surroundings were secure and prepared to push forward, a cold glint flashed, and heads rolled in an instant. Hellas grew increasingly addicted to the thrill of assassination. As his attack succeeded, hidden Zerg forces suddenly erupted from their ambush and launched a devastating assault. Although this unit immediately called for reinforcements through the regional communication channel, by the time help arrived, nothing remained but bloodstains on the battlefield. Strangely, not a single human corpse could be found, and the Zerg had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The battlefield was littered with fallen comrades, their bodies sprawled in disarray, while the enemy seemed to have vanished into thin air. A chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Beneath the surface, the Zerg were moving with astonishing speed. This subterranean mobility was not an inherent trait of the Zerg, but rather the result of Jiang Wang's genetic engineering. By extracting the DNA of sandworms, he had created a new breed of mutated creatures. These massive underground tunnels were the handiwork of these modified sandworms, which he had aptly named subway worms. While their combat abilities were limited, their capacity to rapidly burrow through soil and secrete a substance to reinforce the tunnels made them invaluable. Recognizing their potential, Jiang Wang bred them on a massive scale. The underground network beneath D1 had now evolved into a sprawling labyrinth, forming Jiang Wang's ultimate trump card. For large-scale battles, he relied on heavy artillery and super spores. For smaller, covert operations, the tunnels provided the perfect advantage. Under Anna's meticulous control, the entire D1 zone resembled a giant, coiled python, lying in wait for its prey to stumble into its jaws. Damn it, where the hell are the Zerg? This is impossible. 3 million troops don't just disappear. The tunnels. Watch the tunnels. The public and regional communication channels were abuzz with heated discussions about the war. What had initially seemed like a foregone conclusion, Jiang Wang's inevitable defeat, was now met with stunned silence. The catastrophic losses suffered by Wang Sun and Li Tian left everyone in shock. People began digging into Jiang Wang's history. A man once exiled for alleged crimes of rape, human trafficking, and inciting interdimensional conflicts. When he entered the fallen god's domain, he was merely at Silver Tier 1. Even more astonishing was the revelation that he could have left the domain last month, but chose to stay. The outside world had assumed him dead, yet here he was, thriving far beyond anyone's expectations. Soon, informants began selling information connecting Jiang Wang's exile to Li Tian. It turned out that part of the evidence used by Wang Tianfeng to exile Jiang Wang had been provided by the Li family. This revelation cast the brutal nature of the current conflict in a new light. The real question now is about the core's ownership, someone pointed out. Chao's core timer is almost up. Inside the Zerg hive, Jiang Wang stared at the countdown timer, 3 hours remaining, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Beyond the threats of Li Tian and Wang Sun, intelligence from Black Tiger revealed that the myriad races had reached the depths of C2 and could launch an attack in any direction at any moment. Other factions had already reached a consensus and were preparing to confront the myriad races. In this deathmatch blessed by the god of slaughter, no one was willing to assist Jiang Wang. On the contrary, they saw this as an opportunity. With the myriad races distracted, launching an offensive even at the cost of mutual destruction seemed worthwhile. The human factions may be locked in bitter conflict, but one thing was clear. The myriad races could not be allowed to claim the god's blessing. This made the battlefield even more unpredictable. Some humans banded together to fight the myriad races, while the myriad races sought to annihilate all humans. Meanwhile, Li Tian and Wang Sun were singularly focused on hunting Jiang Wang. As Jiang Wang watched Li Tian's forces breach multiple tunnels and reach the second defensive line, his expression remained calm and unreadable. His choice was stark. Kill them all, or be killed by them all. Boom. The roar of artillery shattered the dawn's silence. At last, the Zerg launched a full-scale frontal assault. 10 legions of thunder beasts, numbering 100,000 in total, charged forward like an unstoppable tide. Each thunder beast was the size of 10 stacked dump trucks, barreling ahead with terrifying momentum. Behind them stretched an endless swarm of Zerg, accompanied by various mobile and long-range units. This battlefield had been meticulously chosen by Jiang Wang. He had even deliberately avoided constructing underground tunnels here to allow his heavy assault units to operate at peak efficiency. When the Mechanical Alliance deployed a towering mech resembling a giant Gundam to intercept the Thunder Beasts, a relentless barrage of attacks rained down on the mechanical colossus, overwhelming it in an instant. The Thunder Beast's fangs slashed through the energy shield like lightning, piercing half the armor in an instant. Under its unstoppable charge, the heavy armor shattered like fragile paper. With overwhelming force, the Thunder Beast tore straight into the heart of Li Tian's main forces. This was not a reflection of incompetence among Li Tian's soldiers. They were seasoned veterans, hardened by countless battles and familiar with the chaos of the Godfall realm. They had faced the charges of myriad races and participated in large-scale wars. Yet, as they witnessed the Thunder Beast's charge across the vast plains, its ferocity surpassed anything they had encountered before. They realized instantly this was an onslaught they could not withstand. Retreat was not an option either, as the swarms of Zerglings behind the Thunder Beast were ready to pounce. The experienced soldiers could only fall back to defend the rear. The battlefield was soon filled with agonizing screams. The Thunder Beast swung its massive fangs, claiming multiple lives with each strike. Some tried to take it down from the air, but their efforts were thwarted by a pack of mutalisks, tearing them apart and leaving only a bloody mist behind. Suddenly, banlings emerged from behind the Thunder Beast, hurtling towards the densely packed midsection of Li Tian's forces. Their self-sacrifice paved the way for the Thunder Beast's advance. The midsection was caught off guard, and the formation crumbled in an instant. Zerglings and mutalisks seized the opportunity to mercilessly harvest lives. Without warning, the ground at the rear of Li Tian's forces began to quake violently. Thousands upon thousands of sandworms burst forth from the earth, spewing searing flames. Even the half-destroyed sandworms threw themselves into suicidal explosions. Under this relentless assault, Li Tian's forces utterly collapsed. These ruthless warriors, these merciless killers, now found themselves starkly aware of the fragility of life. The tide of battle had turned irrevocably against them, and survival became their only goal. Each soldier fought desperately, relying on their own skills to stay alive. Under Anna's precise command, the Zerg launched relentless attacks from every direction, overwhelming Li Tian's forces and breaking their morale. Even though such tactics came at a steep cost, Anna was undeterred. The vast army of hundreds of millions was quickly annihilated under the onslaught of Jiang Wang's nearly 1 billion Zerg. Attempts to regroup the scattered forces were swiftly crushed by the Zerg's relentless pursuit. Directed by Anna's strategic planning, the Zerg began herding Li Tian's forces toward a specific location, a site Jiang Wang had meticulously chosen as their burial ground. The armies of the myriad races hesitated no longer, launching a ferocious assault on 3 key zones simultaneously. Jiang Wang's defensive line bore the brunt of the attack, enduring the most concentrated onslaught. Initially, he had planned to implement a strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf, intending to steer Li Tian's forces into the path of the invading multiracial army. However, after weighing the risks, he abandoned the idea. Not only was it exceedingly difficult to execute, but even if Li Tian's troops were successfully forced into the path of the enemy, who could guarantee that unforeseen variables wouldn't arise? What if humanity allied with the myriad races against the Zerg? Or if both sides broke out in opposite directions? The situation would spiral completely out of control. Meanwhile, chaos was already brewing among the displaced masses. The chat channel in Zone C1 erupted with frantic cries. "We can't keep this up. We have to break through. We're doomed. Calm down. Listen to Masharge South together. It's our only chance." Some heeded the call and charged southward, only to be swallowed by the surging crowd behind them or swiftly encircled by the Zerg. The leaders, witnessing the failed attempts at breaking through, sank deeper into despair. Amid this pandemonium, only a handful could even glance at the public channel. Those who tried to break through to the flanks were met with resistance, akin to rowing against a relentless current. To make matters worse, the Zerg had strategically infiltrated Li Tian's forces, further complicating any chance of humanity turning the tide. "It's over. Every man for himself. Wait, stop. Break through to the sides. There's a downhill basin ahead." Someone at the vanguard shouted a final warning. But the unstoppable wave of the crowd surged forward, heedless. A lucky few escaped during the initial chaos, but the majority charged headlong into the basin like lambs to the slaughter. Schlunk, schlunk, schlunk. The ground pierced like a predator's fangs as burrowing spikers harvested lives with ruthless efficiency. Li Tian's forces were driven in waves into similar basins, where sharp-boned spikes skewered bodies by the dozens, cutting through layers of corpses with lethal precision. Corrosive spores sprayed across the battlefield, quickly dissolving the fallen to prevent the corpses from piling high enough to block the spikes. The dissolved remains flowed into nearby subterranean hives, converted into life energy to fuel the Zerg's ever-expanding army. By the end of this brutal skirmish, out of billions, only a few million managed to escape with their lives. Meanwhile, Era had already submitted the core. Core submission from Zone D, won by Era. The system announcement chimed, "Ding, blessing has been randomly selected. All beings in Zone D1 have received Blessing 47. The announcement repeated 3 times. The effect of Blessing 47. All beings in the zone have a 0.1 chance to inflict confusion on their target for 2 seconds when dealing damage. A short sword materialized in Jiang Wang's left hand, signifying that the blessing had taken effect. In Zone D1, only Jiang Wang and the enigmatic Black Old Ghost remained, but even the Zerg, as an extension of Jiang Wang's power, had received the blessing. As he read the details of the blessing, Jiang Wang felt a strange numbness settle over him. The public channel exploded in uproar. This is insane. For most zones, this blessing is completely useless. In Silverter battles, everything happens so fast 2 seconds of confusion is decent, but with a 0.1 trigger rate? How long do you have to keep fighting to even activate it? Who can guarantee they'll land a critical hit every time? Thank goodness it wasn't us. Wow. Isn't this the trashiest blessing ever? Jiang Wang really hit the jackpot of bad luck. Haha, Jiang Wang's done for. With Blessing 98, he might have had a chance, but this? He's toast. Scanning the chat, Jiang Wang's lips curled into a faint smile. What others saw as poison, he viewed as nectar. Even after the contract's modifications, the Zerg's individual damage output remained below the average in the Fallen Gods realm. Their dominance relied on sheer numbers, tactical ingenuity, and the synergy of their biological units. Take the recent battle against Li Tian's main force, for instance. While the Zerg emerged victorious, the cost was staggering. 5 billion Zerg had perished. Only through relentless attrition tactics, combined with mastery of terrain, timing, and strategy, had they managed to achieve an approximate 2.5 to 1 casualty ratio. Yet even such a costly victory brought satisfaction to both Jiang Wang and Anna. The moment the blessing descended, the tide of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The troops under Wang's son, who had been locked in fierce combat with the Zerg, suddenly sensed a strange change. What had been an evenly matched enemy instantly became overwhelmingly powerful. One commander, in the middle of delivering a crushing blow to the Zerg, froze in place and was torn apart on the spot by the swarm that surrounded him. Leveraging their sheer numbers and astonishing attack speed, the Zerg swiftly seized control of the battlefield. While the distant elemental lords remained relatively safe, the frontline melee units were plunged into despair. Whether martial arts masters, shield-bearing warriors, or mech pilots, anyone caught in close quarters with the leaping Zerg found themselves helpless against the deadly blades that glinted coldly in the chaos. Worse still, some soldiers, upon setting foot on the battlefield, were struck into a state of disarray with a single blow, unable to react before meeting their end. Jiang Wang had long anticipated the power of this blessing and had specifically developed a new breed of Zerg. These Zerg sacrificed some defensive capabilities in exchange for increased attack and movement speed, designed specifically to create chaos. This was the Zerg's way of survival. They never complained about their environment, but instead evolved relentlessly, reshaping their surroundings to suit themselves perfectly. Wang's son's forces barely managed to withstand the charge of the Thunder Beasts, and the arrival of reinforcements spared them from the devastating defeat that Li Tian's main army had suffered. However, the sudden blessing shattered the hard-fought defensive line in an instant. The previously inconspicuous leaping Zerg had now become the most terrifying presence on the battlefield. Li Tian and Wang's son were utterly shaken. They had already advanced to the second defensive line and were on the verge of breaking through the enemy's core, only to be thrown into disarray by the appearance of this blessing. After a brief discussion, the two commanders gritted their teeth and resolved to press on. Their homeland had already been overrun by the myriad races, and while other regions were still fighting back, a retreat now would not only be indefensible to their allies but could also drive their remaining troops to desert and join other territories. Li Tian's C1 region, in particular, had been in constant turmoil since its betrayal of C2. Half of his soldiers, having just returned to C1, were immediately redeployed to combat Jiang Wang, enduring hardships that rivaled even the overworked beasts of burden. The army had already seen several large-scale desertions, with seasoned veterans realizing that even if Jiang Wang were defeated, the remaining forces would be too depleted to stand against Wang's son's troops and the myriad races. Some even conspired to assassinate Li Tian and defect to Jiang Wang. Fortunately, Li Tian and his trusted elites were formidable enough to suppress these mutinies. On Jiang Wang's side, while the situation had improved, it was far from optimistic. The myriad races had already breached the first defensive line and were now charging relentlessly toward the second. Jiang Wang had a clear understanding of the distinction between humanity and the myriad races. In his view, humanity was an unpredictable group, full of unknowns, with both potential and limits that were hard to define. It often produced individuals of extreme and unexpected capabilities. The myriad races, on the other hand, were entirely different, like a precise measuring tool. Their upper and lower bounds were consistently maintained at a high standard. On the battlefield, this difference became especially evident. Human armies were often influenced by individual will. Once panic or retreat set in, the collapse of the entire force was almost inevitable. The myriad races, however, resembled insect swarms, constructing an indomitable combat strength through absolute order. Based on this understanding, Jiang Wang had mobilized 70 of his forces to this location, preparing to face the myriad races army, whose numbers exceeded those of the combined forces of Li Tian and Wang Sun. Inside the hive, Anna felt an unprecedented weight pressing down on her. Even someone as powerful as Alice struggled to turn the tide on such a massive battlefield. At this moment, the survival of the insect race seemed to rest entirely on her frail shoulders. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Jiang Wang gently stroked her hair and said, "Don't be afraid. The storm outside has always been fierce. The insect race does not fear death, nor destruction. Do what you must. I will take care of the rest." Anna turned to look at Jiang Wang's gentle smile, though deep down, she was well aware of the harsh reality. Despite Jiang Wang's recent efforts to expand his forces, develop new units, and invest evolution points into the swarm, the disparity in strength remained significant. Their development time was too short, and the enemy was too powerful. Even with the blessings they had received, the prolonged conflict with Li Tian and Wang Sun had drained the insect race, leaving them ill-equipped to face the myriad races. Her innate talent had already predicted the inevitable outcome. The myriad races would pay a steep price to break through the second defensive line. Once the line was breached, the insect race would no longer be able to effectively hold back Li Tian and Wang Sun. The three opposing factions would then march unimpeded, sweeping across the entire D1 region. At that point, no amount of ambushes or underground fortifications could compensate for the overwhelming gap in strength, forcing the insect race into a desperate defensive battle. Alice and Jiang Wang would have no choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. Anna had once considered the possibility that Jiang Wang might withdraw the insect race into the Lord's space and seek another opportunity to grow. But she quickly realized how futile that would be. A single failure would lead to a cascade of defeats. The vast Godfall space would no longer tolerate his presence, and no one would allow him the chance to rise again. Moreover, if he left Godfall space, as Jiang Wang had deduced, he would lose the opportunity to compete with others of the same rank. Those who saw him as a threat would strike swiftly and decisively, ensuring his end. Such a retreat would merely prolong the inevitable. Looking at Jiang Wang's smile, Anna gave a slight nod before turning to command the insect swarm. Her initial tension, anger, and fear gradually subsided. As a strategic queen, her mission was to remain calm and ruthless, eradicating all enemies. It wasn't just Jiang Wang. Even Alice, standing nearby, noticed Anna's transformation. This change wasn't in her strength, but in her mindset, a metamorphosis born from a moment of clarity, as if she had passed through both heaven and hell in an instant. At this moment, Anna completely overturned their previous strategy, ordering half of the swarm fighting Wang Sun to disengage and charge directly at the myriad races. Since the original plan was ineffective, she decided to gamble everything. Her pale purple eyes deepened into a profound violet. Within the myriad races camp, Black Tiger and White Fox, as members of the upper tribes, stood at the rear of the assault forces. While not as powerful as the great chieftains, their bloodlines were nearly as pure. "Do you think we can take them down?" White Fox asked. "Not sure," Black Tiger replied stoically. "TCH, so boring. I think Jiang Wang is done for this time. 3 regions, and the elite forces of 2 are here. There's even more reinforcements coming. If he doesn't die, it would be an insult to us," White Fox muttered, nodding to herself as if to convince her own reasoning. "Oh, you're so indifferent no other tribe will ever take an interest in you," White Fox teased, her snow-white fur, lively eyes, and playful expressions exuding a charm that was hard for others in the myriad races to resist. "I don't need them. Seriously though, I really think Jiang Wang is finished, but I don't feel happy about it," White Fox said, pouting as she ignored Black Tiger's cold demeanor. "Why?" Black Tiger asked, her interest piqued. "Could it be that you've been implanted with a mental seed? Ever since I can remember, the only time I've ever suffered such a humiliating defeat was at his hands. If it weren't for that, I'd have a whole crowd of strong brothers and loyal followers escorting me into Godfall space right now, not this." White Fox's adorable face scrunched into what she thought was a fierce expression. "Jiang Wang should die by my hands. Only then will I have my revenge." The White Fox was still steeped in frustration, unable to shake off the shame he felt, when Hunyu gently nudged him with her head and slowed her pace. At the same time, the Black Tiger had already relayed all the detailed intelligence about the myriad races to Jiang Wang. He advised her to leave the vanguard forces of the myriad races, or, at the very least, Be prepared to withdraw at any moment. Although she didn't fully understand Jiang Wang's reasoning, she chose to obey. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy rippled ahead. The first wave of the Zerg interception force had arrived. Hundreds of sandworms burst forth from the ground, their massive bodies spewing searing flames. Though these sandworms were quickly eliminated, their self-detonation unleashed a second wave of destruction. Meanwhile, burrowed lurkers beneath the surface struck unexpectedly, reaping the lives of the myriad races with precision. Yet, the sheer number of the myriad races was overwhelming. They advanced in 3 arrowhead formations, launching relentless charges. Although every encounter with the Zerg inflicted heavy casualties, their momentum remained unstoppable. Just then, the D1 Corps, which had been stationary on the map, suddenly sprang into action, swiftly relocating to intercept the path of the myriad races. Jiang Wang arrived at the destination ahead of He Laogue. 3 Zerg hives erupted from the ground, with surrounding Zerg structures rapidly taking shape. Due to Jiang Wang's presence, these hives were recognized by the Zerg as authentic, precisely the outcome Jiang Wang had anticipated. Not only did the Zerg's reproduction rate accelerate, but the hive construction process also sped up significantly. The creep spread swiftly across the terrain. When He Laogue's core took its position, the hives became, to all onlookers, a legitimate Zerg stronghold and thus one of the critical targets that had to be destroyed. Seeing Jiang Wang not retreat, but instead move even closer to the myriad races, the entire myriad race army fell into a frenzy. From her position farther back, the white fox stared at the scene in shock. This move again? Are you trying to get yourself killed? She thought bitterly. She had already deduced Jiang Wang's intent, the creep. This was the only strategy Jiang Wang and Anna could come up with to turn the tide. If they couldn't completely block the enemy, they would force the battle to unfold on the creep itself. The fungal carpet spread rapidly like a tidal wave, as countless Zerg swarmed together in a frenzy. Even the domination blade arrived on the battlefield alongside Jiang Wang. Such an overwhelming display of might gave the Zerg army an aura of unstoppable power. At this moment, Jiang Wang seemed like the reincarnation of Xiangyu, the legendary overlord of Western Shu, standing tall with his blade, ready to fight to the death. Through his actions, he declared to all his enemies, Jiang Wang is here. The core and my life are right before you. Come if you dare. The Zerg forces continued to converge, their numbers swelling from 5 billion to 8 billion, then 12 billion, and finally reaching an astonishing 23 billion. Apart from the pre-deployed units, every mobilizable Zerg had been summoned. Alice, worried for Anna's safety, had no choice but to stay back and guard her, gripping her spear so tightly it nearly bent in her hands. Inside the false Zerg nest, Jiang Wang looked at the black, ghostly figure before him and sighed. You've committed countless atrocities in your life, but to lay down such a grand scheme at the cost of your own life fights a rather dignified curtain call. The armies of all races advanced at an ever-increasing pace, while the Zerg stood in full battle formation, encircling the nest in a defensive stance. The moment the first wave of the united races stepped onto the fungal carpet, the fiercest battle for survival erupted. Though the tactics remained the same, the enemy's numbers and quality far surpassed anything seen before. Heavy artillery roared, the deafening explosions echoing without pause. Although the shells caused no significant damage, spore bombs detonated midair, enveloping the battlefield in an instant. Spikes erupted from the ground, and toxic mists spread in all directions. Yet, the united races pressed forward with unwavering determination, stepping over the corpses of their comrades without hesitation. The military fungal carpet was continuously damaged, but just as quickly repaired, consuming the various corpses on the battlefield. Under relentless attacks, the united forces pushed forward. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. When they crossed the 50-kilometer red line, the Zerg launched a full-scale counterattack. Thunder beasts charged, explosive bugs surged forward, and every Zerg's combat instincts were pushed to their absolute limits. New types of Zerg entered the fray, including one species resembling the Alliance's Big Mouth unit, which unleashed high-frequency sprays of corrosive liquid with penetrating properties. While the damage per attack was limited, the sustained effect was devastating, rapidly depleting height-ear combatants. Jiang Wang maximized the Zerg's potential, fine-tuning their capabilities to the limit. He developed targeted bacteria, toxins, and spore-based attacks in real time, deploying them directly through the fungal carpet. Under such relentless pressure, the united forces suffered staggering losses, with 70 million falling in an instant equivalent to the annihilation of one of Li Tian's main armies. However, unlike humans, the united races would not retreat in the face of casualties. To their leaders, death was merely a statistic. The battle raged on, continuously accumulating evolution points. Jiang Wang focused on devising strategies to counter the united forces, leaving full command of the battlefield to Anna. As evolution points reached certain thresholds, they were immediately invested in enhancing various Zerg units, ensuring that each rebirth made the swarm stronger than before. Even so, the united races pressed forward steadily, despite their enormous sacrifices. Meanwhile, Wang Sun and Li Tian's forces found themselves in a dilemma. Though they wished to ambush Jiang Wang, the terror of the frontline battlefield far exceeded their capabilities, and their comrades would never agree to such a move. Li Tian's forces had already begun retreating, with fewer than 200 million troops remaining under his command. Taking advantage of the united forces' incomplete encirclement, some of his people had fled to other regions. At this stage, the more blessings one acquired, the stronger their region became, making Li Tian a target for competition among the regions. Deep in thought, Li Tian turned to Li San and said, "What if I just hand over the blessings to the united races? Let the others die if they must. As long as Jiang Wang is dead, nothing else matters." Before finishing his sentence, he continued speaking. Li Tian lowered his head and pondered for a moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "What if we make Zhao Heng swear on the fallen divine space to eliminate Jiang Wang? As long as he doesn't betray us," he murmured to himself, but quickly shook his head. "Forget it, that bastard's too vicious." Li San, standing silently nearby, remained composed. As Li Tian's most loyal follower, he had climbed the ranks quickly thanks to his exceptional ability to get things done and his knack for flattery. Naturally, he hoped Li Tian would take out Jiang Wang directly, but that would disrupt his carefully laid plans and might even inadvertently benefit his rival. He had been lying low for so long, and it certainly wasn't to let Jiang Wang die so easily. "Young master," Li San suddenly spoke up, "Zhao Heng may be ruthless, but his defining trait is his stubbornness." This made Li Tian's eyes light up with realization. Zhao Heng was indeed an unusual character. As a scion of a prestigious family, he not only possessed extraordinary martial skills, but also dominated the noble circles with his long blade and family secret techniques. Beyond his combat prowess and infamous ruthlessness, he was also a well-known sister obsessive. His unwavering determination was his most notable characteristic. There was even an incident where he clashed with the seventh prince over a trivial matter and refused to admit fault, enduring a year of punishment and confinement. Later, he was sent to the fallen divine space for 6 months, where he was relentlessly beaten but never yielded. It was only after his sister intervened that he grudgingly backed down. "He's the one." Li Tian slapped his thigh, a sinister gleam in his eyes. "Before I leave, he'll make sure to send Jiang Wang a parting gift." Meanwhile, Wang Sun found himself in an increasingly difficult predicament. He hadn't expected Jiang Wang not only to withstand the combined assault from him and Li Tian, but also to fiercely hold his own against the myriad clans. The current situation left him stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he focused on dealing with Jiang Wang, who would fend off the myriad clans? But if he focused on defending against the clans, what if Jiang Wang recovered and turned the tables on him? Although Wang Sun's losses weren't as severe as Li Tian's, the disadvantageous geography of his position left him with no choice but to retreat through Jiang Wang's territory if he wanted to flee. Fortunately, Jiang Wang was currently fully occupied resisting the myriad clans, so as long as Wang Sun didn't provoke him, he was relatively safe for the moment. However, their dire straits had already become the laughingstock of the public channels. "Honestly, you two are something else to end up in this mess. If either of you had slipped up, you'd be the ones fighting the myriad clans now. If you had helped Jiang Wang, you might have already pushed the clans back by now." "Enough said, to useless clowns," confirmed. The mocking comments on the public channels were relentless, exposing their plight for all to see. Before leaving, Li Tian delivered a final devastating blow, destroying every underground insect nest he had located. This action significantly increased the pressure on Jiang Wang's defensive line. Upon hearing the news, Wang Sun was livid and yelled into the phone, "Are you out of your damn mind? Couldn't you wait for me? Hello? Hello?" The line had already gone dead, leaving only the mocking sound of the dial tone to fuel his fury. "Damn it, I knew I couldn't rely on that bastard." Wang Sun cursed, but he had no choice but to carefully lead his troops around the rear of Jiang Wang's position. This maneuver immediately caught Jiang Wang's attention. The route Wang Sun chose happened to pass near the insect nest where Anna was located, and even a slight investigation could reveal the truth. Fortunately, Wang Sun's troops moved with the caution of cats, wary of alarming the insect nest or the myriad races. After relentless battles, the myriad races had advanced to within 10,000 meters of the insect nest. Once Jiang Wang confirmed Anna's safety, he set aside his tasks and stood outside the nest. Suddenly, nearly 10 leaders broke through the encircling alien dragons and insect swarms to approach the nest. Under Jiang Wang's control, the insect soldiers ignored these leaders, continuing to hold back the distant army of the myriad races. Without hesitation, the leaders launched a fierce assault on Jiang Wang. However, Jiang Wang, now vastly more powerful, evaded their attacks with uncanny precision, thanks to his mental power. He sidestepped a surprise attack from the tongue of a tricolored toad and, with his mental force strengthening his grip, seized the tongue tightly. A heavy punch from a wild bull landed on Jiang Wang, creating a deafening shockwave. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Jiang Wang swiftly wrapped the toad's tongue around the bull's arm. Without the protection of mental power, the bull's arm quickly turned black, but the other myriad races seized the opportunity to launch a frenzied attack on Jiang Wang. Inside the nest, Alice had already snapped her spear in frustration. Anna forced herself to focus on holding back the myriad races and advancing their plan, suppressing her worry about the battle outside. However, the furious roars of the insect swarm betrayed her inner turmoil. Amid the relentless bloodshed, Jiang Wang endured the searing pain of a bullhorn piercing his abdomen and smashed the bull's skull with a single punch. Covered in blood, with the broken horn still embedded in his stomach, he gripped the dead tricolored toad's tongue as a weapon. The toxic corpse of the toad deterred the remaining 4 leaders from attacking recklessly. The battlefield was strewn with shattered insect structures and gaping craters. Determined to ensure the plan's success, Jiang Wang fought desperately, eliminating 5 of the myriad race leaders. When he suddenly charged at the remaining 4, they all retreated in unison. Jiang Wang's previous self-sacrificial fighting style had instilled a deep fear in them. Unable to take him down, the leaders had no choice but to withdraw. The leaders confirmed that Jiang Wang was the core holder, as worker bees inside the nest had been deliberately escorting He Laogui around to create the illusion that the core followed Jiang Wang. The returning leaders reported this discovery to the High Leader. Ha ha ha, excellent. Today, I will eliminate the greatest threat to our ancestor. The High Leader roared, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with madness. Originally, the myriad races had trapped Li Tian in a siege, but the High Leader's decision to divert more forces to combat the insect swarm allowed Li Tian to break through with minimal losses. Wait, Leader. The core is moving, someone alerted. On the map, the marker representing Jiang Wang's core was rapidly heading toward Wang Sun's troops, while Jiang Wang himself had teleported back to Anna's nest. Seeing their impending victory slip away, the myriad races panicked. Meanwhile, He Laogui, escorted by worker bees and zerglings, was being cleared a path through the subway, heading toward Wang Sun's forces. Without Jiang Wang anchoring the nest, its combat strength plummeted, and the already fragile defensive line collapsed instantly. The myriad races immediately pursued Jiang Wang's trajectory. Inside the nest, Jiang Wang watched the final transmitted images with a relieved smile. The movement tore open his wounds further, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. Jiang Wang drew in a sharp breath, the pain causing him to furrow his brows. Prince Wang, accept the grand gift I've prepared for you, he said through gritted teeth. Alice was clumsily tending to Jiang Wang's wound. Her normally nimble hands were now trembling with unease. Each time she accidentally touched the injured area, Jiang Wang would softly murmur, gently, gently, which only made her movements even more cautious. Standing nearby, Anna couldn't bear to watch any longer. Can you even do this? She exclaimed. If it weren't for the fact that she had to keep an eye on the old black ghost, she would have shoved Alice aside and taken over herself. Alice felt even worse. Though she hadn't contributed much in the fight, she was now causing Jiang Wang pain while trying to bandage him. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze filled with guilt, and her vision blurred. The image of Jiang Wang bleeding in midair earlier replayed in her mind, intensifying the waves of guilt and self-reproach crashing over her. It's okay, Jiang Wang softly reassured her. You know how my body is, it'll heal quickly even without bandaging. Be good, don't cry, don't cry. Just as he would comfort Anna, he reached out and gently ruffled Alice's hair. The touch made Alice tremble, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. She could no longer hold back, and tears spilled silently onto the ground. She leaned her head lightly against Jiang Wang's palm, sobbing without a sound. There, it's all right now. Jiang Wang continued to console her. After a while, Alice, her eyes red and lips bitten, carefully finished bandaging Jiang Wang. Without saying a word, she retreated to a corner. Meanwhile, the situation outside the hive was entirely different. Prince Wang's forces were thrown into complete disarray by Jiang Wang's clever maneuver of swapping the cores. With their current location, combined with the old Black Ghost's core and Jiang Wang's own core, there were now 2 cores in play. The bloodthirsty coalition of multiracial warriors, already consumed by battle frenzy, couldn't care less about the details. 2 cores in sight? There was no way they would miss the chance to fight for them. Damn it, brothers, charge! The heavily damaged coalition forces and the relatively intact troops of Prince Wang were about to clash in a fierce battle. As for what kind of chaos would erupt between them, Jiang Wang couldn't care less. With this critical step completed, the Zerg forces he had been secretly nurturing began to grow wildly. When humans unleash their full potential, their combat prowess is in no way inferior to that of the myriad races, especially when their opponents are already half-crippled by Jiang Wang. At this moment, the black old ghost lurked in the underground, cautiously concealing one critical truth: the core bearer was not Jiang Wang. Charge. Break through to C1. Wang's son, fully aware of the current situation, knew it was impossible to annihilate the invading myriad races in one fell swoop. The only viable option was a full-speed breakout. Reaching the C1 zone might provide a chance to rendezvous with other human forces mobilized to counter the myriad races. The myriad races, convinced that Jiang Wang had struck a deal with the humans, assumed this unit was reinforcements and fiercely blocked their path. Although Wang's son harbored doubts about the true identity of the core bearer, he had no way to confirm his suspicions. Instead, he led his forces in a desperate push towards C1. Thus began a thrilling chase and escape in the D1 region. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, following Anna's calculations, orchestrated the Zerg's movements through underground tunnels. The plan was already 90% complete. Inside the Zerg hive, Anna, drained from continuous battles, was on the brink of mental exhaustion. She swayed unsteadily before collapsing into Jiang Wang's arms. Despite her fatigue, she maintained precise control until the very end, carefully avoiding Jiang Wang's injuries as she fell. As Anna slipped into sleep, Jiang Wang gently stroked her hair, much like he would when petting Era. Anna let out a soft, contented hum before succumbing completely to unconsciousness. At that moment, Era was following the black old ghost, carrying out their part of the plan. Once Anna fell asleep, Jiang Wang assumed command of the Zerg forces. Every step of this operation teetered on the edge of peril. A single mistake could lead to total annihilation. Crippling Li Tian's forces was a calculated move to ensure he wouldn't dare rejoin the battlefield. Allowing Wang's son's troops to pass, however, was a gamble. Jiang Wang bet that Wang's son wouldn't interfere, and even if he did, it would only introduce manageable variables. Jiang Wang skillfully utilized the core's map display mechanism, deliberately positioning himself as if preparing for a decisive battle with the myriad races. At the critical moment, he revealed his identity, leading everyone to believe he was the core bearer. The cornerstone of his plan was timing the confrontation with the myriad races perfectly to make them certain the core was in his possession while keeping the engagement within a predetermined time frame, ultimately luring them into his trap. As the Zerg executed this meticulously crafted plan to extricate themselves, Wang's son's forces found their progress slowing under the relentless attacks of the ever-reinforcing myriad races. With nearly 4 million people in his ranks, even when dispersed, the breakout was painfully slow. We can't outrun them anymore. Let's fight. The soldiers at the rear, under constant assault from the myriad races and struggling to keep up, were already seething with rage. Those at the front, bearing the brunt of the casualties, were equally frustrated. Young master, Wang's son's strategist began, only to be silenced by the killing intent blazing in Wang's son's eyes. Then we fight. All units, form battle groups. We're not leaving today. Wang's son's command rang out, and his troops swiftly reorganized into defensive formations. The strategists took over the command of the battle. The scions of noble families were far from mere hedonistic dilettantes. The education and perspective they received from an early age were unparalleled. When Wang's son got serious, he displayed the resourcefulness and resolve befitting someone of his lineage. Initially, he had only intended to lead his troops in retreat. After all, being the first noble to withdraw from the blessing was somewhat disgraceful. But with his soldiers showing such fearless determination, there was no turning back. They would fight. Humans quickly assembled effective defensive lines and launched a counterattack. This was precisely why the Zerg could only rely on death and cunning to claim victory. If the Zerg faced a hasty engagement with equal numbers, they would have crumbled long ago. Yet humans, with their formidable individual strength, managed to hold back the myriad races' assault. To other species, the Zerg were an oddity at best, but the myriad races were essentially another version of the Zerg. Humans, however, were the only ones capable of standing toe-to-toe with the myriad races in open conflict. The battle between the two sides had reached a deadlock. Wang's son's troops moved incessantly across the battlefield, like a giant roaming dragon weaving back and forth between the C1 and D1 regions. He dispatched scouts to search for Jiang Wang's whereabouts, but their efforts remained fruitless. The core on the map seemed like a mischievous child darting around in the chaos of the crowd. Underground, Erha appeared to be having the time of its life. Using the subway system, it dashed through the tunnels, occasionally letting the insect-like creatures clear the way ahead while it chased behind, as if the life-or-death stakes of the war had nothing to do with it. This playful behavior frustrated Wang's son to no end, though he had no energy to spare dealing with it at the moment. The fighting raged on for a grueling 3 days and 2 nights. The battlefield between D1 and C1 was littered with heavy casualties. Wang's son's forces dwindled from an initial 400 million to just over 100 million, while the allied race's army was reduced to less than 200 million. Meanwhile, human forces from other regions launched their own offensives, severely limiting the reinforcements the allied races could allocate to this battle. Surveying the situation, Wang's son began to lose hope. Surrendering the core seemed like the only option. Breaking through the encirclement would accomplish nothing. Most humans in the original area were either dead or had fled, and the human forces from other regions showed no intention of offering help. The fact that they hadn't directly attacked to seize the core was already a small mercy. But the allied races were far from ready to back down. They had paid a steep price to be here, and were not about to leave empty-handed. They were determined to obtain the core. Although Wang Sun had already deduced that the core was hidden underground, even deploying Earth Elemental Lords to search yielded no results. The labyrinthine underground tunnel system was like a maze, impossible to navigate without committing significant manpower. Wang Sun had once attempted to negotiate with the allied races, suggesting they dig down to search for Jiang Wang in exchange for letting him leave. But the allied races, blinded by bloodlust, refused to listen and seemed eager to kill him on the spot. At this point, the situation had devolved into a do-or-die standoff, with no room for cooperation. A narrow path leaves no room for retreat. The brave shall prevail, Wang Sun muttered with a resigned sigh. It was a blatant and ruthless strategy. After internal discussions, the allied races resolved to secure at least one core at any cost before reinforcements from other human regions could arrive. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, who had already tunneled into the C1 region, was lying in wait, ready to burst forth from the ground. Under the command of the Grand Chieftain, the armies of the myriad races launched relentless offensives against Wang Sun's forces. The battlefield trembled under the reverberations of unleashed arcane energy, shaking the very earth and resonating through the chaos. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Bai Hu and He Hu lingered cautiously in a safer zone, discreetly absorbing the lingering resentment saturating the air. For them, a clash of this magnitude was far too perilous, leaving them no choice but to observe from a distance. Still alive? Unbelievable! Bai Hu exclaimed in shock before casting a teasing glance at He Hu. I never thought I'd see the day when you, of all people, would chicken out. Weren't you always the reckless one? He Hu ignored her taunts, remaining stoic. Throughout their journey, they had followed Jiang Wang's advice to avoid conflict at all costs, a strategy that had ensured their survival thus far. Do you think Jiang Wang is among those forces? Bai Hu asked nonchalantly, though her eyes betrayed a glimmer of intrigue. She had already uncovered the truth. He Hu had been involved in the attack on Jiang Wang's original domain. Strangely, the surviving members of the myriad races from that incident had mysteriously died shortly after their escape. Coupled with He Hu's uncharacteristic behavior and uncanny foresight over the past few days, Bai Hu had pieced it together. He Hu was likely a traitor. Still, Bai Hu kept her suspicions to herself. In the midst of such a colossal battle, exposing the truth seemed less advantageous than finding a way to profit from it. She studied He Hu's cold, aloof face and sighed inwardly. What a waste, she's a female. The battle raged on, reaching a fever pitch. The Grand Chieftain himself joined the fray, his body crackling with violet lightning that radiated an overwhelming presence, igniting the ferocity of the myriad races. On the human side, dozens of silver tier level 9 warriors coordinated their assault on the Grand Chieftain, their clashes filling the skies with deafening thunder and anguished cries. As Bai Hu marveled at the terrifying power of the Thunder Ghost race, He Hu silently slipped away. This place is too dangerous, He Hu said flatly. Wait for me. Bai Hu called out, scrambling to follow. Nearby, 6 swarms of Jiang Wang's Zerg forces lay in ambush, each numbering in the billions. At their forefront stood Alice, armed with a massive halberd and a long sword strapped to her waist, both carefully selected from the battlefield's armory. The elite Queen's Guard and the Dominion Blade Warriors were ready and waiting. Inside the Zerg hive, Jiang Wang monitored the battlefield closely. When he saw the Thunder Ghost leader take down dozens of silver tier level 9 warriors at great personal cost, a cold smirk curled on his lips. Without hesitation, he issued the command to attack. The Zerg swarms surged forward from all directions, and Alice led the charge with her halberd gleaming with a chilling light. Her fury had reached its peak, transforming into a blade of icy resolve. Young Master, a massive Zerg force is advancing from the west. Another horde detected in the east. Panicked reports echoed one after another. Wang Sun's expression darkened before he suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha, what a brilliant feint. His subordinates immediately prostrated themselves before him. Enough. Wang Sun clapped his hands, his tone calm yet commanding. Inform our people to prepare for retreat. We've lost this round. He had grasped the situation completely. They were the mantis, the myriad races were the sparrow, but Jiang Wang was the hidden predator, the venomous cicada. If we're leaving, let's leave Jiang Wang a parting gift. Send Wang Sha to the tunnels. I'll personally ensure his family's livelihood for the next century, Wang Sun said, writing a letter and handing it to one of his servants. Make sure Wang Sha delivers this to Jiang Wang. Afterward, he sent Jiang Wang a private message. I've left you a gift in the core passage. Enjoy. Without hesitation, he redeemed his ticket out of the fallen god realm. As a beam of light enveloped him and his trusted aides, Wang Sun vanished, reappearing in the Kaiyuan world. Inside the hive, Jiang Wang stared at the private message sent by Wang's son before he left, his brows slightly furrowed. He quickly dispatched a portion of the Zerg to the specified location, not out of trust in Wang's son, but based on his judgment of the current situation. At this point, such schemes were meaningless. Before long, the Zerg spotted a figure in the corridor. It was Wang Sha. His face was deathly pale, his life force faint, as he leaned weakly against the corridor wall. Watching the approaching Zerg, he trembled as he pulled a letter from his chest and placed it on the ground, then closed his eyes. As a man on the brink of death, the young master had brought him into the fallen god's realm, using the core to temporarily sustain his life. But now, the time had come to repay that debt. The Zerg's claws mercilessly pierced his heart. Moments later, a swift shadow darted out from the corner. It was Ha. Like the wind, it snatched the letter and the core from the ground. The system immediately issued an announcement across all zones, repeating it 3 times. Core holder Wang Sha of Zone D2 has died. Core transferred to Zone D1. Holder Hua Wang. The chat exploded instantly. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. How did they pull that off? Wait, is there really someone named Hua Wang? 1v3 and still managed to take one down. Do you even know how to play? Is Hua Wang actually a dog? Insane. Big win. Back in the hive, Jiang Wang fell into deep thought. By now, he could technically retreat. The myriad clan's assault hadn't brought any cores. Li Tian had escaped, and Wang's son's core was already in their possession. All that was left was to secure the core and exchange it for blessings. On the battlefield, Alice seemed to sense Jiang Wang's thoughts. The long spear in her hand was hurled like a thunderbolt, aimed directly at Lei Gue. Jiang Wang shook his head in exasperation, though a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Fine then. If they came, they shouldn't expect to leave. The moment the spear left her hand, Alice regretted it. It had been a moment of impulse. She couldn't bear to let those who had harmed Jiang Wang continue to live, nor could she accept being a useless bystander. Jiang Wang chose to bear the consequences of Alice's recklessness. The ground shattered with a deafening roar as Alice, wielding her long spear, shot forward like an arrow toward the thunder beast. Its eyes glowed a furious red, and it let out an earth-shaking roar, deftly twisting its massive body to evade her spear. With a gaping maw, it unleashed several thunder orbs, each pulsing with devastating power. Alice remained unfazed, her movements eerily graceful as she weaved through the deadly projectiles. Electric arcs danced around her, making her appear like a dancer amidst a storm of lightning, every move perilous yet mesmerizing. In a flash of steel, the long blade at her waist was drawn and sheathed in an instant. Though seemingly ordinary, the strike embodied the pinnacle of her genetically encoded swordsmanship. A streak of blood appeared on the thunder beast's right eye, followed by a torrent of crimson. The searing pain drove it into a frenzy, but Alice had already darted past, retrieving the spear embedded in the ground. This weapon, a king among polearms, featured a blade-like spearhead that was neither entirely a spear nor a sword, with jagged, wolf-tooth-like iron spikes at its rarity even in the Kaiyuan world. Alice twirled the long spear midair with unmatched ferocity. Any enemy who dared approach was either cleaved apart or sent flying by the weapon's wolf-like spikes. Her gaze was sharp and unyielding as she charged straight for the thunder beast. The spear danced like a dragon in her hands, capable of piercing throats in an instant or sweeping back to strike enemies behind her. Blinded in its right eye, the thunder beast could only stagger backward in retreat. In a desperate move, it leapt into the air, its body crackling with surging electricity. Dozens of lightning bolts streaked down toward Alice. Watching from the insect hive, Jiang Wang's eyes were filled with worry. Yet Alice faced the onslaught without hesitation. Her cells rapidly adapted, allowing her to pass through the electric storm unscathed. Guiding the lightning with her spear, she descended like a divine warrior, aiming directly at the thunder beast. At the last possible moment, the beast jerked its head aside, but the spear still plunged into its right eye. Alice attempted to sever its head with a horizontal slash, but the thunder beast, sensing imminent death, recoiled in agony. Its massive eyeball remained skewered on the spear's tip as it retreated, gravely injured. Alice pursued relentlessly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the disarrayed forces of the myriad races were encircled and divided by the insect horde under Jiang Wang's command. The princely forces were also crumbling, with their elites teleporting away one by one. Those who remained were either unable to escape or too deeply entangled in the chaos. When Alice finally returned, holding the severed head of the thunder beast, the last remnants of resistance were crushed. She showed no mercy to the leaders who had once opposed Jiang Wang, slaughtering them beyond recognition. The massacre raged on for an entire day. Across the C1 region, the fleeing remnants of the myriad races and humans were relentlessly hunted down by the insect swarm. At the center of the battlefield, a towering pyramid of corpses stood as a grim monument, with Alice leaning on her spear at its peak. These bodies were the result of desperate counterattacks by the humans and the myriad races, who had united in a rare alliance for the sole purpose of killing her. Lightning snaked through the darkened sky, and raindrops began to fall on Alice's face. Soon, a torrential downpour washed over the blood-soaked ground and her crimson-stained figure. Exhausted, she closed her eyes. To prove herself, she had single-handedly thwarted multiple breakout attempts by both humans and the myriad races. As the rain cleansed away the blood, her pale skin emerged, marred by scars and unhealed wounds, a testament to her own limits, her strength nearly spent. Amid the soft patter of rain, Alice struggled to lift her head. Through the downpour, she caught sight of a dying enemy, who, with the last remnants of strength, drew a hand crossbow from his sleeve and aimed it directly at her heart. Twang! The string snapped as the poisoned bolt tore through the air, slicing through the dense curtain of rain, heading straight for Alice's chest. In this life-or-death moment, a faint smile appeared on Alice's lips. A cold, clear voice pierced through the rain. "Do you always have to stage these little dramas where I swoop in to save you at the last second?" It was Jiang Wang. The moment he realized Alice had disobeyed orders and refused to retreat, he had rushed from the hive. Now, the bolt that was destined to strike her heart hovered mere inches from her chest, unable to advance any further. "You, Jiang Wang." The enemy stammered, but his words were cut short. Jiang Wang had no interest in idle chatter. A crimson mist erupted in the rain, painting the somber scenery with a violent splash of red. Alice gazed at Jiang Wang, who stood before her seething with fury. Her once dim eyes suddenly brightened, and she flashed a mischievous smile. "Yes, master," she teased. Before the words fully left her lips, her body gave out, collapsing toward Jiang Wang. Catching the bloodied and unconscious Alice in his arms, Jiang Wang hesitated, as if searching for the right words. Just as he was about to speak, her expression twisted. What had been a peaceful face turned to one of terror, like a frightened fawn. Even in her unconscious state, she began murmuring softly, "No, no, it'll be useful, don't throw me away, don't." Jiang Wang froze in the pouring rain. He had always thought of Alice, the ultimate weapon, as nothing more than an emotionless machine. Yet now, this girl who had moments ago fought like a god of war revealed such a fragile side in her dreams. If she was called a weapon, then there must have been a creator behind her. That thought sent a chill through him. Gently, as if cradling the rarest treasure in the world, Jiang Wang held Alice closer, careful not to cause her even the slightest pain. "Never. He'll never abandon you," he whispered, his voice tender yet resolute, but his gaze turned icy, and the air around him seemed to freeze with his rising fury. The torrential rain continued to pour, but it could not extinguish the raging fire in Jiang Wang's heart. The smoke of war gradually dissipated as Jiang Wang carried the gravely injured Alice back to the hive. This hard-fought victory had come at a heavy cost. Over 70 of the Zerg forces were lost, and the bodies of billions of humans and other species were transported back to the hive to be converted into precious life energy. Standing before the core of the D2 region, Jiang Wang fell into deep thought. A hard-won core, but at an unimaginable price. Alice was critically wounded, billions of lives were lost, and the Zerg had suffered severe damage. Was this a gift from death, or a cruel game? The battlefield after the war was eerily silent. Apart from the severely weakened allied races, no other enemies were in sight. The Zerg were on the brink of a new phase of growth. The gene pool began operating at full speed, filtering through the parameters preset by Jiang Wang. A massive influx of genetic data entered the reserve library, including information about Li Nuer, the former holder of the C1 region. Meanwhile, the public communication channel was in an uproar. However, it wasn't Jiang Wang's miraculous comeback that had captivated everyone. It was the video uploaded by the humans of D2 in their final moments. The footage showed Alice wielding a long spear, single-handedly holding off a breakout team of hundreds of humans and allied species. Each of her strikes drew blood, the spear in her hands like a brush painting a grim masterpiece of life and death. Her stunning beauty, paired with her icy gaze, flowing hair, and flawless combat skills, left viewers utterly mesmerized, momentarily forgetting any sympathy for the fallen. "I'm in love. Goddess, please end me with your spear. That spear belongs to me. Who do you think you are? If anyone's claiming it, it's me. You freaks are so twisted. Even I can't stand it and I'm a freak myself. Just thinking about this goddess being with Jiang Wang makes me want to end it all. Kill Jiang Wang. Claim the goddess." The video spread rapidly across the internet. At the same time, on a cliff in a distant region, a mountain of corpses reeked of decay, attracting swarms of scavengers. Atop the pile, a pale-faced man stared at Alice's image in the video. His expression was unreadable, but there was a trace of confusion in his otherwise emotionless gaze. Kafha number 2 let out a sound like a broken bellows, struggling for a long moment before uttering two hoarse words. "Ultimate form? Back in the hive, Jiang Wang anxiously stayed by the nutrient pool. Though Alice's vital signs were at their peak, she remained unconscious. Even after investing hundreds of thousands of evolution points, there was no improvement. Worse still, whenever Jiang Wang moved beyond a certain range, Alice would fall into a berserk state, her psychic and psionic energy raging uncontrollably. This not only caused damage to the hive, but also led to fractures in her own body. Left with no other choice, Jiang Wang moved a sofa next to the nutrient pool to keep watch. In the pool, Alice would sometimes cry, sometimes smile, but most of the time, she resembled a cold, lifeless machine. Meanwhile, Anna had taken over all matters of the hive. From resource allocation to external combat and troop combinations, she managed everything single-handedly. As she worked, she couldn't help but feel regretful. If only she had overexerted her psychic energy a bit more back then, their master wouldn't have rushed to save Alice the moment she recovered. Yet, remembering Alice's sacrifices for the Zerg, guilt crept into her heart. Elsewhere, the surviving allied races, including Black Tiger and White Fox, had retreated to the C3 region. With their leader dead and significant losses in combat strength, their territory had already drawn the covetous eyes of other allied races, though none dared make a move for now due to established rules. On the human side, the attitude had noticeably softened since Jiang Wang obtained the second core. Zhao Hong had taken over Li Tian's forces and acquired the C1 region core, with the ability to begin exchanges in 24 hours. Meanwhile, Li Tian, through core negotiations, had secured the position of third in command in the B2 region. At this moment, Zhao Hong had already become a formidable force, leveraging his early reputation and the allegiance of Li Tian. Once he redeemed his divine blessing, he would become the most powerful figure under the death god's favor, second only to Jiang Wang. In fact, even Jiang Wang himself was struggling to match Zhao Hong. Now the heavy losses suffered by the Zerg and the constant harassment from various factions had prevented Jiang Wang from restoring the Zerg to its peak strength. Inside the tent, Zhao Hong sat confidently, one hand holding half an apple, its juice dripping down his fingers. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Tian, who stood nearby, and casually asked, "Speak? What do you want?" Li Tian straightened up, a flattering smile on his face. "Oh, nothing much. I just think that families like ours should stick together. We can't let those commoners gain the upper hand. So, I've come to pledge my loyalty to you, brother Zhao." Bah. Zhao Hong spat out the apple peel he had been chewing, now tasteless. A hint of disdain curled his lips. "Cut the nonsense. While I'm still in a good mood, you'd better tell me the truth." Li Tian's expression shifted several times before he finally suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Brother Zhao, you know I've always been close to Brother Wang. But this time, Jiang Wang not only attacked me outright, but also forced Brother Wang out early. A man must fight for his pride. I want revenge for Brother Wang. I want Jiang Wang dead." Crunch. For a moment, the only sound in the tent was Zhao Hong biting into his apple. Though his tone remained calm, Zhao Heng's eyes grew dangerously sharp, a clear warning to those who knew him well that he was on the verge of anger. "So you're suggesting that I go against Jiang Wang?" Li Tian's expression remained steady. Without flinching, he continued, "Jiang Wang? He's nothing. He's not even worthy of being your opponent, Brother Zhao." "Oh, then what do you mean?" "Jiang Wang has already secured 2 cores and is at the height of his momentum. He might win this round, but in the second phase, we can block him at a critical point. By then, all the cores he's worked so hard to collect will become ours. Once you take Jiang Wang's cores, Brother Zhao, your path to the top will be unstoppable. And when that day comes, if you want to openly marry Miss Zhao, who would dare stand in your way?" Li Tian finally revealed his carefully crafted plan. The Zhao family, well aware of Zhao Heng's stubborn personality, specifically assigned an entire think tank to assist him. Before his meeting with Li Tian, the think tank repeatedly reminded Zhao Hong, "Everything is negotiable, but under no circumstances should he swear an oath to the divine abyss." However, upon hearing that he could officially marry Zhao Yi, Zhao Hong immediately cast aside their warnings. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was lively, with glasses clinking and laughter filling the air. Zhao Hong was lost in the dream of marrying Zhao Yi, while Li Tian indulged in darker fantasies of defeating Jiang Wang. He envisioned Jiang Wang kneeling and begging for mercy, dying in utter agony, and, most disturbingly, taking pleasure in humiliating Alice in front of him. Ever since he saw a video of Alice, her elegance, beauty, and commanding presence, Li Tian had been consumed by lust. His evil desires burned so intensely that he even considered storming into the harem immediately to ravage the delicate beauties there. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Both Jiang Wang and Zhao Hong exchanged blessings. Zone D1 received blessing number 98. All creatures in the zone have a chance to deal 2 to 10 times their normal damage when attacking. Zone B2 received blessing number 38. All members in the zone gain a 10 to 30 increase in attack damage. The appearance of these top-tier blessings sparked heated discussions on the public screen. Some were astonished that blessing number 98 was real, while others were stunned by the potential rise of Jiang Wang. However, it wasn't long before the more discerning participants pointed out that the probability of number 98's multiplier effect was only 5, with 98 of the outcomes being a mere 2x damage multiplier, and the higher multipliers having extremely low chances. In comparison, the fixed increase provided by blessing number 38 in Zone B2 was far more reliable, effectively elevating the combatability of all its members by an entire tier. The conversation took a somber turn when someone brought up the sheer number of Zerg. The public screen, once abuzz with chatter, fell into a brief silence. While the Zerg's individual attack power wasn't high, the thought of being swarmed by dozens of them was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Initially, Jiang Wang wasn't particularly impressed by blessing number 98, but soon, he had an idea. What if he applied it to the ADC Big Mouth unit? Since the blessing was probability-based, increasing attack frequency could not only create chaos but also maximize the chances of triggering critical hits. Wasting no time, Jiang Wang began modifying the Big Mouth units, increasing adrenaline pressure to boost attack speed, sacrificing armor for venom sacs that enhanced attack damage and allowed the release of various toxins. During his experiments, Jiang Wang discovered that the blessing's damage dealt effect was incredibly broad, encompassing toxin damage as well. What originally dealt 10 points of poison damage could now spike to 20,100 points in an instant. 2 days later, the improved Big Mouth was ready. To fully align it with the blessing, Jiang Wang transformed it into a horrifying entity capable of launching 50 attacks per second. While its appearance left much to be desired, its functionality was terrifying. The original single-barrel spray head was replaced with a triple-barrel Gatling gun. Its back was equipped with an energy recharge slot and energy siphoning spikes, and it could even detonate its energy chamber for devastating explosions when necessary. As Anna remarked, aside from being ugly, it's practically perfect. For the Zerg, utility far outweighed aesthetics. While Jiang Wang focused on perfecting the Big Mouth, the external situation grew increasingly volatile. The weakened Zone C3 was annexed by Zone D3, and Zhao Heng launched an offensive against the myriad races. The human factions agreed to first eliminate the myriad races, with Jiang Wang included in the coalition. However, he knew that agreements not sworn under the Divine Abyss were essentially worthless. The flames of war spread quickly. After a brief period of development, Jiang Wang began probing attacks on Zone C1, C2, and D2. In Zone C1, controlled by humans, Jiang Wang's promise of protection led B1 to voluntarily relinquish most of its territory, retaining only defensive areas adjacent to its own boundaries. However, the situations in Zone C2 and D2 were far more peculiar. Jiang Wang stood within the insect nest, gazing at the old and new versions of the gaping maw creatures standing side by side. The stark contrast between them drew an involuntary exclamation from him. Under Eros's command, the insect army was advancing with unstoppable momentum. Despite the united front of the myriad races, who had mounted a massive resistance campaign involving over 1 billion combatants, the insects easily crushed their opposition. The dual advantages of divine blessings and the gaping maws allowed the swarm to swiftly seize half the territory of the C2 region. Simultaneously, battles in the D2 region were also progressing favorably. Yet, as Jiang Wang looked at the map, observing the ever-expanding territory, a sense of unease gnawed at him. "Something's wrong," he muttered, turning to Anna abruptly. "Tell Eros to pull back." Though the insects seemed victorious on the surface, their actual forces were alarmingly limited. Across 3 regions, they had deployed no more than 500 million troops, with less than 2 billion remaining in the nest. Logically, even if the myriad races were stretched thin, they shouldn't have been defeated so easily. More suspiciously, the large-scale battle had yielded surprisingly little in terms of tangible gains for the insects. The actions of the myriad races felt more like a probing maneuver than a full-fledged defense. C2 was a strategic stronghold. Advancing from there could flank humanity, while retreating would secure their homeland. Yet, capturing it with just 1 or 200 million troops seemed too easy. This unusual success heightened Jiang Wang's vigilance. He quickly ordered all insect forces to hold their positions and even began withdrawing troops toward the borders. Using the public screen to monitor the situation in other regions, Jiang Wang noticed it wasn't just his area experiencing rapid advances. Zhao Heng was on the verge of taking B3. Humanity was closing in on all fronts. This only deepened his unease. He immediately used his psychic seed to inquire about the myriad race's recent movements, but the response was a resounding denial of any significant changes. After careful consideration, Jiang Wang decided to share his concerns on the public channel. "This is Jiang Wang. I've observed that the myriad races are retreating across the board, likely preparing for a concentrated assault or a full-scale counterattack. I suggest all regions either hold their ground or pull back defensively based on their specific circumstances. If possible, I recommend B1 and B2 send reinforcements to C1 and C2 to prevent encirclement by the myriad races." His warning sparked a heated debate. Some questioned his lack of concrete evidence. Others were unwilling to give up their hard-earned victories. A few even mocked him, accusing him of merely exploiting the core of their side to gain blessings. While some voices supported his reasoning, the discussion quickly devolved into mutual blame and hostility. Watching the arguments escalate on the public screen, Jiang Wang could only shake his head in disappointment. Humanity's propensity for internal strife was deeply ingrained. No one trusted anyone. If that was the case, he could only rely on himself. He began coordinating the retreat of his insect forces while simultaneously channeling a significant amount of genetic points into his own evolution. With Alice still unconscious, he needed to be prepared for any unexpected situations. Nearly 400,000 evolution points propelled Jiang Wang from Silver Tier 3 all the way to Silver Tier 6. Though each tier's cost of 100,000 points stung deeply, this method of enhancing through evolution points ensured he reached the pinnacle of each stage. However, the higher he climbed, the more points were required. Advancing to Tier 7 alone demanded 130,000 points, and the numbers for future ascensions to Gold, Platinum, or even Diamond Mastery were astronomical. Watching his painstakingly accumulated evolution points dwindle rapidly, Jiang Wang felt a mix of heartache and satisfaction, like spending stored-up resources to summon a fully maxed-out character. With a mere thought, he manipulated the air within the insect nest, causing it to violently rupture. This was the result of compressing air with his psychic power. Through repeated experiments, he confirmed significant improvements in both his speed and stamina. Feeling the surging power coursing through him, Jiang Wang's anxiety began to subside. Even if the myriad races launched an assault, he could always retreat with the 2 women and the dog to somewhere safer. Moreover, as his strength grew, the newly produced insect troops were becoming increasingly formidable. With only a little over 10,000 evolution points left, he decided to invest them all in Big Mouth. Meanwhile, the battlefield took a dramatic turn. Ignoring strong objections from his advisory team, Zhao Heng insisted on heading to the front lines himself. From the central region of B3, he relentlessly pursued the enemy all the way to the border, cutting through opposition with his unparalleled strength. At that moment, a black-lined golden eagle circled the sky, letting out a piercing cry of intimidation. Zhao Heng sneered coldly. With a flash of his blade, the eagle's wings were severed cleanly, blood spraying in all directions as its agonized screech echoed across the battlefield. Fly. Weren't you so proud of your flight? Zhao Heng taunted. Hatred burned even deeper in the golden eagle's eyes. Though the death's blessing prevented it from soaring beyond human reach, it had still relied on its incredible speed to toy with its pursuers. Unexpectedly, Zhao Heng had paid a steep price to teleport dozens of squads into position, finally cornering the creature. The golden eagle raised its head with effort, letting out one final, blood-curdling cry. In response, calls echoed from every direction as a massive horde of flying beasts swept in from the horizon. The ground quaked as countless other creatures charged forward. When Zhao Heng glanced back at the golden eagle, its eyes were filled with a mix of ferocity and triumph. This was the opportunity it had exchanged its life for, the final contribution it made to its kind. With a swift motion, the golden eagle ended its own life, its golden beak stained crimson with blood. Zhao Heng had no choice but to order his team to retrieve the core and retreat immediately. Though most of these creatures were ruthless and hierarchical, there were still those among them who would sacrifice everything for their species, just as humanity, despite its flaws and hypocrisies, had always produced its share of heroes. Before Zhao Heng and his team could regroup, they were intercepted by a swift vanguard of the enemy forces. By now, the B3 and even B2 regions were engulfed in flames of war. The enemy had long since embedded themselves underground at key locations, launching devastating assaults along the entire human front. The defensive line in C2 was torn apart, allowing the enemy to surge forward. The A2 border was under dire threat, and B2 and B3 were swarming with enemy forces. This was a meticulously orchestrated all-out war. The leaders of the various enemy factions had vowed to unite, pulling back their forces to lay ambushes. Their original plan was to wait for Jiang Wang to secure C2 and D2 before launching a full-scale offensive, trapping the humans in a pincer. However, Jiang Wang's cautious strategy, choosing to fortify his position rather than advancing, had stalled their plans. Fortunately for them, the sacrifice of the black-lined golden eagle had successfully lured the humans into B3, completing the encirclement. Even if they couldn't annihilate the human forces entirely, they could at least cut their strength in half. Once the second phase began, the world would belong to the enemy hordes. The Black Tiger had just received orders from the higher-ups and immediately informed Jiang Wang, but it was already too late. Deep within the insect nest, Jiang Wang stood beside Alice, gently brushing the back of his hand against her cheek. You were never just a tool, and I would never abandon you. This time, let me protect the nest. As Jiang Wang turned to leave, Alice's eyelashes trembled ever so slightly. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.